12 on the shot clock to Kuminga.
First and 10, another big run. There he goes. He's got wide open space. A-Chan with an A-plus effort and a touchdown by Miami. 50 yards to all but put the game away.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Jim Nantz on a call for CBS Sports and the Niners, who were eliminated before kickoff from playoff contention. They lose to Miami. A-Chan goes for 100 yards, first 100-yard game of the season. And we know how they did it with the Brock Purdy interception. Brock Purdy, despite the interception, threw for 313. I'm sure we're going to get a lot into Brock, a lot into the turnovers. Where was Nick Bosa? The Niners lose. If there was a loss, as we say, good morning to everybody out there. Trust me, we're going to recap the Dubie Awards because I'm still trying to recover from that bad boy. Friday at Laughing Mug Brewing. What a show. What a scene that was. And congrats to all the Dubie Award winners, including Tony, who won Wrestler of the Year. If there's a game that could tell the story of the 2024 49ers, that was the game yesterday. That was the perfect game to describe the 2024 season of the 49ers, Shasky. Good morning to you.
Which part? All of it?
And that's sort of everything. That was the perfect game. The penalties, the turnover, the missed field goal.
Debo finally played well.
The special team gaffes. Debo did play well. You know what? I'll commit Debo. He played with heart, played with energy, didn't have to. But that game right there, missed tackles, injuries. Drake Greenlaw went down to the fourth play of the game, and I kept thinking to myself, I saw enough from Drake Greenlaw in the first half against the Rams to not see him again for the rest of the season. Now we got knee tightness, we got a calf, we got everything. Aaron Banks gets hurt. D. Winters got hurt. Guys are dropping like flies. Shasky, that game, in its totality, was the perfect description of the 49ers 2024 season.
The kicker, geez Louise, so you want to talk about one of the worst draft picks. This kicker is just, he's terrible. Like, there's no one in the Bay Area can listen to me without nodding their head. The kicker's terrible. He's terrible. He's terrible. Poor guy.
I can't defend him.
And then Debo, you're bringing up Debo. Debo had 3 chunk plays called back because of penalties. Ricky Pearsall, almost consecutive. I think it was like 2 and like
2 straight plays. Yeah.
Illegal formations that wipe away big games. They're going to be on like the 5 with a Debo play on third down that actually Brock made a nice play on. And then we get to the quarterback. And look, man, I know you and I have argued and we've been at each other's throats over like the money and not having the money. I'm telling you this right now, and I mean this with all my heart. Is the season on Brock? Absolutely not. Was the game on Brock? Absolutely not. It's bigger than that. Protection up front has been spotty at best. At best.
It was awful yesterday.
Bonte, you could tell me Brock Purdy is playing for free next year, and I'm telling you, that's great. That's awesome. I want him to come in at some point and wear a 49er uniform. But I also have to draft a quarterback or I have to bring someone else in. Like, that is where I'm at on this. Like, I have more questions than answers with Brock Purdy. Has he deserved a pay raise? Sure, absolutely. And I know that we'll get into the money and we've got 6 months or however long until he gets his money. I am telling you right now, Joe Shasky, and I'm putting my name on it. If God is my witness, if they don't bring in a quarterback, it doesn't even have to be to compete for the start. To push him at minimum, push him. They've got to. I've got so many questions about the quarterback. He has played spectacular. And then this year, if I just take this year, he has left a lot to be desired. And they had the ball with under 2 minutes to go. It's the 2-minute warning. And all you have to do is go down. I couldn't believe Miami said, you know what? We're kicking a field goal. We don't think you're going to get 6. Because I'm thinking, if they're playing in the division with Josh Allen, they got to go for that 4th down maybe. There's no way you give him the ball, only needing 6 points to take the lead. And they said, we don't think Brock Purdy can go the distance. And then he just throws a ball that he has you don't need to throw. You have all 3 timeouts. You're at the 50-yard line. Essentially, you've got all the time in the world. It's just an unnecessary play. And yes, the protection up front was terrible, but he's got to be better than that. And I feel like more times than not, he's had the ball with opportunities to drive this team down and win. And for a variety of circumstances, he's come up short.
He has come up short this year. But they're, as you mentioned, and look, the 49ers are probably going to bring in a quarterback. They're not going to bring in, I highly doubt they're going to bring back Brandon Allen and Josh Downs.
No, they cannot.
So that, to your point about bringing in another quarterback, I think that's a foregone conclusion. But are you going to bring in another quarterback to start? That's the juicier question. Are you bringing in a quarterback to replace Brock Purdy? I'm not. And I hear all the numbers and all the records since the Baltimore game and this and that, blah, 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 blah. I look at the roster right now. This offensive line is a mess.
No question.
This offensive line is a mess. There's not going to be many quarterbacks who are going to be able to function behind an offensive line like this, but you're asking them to with the money he's getting paid. And a lot of quarterbacks are getting paid this type of money who can't function behind an offensive line like this. I thought Brock Purdy made some great plays yesterday. I felt like I had a quarterback saying, you know what, if I go into next year, Brock Purdy, I'm good with as a starting quarterback with the 49ers. I'm really good with it. And the money's going to be the money. You can structure the contract in a way where you're front-loaded, you make it team-friendly, or Brock gets his money, and you have all type of opt-out clauses. They'll get creative with the contract. I truly believe that. But Brock Purdy yesterday, when I'm watching him, the pick was bad. He got hit while he threw it. He tried to make a layer throw. Not the smartest decision in the world, but I thought Brock played very inspired football yesterday. I thought he played excellent football for the most part. So when I walked out of that game, my biggest takeaway, Shasky, wasn't the quarterback. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot about him after throwing the pick, and there is something to him not being able to rally in the fourth quarter of league game-winning drives. But I look at right tackle, center, left guard, and I said, how the hell can you roll back with that?
Well,
you have to roll. You have to bring back. And if you, like I see a text right here, Kirk Cousins to the rescue. No. Well, you put Kirk Cousins behind this offensive line. You're not throwing for 313 yards.
Yeah.
So Brock Purdy's escapability and his scrambling ability actually helps you behind an offensive line like this. You have to do that. And then the miscues, the penalties, they've got to do something about this. It's just too much laundry on the field.
11, and there were more that were unaccepted. It's so bad. Special teams, another false start on a punt. I mean, it's a variety of issues every single week. The reason why I'm hyper-focused on Purdy, and I just, again, this is just my belief. Look, I thought he had moments where he played okay, and then they get down into the red zone, and they've got an opportunity to score a touchdown right before the end of the half, and he's super predictable, staring down George Kittle, and everybody knows he's a little smaller, and boom, ball gets tipped at the line. That should have been a touchdown. You could see the frustration with Kyle Shanahan, and the thing that he hung his hat on for like a year and a half, decision-making, accuracy. And both of those have been spotty at best this year. And that's why I'm so, I think he is a huge question mark. Health is a question mark. I think his confidence is a question mark.
Yeah, I think his confidence is fine. I saw a confident quarterback yesterday.
I don't know, man.
I saw a confident quarterback yesterday. I'm not to cut you off, but I think his confidence is back. I thought he made good decisions yesterday, but I also know that, look, man, you know what I got yesterday? You know the vibes I got? And the season didn't go the same way, but I got 1991 San Francisco 49er vibes yesterday, where things just did not go. Now, that team won 10 games. They ended up going 10-6, and they lost a tiebreaker for the NFC West Championship. But they had what did they have, like a 5-game winning streak to end the season? They were not good that year. They had the Hail Mary, Billy Joe Tolliver, Billy Joe Tolliver, I believe his name was, back with the Atlanta Falcons when he threw the Hail Mary at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. That season just went awry. Just not a lot of things went well. And they missed the playoffs that season. And it was kind of an exception to the rule with those 49ers. That's the type of vibe I got yesterday where I was just like, they're going to find a way to lose this game. Oh, I felt like that in the second quarter.
But isn't that, to me, that's also, again, it's yes, the offensive line, there's no question that's an element. And I don't diminish how important it is to have a great offensive line.
Sasky, they're rolling out.
They had to watch Jennings, George Kittle, and Debo Samuel cooking all in the same game.
They also have Patrick Taylor Jr. playing running back for you. 8 carries, 24 yards. So what? You need a threat back there.
You had the ball with 2 minutes to go.
You're not running the ball well. You're heading off to your fourth running back of the season. Patrick Taylor Jr.'s a running back yesterday.
Bonte, everyone's got issues.
The teams with the issues are not going to the playoffs. The teams with issues are not going to the playoffs.
When I've asked this guy to rise to the occasion, I think that he's come up kind of meager. There's a handful of games where he's risen to the occasion. Second half, the first LA Ram game, I thought he was really good. And outside of that, it's like he's had multiple fourth quarter opportunities to do something, to be a swashbuckler and lead this team down, and he's failed to do so. And you talked about how they've been snake bit all year. Last year, if they have that exact same game, I am convinced they're winning it. They're finding a way to win. And I'm with you. I felt the same way. I had zero confidence that they were going to win that game. Zero.
Yeah, I'm not as outraged because I understand the circumstances right now. You guys can call me Karen, you guys can call me soft, whatever it is. That team is so damn depleted. The fact that they went out there and gave it a try and didn't get blown out, I was like, you know what? You play with spirited effort. I know we're asking pros to do that who are getting paid millions of dollars, but I actually walked away from that game saying, I'm okay with Brock Purdy being my quarterback in 2025. I'm totally fine with that. Because I do believe the offensive line will be improved next season. Do I have facts about that? No, I do not. I'm assuming that it will be better. It can't be worse. It can't be worse than what I'm watching here. The receiving core hopefully will be better. Ricky Pearsall has got to figure it out. You can't line up wrong twice. I mean, that's unacceptable. And it's been a lost year. And it's a lost year for Ricky Pearsall. And that's the draft pick we're going to talk about for a long, long time. Jake Moody missing a kick. I can't defend him no more. I can't defend that. I can't.
Shanahan looks so livid on the sideline multiple times. And then Ricky Pearsall, who's the position coach that was yelling at him?
Oh, Leonard Hankerson.
Wow.
Kane's legend.
Would you say Kane's legend?
Kane's legend.
I can't remember the last time I saw a position coach on the Niners chew someone out like that on the sidelines.
No, absolutely. He deserved it. He deserved it. You have to make that kick. And so all the momentum goes out the window there. You don't score at the end. And then we'll look at these two picks at the end of the third round. Jake Moody and Cameron Latu were your third round picks at the end of the third round, 99 and 101.
Is Latu even in the NFL?
No, not even in the NFL.
I mean, he was a blocking tight end at, what was it, Alabama?
Yeah. I mean, Alabama. Alabama. Dewar Jones, offensive line, 111 with the Cleveland Browns. It would have been great. When I think about offensive line, I'm like, damn, you kind of need some offensive linemen here. So, anyway, the Jake Moody pick is not going well. The Cameron Latu pick is not going well. The offensive line is getting beat up. The Dre Greenlaw calf, 4 plays got shut down. 4 plays. Leonard Floyd gets hurt. So, to me, it was just 888-957-9570. Shasky's outraged. I'm not, because it felt like that's the way this season. If I had to just tell the story that 2024 season, I'm popping the tape from yesterday saying, watch this game.
So your point is well taken in the sense of like, look, it's a snake-bitten year. But part of how I judge people in life is like, hey, if you face some adversity, how do you react?
Right.
Do you stand up to adversity? And I just feel like more times than not this year, the quarterbacks look meager. And I thought yesterday was a straight-up water pistol fight. It was not a shotgun fight. It was definitely not a knife fight. It was a water pistol fight.
No, I thought he drove the ball.
And Brock Purdy.
I thought Brock drove.
Everything was at the line of scrimmage.
I thought he had some good throws down the field, man. To George Kittle and Debo.
There was a nice layered one over the top.
He had some nice little throws over the middle of the field. And he had some good deep shots. Or he did not many deep shots, but intermediate throws down to George Kittle, down to Seam and Debo Samuel. So I thought Brock Purdy played well yesterday. I really do. 26 of 40, 313 yards. He didn't have a running game. Didn't have a running game whatsoever. I mean, and we know the Niners, they want to run the ball. They want to get the running ball. They want to control the line of scrimmage. They didn't do that yesterday. They got punked at the line of scrimmage yesterday.
I find this like we do this exercise, and you're not the only one that's. I
mean, Miami ran the ball for 166 yards on 30 carries. You got the line of scrimmage controlled by the Dolphins.
So he needs to have perfect running game.
No, we're not.
Offensive
No,
line
nobody said
we can
everything.
Evaluate him. He's got
nobody said it's
tight end
perfect.
having one of the great years, and it's like I'm saying he's got weapons out there. We just need one drive in a throwing situation. Okay, where you don't need to run the ball. Where you got full 2 minutes.
Who's the better quarterback on the field yesterday?
You got to find a way to win that game.
Who's the better quarterback on the field yesterday?
I thought Tua was.
No,
actually.
He wasn't. No, you don't. No, there's no chance he was the better. Brock was the better quarterback
Tua
on the field
didn't turn it over. Anytime that they came close to him, he threw it into the ground.
Brock Purdy was the better quarterback.
If you're going to be a game manager, you have to manage the game.
After watching that game yesterday, Brock Purdy was the better quarterback. Now, Tua, outside of 4 quarterbacks again, similar. Outside of Josh Allen, outside of Mahomes, outside of Burrow, outside of Lamar Jackson, most quarterbacks in this league need things to go well for them around them. Offensive line play needs to be stellar, right? Running game needs to be functional. The running game yesterday wasn't even functional. I mean, this is the worst running game I've seen in a couple of years for Kyle Shanahan. I mean, it was awful. Patrick Taylor Jr., no juice in the backfield. So you got that going on. I'm not going to exonerate Purdy for throwing the interception. It's a bad play. And I would have liked to see him come back and rally. But at the same time, thinking to myself, okay, I saw the effort. How did they lose? Well, they lost going out on their shield. So I'm not going to be outraged when the playoffs are already over. They were eliminated for playoff contention before the game. Brock Purdy, honestly, Is that a game where you say, I can't roll with Brock Purdy at
I'll tell you,
2025?
that game looks so much like Jimmy. That's what that game looked like to me. It's like, he made a couple plays, and then when push came to shove, he was up against the wall, and they needed to score a touchdown with a nice drive at the end, and it's like, you can't do it. Like, that, it's pretty black and white to me. Like,
so
when
let me
they
ask
need
you
this
this
guy
then.
to make a drive in the fourth quarter, he has failed to do it for multiple months now.
All right, he's failed to do it on this team with this roster. We've seen him do it multiple times before in the biggest moments.
Yeah, Bonte, if I just look at this year, he has been like very mediocre. Like it's okay to admit it. He's not been a top 10 quarterback. We could talk about what he's done in prior seasons and all that. This year, he is not good enough.
But why is that? Why hasn't he been good enough?
I don't think his play has been as good. His accuracy is not been as good. Like there was a great example. Juwan James is wide open on a little curl route, and he just
he hasn't hit the checkdowns this year
the
at all.
arm doesn't look right. The confidence isn't there. The decision making isn't that great. Like it's been like he bears some of it. I'm not saying it's all on him, and I'm not saying he's the reason why they're losing. I'm just saying I have a ton of questions on the quarterback. I spent 2 years saying, no, this guy's an answer. He's a top echelon quarterback.
I still think he's the answer.
All that back.
I still think he's the answer.
Yeah, I got major questions.
Yeah, I still think he's the answer. Let's go to Duke and San Bruno. Duke, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm going with Brock Purdy can be better, but I'm signing Brock Purdy. He's my guy, hands down. 49ers need a new field goal kicker. End of subject. We are definitely into Bruce Gossett territory right now. More importantly, it's before you go into camp, the 49ers need to clean up all this nonsense with not having people signed and people holding out and all this kind of nonsense. That's got to stop. If they're going to have a good year, they got to come in clean, ready to go, disciplined, not like we've seen this last year. And, yeah, there's a lot of injuries, but it's more than just the injuries.
I'm with him. I mean, it's a variety of things, and I think, I'm listening to Tony Romo go on and on and on about Sorensen. Oh, he's such a great DC. Sorensen's such a great DC. I don't even, is he? I'm asking out loud. I don't even have an answer to that question.
Well, I don't think he's a great DC. And it's funny, 5'2" hit me up. Kirk Morrison.
What'd he say?
He just goes, I thought Steve Wilkes was the problem.
Bosa, I watched that whole game and I go, outside of the little thing about, hey, Bosa, his dad, first round pick, Miami Dolphins, he lives in South Florida. I didn't hear his name once the rest of the game. And I know he's hurt, but it's like, come on, man. Can we make a play?
Yeah, Nick Bosa, that's my biggest issue. Defensively, you need some. You got the ball. He ran for 166 yards. They averaged 5.5 yards a carry. 5.5 yards a carry.
It was a 22-17 game with 2 minutes to go. I mean, the defense did hold them to 22 points.
Yeah, they
5 field goals. It was, at one point, it was 22-17. They had the ball. The Niners had the ball with 2 minutes to go. They go into the break, and they have all 3 timeouts, the ball at the 50. Like, you should win that game.
Are you mad that they didn't win the game?
Yeah, because I want to see them, like rally. Don't circle the drains. This is another losing season.
Yeah, it is a losing season.
I wanted to see them win.
It is done. No, did they really deserve to win that game, though? I think that was the appropriate outcome of that football game.
It's been a microcosm of the season.
Yeah, exactly. I thought it was an appropriate outcome. There was not one point where I thought, boy, they're really controlling this football game. It felt like they were playing uphill the entire night. And then when you miss a field goal, you go down 9. Momentum. Jake Moody's got it. You're probably going to have a new kicker next season. What a failure that is. And I like Jake Moody's leg. I think he'll resurface and be a kicker for a long, long time because teams don't give up on kickers like that with a leg like that. But you got to make the kick. You got to make the kick. That's a chip shot. All right. More coming up here, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. BayAreaOilChange.com. A lot going on in the Bay Area. We'll get to it all. 888-957-9570 is the number. How you feeling about that loss yesterday, Roasters? We'll get to that and recap the Dubies. All that coming up here at 95.7 The Game.
you love Philadelphia, there's a high probability that you hate these two. It's the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
All right, Kate, we'll see you January 2nd when the Sixers come to town to take on the Golden State Warriors. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Our Warriors' future focus in just a second, but the Niners lose to the Dolphins. Warriors do get back on track after a 3-game losing streak against Minnesota Saturday night.
God.
You got the NCAA college football playoff. It was all chalky. All the favorites won, but I enjoy it. I love the format. I think it'll be great. They'll get beat by Georgia.
That was a cool setting on a Friday night.
Oh, it was great. South Bend, Indiana. It was awesome.
My boy Chuck Eggert was out there. His daughter goes to Notre Dame, so he flew out there, and I can't wait to hear from him what the atmosphere was like. He's like, dude, the tickets weren't that bad.
Well, I heard they were saying on College Game Day that you can't get in for less than $1,000.
Was it that?
That's what College Game Day kept saying.
Well, he must have got his prior then, so maybe it was cheap.
Yeah,
but he was saying, because he goes to a lot of Niner games and Warrior games and stuff, and he was like, yeah, the tickets were pretty reasonable. So I was a little surprised there. Yeah, maybe he had got them prior. I don't know.
Well, I looked at the Rose Bowl tickets for Ohio State and Oregon.
And?
I'm thinking about going down, but I would rather sit at home and watch all 3 games.
Yeah.
Because it is a playoff.
What are the prices?
Well, I saw some good seats for like $400.
That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. Okay, be honest. Do you guys take Kate out when she comes to town? Or do the wives get mad? No, Kate's so busy, we can barely get on the show.
Yeah.
She's like booked through March.
Yeah.
She's booked through March.
The only person that, I would probably take out is Saquon Barkley right now, because Saquon Barkley might be, I know that it's always a quarterback, and I get that. He might be having a better season than what CMC had last year, and I didn't think that was humanly possible.
I know I'm gonna take a shot at little Mikey Williams from the Olympic Club.
Okay.
I'm going to take a shot at Harry Bearson, my buddies, who are the SF Players Club, the best fantasy league in America. I'm on my way to the championship.
Okay.
And I took Saquon Barkley, number 6 overall. And when I did, I looked at the comment section. There was a lot of laughing going on.
Oh wait, you did an online draft with all your boys?
we do online.
You guys don't do like face to face?
Well, it's tough. Everybody lives all over the place. So some people hit the Zoom.
Bro. That's our rule.
Yeah. Well, when guys live all over the country and they travel for work and stuff like that, got to do what you got to do. But a lot of laughs at the Saquon Barkley pick, 6 overall. A lot of laughs.
And now how are they feeling?
They're watching me in the championship.
Oh. Take that, Mikey Williams.
Take that, Mikey Williams.
A joke.
Take that, Harry Bearson. Well, Harry didn't even make the playoffs. He's never won in this league, so he's like the Buffalo Bills.
He's got to be similar to me. Like, I felt like I was like, not that I'm sipping Kool-Aid on Brock, but like the guy was playing lights out for such a long time, and I just feel like I'm watching a different player. And look, you think his confidence is there? I don't think his confidence is there. I see a guy that's slightly indecisive, and I'm sure. Excuse me as I lose my voice here. I'm sure a lot of that has to do with the protection up front. When you start to feel pressure and see pressure, it's almost impossible to not look down at the rush. So I will bake that in. But the decision-making, the accuracy, the scrambling. He used to be able to scramble to his left and still make a play. Teams are on that. I mean, they are on that. And that's a play you heard Romo twice. Throw it away, throw it away, throw it away, throw it away.
Throw it away.
And he's like holding it for way too long and taking unnecessary shots.
Well,
and then there's also the injury element. Like I want to know exactly what is wrong with his shoulder, because if it comes out that the elbow or the shoulder's been barking for weeks on end, I want to know that. When Fred Warner looked so slow,
right,
we didn't know he had a fracture in his ankle, and then he came out and told us, and it's like, all right, well, Fred's out here admirably playing with a fracture in his ankle.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem I have with Brock and the way Shanahan looks at his quarterbacks. There's too many times in these big games, whether Super Bowl 54, Super Bowl 58. You look yesterday, right before halftime, George Kittle's wide open on the out route. Quick hitter, quick game, boom, hit him. Ball gets tipped at the line of scrimmage. And so these type of quarterbacks, yes, things have to be very good around them, but Brock Purdy gets way too many balls batted at the line of scrimmage. It's a function of Jimmy. It's a function of this offense. I don't know what it is. Well, height, weight. But when you get that ball tipped on the line of scrimmage, that's a touchdown. You're going in the half leading 14-13.
Sure, great drive.
Pardon me, instead you're down 13-10.
Yeah.
So when that happens, that makes me think like, okay, you're not one of the big boys. This is why we all want to Trey Lance work out. Not so much because of his color of his skin or because he could run. It was because he was 6'4", 6'5", and he looked like he had a rocket arm and he could see all over the line of scrimmage. It's been a while since we had a quarterback like that. And that's, if there's any beef that I really have with Brock, yes, it's to hold on to the ball too long, but I take that as the guy's trying to do too much knowing what's out there.
Well,
knowing what's not out and knowing what's not out there. Brendan Ayuk isn't out there. Chris McCaffrey isn't out there. Trent's not out there. Said you're throwing to Ricky Pearsall. And how can I evaluate Ricky Pearsall? How can I be fair towards Ricky Pearsall after what he's done? Well, I look at before the situation down at Union Square. He was barely on the practice field with multiple shoulder injuries and a hamstring. So you have a first-round pick who I can't even play right now, Shasky.
I know, but to be fair, like I couldn't, tell you who that wide receiver 83 was on Miami playing in place of Jalen Waddle. He was out here making plays, so every team is going to have.
I'm not excusing Ricky Pearsall whatsoever. I'm saying that's our first-round pick.
Yeah,
who's not making plays,
so
and yet
small.
a random number 83 is making plays for the Dolphins.
Yeah, and he looked quicker.
Which is unacceptable, which is an indictment on Ricky Pearsall.
Absolutely. Well, and their evaluation and the Pearsall thing to me is a little more complicated. I'm going to give him a pass, fair or not. It sounds like I'm just to forget everything you've seen. But it's like, I don't even know.
But he's on the field. But that's a primary target for Ricky Pearsall, for Brock Purdy.
And you could have taken a tackle. You could have taken a safety. You could have taken a corner.
So if Ricky Pearsall's not there yet, and he's not able to function at a high level, play at a high level, and doesn't know where to line up, then that's what Brock is working with. And you imagine if that's Patrick Mahomes and he lines up twice, Patrick Mahomes is cursing him out.
Yeah.
He's cursing him out. Tom Brady is cursing him out, saying, stay off the football field.
There was one moment where Brock Purdy's like, come on, let's go. Hike it.
Right.
Because Brendel was terrible yesterday. Jake Brendel has gotten worse every single week. But one thing that Risotto says to me, and Steven is on our board today, one of the new guys here at 95.7 The Game, he's been cutting all the Niner games. And Bonte, the first thing he said to me, and I go, wow, this is old school 95.7 The Game production going on here. He goes, I've cut every Niner game for about 6 or 7 weeks in a row. Every single week, Brock Purdy has said at the podium, I have to execute better. There's certain things that I'm not doing really well at a high level. And now that play at the goal line with George Kittle.
Right.
Again, someone who's more sophisticated when it comes to quarterbacks can explain in detail whether I'm right or wrong. But that's the kind of play. I know I want to go to Kittle on the quick hitter. Look off a little. Look off with your eyes a little pre-snap or right as the ball snapped. Like these predictable short yardage plays where they throw over the middle.
Yep.
D linemen know if I can't get to the quarterback, I stop, jump up, or put my hands up in the air, and that's where the height comes into, the staring down a receiver comes into, knowing exactly where on the field they're throwing to. That's Shanahan and Purdy to me.
Yeah, no doubt. Real quick, we'll go back to the Niners, 888-957-9570. Time now for the Warriors' future focus.
Let's focus on the Dubs' future. Warriors.
All right, it's been a rough go as of late for TJD, Trace Jackson Davis, but he picked up his first start since November 30th. And boy, he was solid on Saturday night, man. Went off for 15 points, 9 rebounds, had a post over Rudy Gobert, 7 of 8 from the floor, and he had a little help from JK.
AD with a dunk, a little elevation sensation for Jackson Davis, and the Warriors are back up by 2.
Love that. A much needed win for the Golden State Warriors over Minnesota. Minnesota's a mess right now. They are absolute. Julius Randle is unwatchable. Unwatchable.
I feel so validated by that. I hated that trade from the jump.
The trade is awful.
Horrible.
Trade's awful.
And you know what? The other thing is that Anthony Edwards, he did one where he attacked and he jumped in the air and dunked.
Right.
I'm like, Anthony, you have got to attack more.
Well, there's not a lot of spacing for him out there, which is why he's settling for the three-point line. But you did have to make the move for Cat. But everybody's worried about the finances and the CBT. But you trade Karl-Anthony Towns, you don't run it back, and then you extend Rudy Gobert. And teams are going at Rudy Gobert. Anyway, that's the T-Wolves problem.
Sorry, you read.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, the Warriors need that. And Steph Curry having a monster throwback fourth quarter game.
He didn't look great
awesome
to start the game, and I thought that the youngsters, it was nice to see Pods play a little better, TJD play a little better. I thought Kuminga showed flashes.
Yeah.
I thought it was a huge win.
I thought it was a huge confidence builder, and now they play at the end of the day. All right, that was the Warriors' future focus, just like we love the future of the Doves. Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future, too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today. Shanahan couldn't run the ball yesterday. That's for sure. Couldn't run it. As the last segment was sponsored, or what's coming up, brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. We'll talk more about the Niner game. And by the way, don't miss the kickoff show next Monday with Willard and Dibs as the Niners get ready for their home finale against the Detroit Lions. That's right. Before the start of the game, join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Also, the segment sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We're going to get to the Niners, 888-957-9570. There's also a lot of Warriors stuff, a lot of baseball. Rest in peace, Ricky Henderson. We'll get there. No doubt about it. That hit us all by Friday. The news is starting to circulate Friday, but it was made official Saturday. Pamela Henderson, Ricky Henderson's wife, came out with a statement through the A's, and it's sad. It's sad that Ricky, and we talked about it on a pregame show Saturday, just Monty Poole explaining his Oakland roots or whatnot, but we'll get to Ricky Henderson in just a second, but I do want to recap the Dubie Awards on Friday. Because there's been a few shows in my radio history, Shasky, that I felt really good about. It's like, wow, that was amazing. First ever draft show at the Paramount Theater out in Oakland. Fortin Ball or Faden Ball, who took Indiana over Notre Dame. Greg Papa and myself.
No, he didn't.
He took Indiana -7. But we did the draft show, and we went like 2 hours straight with no commercials. It was fast. It was a Christian McCaffrey draft. It was a Solomon Thomas draft for the 49ers. It was Shanahan and Lynch's first ever draft. But that show, I remember that was kind of like my coming out party. It was like, wow, all right, now I feel like I belong.
Attaboy, Diana Ross.
There it is. The Hilton Hotel. Week 3, when they beat Pittsburgh, our first ever show for overtime at the Hilton Hotel, when they beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in an ugly game. We had the round table with Casey, Kyle Madsen. It was like, wow, we may have something here with this pre- and post-game show. We really may. Now, I think we took over the post-game shows. We destroyed the other station when it came to the ratings, and we became the go-to show for all things after a Niners game. And still to this day, Madsen and company are doing a great job doing it. Sterling Bennett and Mark Grandy.
Yesterday was Lubman.
Yesterday was Lubman?
Yeah, I tapped in on 95.7 The Game.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was. He did a really good job. It was him and Sterling Bennett.
Wow.
Thank you, Shasky.
Yeah. No,
Wow.
I watched.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Well,
Didn't know
hello
that.
there.
Oh, hello there. Yeah, it was the last second thing. But yeah, we had fun with it, Sterling and I.
Wow.
You did a great job.
Wow. Awesome.
Thank
Awesome. But then Friday's show. Friday's show was one of those shows that I put on my personal Mount Rushmore of shows at 95.7 The Game. We were taking a chance. We didn't know what the Dubie Awards would present or how the presentation would look at Laughing Monk Brewing, but boy, everything came out and it exceeded my personal expectations. It was unreal. The callers, the roasters that were live in the building, getting to meet Nick and San Jose, Uncle Gene,
Nick is such a great
Tony
guy.
in Oakland, Robinson, Bruno with all the
Robinson,
kind words he said. He's a
the
class
best.
act.
I love
Tyler
him.
Miller was in the building.
I love
mean,
Tyler.
it was unreal, and we didn't know how we were going to present it, and we just kind of did things on the fly. Hey, just come up and talk in front of Mike. You can do the call right here if you want.
Well, I thought that, Sam Lubman put a lot of heart and soul into all of the stuff that you guys maybe don't notice.
The sound.
Like just
turned out
everything. And he did
perfect.
such a great job. Like all of the weeks and weeks and weeks of effort leading up to it, he did such a great job. Our boss, Matt Nahigian, just setting all up the little stuff, the red carpet, the whole promo team and everything that they did. Jesse and that squad.
Spadoni back on the board playing the sound.
TJ,
Yep.
Our
Tim
board
Jordan.
all these people that maybe you don't know, the audience that's out there, they did everything to be able to set it up so that we could enjoy it. I heard from people that weren't there, like my buddy Matt Murphy, shout him out. And he goes, it was one of the greatest days of radio I've ever heard you guys have. I didn't know what was going to come next.
Yeah.
And the call-ins, we had the mayor call in and Bob Myers and Dave Fleming and the audio. And then
Baldy called in.
Baldy. People wanted to know what Tony looked like.
Brianna in Detroit called in.
I couldn't believe that.
Brianna in Detroit.
And then my favorite was Tony's boyfriend walks up to me.
Steve.
And he goes, when you see a room full of people chanting your girlfriend's name, it makes you kind of feel a little different. Yeah. And I go, wow.
He was unbelievable.
And then I turned to my side, to my right at the time, and I saw you holding your daughter, and I had my little guy, and honest to God, like a tear dropped down from my eyes, and I was just thinking about, like, how lucky we are to do this and how grateful we are for the support that's out there. Because, man, like you said, I didn't know what we were going to get. And just to see everybody there and to be able to celebrate with our families, man,
it was one of those days.
special.
It was on
You're
my
right.
Mount Rushmore of radio shows. And, Lubman, I texted a thread afterwards, just kind of letting everything sink in and wanted to put the right words together to kind of show my appreciation for everything that went down with the Dubies. Lubman has spent hours and hours on the sound and getting the sound right and cutting the sound down and getting the right clips into the sound and how he's going to present the sound and making a montage of the sound. And then you have to keep up all season long, all year long. You have to keep up with all the calls, all the drops, all the guests. What category is going to go? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's going to win Roaster of the Year? Who's going to have the guest moment of the year? What's the call? We take 1 million calls a year.
I know.
And so Lubman on his spreadsheet is keeping up with this day in and day out, day in and day out, day in and day out, and to see all that stuff come to fruition to try to nail down. Because there's a lot of stuff we did miss. There's no doubt about it. But we try to get the best of the best. And Lubman helping out with that and spending hours after the show dedicated himself to the Dubie Awards. I thought it was just excellent. By the last hour, I was just sitting back kind of watching everything, thinking, boy, we hyped this up, and you got the Roast of the Year, and people were waiting around for that, and the Roast Moment of the Year, and it was unbelievable. The trophies, the red carpet, the food, Sam and Laughing Mug Brewing for hosting us.
Sam and Laughing Mug.
I mean, he was awesome on the microphone. He played his role. He played his bit, because it was a slander session. That's what their Dubies are.
Yes.
It's make fun of each other, talk crap, and it was awesome, and it turned out better than I ever imagined. It really did. It's going to be tough to top.
Well, it really is going to be tough to top. Sam Lubman, I think me and him were going to fight each other on like 7 different occasions leading up to it, because I'm very, how do I put this? I'm adamant that my way is the right way, and we had some creative tension over the length of certain things and this and the other. And when it was all said and done, it all worked out totally fine. Yeah. But Sam, I just want to say I love you and I apologize for how crazy I was. I think I probably added to your stress, like,
a little more than usual. But no, it was. I appreciate that.
Shasky special
for both of you guys. But no, it was a case of
it
was a case of iron sharpens iron. Shasky had his thoughts, I had my thoughts. We combined our thoughts together. Mm-hmm. They battled it out, and the thoughts combined to a great product. And that's what collaboration is all about. It's not always a clean process. It was a little messy, but this is how the sausage is made, and it was a great time on Friday as a result. So you know what? It was worth the stress and everything, because the stress that we put in is why the show was such a hit on Friday, I believe.
And hopefully it was a hit for everybody out there. Being in it felt like a hit. Hearing from people afterwards, a lot of people had a lot of fun. Ernie Chavez, DMV, right away said, that's the best 95-70 event I've ever been to. And I was like, wow, because he's been to a lot of events, and we've had a lot of great events. For Ernie to say that.
Oscar
Tyler
EPA.
Miller, the Oscar EPA. It was
Oreo
unbelievable.
Cookie.
Richie Rich Jr. The YouTube chat was up. So that was awesome. But love it when it comes to creativity, and there's no perfect way of doing these things. This is why I think in radio, try to make things perfect. It's almost better if it's imperfect. And that's kind of my thought process when it comes to radio. When it's an S show, and things are going haywire and whatnot, that produces some of the best radio. So I'm glad that it wasn't as buttoned up as maybe Shasky would have wanted it. But I kind of sit back in these situations knowing, okay, this is a sound, and I trust your judgment. It's about empowering people and empowering Sam Lubman to come up with this stuff and put together the right sound bites. I think that helps him as a producer. I think it helps this show. So I'm all about empowerment when it comes to shows and giving people creative. Hey, here's your creative leeway. I trust you in this. I wouldn't have you on the show if I didn't trust you in that judgment.
So 2 new categories that must be introduced for the new year. Dismissal of the year, number 1. Got to have dismissals.
Just added. I'm literally putting together the stuff for the Dubies next year.
Yeah, I thought we did have it.
That was the first folder I made is for all the dismissals, so we'll have that.
Biggest lie of the year.
So there's a lot of lying going on.
That'll be a fun one.
Worst take of the year.
Worst take has to be on there, too. I agree with that.
So the award ceremony is just growing and growing and growing. Growing and growing and growing.
Just the greatest hits from the last year. Tony could have won every category.
She could have. Nick and San Jose was in for a lot of categories. Rob and San Bruno, and the presentation with the music, the award show
That's
music.
when Rob grabbed the microphone and then basically gave like a Suge Knight.
Yeah.
Like, a Suge Knight.
He was so...
He like, you want to come to death row?
Right.
I was right about this, and I was right about that.
He
It was
basically
so
just took
good.
over the mic and looked at the fans and did his own show.
It was so
unreal.
Good. He pulled a Steiny and just turned into villain mode. It was great. Honest to God, I loved it.
Coach Buck came through in the last hour.
Coach Buck, I got to hit him up, by the way.
In the last hour, which is great. So let's go to Adam in the city as he wants to talk a little Niners and Dubies, man. It was a lot of fun Friday, man. I had a blast.
What's up, Adam? Why weren't you there?
I was seeing my girl down in Santa Barbara, so that's where I'm driving back from now. But
Not in
I
Detroit.
was tuning in, and it was a great show. Yeah, no. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things, just real quick. Number one, I was never the guy to call in to imitate Willard, so let's just get that off the table. Then number two, I've only called into Willard and Dibs once in 6 months, so I haven't jumped ship, guys. Like your guys' show is my show. But I just have a question for you for the Niners for next year. How are you going to feel about Shanahan and Lynch in sense of assembling the team if we go into next season with McKivitz and Brendel still starting? Because I have a feeling that's going to happen.
Well, let's not. No, I don't know. Well, let's wait for it. Let's see if it comes to fruition, Adam.
McKivitz I'm more lenient on, but Brendel cannot be your starter heading into
No, I don't think Brendel and McKivitz. I think you have to upgrade the entire offensive line. That's where I'm at.
Well, Pooney's been pretty good.
Pooney at right guard, Trent at left tackle, and the other 3 spots I need to fix.
You think Trent's for sure coming back?
Yeah, why wouldn't he? I mean,
he's
Jordan
old,
Mason.
He's older.
Jordan Mason was leading the league in rushing before Trent went down.
No, I'm just
before
saying,
he went down.
He is like an older player.
So that's the
I know
thing
he's
with
got
Trent.
a lot of money.
Yeah, he's got a lot of money on the table, and I don't think he wants to go out this way.
Well, that's.
I really think this guy's been playing football. He's been playing football his entire life. I don't think he wants to end it this way. And two, the rhetoric I hear about Trent not being so good this year. Well, again, Jordan Mason, if he wasn't good, Jordan Mason would be leading the league in rushing at one point this year.
He was
doing it for a long time.
Yeah, but Mason, to be fair, if we're going like advanced numbers, he also was very high up on like after contact lists.
Yeah, no doubt. But think about when he was getting that contact. You know, he was making things happen. So, by the way, 650 just reminded us. Don't forget about the Talking Heads segment. The improv there with the Talking Heads
segment. Did you like that? I didn't know. Did people like that? That was a total impromptu.
Yeah, it was great.
I'm sure the other hosts at 95.7 The Game did not like it.
No, honestly, when you guys did that might have been one of the high points of the show. Steven Rizzo was telling me it was his favorite part of the show. Like, that might be a thing that next year we have to incorporate into the show.
See,
what did the other show say about the Doobies? Did they say anything about it? I was kind of tapped out.
I listened to
Guru gave us some love.
Yeah, I listened to the first few minutes of Steiny and Guru. They're like, hey, that looked like a great party. I assume they mentioned it after that.
Steiny hella jealous?
I don't know.
Doesn't surprise me.
I didn't hear anything that Willard and Dibs said about her in the crowd. I assume it was a talking point on the station. I can't tell you what was said.
So here's what I would say about the fatheads. I want to do it with the hosts at the station, but I also think we need to do it with athletes. I liked when PTI used to do it, and they'd be like, oh, who am I? I'm, Jonathan Taylor from the Indianapolis Colts, or, now Walker Buehler, who signed a 1-year deal with the Boston Red Sox. Walker Buehler. So I think we should do more of them and have a ton of fatheads here in the studio.
Sure, we don't want to turn it to a fathead segment, though. But I'm with you. It was a lot. That was a lot of fun.
Into a talking head segment.
That was a lot of fun. Yeah, no, I've tried to jack a lot of things off of PTI before. That's why we got the fatheads here. Because for the longest time, we tried to decorate the studio. And I'm like, Matt, get a Farhan fathead. Like, I want fatheads of the characters that we talk about. Farhan Zaidi, Brendan Pajimski.
I heard that the Farhan fathead's filled with nothing but hot air.
Oh, wow. Damn. Wow.
I mean, when you're going to Will Clark, it's like no one believes you, Farhan, that you didn't come up with the specific day-to-day lineups. No one believes you. You only hired the guy who would do exactly what you wanted him to do in Gabe Kapler.
Let's go to Manny on a Dumbarton Bridge, who he also got to meet at the Dubie Awards. He put his plate down to get on the microphone, and it was actually the shortest call he's had in 2 years. I was actually disappointed. I was like, Manny, you were 30 seconds and out.
What's
you went
up, Manny?
straight back to the plate.
I appreciate you guys, man. Hey, the food was good. I can't complain. I'm sorry, guys. And I didn't want to, take up your limelight because that's your show, bro. I mean, that whole setup was pretty doggone fun, man.
Cool.
I enjoyed it. I hope I can come through one more time. I told you, Bonte, just like George Kittle, I'll be back next year. I'll be back with a vengeance. That's what he said. I'll be back next year with a vengeance. But hey, man, it was a great time, and we have to come on a Monday and talk about the Niners. I mean, Bonte, if you listen to all my takes all year long, I always question their heart, and it's not about the talent, it's not about the personnel, it's not about everything. It's the will to win. And yesterday was just another game where you guys showed me it's like, you know what, I understand the injuries, I understand the frustrations, I understand the setbacks, but through it all, man, a team has to find a way to win. And if it's not one thing, it's another with this squad. And Purdy, I'm gonna reserve my judgment on him. It's getting real close to teetering on the other side of the needle where I'm looking for something better. I mean, I can't stand those game-ending picks, man. I mean, if you look at the standings, how close were we to even getting to the offs? I mean, if you look at where Seattle is, with Arizona is, if we just had a little extra oomph somewhere along the line, we'd be right in the thick of things right now. As it stands, the year is what it is. I appreciate you guys, man. I got to get to business here in a second, but thank you again.
See you, Manny.
It was great meeting listeners and everyone.
You too, Manny. Great to meet you.
That game was sitting on a platter. It feels like a lot of them have this year, and the Niners have failed to grab the steak and the knife and the fork and just take that protein. The Brock Purdy thing, and this is just where I fall down. He'll probably be on the team next year, and he's probably going to get some sort of a pay increase that he's deserved. He could play for free next year. I have to bring someone in to push him. I'm not saying to replace him because I don't know. I don't know if you could find an upgrade. I really don't. Because I do think he's a good player. I don't know where he falls. I don't know, 11, 16. I don't know where he is. But, like, to me, he could play for free next year. So remove the money. I got to draft somebody. I got to bring in a competent backup or someone that I think can push this guy because I don't think this year was good enough. Right. And I view it just like I would any other position on the team. Like, he's been good at times. He's been bad at times. I'm always looking to upgrade.
I honestly wonder how many people want to move on from Brock Purdy.
Just flat out move on?
Just flat out move on. How many people want to flat out move on?
Well, here's the hard part when you say that.
Because a lot of people do, when they're going to see, no matter what, if they see $40 million, they see $50 million, they see $60, they're going to think that a lot of people, I believe, are going to say, it's overpays Jimmy Garoppolo all over again. I'm thinking to myself, boy, I've seen a lot more from Brock Purdy than I ever saw from Jimmy Garoppolo. I've seen it at the highest moments. Brock Purdy doesn't shrink to me. But decision-making this year has been a problem. We think of the Arizona game. George Kittle, you're looking for him, ball gets tipped, it gets picked, you lose the game. But also Jordan Mason fumbles inside the 10. But the Kansas City game, you underthrow George Kittle and Jacob Cowing for touchdowns. You settle for 3. And then, of course, you throw the bad interception to Ronnie Bell. Like, you can't overlook that. You can't overlook the 2nd and 11 against Seattle, where Debo Samuel runs the in route. You got to hit that throw. Instead, you airbell it. Then you have to punt the ball back to Seattle. So he hasn't been great this year. There's no doubt about it. But I just wonder how many people just want to simply move on from Brock Purdy.
That's a great question. The fourth quarters have just been so perplexing. Because you're referencing all these moments in the fourth quarter. Just the last 2 weeks. You had 10 days in between these games. Through basically game-losing picks in both of them. And it felt like in both scenarios, he's driving the ball down the field unnecessarily. Like, there's no need to force it. You're not down multiple touchdowns. You still have time on the clock. You still have a good down and distance. So yesterday, it's first down. Like, yeah, would I like you to layer that throw over it? Yeah, for sure I'd like you to hit that throw. But simultaneously, you take the sack there. It's not the worst thing in the world. You do have 3 timeouts. You're at the 50-yard line. You did have 2 guys underneath that looked like that you could throw to on the checkdowns. Like, I said it in the text thread when they went to the 2-minute drill. I'm like, guys, they have so much time. You don't need some crazy throw down the middle of the field.
Sure, you could have hit the checkdowns there. But I think if he doesn't get hit, he may make that throw. That's just my opinion. I could be dead wrong. There. But he gets popped. Ball has no steam on it. He's looking for Juwan Jennings. We've seen Brock Purdy make that throw over and over again. So you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HC1 San Francisco, In Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Here's Richard Sherman and what he thinks the Niners need this offseason to improve and get back to the playoffs.
That offensive line needs to be the number 1, number 2, and number 3 priority this offseason. If you're going to pay this quarterback all the money you're going to have to pay him, you want to keep him upright so that he can be the playmaker that he has been. This year, he's been under a lot more duress. He's been using his legs more. He's had to leave the pocket more often than not. It hasn't been great. And without Trent, it's looked even worse. You need a right tackle. No ifs, ands, or buts. No discussion. No nothing. A right tackle. You need to figure out a center maybe in the second round. There's plenty of them in the Big Ten somewhere to find them. Maybe one in the SEC. And then maybe find a guard in free agency. It looks like you have one in Pooney. Put a competition out there at left guard. And I know you can't just draft them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But that's what I would do. We're going to hit on one of them.
That's Richard Sherman. And offensive line play. And we're going to watch the playoffs coming up. The playoffs are coming up. And you look at the playoffs in college football. What has helped Penn State and Notre Dame and Ohio State and who's the other team? Texas. The trenches. You have to have the trenches solidified in these moments. In December football, and when you head to January, your offensive line and defensive line needs to be buttoned up. And right now, there's no doubt the trenches of the 49ers is lacking.
Who are the 2 best offensive lines in the NFC?
Right now, Detroit. Detroit's got a great offensive line in Philadelphia.
It's like, yeah, that's like there's no one that's arguing anything otherwise. Saquon Barkley said, it's the best offensive line I've ever played along.
Yeah, there's no doubt. He's going to go for 2,000 yards.
Right? So,
I mean, Minnesota's offensive line is holding up. They made the deal. Give Minnesota credit. They're my dark horse in the NFC. What a game for Sam Darnold, Justin Jefferson to win that game in Seattle. But what did they do? Darrisaw gets hurt on Thursday Night Football against the LA Rams. They say, damn, this season isn't lost. We got a great shot to go to the Super Bowl. They go out and trade for Cam Robinson to Jacksonville. All right? So the offensive line play, and right now the Rams, their offensive line and their defensive lines are dominating the trenches. They dominated the Niners' trenches last Thursday.
Chargers had an opportunity. Everyone said, they're moving off all the receivers.
Yep.
They're going to take a receiver. Who'd they take?
Joe Alt. Notre Dame.
All
offensive lineman.
And that's Harbaugh. This brings me back to Shanahan. Because Shanahan has said over and over, him and Chris Forrester, well, we don't really like, paying linemen outside of the best one in Trent Williams. We like to develop them late in the draft. They're going to have a philosophical change in terms of how they do business.
Absolutely.
Because that hasn't been one of their operating like ideals.
No, it hasn't been good at all. Let's go to...
And I got some Shanahan numbers I do want to run through with you at some point.
George in the jungle, what's happening?
What's up, George?
Gentlemen, good to listen. Been away for a while, but I'm back. I got to tell you, this team has lived and died on its defense for the last decade or two. And they've died a lot. They're dying right now. And the reason is, look at the 2 DCs prior to, or the 2 DCs prior to the last 2. They had life. They were jumping up and down on the sidelines with the team. They were injecting life into that defense. And I look at Sorensen on the sideline. He looks like a dummy. He looks like he's just standing there and, this is what's happening. He's got no emotion. He's got no charge. And this defense needs charge, and it needs to come from the top.
Well, their personnel isn't good
next
either.
year with Sorensen.
Would you agree that their personnel isn't good? Like, for example, they played Devondre Campbell all year, and I know D. Winters was hurt at the beginning of the year. You couldn't play D. Winters?
Well,
he looked okay to me.
Well, D. Winters got hurt yesterday, so number one, he can't stay healthy. But also, if we're going to be hyper-focused on Purdy and what he can and can't do, where's my highest-paid defensive player of the year player in the league? Nick Bosa. Where is Nick Bosa?
They said his name once, and it was talking about his dad.
Where is number 97 at? Number 97 continues to underwhelm. Continues to underwhelm, folks. 97, Nick Bosa. Where was he? I'm looking at the stat sheet right now. Bosa. Final defensive stats. Bosa. Okay, oh, wow. 2 tackles, 2 assists, 1 tackle for loss. No sacks. No passes deflected.
He had
no forced fumbles.
He had a hurry on the throw to Tyreek Hill in the end zone that I believe Deommodore Lenoir tipped that Tyreek still should have caught. He kind of rushed. He forced him to rush that throw.
Yeah.
That's the only play that sticks out in my mind.
Nick Bosa, MIA. Come on, Nick. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to the calls here on the other side. We got a lot of calls, a lot of people who were at the Dubies. We'll get to them all here as we talk some 49er football. Also, we'll get into the Warriors at some point. A lot going on in the sports world, especially here in the Bay Area, and it'll be brought to you by the Inn at the Tides. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now. InnAtTheTides.com. started.
I had a little bit of watermelon. Who doesn't like watermelon?
Josh, you really loaded up. You had him staring at me in the face.
And then I didn't get a chance to finish it.
Well, you're gobbling. You're gobbling. It's okay, because a lot of people were too. I tried to gobble that lobster linguine.
So good.
Oh, my God.
The biscuits and gravy were really good.
Oh, dude, Sam's never met free food he didn't like. I mean,
I'm actually kind of disappointed. I did not get as much food as I wanted.
My favorite part was when the boss sent out an email basically telling you not to eat food in the studio control room anymore.
Oh, I'm not the one who so easily.
Yeah, he said it to you.
Yeah, it was just me personally. But no, the food there was off the hook. I really wish I got more of that biscuits and gravy on Friday morning.
311 Shasky.
Well, my guy violently eats oatmeal and sausage every single day in there.
Where's violence come from? The way I watch you guzzle down yogurt every morning?
Like, you don't eat in the studio.
Well, I do. I admit it.
Yeah, but don't snitch on him.
Control room.
Don't snitch on him.
At least he's snitching on himself, too, by saying that he also eats in the studio.
No, he didn't snitch on himself. I busted him out, and then he finally admitted it. So, Loveman, pay attention. Because I'm trying to have your back here. This takes on.
Like Brock Purdy, dude, you're letting me down. Fourth quarter.
Man, download the Odyssey app. 95.7 The Game. Thousands of other stations and millions of pods are free in the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. Follow your favorite teams like the Niners, Warriors, stations, and radio shows like Steiny and Goo or The Morning Roast. Catch amazing interviews like Kurt when he joins Willard and Dibbs every single week during the basketball season. All right. Not a lot going on. 888-957-9570. We'll talk some Niners, but I also want to get some calls in on Ricky Henderson. We lost an absolute legend Saturday or Friday. Caught wind of it Friday, and then it was made official Saturday. But Ricky Henderson passing away at the age of 65, and I don't think there's any doubt, no question whatsoever, that he is the greatest leadoff hitter of all time. Power, speed, the character himself. We don't see many characters like that. You know, he talked in third person. Ricky Henderson has just the stories go on, and they're all great stories that make you smile. So, you know, what Ricky Henderson meant to the city of Oakland, he was Oakland through and through, Oakland born, representing the town. Man, we lost a great one. We keep losing great ones this year. In 2024, man, we just lost some absolute juggernauts, man. Willie Mays, Jerry West. Oh, we're losing Ricky Henderson?
When I was a kid, you used to hear this phrase like, oh, man, they died too soon or too young or whatever. And, like, there's never a good time to pass away. But you brought up, like, Willie Mays. Like, Willie Mays did live to be 90 years old. You know, he lived a really good life. And I think most people that I'm talking to in the airwaves right now, they say, man, if I could get to 90, you'd sign me up, you know?
Yep.
And look, you probably roll your eyes because I say it all the time, but, like, it's my dad was 1 year older than Ricky. And so to see Ricky pass away, it's like that one hit me like a sack of potatoes. I'm not an A's fan, never pretended to be one. Ricky Henderson is one of my favorite players of all time, and you're going to hear that from a lot of people. It's the style of play. Not a practice goes by when I'm coaching kids, and we do base running in every practice. Do I not reference something from Ricky Henderson? I've watched all these MLB breakdowns with him and Harold Reynolds and Barry Larkin. I've seen individual ones with him and Tony La Russa that are on the internet. I've watched all of these different breakdowns on who Ricky Henderson was as a player and what he did as a base stealer and how he would do it. And it's like, this is something I think about all the time. The guy stole 130 bases in a season, got thrown out 60 times, okay? What would he have done if you could only throw over 2 times? What would he have done? What would he have done with slightly larger bases where every single pitcher in baseball doesn't know how to do a slide step? What would he have done when you could see the poor mechanics of the one knee down with all of these catchers who can't throw to second base nowadays? This guy would have broke more records. He broke the stolen base record similar to Jerry Rice at 31 years old. Not in his 40s. He broke a record smack dab in the middle of his career in his prime. And crushed it and did it stealing third base, which is harder to steal than going from first to second in terms of the throw from the catcher. Like, this guy is such an all-time player. I think he's on most people's top 10. No matter like however you look, he's on most people's top 10.
Doubt.
How he wasn't unanimous is absurd. Then you talk about the style of play. Think about the era he came up in the 80s, early 80s. it was a very like old school era. If you pimped a home run, if you flashed and you flared, guys were coming at you. He was so good, no one had a problem with it.
Nah, nobody.
And the collar,
well, think
the
about
way he
E40.
pimped the homers.
Think about E40. He started popping his collar. Why? Why? Ricky Henderson. The way he pimped his home runs, the way he stole second. He got walked. He basically, as Bully said Saturday, he had a triple. You know what I'm
think
saying?
about the pressure he would put. Because like I think about nowadays, coming set and then throwing over. Think of the dance that he had. He was in dudes' domes. And now you can only throw over 2 times. Yeah. The guy would have 200 stolen bases in a year, for crying out loud.
I want to play this Harold Reynolds story on Ricky Henderson. Please. Harold Reynolds. This is a funny story.
It came down the last day of the year, and Willie Wilson and I were tied with 59. And we're playing in the same time zone at this time because I'm in Texas playing against the Rangers, and Willie's at home in Kansas City. And I steal a base like early in the game, and the ticker tape – no, it wasn't ticker tape. But anyway, I find out Willie goes 0 for 5. He does not steal the bag. I end up being the stolen base champ. So Ricky probably had, I think, 30 stolen bases that year by May, and he got injured. And he's on his way to another 100 stolen base year. And he used to get on base at second. I would hold him on like a pitcher, like a first baseman. And he'd turn around and go, Ricky getting ready to go now. Ricky getting ready to run. What you going to do, Reynolds? Ricky getting ready to run. And I'd be like holding him going to the pitcher. He's running. And he'd just take off, do his thing. So I get home. I win the stolen base title. I have 60. Phone rings. Hello? No caller ID in those days. So hello? Henderson here. I said, hey, what up, Rick? I'm thinking Ricky's calling me, congratulate me. This is unbelievable. What's going on, Rick? How you doing? I'm like, what you got? 60 stolen bases? You ought to be ashamed. Ricky has 60 at the All-Star break. Click. Hung up the phone. I just hear it on the other end. That was it. So in my office at MLB Network, he signed a poster for me years later. And it says, stolen base champ, Ricky Henderson.
And you hear stories about that all the time. John Olerud's story. He's like, I used to have a teammate at first base who used to wear a helmet. Man. And then John Olerud goes, yeah, that was me. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, Ricky got to go. And Ricky goes, it's still second base, man. He was an iconic kid. They don't make him. He's one of one.
No question.
He's truly one of one.
Well, and the thing that, we haven't even talked about it. In left field, we used to do this. My dad hit me fly balls. Dad, hit me fly balls. We all wanted to catch it and snap it and flip the glove the way that Ricky did it. Yep. Ricky would catch, snap off the hip, flip it up. Like, he turned it into a whole thing. Bond started basically recreating what Ricky Henderson started. Everybody wanted to be like him. He was, and here's the crazy thing. I'm convinced, this is how sick my head is. I'm convinced had he chose football, he would have been like an Emmitt Smith level football player.
Well,
and I know I'm not trying to disrespect Emmitt Smith. No. I am being dead serious. Whatever that man chose to do, I think he would have been one of the greats.
Well, he was a great football player in high school at Oakland Tech. And if I'm not mistaken, USC wanted him.
Yes.
If I'm not mistaken.
His mom made him go play baseball.
The USC Trojans in the 70s that had already had O.J. Simpson and many other great running backs back in those days. He was going to go to USC and be a running back. Tailback you at the time. He would have been playing ahead of Marcus Allen. That would have been crazy. But he was made for baseball. We needed a character like that in baseball. He's an icon and probably left this world way too early, man. Way too early.
That was the thing that I kept coming back. It hit me really hard, and I was just like, dude, A, way too young, and then B, pneumonia. And I know Debo got pneumonia earlier this year. Pneumonia is so scary. It really is. I don't know how he got it, and I don't know what ended up happening. But seeing him, because to me, he is the face of vibrance and strength, and I thought he'd live forever. Yeah. I really did. I thought that Ricky would live forever, and we just saw him at the Coliseum, when they had the final games, and he just looked so dapper and so clean, and he always had the big, strong forearms and the chiseled chin, and everything about him was so pristine, and the way he wore his jersey It was like perfection. And that's why, to me, he's very much like Jerry Rice. The longevity, the obsession with the game. This is a man playing in his 40s for some random independent league and probably still dominating. Like, he never, quote unquote, retired from baseball. He never retired. Loved the game so much. Played for 1 million teams. I know you guys did on the postgame show. You were asking, and I know Bill Russell is one of the all-time greats. And I don't want to sound like I'm diminishing him. There have been some unbelievable players coming out of the East Bay in particular. But for me, and I would love to hear from East Bay residents, Ricky Henderson is the greatest Oakland athlete of all time because he played for the freaking A's and was twice and was just absolutely dominant. He's a top 10 player in a sport of all time. And your point about he's the ultimate leadoff here. On my starting 9 in the history of the game, absolutely he's batting leadoff and he's in there.
Stolen base king, Ricky Henderson. May you rest in peace. All right, let's get to Samita in Los Gatos, who showed her face at the Dubie Awards. Great to meet her in her A's jersey as well. Hey, if I'm not mistaken, was that a Ricky Henderson jersey?
It absolutely was.
Wow, Samita, wow. How ironic when we meet you. You got your A's jersey, and it's a Ricky Henderson one, and he leaves the world a few hours later. But it was great to meet you, Samita. Great to meet you.
It was really great to meet both of you, and it was a really wonderful event. I really, really enjoyed myself. I stayed around much longer than I intended to because it was a good time.
Well, thank you for taking the time to come out. It really means a lot. Thank you.
No, I really appreciate what you guys do, and so I thought the event was really well planned, and it was just a lot of fun. So it was a really nice vibe in there. So it was really, really memorable and a good way to end the year, I think. Just wanted to mention, how much Ricky Henderson did for the game of baseball. I think the kind of personality that he had and the way he played the game, honestly, I think baseball is missing that.
Yeah.
I think it's missing that flair, the eccentricities. Everybody's too worried about their bag and how it's going to play on social media, and nobody wants to kind of go out on a limb anymore. But, he was just unabashedly himself. So there's I think a 30 for 30 on Ricky Henderson. There's a podcast, which is really great and talks about when he went and played in the minors for a while after he retired, just because he wanted to play baseball. This is how much this man loved the game. And I think we lose sight of that sometimes in the modern sports world, Totally. Niners, just real quick, they need to rebuild, guys. I don't know why we're talking about this piece and that piece. They need to strip it down to the studs and start over. And that means you got to look at every single player on the team and see whether or not they're going to fit the vision for what you want to do and where you want to go, and just start over. Because saying, oh, this guy got us to the Super Bowl, or this team did this on, a couple of years ago, I don't think that's going to work. I think you got to go all the way down to the studs and start all the way over.
Wow. Damn.
Wow. Great call, Samita.
Anybody else feel like that? Rip it down to the studs?
I have a buddy, Mark.
I love you, Samita, but I don't know if I'm ripping it down to the studs.
My buddy Yerbik, he is convinced that paying Brock Purdy signifies we're kind of rolling back a lot of the same stuff. And
I don't know if it does. I don't know if it does. I don't know if it does. I wouldn't go there yet. I wouldn't assume that Debo's going to be back. I wouldn't assume that some of these guys are going to be back. I think this roster will look a little different. You have to evolve. That's the NFL. But can you keep Fred Warner around?
Well, I think there's a handful of guys that have to stay.
Right. And
and Kittle.
Kittle definitely has to stay.
I think Debo's going to stay.
I don't know what's going to happen.
Said on his podcast yesterday after the game that he thought it was 25% that he comes back. Now he thinks it's more like 50-50.
Because of that one game yesterday?
No, because he's been hearing from people about there's a lot of they don't know what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk. They don't know what's going to happen with Ricky Pearsall. And he's still a very important, beloved player in that locker room. And his number is only $17 million next year. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I don't.
So I don't know. I'm just going off Mayoko.
I don't know what they're going to do.
I have no feel for
I'm not. I'm going to let that play out. But I'm eager to see what it looks like.
I'm just not ready to get rid of Debo either, though.
Yeah, I want premier players. I think this whole thing looks differently if Christian McCaffrey's on the football field. We talk about gravity with Stephen Curry all the damn time. Well, the gravity of Christian McCaffrey has sorely been missed.
Yeah, but you can't bank on a 30-year-old running back coming back to life.
Well,
like they need to.
We know
yes,
that
they
now.
want him back.
We know
but
that
they need
now.
to have your whole offense can't just be Christian.
I'm not even going by. I'm not even going by that next season. I'm going by this season, where you did plan on having Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
And he comes into camp, and a couple days into camp, you get the calf strain that later leads to bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Christian McCaffrey on his team for this season. And I'm not banking on him being the player that we saw in 2023 at all. That may be done. Who knows? That was a dream season for everybody involved.
I would draft a running back.
But Christian McCaffrey for this team this season and what they plan to do on this team was sorely missed. There's
no doubt.
Red zone efficiency woes are directly related to Christian McCaffrey's absence. And then the gravity that he does create for these other guys that can get open and don't have to worry about a linebacker underneath. You know what I mean?
So the irony is they still put up a ton of yards. I watched this offense. There is still chunk plays out there.
It's never been easier to get yards in this league.
That's true.
But scoring touchdowns is what separates the good from the great.
Well, and I think that's where I go back to Brock Purdy, Bonte. I don't think his accuracy's been that great or his decision-making in the red zone. I also, do I love the play calling? Not really. But we expect everyone in the red zone, this should be your most creative, wide-open throw for a touchdown. I thought Shanahan schemed up the Saubert touchdown brilliantly. It was a perfectly designed play. The guy was wide open. Boom. It's hard to do that to a defense, to have a perfectly wide open guy. Sometimes you got to look off this dude and hit Kittle, who's wide open for a touchdown. And that comes down to execution.
It comes down to execution. And again, I think we don't give. And look, I know a lot of people are going to be doom and gloom on Brock. I hear it. I see it. I read it all. But you got to remember, he had played every game with Christian McCaffrey. That's his guy. And we know how good Christian McCaffrey is. But the music, the sweet music that Brock Purdy and McCaffrey made together in the pass game and a run game, that I can't overlook this team and say, damn, the number one red zone weapon, not only on the 49ers, but possibly in the NFL. There's a short list. There's the Saquons, there's the Lamar Jacksons. There's all these guys in the red zone. Christian McCaffrey was up there. And I think we underrated that loss. We underrated the loss and what his absence would be for this offense. And we're seeing it play out in real time. We are. Let's just look at the red zone numbers. And then Brandon Ayuk, I want to add that. I don't want to forget about Brandon Ayuk. I think he was underrated by a lot of us out here in the Bay Area.
If you just isolated Purdy's play, right? Just isolated his play alone. Has his decision-making been great?
It hasn't been great.
Has his accuracy been as good?
It hasn't been as good. No.
Okay, so that's kind of where I fall down. I think the two things he hung his hat on haven't been as good this year.
But I also don't think it's that simple. Football's not that simple. It's a little more complexity to it. When your offensive line, we just played this out of Richard Sherman. He's talking about getting 3 new positions. That's Richard Sherman. Well, we got a problem with the offensive line, which is what has led to more scrambling and more indecisions and more trust issues for Brock Purdy. You're playing with Ricky Pearsall, who's not on the field a lot. And so there's no chemistry there with Ricky Pearsall. That's a disappointment. We expected a lot more, but when you don't get on the practice field and things happen to you that, let's face it, he got shot and set him back 6 weeks. So now it's a lost season for Ricky Pearsall. When you don't have all those elements, sure, I'm not saying you need it to be perfect, but I understand why Brock Purdy is struggling. Now, the decision-making could be better. There's no doubt. I'm not exonerating him from that. But at the same time, I'm looking at the team around him saying, damn, this roster is depreciated rapidly in the last 4 months because of all the injuries and the things are happening. So I'm not ready to give up on Brock, I guess is what I'm saying. I think Brock is going to be solid.
I'm ready either, but I just think that I'm coming to the reality that he's not as good right now. He's not playing nearly as good as he was last year. Period.
Can't we see why though, Shasky?
Yeah, but
can't we see why?
You also still have enough playmakers out there.
I don't know if we have enough playmakers.
Juwan Jennings, George Kittle, and Debo Samuel.
We didn't think
those guys aren't enough.
Debo Samuel just went through a stretch where he had 101 receiving yards in 5 weeks.
He's still a threat.
Debo has not been a threat this year.
Well, he's still a threat.
Debo has not been the.
And Juwan Jennings is having his best season by far. And George Kittle's having a monster year.
But Juwan Jennings having a great season doesn't mean he's a great player. He's just having a good season on this team. Ideally, Juwan Jennings is your number 3 or number 4 wide receiver.
I don't understand why everyone is so afraid to just say Brock hasn't been as good.
I'm not. I said it over and over. Are you not listening?
Stop baking in excuses.
I said it over and over.
He's not as good.
I've said it over and over. He has not been as good. I don't know what. Did I not say that? I said he has not been as good. How can a Niner
fan watch this team and think
he threw for 313 yesterday behind that offensive line and that receiver core? Debo has not been good this year.
At the end of that game,
Debo has not been good this year, has he?
Okay, so what?
Debo, what you mean? So what? That's his playmaker.
They had the number 6 rusher or whatever, number 5 rusher for 7 weeks. They had a run game going for a while.
They were battling for first place.
Came in and he was running it pretty well.
Garrido was okay.
They've had moments. They've still put up yards.
Garrido was okay.
Out there. The quarterback's been a little like. If you're going to be the number 1 position in sports, play quarterback, we've got to be able to fairly judge these things.
We are. Am I not? Am I not?
Yeah, I think you're afraid. I think you're afraid to critique them.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
That's the feeling I get.
No, I'm not. But that's because of what you're listening to. I've critiqued them all season. All season. I've critiqued them about yesterday. But I also understand football's not just a one-man sport.
No one said it is.
It's a 53-man sport.
No one says it is.
And so if you have guys playing behind that offensive line, I understand there's going to be struggles.
Yeah, but
there's going to be struggles.
But then how come we don't extend that? For example, when we talk about Bosa's been a huge disappointment. No one cares that they have no one else on the D line and he's getting triple teamed. He's been a huge disappointment, independent of the rest of that D line sucks.
What's baked in it with Bosa, in my equation, I won't speak for everybody.
Yeah,
what's baked into it is that Bosa has made multiple excuses.
No question.
And Bosa has shined a light on himself that has made everybody kind of step back and look and say, "Okay, dude, you got to play well because you're chirping a lot."
Yeah, but independent of all of that noise, he has been disappointed.
I haven't heard Brock Purdy make one excuse for the way he's played. I haven't heard him make one excuse. I don't need excuses.
I just don't think he's playing that great.
But if he's not playing great, is he not playing great simply because we're seeing a massive regression of performance from him? Is it injury-related, or is it simply just because there are issues around him?
I think there's a lot internally for him.
I don't think it's just one thing with Brock.
No, that I agree with.
And that's why it's hard to really just really crush Brock for how this season's gone.
Thank you.
Because there's so many things going wrong around him.
I don't think I'm crushing him.
To Shasky's point, though, Brock has not lived up to the standard that he set for this team.
We had a top 10 lock quarterback, and I don't think that today.
I still think we do. I still think we have a guy that you could give the ball to in 2025 and lead this team to a lot of victories. But I also understand that he's not one of the golden 4 quarterbacks. All right? He's not one of those guys that's just going to put it all on his shoulders and make things happen. He needs his wide receivers to make plays. How many years and how many weeks have we discussed the wide receiver core failing to gain separation? Debo had a great game yesterday. Thank God he did. Because the previous 5 weeks, Debo had 101 receiving yards. So when you have Debo Samuel not making plays, hell, if he makes a play last Thursday night and catches that pass against the LA Rams, we could be talking about a different situation with the 49ers. Now we could be talking about, oh my God, the Dolphin game. They're done. They're not going to the playoffs. Instead, we do that Thursday night, the previous week, because Debo's dropping passes and he can't get open.
They still had opportunities to win the game, and they've had it from 2 months now, and the quarterback's had the ball in the second half, and he's left a lot on the table.
But he has, and I have not dismissed that whatsoever. But when you say he's got Debo, he's got this, he's got that, well, Debo's been a shell of himself. Ricky Pearsall can't get open.
Kittle's still an all-timer.
All right, Kittle's having a great year.
All-timer.
But Kittle can't do it by himself.
No one's saying he can, but part of when all these other quarterbacks around the league, forget the top 4, just the other quarterbacks. I'm seeing Herbert throw to a lad McConkey who just got into the league, and so Bo Nix is doing it with a lot of not special around him. Courtland Sutton's a nice player. George Kittle is an all-time player. So there are a lot of other situations around the league that I look at and I go, could be worse.
Well, the Chargers and Broncos have premier defenses. The Niners don't.
Well,
that's a big difference.
I thought they held Miami down pretty well yesterday.
but they have a premier defense.
It was 22 to 19 or whatever, 22-17 with 2 minutes to go and you had the ball. So if you told me my defense was going to hold down Miami's offense to 22, I'd probably take that.
I thought the defense is okay. I thought Miami dictated tempo all day yesterday. I thought that was their game. They controlled, in my opinion, the tempo. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. Hey, first I want to say, y'all threw a great event.
Oh, Rob, thank you for coming through, man. Thank you for the kind words, man. It really touched me what you said Friday.
Oh, no, that's real talk. That's real talk. You too, Shasky. But, like I said, a great event. Met a lot of good people up there. And then Tony, man, whatever she be on, she had to pass that to me because she be on fire. But, I met a good dude in Tyler. I met OG Gene. I met a few other cats I was talking to. I can't get names to my head right now. Richie was a cool cat.
Great guy.
I met the owner, the big man. What's his name?
Sam.
Great guy.
No, the station director.
Egan. Yeah.
Hey, I'm gonna have to get in the weight room a little more. He lightweight strong. He's a bully out there, man. He be eating weights. It look like but look, man. Hey, Bonte, we gotta keep it real, man. There's 2 games in a row, 2 must-wins in a game in a row, and Purdy throws an interception to lose the game. Come on, man. His stats right now is 17 touchdowns, 14 turnovers with 10 interceptions and 4 fumbles. That's mediocre as it gets. Now, he has some great throws. He has some great times this year, but he has some bad times this year. When you average it all out, it becomes average. That's the type of quarterback he is. So it is what it is. And then I think people overreacting over the O-line. I'll give Kyle credit with this. Kyle has never really drafted high offensive linemen here except for McGlinchey. And that didn't really – it worked out, but it didn't work out. He wasn't that good, but we won.
Yep.
So I feel like this is Kyle. This is his family's offense. So they know what they want in their linemen. So I'll leave that up to him. It's a reason why he don't draft big guards in the first round, second round like that. He knows what he wants out of his offensive lineman. This is scheme, so you got to let him choose that. It's not like a power scheme. Say, just give me the biggest offensive line you got, and we're gonna move forward. They do a lot of pulling, a lot of movement, so they got to be agile. So I understand what people don't really understand because this offense is built off rhythm, the run game and the play action off of that. If the run game ain't working, there's only so many routes the Niners run that they quarterback can actually throw, and teams keen in on that. So you got to let him work that O-line because it's all about tricking the defense. That's what this offense is about. You know what I'm saying? But for Purdy, he needs some work. Bosa, look, man. I'm putting him on the trade block. I'm doing everything possible to get 2 guys. I'm going for Travis Hunter. If we can lose every game from now on, and we can find a way to trade up to get Travis Hunter, or we gotta go to Shedeur Sanders. We gotta go one of those 2.
Where are you putting Travis? Are you putting him on defense or offense?
Man, to me, he a natural corner because his instincts.
Yeah,
he don't got to depend on the quarterback to get him the ball. But if you need to put him a receiver and run some little stuff, like he can run routes. So I think he can play receiver. But me personally, I like him at DB. I can move him at safety corner because he got good eyes. He got good instincts. So if we can do that, if we can try to move up to get, I want Hunter. But we can get a Shedeur Sanders, I'll take that too. But I want Travis Hunter. He's a game changer to me.
I don't see how that happens. I would love Travis Hunter.
The Niners right now would pick number 11 in the NFL draft. Number 11. By the way, the Raiders, how Raider fans feeling sport about winning that game yesterday?
I was hurting for Spadoni yesterday after that Raider win because I know how badly he wanted them to lose that game.
I was going up against Brock Bowers, Jacoby Myers, and Brian Thomas Jr. And
where are you talking?
What?
You talking fantasy?
Yeah.
Oh.
So I was rooting against all of them.
Good clarification.
Oh, just got to make sure because I'm not allowed to talk fantasy football. I'm not allowed to talk fantasy football.
So I was watching that game with a keen eye on no one scoring. And when the Raiders scored, I was like, poor Spadoni.
Hugo in Memphis, what's happening?
Hi, Hugo.
Good morning, fellas. How are you?
Good.
Yeah, just talking 49er football, man. I was hearing what you guys were saying about Brock Purdy and all that stuff. But to be honest with you, I think the main thing we have to focus on this offseason is going to be the O-line. But every time I look up, I see Jake Brendel just getting beat on stunts, whether that be him being pancaked or him missing an assignment or costing us to be behind the sticks on the penalties. So I think focusing on that and putting some protection around Brock so he's not scrambling like a chicken without a head, I think that's important. I heard Travis Hunter. I'm not really keen on Travis Hunter, to be honest with you. I think wherever he goes, I think I see him more actually as a free safety out there instead of a corner.
We can use a free safety.
Yeah, we can. And I think, he has that instinct to just like if he sees run, he'll automatically go, right? Help the defensive end, like the defensive line, like go stuff to run. And on the defensive end, I really think we need like some run blockers, man. Like, I see Fred does everything he can, but like, are we going to keep Dre Greenlaw around, right? Like, are we gonna keep Aaron Banks around? Are we going to Demetrius Flying and Flowers? Like, what are we doing with those players? Are we using D. Winters how we're supposed to? So that's a big if of whether Dre Greenlaw is going to come back or not. Obviously, I'm assuming he's going to have offers elsewhere, and I hope it's not like a Aziz Ashir thing where he goes to like another team or anything like that, because I do think he's one of the better linebackers in the league.
Yeah.
And I'm sure a lot of people are going to throw money at him. Cowboys being one of them, I think that might offer him some money like that. And another thing that disappointed me last night, right? I was watching Sunday Night Football, and I see the Cowboys, which I hate, right? I think anybody can say that. And I see them actually going out there and hustling, playing for something, and the 49ers just look lackadaisical at best.
You know what, Hugo? I'm a push back on that. I saw a Niner team playing their ass off yesterday. I didn't see any quit. I didn't see any quit from that bunch yesterday. That's George Kittle played his ass off.
The final play
I
with
thought Patrick Taylor Jr. played his ass off.
When A-Chain blew by everybody?
Right. Well, the dam broke. The dam broke on the defense. The dam broke, and A-Chain's got speed.
He is
I thought this team
very fast.
I thought they played their ass off yesterday, man. I did not get the sense from watching that game that team was checked out. I saw a team trying to win a football game. That's just my personal opinion.
Hey, I just don't think
Anybody
they're
out there
very good.
thought they quit? No, I didn't think they quit.
At the very end, maybe. But
no, come on.
I said maybe.
Come on.
I mean, it's just I don't see them playing with their hair on fire. To his point,
well, their defense is not good enough to play with their hair on
true.
fire. I thought Diablo Lenore played great. Renardo Green. You tell me that game didn't mean something?
There was a couple of throws that Tua made. The precision. Renardo's right all over both receivers, Tyreek and the other guy, 83. Just perfect placed balls. Perfectly placed balls.
Let's go to TC and sack. Yeah, clip that. Pause on that one. Jeez, Louise. Oh, Lord, TC. Did you hear that?
Are we making
Oh, my
Louises
gosh.
anymore? I have not heard of a girl named Louise in a long time.
Yeah, way to change the
Very
subject.
80-year-old
Way to change the subject.
Yeah, I know. What's up, TC?
Monte Shasky, what's up with my bros? Can y'all hear me?
Oh, man,
I'm doing
I got
good.
you,
I'm getting
buddy.
ready for Christmas.
Hey, I know. Listen, getting ready for Christmas, feeling good. You know what? Merry Christmas to y'all, man, the family and the babies, bro. Before we even get started, man. Happy holidays, bro.
We're going to go see Santa today.
My
so
bad, I
thank
couldn't
you.
make. Thank you. And also, I want to apologize. I couldn't make it out Friday, man, for the awards, man. I want to get
Next
in working. Yes. So, hey, are you guys with me? I mean, what I was talking about, because now we can get juicy now, right? Number 97 for 2 first-round picks, and Kyle for 2 first-round picks, right? Now we can get juicy. We can now listen. You pick who you want, right? Because honestly, we got to move on from Shanahan. Either he's fired or we got to trade him, bro. That's the only 2 options. Him coming back, him drafting another quarter. No, bro, we're past that. We're over that. We have to move on.
TC, what do you make of this? I'm going to throw this at Bonte, too. Jesse Naylor tweeted out, losing seasons and the seasons that they've coached. Andy Reid, 3 losing seasons in 26 years. Yeah. Mike Tomlin, 0 in 18. Jim Harbaugh, 0 in 5. John Harbaugh, 2 in 17, as in losing seasons in 17 total seasons coached. McVay, only 1 losing season in the 8 he's coached. Mike McCarthy, 5 in the 18. McDermott, 1 in the 8. Sean Payton, 5 in 17. LaFleur, 1 in 6. Shanahan, 4 of the 8 years he's coached, he's had a losing season. Do you make anything of that?
No, I don't make anything of that because I see with my eyes. It's an eye test, Bonte. Joe, listen, we always talk about the eye test with this guy. That goes back to what I said originally, right? High-level loser, remember? Didn't y'all skip that? But that a high-level loser, bro. We're not getting nowhere with this guy, man. We have to move on, bro. Simple as that. That's all I got. Happy holidays.
Yeah, that means nothing to me. Now, I'm going to tell you why it means nothing to me. Again, we're losing all sight of context. When Shanahan took this job, this is the worst roster of football.
Okay, but 2 losing seasons in the last 6.
4 NFC Championship games in the last 6.
I'm just asking.
No. Come on. The context. You know better, Shasky. You watch the games just like me. Now, this is the kiddie table conversation because I'm going to explain why. The first year, you got the expansion team. Then you trade for a quarterback.
So throw those
the quarterback gets hurt week 3. Boom, you lose again. So then it's starting in 2019 when the real test starts. Super Bowl, 2020, pandemic season. Everybody drops like flies. You lose Bosa. You lost Bosa, Solomon Thomas on back-to-back plays. You lost Jimmy in the same game. You lost Moser in the same game. You lost Reed in the same game. Injuries galore in Glendale, Arizona. Okay, so you lose. You get beat up in that season. You don't have anybody playing. And then what's happened the last 4 years previously, or the last 3. Boom, NFC Championship. Boom, NFC Championship. Boom, a Super Bowl appearance. Okay, now this year things go awry. There's context to everything, man. So I'm not subscribing to that Shanahan. You want to move on from Shanahan? Fine, move on from Shanahan. But you better find a good replacement. You better find somebody.
I was just asking what you make of it.
I don't make anything of it. I think it's a joke.
You don't think there's something? You don't think there's anything to these other coaches not having as many losing seasons?
Well, the context of Philadelphia, they had a lot. They had a quarterback. Donovan McNabb was a really good quarterback for a long, long time. And Andy Reid's a hell of a coach. He's one of the best coaches we've ever seen. We've ever seen. He did, and he built that team up, and boom, he got fired after 14 seasons. How many McVay's been solid?
Only had one losing season in 8.
That's good. He's 8-8 though. 97. How many playoffs has he missed?
You
know what I'm saying? How's he played? How many playoffs has he missed? Like, we understand why Shanahan lost the first 2 years. Don't we all understand it? McVay walked into a situation with the LA Rams where he had Jared Goff.
Yeah, but Goff
he had Todd Gurley. He had wide receivers
really
like Robert Woods.
all
right? They had Brandon Cooks was there too. So Goff was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, but he was so awful.
Well, Jeff Fisher was awful.
Well,
we all know
I'm just
that.
saying he was bad.
So it wasn't like Sean McVay walked into a situation where he didn't have talent. Literally, Shanahan walked into a situation where there's DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, who we all didn't believe in. And that was that. So it's hard for me to say Kyle's an underachiever when he built this roster to the roster that it is.
Just looking at the team today, they've got a big uphill battle to get over 500 next year.
I doubt it. Oh,
I think they've got a lot of work to do.
I think they're going to be back in the playoffs.
They look very old.
I think they'll be able to reinvent themselves. De'Amon Lenore and Renardo Green are some damn good corners. Fred Warner's still playing at a high level. He'll get healthy. Now, you got to fix this defensive line. There's no doubt about it. But I got some damn good players in Juwan Jennings. I got a damn good quarterback in Brock Purdy, who I believe in. I still think George Kittle's an all-time tight end, playing at the height of his powers. There's a lot going on here that are positive for the 49ers that we're blinded by because of the losing record. I get it. They're 6-9. But I don't make anything of the 4 losing seasons with Shanahan. I don't. Because I understand the first 2, you're basically building up an expansion team.
And
is that fair?
Two losing seasons in the last 6?
All right, but we can't be screaming and hollering at 4 NFC Championship game appearances in the last 5. Now we're nitpicking, Chasky.
No, I'm not. I'm just asking if there's anything to make of.
Do you think there's something there?
I do think there's a little something there. There's like, this team does need a little overhaul. I think they're trending in the other direction. I actually don't. I'm not as optimistic as you are that an immediate, you just snap your fingers and you'll be better. You got a $35 million wide receiver next year who I don't even know if he can play.
It'd be fine.
And then you got a rookie wide receiver who I don't even know if he can play. And so, like, I got an aging core here. Yeah, I'm a little worried. I think the rest of the NFC, like, I watch a hungry, young Washington team that's only going to get better and better and better.
We'll see.
And they're not even a playoff team.
We'll see. Last place schedule next year for the 49ers.
Will help.
Oh, big time. Will it help? Top 10 pick, possibly. Niners will be back. Well,
they got to hit those picks.
All right, the 49ers once again came away from a loss with a bunch of injuries, man. This team is just dropping like flies. Dre Greenlaw left the game early in the first half due to calf soreness. Jalen Moore came out of the game due to a quad injury, and the worst of the day, Aaron Banks. Aaron Banks came out after suffering what appears to be an MCL injury that will effectively end the season. Talk about Aaron Banks descending. That's another player we thought highly of going into the year. Man, you got your left side of the line for a long time. Aaron Banks, a hell of a left tackle. Aaron Banks has been awful.
Yeah.
Awful this season.
I didn't have Dominic Pooney completely outplaying him.
And then you get the backup Jalen Moore getting hurt. So this offensive line needs an overhaul. But I do think the Niners will be able to reinvent themselves. They've been blown out in 2 games. 2 games they were blown out. And one had the backup quarterback, one was in the snow. Other than that, they've been in every single game. That's how I feel a little confident about the Niners moving forward. But if you're not, go ahead, give us a call. 888-957-9570 is the number. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking. No compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We pay our respects to Ricky Henderson. Got a lot of sound there. The Warriors, they win a game in Minnesota. They come back home for 8 of their next 9. Now's a great opportunity to stack some wins as the chef shut everybody up with 13 fourth-quarter points. And, of course, we'll talk about Brock and the 49ers. Your calls coming up here on The Roast on 95.7 The Game. Oh, baby, Steven Risotto on the board. He's doing a good job. I've never heard from him. Never looked so nervous in his life.
He's got his Reardon hat on today.
No, that's the problem.
Steven, you going to play in that alumni game? Thumbs up?
I'm going to be there 1,000%. I have it circled on my calendar. I actually was the one that mentioned it to the new coach, Craig Sargent. I said, we need an alumni game. And he was like, oh, we should. So,
are you playing the alumni game?
I think I am. I'm a little worried if I'm going to be like too old, though. I don't know if I'll be able to hang.
What is the alumni game?
I've seen people older than you play. And play well, too. So, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Archbishop Ritter, go Crusaders.
Yeah, go Crusaders for sure.
I think they hate me after. I was talking to Tofi after the state championship game. He was down there, Saddleback College. Good to catch up with John Tofi. He goes, I love how you rib Reardon. They take it so personal. And I know you too well. I was like, yeah, I only do it to get on Shasky's nerves. I got a lot of love for Crusader Forum. One of the best gyms in the state. Crusader Forum is awesome. Awesome. Love covering games there. Anyway, shout out to those.
Joey Curtin.
Shout out to the basketball program. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. A lot of calls here. We're going to get right into it, Shasky. Niners lose to the Dolphins. They were eliminated from the playoffs before the game, but the form matters, right? I thought for the most part they played hard, which is, a pro team. I see some teams lay down at this stage of the season when they know they have nothing to play for. What went wrong? What went right? The trenches fails them once again. Brock Purdy throws the big pick to lose the game. Did you like the throw? Obviously, you didn't like the throw because it was a pick. But what do you make of Brock? Is that a game where you sit back and say, all right, yeah, we need a new quarterback next season? Has this been a season where you think that, yeah, maybe we need another quarterback next season?
Well, if I were to detach myself from all the money and I said he could play for free next year, I still bring in somebody. And I'm not saying to replace him, but to push him at minimum, you've got to have better long-term, short-term alternatives than Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs. That's what I found out this year. I really have. I have questions on his health. I have questions now on his accuracy and his decision-making, which were not a question heading into this year. Ball security has been a big problem, whether it's the turnovers, the fumbles, all that stuff. And then, I think that his limited size, makes it even more incumbent that he has to be a great decision maker. He has to be deadly accurate. And when those things slip a little, it's not going to look great. And I think that I have more questions about him than I ever had heading into the year.
Is this the norm for Brock, or is this an outlier? Is the norm last season or the season before?
I'm not going to say he can't bounce back, right? Because what I saw was excellence, damn near excellence for 25 games. Excellence. Some of the height of the position that I've seen. But he's also put together about 20 games now where it's been real iffy. And I just think that if you're being fair with these things, if you don't have questions.
20 games?
Yeah. You're looking at, since the Baltimore game, you got about 19 games, basically, of a guy who has more turnovers than touchdowns. That's not good.
Well, playoffs are going to be tougher, but also
That's three of them.
But I also see rallies in back-to-back playoff games. When you needed a drive in the playoff game, the Green Bay game, I think erases everything. He played excellent in the fourth quarter. You got the win. You advanced to the NFC Championship.
He also dug a big hole by playing very poorly for 3 quarters.
But you dug yourself out of that hole. Not a lot of quarterbacks would. I've seen Aaron Rodgers dig himself a hole, never get out of it in the playoff game. The greats of the greats have failed in the playoffs. Failed. This guy rallied you against Green Bay in the rain and then rallied you from a 24-7 deficit against the Detroit Lions.
Okay, those were two games last year.
Those are monster games.
Okay, what has he done this year?
Those are just not 2 games. Those are do-or-die games at home in the playoffs. This year's been a struggle for him. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt he hasn't played his best football. But I also realize that the context matters too. And I understand why he hasn't played his best football. There's a lot of other stuff going on this football team that has contributed to spotty play all around. Fred Warner has not had his best season. Now, we give him credit because he's played on a fractured ankle, but he hasn't had his best season. Nick Bosa has been healthy for the most part and wasn't producing a great season. Now he's hurt, and now we can't expect anything from him because he's just not doing anything. So everybody, Debo Samuel has been one of the biggest disappointments on this roster.
Sure, and everyone's ready to run him out of town.
That's one of Brock's primary weapons. One of his primary weapons.
Jennings is having a monster year.
Jennings is having a good season, no doubt. Kittle's having a very good season, no doubt. But your first-round pick, Ricky Pearsall, has 190 receiving yards.
Yeah, but he came into the season as the 4th or 5th option.
Well, he's a
wide receiver.
He's a first-round pick.
Sure.
And they said, and from all the reports from people who cover the team, this guy's the best route runner on the football team. He's going to have
what does that have to do with Purdy being inaccurate?
No, it has to do with Ricky Pearsall not being open.
Okay.
Not being able to get off a press man. Do the Niners receiving corps not have the worst separation rate?
Well, no,
in
so
football?
that's actually an incorrect stat because you keep citing it, and yet when you dig a little deeper, it's when the ball is thrown to them, what is their separation? Not at any point on their route tree.
No, I understand what it is. No, I understand what it is. No, I understand what it is.
For example, Juwan Jennings, there was 4 different plays that people cited in the comment section of the numbers you're citing, where people were like, well, Jennings had 3 steps on this guy, and because of a poor throw, it gets marked down as 0 separation, when in reality, he had 6 yards of separation before the ball was underthrown.
There's been underthrows, Shasky, but you watch the game just like me.
Okay.
They can't get off a press man. Their separation of the line scrimmage is awful.
I'm not here to say that there's some ridiculous man beater. I'm just saying that Purdy hasn't been great.
It's the book on them. They can't get off a man
the
coverage.
Book on Brock right now currently
he's
is
not
I'm going to
accurate.
sit down. I'm going to press those guys because we don't think that you have the guts to throw beyond the numbers down the field. And then we think that if we keep you in the pocket, we're going to stick our hands up because you're only going to throw over the middle on crossers and on slants.
They've got no birders on the outside. They got no birders. They got nobody who can take the top off the defense, and they cannot get off the press man at the line of scrimmage. So I'm not exonerating Brock Purdy. He hasn't been good. He has not been as good as he was a season ago, where he was possibly the MVP.
And that's why
okay.
I fall down on
but everything else,
bringing in somebody.
But everything else has regressed a lot worse.
Sure.
Like Brock's regression compared to Debo's regression has not even been close.
Okay.
The offensive line's regression from a season ago has not even been close to Brock's regression at the quarterback position. Their running back spot.
The offensive line is not good. But
exactly.
It wasn't like otherworldly last year.
It was better than it was this year.
Sure.
Aaron Banks was infinitely better last year than he was this season.
Yeah, but I also think
Trent Williams was an all-pro last season. He couldn't stay on the
so
field.
much better than whoever played right guard last year. And McKivitz has had a much better year this year than he did last year.
I don't know. I don't know
that are graded on these things that do it for a living.
McKivitz gets rolled every single week. So if all those position groups are a lot worse than they were a season ago, and Brock's regression, like if I'm looking at all the regressions, Brock regression doesn't compute the Debo's or Bosa's. When I'm looking at the premium players on this team, Brock's been okay.
I don't even think he's had a top 5 season on the offense. You could say maybe Jordan Mason, Dominic Pooney, Juwan Jennings, George Kittle. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know where you'd put Brock into.
I'd put Brock in the top 5. I'd put Brock in the top 5.
Maybe 5.
I'll put Brock in the top 5. I'll put him in the top 5. Let's go to.
I don't think he's been that great.
Let's go to. So, do you want to move off from him?
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm bringing someone in to compete with him. I'm not being so.
So you basically want to bring
contract for another year.
So you don't want to guarantee him the starting job next season.
Depends on who you bring in. If you draft a quarterback, I don't think that guy will be ready right away. And if you bring in a veteran, who is that veteran? I don't know. But I don't think this is good enough. I just don't. And I don't think that this, all of a sudden, hey, just get healthy and next year you're a playoff team. They're all a year older.
I'm not saying that.
They're a lot more expensive.
I'm not saying that.
They got a hit on a lot of draft picks. I think they've got an uphill road here. I'm not saying the sky's falling and everything's done.
That bleak. I don't think it's that bleak for this football team, especially in this league. I don't. I truly don't.
They need linebacker. They need full defensive line. They need a free safety. I think they need a center. They need a left guard. I got to find out what's going on with Trent Williams. They're probably going to need another wide receiver, which is crazy considering how much they've spent on it. I think you need another running back. There are a lot of needs on this team.
I think they'll be fine. If they have 10 needs, I think they can fill those holes. Free agency, the draft, trades. I think they're going to be fine. I think they're going to be fine. Let's go to that's just my opinion. I don't think it's all doom and gloom. When I look at the schedule and the way they've lost these games, it's not like they're getting blown out. They're leading these games, or they're in these games in the fourth quarter. Hell, they've blown 3 fourth quarter leads in the division alone. Division alone, they blow 3 fourth-quarter leads. So
the Raiders can make an argument like that.
No,
you know?
they can't. Come on, man.
Well,
Now you're being silly.
No, I mean,
no, you're being silly.
But like saying, like, well, they haven't gotten blown out. Like, that's how low the bar is.
That's not how low the bar is.
What is that?
No, they've controlled the game and had leads in the fourth quarter. Shasky, come on, man.
To deliver
the Raiders. You're really going to bring the Raiders involved with the Niners?
That's
the
some
Raiders
stuff that the Raiders would say.
The Raiders have no direction whatsoever. When I look at the totality and the context of this game, when you're saying that, I think they're going to struggle going 500 next season. And I look back at this season, I said, damn, you flipped these 3 games, you're 9-6. Now I get you're not 9-6, and you can't do that. But when you think about the Rams game in week number 3, what did them in? Was that a Brock game that did them in? Or was it special teams? Was it a bad kick by Jake Moody once again? You know what I mean? What about Arizona? Jordan Mason literally fumbled inside the 10-yard line to put the game away. Literally fumbled inside the 10.
You're right. Brock's been great.
I didn't say that. I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying it at all. Like, you guys don't hear me when I say Brock is struggling, but if I give him a little compliment today, it's like, oh, my God, you're holding his water. No, I'm not. So I asked the question to everybody out there. Do you want to move off of Brock? Because that's what this is coming down to.
I think at the bare minimum, they got to bring someone else in to compete with him. Bare minimum.
For the starting job.
Sure,
you're asking somebody, so you don't even want to guarantee Brock Purdy the starting job for next season.
They did that this year, and what happened? Like, they basically let Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs, they're competing for the back. I think you got to bring it in. When they brought in Sam Darnold to compete, even though they said internally that it was his job, like, I think that competition brought the best out of everyone.
I don't think he was competing with Brock. They gave Brock the job. Day one.
It felt like you had Brock, taking days off because of the elbow and whatnot, and you had Darnold running with the ones. I thought it brought the best out of everyone.
Let's go to wow, who's who on here? Let's go to Jay in Oakland. We'll start off with Jay in Oakland.
Jay. Hey, what's going on, fellas? Hey, first thing first, I just want to say I grew up 5 minutes away from the Coliseum, and Ricky Henderson, man, he was more than a baseball player to a lot of the black kids out there, man. He was a superhero. So rest in peace, Ricky, man. He was a real one.
Totally.
I agree with you, Bonte. Looking at these last couple games, I don't see a lack of effort, but what I do see is a lack of discipline with this team. And I can't recall a time where the 49ers just look so undisciplined. 12 men on the field, unnecessary roughness penalties, and I think that all falls on the feet of Kyle. And I don't want to come down too hard on Kyle, man, but I think Kyle's a good quarterback, but he's not that guy. Like, Joe kind of just, ripped off all of the records, man, of all of the other coaches with losing records, man. Mike Tomlin is that guy. Like, no losing records with quarterbacks like Mitchell Trubisky, Mason Rudolph, and Kenny Pickett. Mike Tomlin is that guy. But one last point I just kind of want to make is that I'm not completely fearful or, concerned, because I think next year they will be a better team. I mean, they should be a better team. I mean, they're going to be playing an NFC South, and I think they're probably going to have the 3rd or 4th losing record of the division, so they should be playing weaker teams. But I am scared about Kyle, and because I think that he hasn't been able to reinvent himself. You know what I mean? Like, have we ever seen Kyle be able to reinvent himself? And that's my biggest concern.
I'm going to go back to Purdy for a second. And we'll have a conversation about Kyle and reinventing himself. And I thought he had a great answer. Was it Friday or Thursday? Where he told the media, he goes, every week we're reinventing ourselves. Every week we're trying something different. Every week we're trying to see where we could get better at. That's the way the league works. That's the way coaching works. Belichick tried to reinvent himself every year. That's what they do. So I do think that's being a little overblown about Shanahan reinventing himself. At the end of the day, he's going to stick to his core principles and trying to run the football, trying to get the 30 carries and controlling the clock. And yesterday they weren't able to do that. They couldn't run the ball whatsoever. You're down to your 4th or 5th running back, whether or not you want to count Elijah Mitchell there. You're not running the ball well right now. And that's the Shanahan staple. So I do think he'll be better next season. But back to Brock for a second. I'm going to steal this from the 650. And it's a great question on the Comcast Business X line, Shasky. I'm curious if you guys have a list of quarterbacks you believe would have had a winning record this year dealing with what Brock dealt with. This is a real question and not being sarcastic. Get your mic on.
I think based on the evidence of this year, it sure feels like Baker Mayfield and Matt Stafford are guys that aren't in that golden 4 that I think would have winning records with the team this year. They've been dynamic in second halves.
Baker doesn't even have a winning record in Tampa Bay right now.
Yeah,
they're 7-7.
I'm aware with that. Yeah, but I also
7-7.
I think our team is better than their team. And we've seen it. And they've got some huge injuries on that team.
Their receiving core is a lot better. Their
Okay,
running
then you
backs
disagree,
are
but
better.
that's just my list.
Yeah,
So I've got Baker,
I'm
I've
looking
got
at their
Stafford,
team.
I think
that's I wholeheartedly
Baker,
disagree.
Stafford,
8-7 Baker.
Herbert, and this is going off the top of my head. Herbert. I feel like Jordan Love would also have a winning record right now. I'm going to put Jordan Love on there, even though he's a turnover machine. I think he also throws the ball down the field significantly better. Obviously, the Golden Force. So I'm at 8 right there. I think Sam Darnold right now. Look, he's playing great. Got to give Sam Darnold some credit. This year is completely shutting.
Sam Darnold had weapons like this, and he stunk in New York and Carolina.
I'm just going off what I'm seeing right now, and I think Sam Darnold.
The question was, if you put them on this team with this roster right now, would they have winning records?
I think he would have a winning record.
With this roster right now and this offensive line.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I do. Because I don't think Purdy's risen up to the challenge in four. I mean,
I'm just looking at you, man. No, come on.
I'm sorry, Shasky. I love you, but I have to disagree. Sam Darnold will not have this team.
This is my list.
It's a fair list. I just disagree with that.
Jared Goff would have a winning record with this roster right now.
He has George Kittle. Why couldn't he?
All right.
Why couldn't he? You guys are caping up for Purdy, and you don't even believe in him. You're the most skeptic of Purdy. You're afraid to say with your chest.
No, I'm not afraid to say anything. I'm not afraid to say anything.
He hasn't been that good this year.
Come on, man.
He hasn't been that good this year.
Don't do me like that.
He hasn't been good.
No, don't do me like that, man. Don't do me like that. Talk about I'm trying to cape for Brock Purdy, man. Don't be better than these internet trolls, dude.
I'm talking about I'm caping. I'm telling you that he has been underwhelming. He's a mediocre quarterback this year.
Stop it.
He is.
Stop it. You really believe Sam Darnold and Jared Goff
shut me up.
This season sucked.
So?
This season has sucked for
and
the
if
Niners.
The quarterback
There's
play
no
was
doubt
a little
about
better,
it.
We'd be 2 games better.
But if the special teams is a little bit better, they're 2 games better. If Jordan Mason doesn't fumble, they're 2 games better. If Rodney Bell doesn't drop a pass, they're 2 games better.
And if he hits Ayuk over the top and actually throws it, we're not even talking about
Debo Samuel catches a ball in the rain against the LA Rams, they're better. So everybody has to play better. But come on, man.
He's gotten outplayed by Geno Smith.
Sam Darnold had talent with the New York Jets, and Sam Darnold stuck. Now all of a sudden he's got Justin Jefferson and all these offensive weapons. He's having great weapons. Like, stop, man. I asked the question was Jared Goff on this roster. Come on, man. You don't believe Jared Goff
playing great football.
Yeah, he has great team, great talent around him. He's always had great talent. No, the defense is hurt.
Their offense is also hurt. They've had injuries.
They got Jameer Gibbs. Jameson Williams was suspended 2 games. But they still have Amon-Ra St. Brown, and they have Sam Darnold, and they have Jameer Gibbs.
I'll stand down.
Stop it. No, I'm not right. Stop it. Just being negative.
I have the guts to say that Purdy has been mediocre. Don't come down.
Who has that? No, I haven't. I'm giving you perspective on why Purdy has struggled, and I've critiqued him over and over about Purdy struggling. No, you're all doom and gloom talking about Purdy's not this, Purdy's not that. So I'm asking you a straight question: do you want to replace Purdy next year? If you want to replace him, then just say it.
Today,
you just want me to be negative like you, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have perspective on my assessment about Brock Purdy. Well, I don't care about your little temper tantrum about Purdy this and Purdy that.
You're afraid to say what the real is. The real is the guy is playing quarterback for the Niners, and the standards are high, and he wants $60 million, and he has not played anywhere near that this year.
And I said that. I said that he hasn't been worth $60 million. I said he hasn't been worth $60 million.
And he has 5 to 10.
I said he hasn't started. I've never said he's worth 60. I've never said. Have I ever said that he's worth 60 million? Have I ever said he's worth 50 million? Have I ever said he's worth 40 million? But you're so fixated on the money. You've been fixated on the money since last July, and you can't even enjoy the damn season and critique correctly. There's perspective to playing football.
Been in his hands in the fourth quarter, in the Rams game.
Stop it.
In the game they just had.
Oh, my God.
How many times? Seattle game at home.
I assess the situation.
The guy has failed to deliver the throw.
What would you like me to do? What would you like me to do? What would you like me to do? Would you like me to sit here, scream and yell and say Purdy sucks?
Taping up for him.
Guys, hold up. Let's take a time. Take a second, right? Let's just chill for a second.
He's played like Jimmy Garoppolo.
No, he hasn't.
And everyone's afraid to say it because we took the mask off of Scooby-Doo, and it looks just like Jimmy when we spent 2 years telling everybody he's better than Jimmy.
Shasky, I don't think it's as bad as Jimmy Garoppolo levels, but if I was to, what's the one game this year for you to point out? One game this year that was purely Brock Purdy was the reason why they lost that game.
What's that?
Is there a game this year where you would say Brock Purdy is solely the reason why they lost that game?
No, but he also hasn't been the sole reason why they won a game.
No, but I don't think there's been a single game where he's been the sole reason.
Is quarterback. And when I watch all of these other guys will their teams to wins, it's frustrating. I specifically watched Matt Stafford will his team with no Puka and no Cooper Kupp against Brock Purdy in the second half, and he made all the plays with no one around him.
But you also had a kicker miss a kick to ice the game, and you also had a special teams blunder, and you had a wide receiver.
Never his fault.
Drop. No, I didn't say
it's
that.
Not
it's
just that. It's not never his fault.
Did those things not happen?
No, but did those things not happen? You've got to overcome it. Lamar Jackson.
You can't overcome a missed field goal. You can't overcome a missed field goal and a guy dropping a pass when you have a chance to win the game. Literally dropped a pass to win the game.
I listed 10 quarterbacks.
Come on, man.
That have had a better year than Brock Purdy off the top of my head.
That's fine.
And I believe all 10 of those would have a winning record.
But you would not go into the offseason taking Sam Darnold over Brock Purdy.
I might.
The way you can. Oh my God.
This year I might.
Okay, all right.
Presented with new information,
all right.
I actually might.
Okay. Let's go to Tim in San Francisco. Tim, what's happening?
Love the fire, y'all. Rest in peace, Ricky Henderson. Much love from the Bay. All I want to know, do we want a ring from Shanahan in year 15? Because it's going to hit different in year 15. Let's just keep it real. That's all I got to say. Peace.
Let's go to David Fresno. Boy, that was a great call for 30 seconds. David Fresno, what's happening?
Hey, I love the passion. I love the fire. I love it. Joe Shasky. Amen, brother. Tell him, don't be scared. Say it with your chest.
Scared of what?
And,
scared of what? What am I scared of? Honestly, that's some fan talk. That's low-level fan talk. Who the hell is scared of what?
Hold up, wait.
Scared of what?
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking
scared
about
of
you.
What?
I'm not talking about you.
Shut up. Bye-bye. You're gone. You're gone. This low-level argument about being scared of critique. We've critiqued Brock Purdy every single year, every single week, in every single throw. Has he been a great quarterback? No, he has not. But there's also a lot of things around his football team that hasn't been great. And it's not all his fault. It's not. And I don't think Brock Purdy's the greatest quarterback ever. I've never said Brock Purdy was worth $60 billion. It's never come out of my mouth. But don't get mad at me because I'm not doom and gloom about everything happening. There's perspective to all this. There is.
So you think next year he just gets healthy, they improve everything around him, and he plays better?
I don't think Brock Purdy's the biggest issue on his football team. I can list 15 issues before I get to Brock Purdy.
List them.
I will. Pass rush.
Okay.
Defensive line against the run.
That's the same
thing. Safety. No, it's not the same thing. No, it's not the same thing. No, it's not the same thing.
Improving the pass rush in the D-line.
D-tackles inside, collapse in the pocket inside, interior pressure, outside pressure. Those are two different things.
Okay.
Stopping the run. It's three different things. How about a free safety who's a ball hawk?
Okay.
How about a wide receiver who could get off a press coverage? How about a wide receiver who could take the top off the defense?
That's what I use.
How about a second tight end for once? A second tight end who could be a threat.
So a non-starter, okay.
A non-starter.
So
just give me another tight end. Give me another tight end. No, I didn't say that. The quarterback's not the problem. If I roll into the season, if those other issues are improved, the quarterback's going to be fine.
I see. I think that's where you and I completely disagree.
I got more. I need a right tackle. I need a left guard. I need a center. I need another running back in case McCaffrey can't go next season who can do things in the pass game as well as pick up a blitz on third down and be able to stay healthy. I need all those things. May need another fullback. Kyle Juszczyk may be gone. I need better coordinators. All right, I need a better special teams coordinator. I need a better defensive coordinator. I need a better special teams coach. All right, I need all these things. But Brock Purdy's not on that list. He's not in my list of things that I really need to upgrade. Brock Purdy's fine. I think we're just being highly emotional because the season has gone our way. And the quarterback has shown some dents in the armor, some chinks in the armor that, yeah, he's not a perfect quarterback. But how many are? How many are really in this league right now?
I listed 10 who've played better than him off the top of my head.
Oh, my God.
This year. Off the top of my head.
All right.
Am I wrong?
I'm not in my feelings, man. I'm not in my feelings. Yeah, they have everything at their disposal. Better defense, better weapons, better running game. Do they not have better defenses?
I could argue that he has more than enough weaponry to get the job.
Yeah, I disagree with that. And that's what's coming up, brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. It's your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. BayAreaOilChange.com.
it's Brian from San Ramon. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Shanahan, run the ball.
All right, if David Fresno wants to call back, he's probably butthurt. I shouldn't have cut him off. But don't insult me and say that I'm scared to say something. Like, I've been consistent with everything I've said about the quarterback. And so if we're willing to – so this is where the conversation evolves to then. If you don't want Brock Purdy, if you don't think Brock Purdy's good enough, and you want to move on from the quarterback position, now you have Kyle Shanahan. That's a different conversation. Do you want Shanahan picking another quarterback? Because if you don't want that, and I've heard complaints about that, about Shanahan and his quarterback evaluations, then we just might as well blow up everything then. If that's the case. But we can't have measured perspectives about Brock Purdy, and that's the problem with sports media today, is that you either got to rip a guy or you're caping for him. I'm not caping for him. I'm not ripping him. I can rip him while not caping for him. You can do that, folks. There's a gray area in sports. I don't know if you knew that. Everything's just not black and white. Like, oh, he sucks or he's great. No. It doesn't work like that, especially in the game of football. You need, obviously, with these other quarterbacks, you need things around them to function at a high level. And when they don't, it falls on the quarterback. And then you say, hey, could you bail us out? Not all quarterbacks can do that. But Brock Purdy, in my opinion, hasn't been the biggest issue this year. Has he regressed a little from the MVP season? Absolutely. And I've said that every single week. I've highlighted throws every single week. I've done the same thing. I just don't yell about it. I'm trying not to yell about it.
Is he an answer?
Brock Purdy, an answer?
Is he an answer?
Yes, absolutely.
You think he's an answer?
Absolutely. You can win a lot of games with Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
I truly believe that.
I found it ironic that I'm watching that game yesterday, and I think that these guys mirror each other a lot. One person might want to take Tua over him, and some people take Brock. Brock's had way higher highs in terms of playoff success. Tua's never won a game in December, but when I watched them play on the field yesterday, they were very similar. Very similar.
I thought Brock was a better quarterback.
Okay.
I thought Brock played better. I thought
they were very
what
similar.
He had to work with. I thought Mike McDaniel just makes it so easy for Tua to complete good passes. Then there's a health issue with Tua. Hell, the concussion problem is a real thing. Now Purdy has a shoulder and the elbow, but you know what? Purdy threw the ball well yesterday. So I'm sorry. On this football team, when I see everything that's happened, and everybody, I'm just not going to blame this guy. If we want to move on from the quarterback, that's fine. I'm going to respect that.
Well, no, opinion. I don't think anyone wants to.
But I'm trying to be.
He wants $60 million, which is over here to the side.
Well, it's a report, right?
Well, that's what
they're saying.
We're led to believe. He wants $60 million, so that's over here to the side. I don't think he's good enough to take a team that's in transition clearly to the promised land. Right now, does that mean that I want to get rid of him? No, I want to keep what I consider to be a player that brings some value to the table. But I don't think that he's above me looking to find something better. So simultaneously, while I'm probably going to give him a big pay raise, which he's earned and he's deserved, I'm going to either draft a guy or bring someone in to push him along. And you would do that at any other position: left tackle, guard, free safety.
So you just want a quarterback. You just want a quarterback competition.
At minimum, yeah.
So you do not want to guarantee Brock Purdy the starting quarterback job next season?
Well, it depends who you're bringing in, right? Like if you bring in a washed-up Kirk Cousins to back him up, like you're not having a competition. Kirk Cousins is done, right? But something in my head is saying, I don't know if Kyle's done with that, because he's been linked to this guy for so long. I don't know what's going through Kyle's head. I have no idea.
So we're willing to move off of Brock Purdy after this season.
I'm willing to see if there are upgrades out there. And I think that every reasonable fan is trying to upgrade. Every position I'm trying to.
No doubt.
Like right now, CMC, I believe he had a singular great season in a 49er uniform, one of the great ones of all time. Am I above trying to find the next great running back? Hell no. I'm still trying to find the next dude. So it's the same thing at quarterback. Like Brock's fine for right now. I'm trying to find the next dude.
All right, find the next dude.
And I don't think I'm alone in that.
No, you're not. It's if you want to upgrade. But what is the upgrade? We know the names that are out there.
That's the hardest part.
Is Sam Darnold really an upgrade?
If you would have said that a year ago, I would have laughed at myself for suggesting it.
I know how you felt after Sam Darnold played that Rams game last year. Yeah, it was terrible. So I don't, we don't need to revisit that.
But he's also played a hell of a lot better. At one point when Baker Mayfield was on his third team in a singular season and he was like 1 foot out of the NFL, I had a very low perspective of Baker Mayfield. He has played significantly better since then. And so my opinion of him has evolved. Aaron Rodgers was the MVP just a couple of years ago. My opinion of him has devolved. So these things can change quickly.
All right. Offensive line needs to be upgraded. You're on your fourth running back. Who is it? McCaffrey? You didn't have McCaffrey. Yeah, Jordan Mason, Garindo, McCaffrey.
Eli at one point.
Eli. So you're on basically your fifth running back right now.
Yes.
Fifth running back. All right? Not a lot of quarterbacks can overcome that. You see Kansas City, they lose Pacheco. They bring in Kareem Hunt right away. Right away. Don't even mess around. That's what teams do. That's what they do. But who is willing out there to move on from Brock after this season? Like, here's another question for you, because I already know I already know your answers, but I'm gonna ask you the question anyway. Can you build your team around Brock Purdy?
I don't think you can. Everything has to be perfect. And they had the Avengers last year, and it was unbelievable. You know how difficult it is to keep those things together? We're seeing that this year.
But where does you know?
Like, you have a once-in-a-generation running back, a once-in-a-generation left tackle, right? These are what people say about those guys.
Yeah, I don't care what people say. I don't care what people say. What are you watching? And what I'm watching is a quarterback who helped elevate these guys. Brock Purdy has something to do with Ayuk having his best season ever. Ayuk played with Jimmy. He didn't have a year close to the season he had a season ago.
Yeah, but they also
Chris
never
McCaffrey played his best football in his system, right? Does Brock get any credit for that, for elevating anybody?
He was really good. He was really good.
Does he get any credit for elevating anybody?
Who said he doesn't get credit? He's really good. You know? We were singing his praises week after week after week. He hasn't played like that. You know, you're supposed to throw, and you even heard Tony Romo talking about it on the broadcast. Like, you got to throw to the open man. That's the whole offense.
No doubt.
It's not necessarily dictated on, like, I'm targeting Brandon Ayuk 12 times a game. You throw to the open man. This year, his decision-making on who the open man is and his accuracy have not been as good.
I just don't know where this whole Bonte here keeping up for Purdy stuff. When just last week at Thursday Night Football, I said right now, in the month of December and November, he's not playing like the best quarterback in the NFC. All the other NFC West quarterbacks are playing better than him at that time. Doesn't mean I'm going to take him long-term over these quarterbacks, but as of now, in that moment, they were playing better football than Brock Purdy. And I mentioned how he underthrew Ricky Pearsall last week. I mentioned how he underthrew Jacob Cowing in the Kansas City game or George Kittle. So I'm not caping up for Brock Purdy. But let's hold on for a second before we start just making sweeping indictments on who he is as a quarterback. I still think he's a really good quarterback, and I understand what his record is over the last 20. I also understand what the team has looked like over the last 20 and who hasn't been on the football field in the last 20 games. Those are all facts. And we can't sit here and say, well, you guys great weapons in Debo Samuel when the previous 5 weeks everybody was ready to run Debo out of town for having 101 receiving yards in the last 5 weeks. So which one is it? I don't do the whole wishy-washy flipping and flopping, all that stuff.
So let me ask, because you keep bringing up all the weapons. So when can we critique him?
I've been critiquing him.
No, I'm saying,
critique him if you want to.
It seems like it just seems like to me that there's
who the hell?
No, these elements have to be just right for.
No. I'm not saying that at all. I mentioned over and over how he missed the second 11 throw against Seattle. Iced the game on the play action pass, and then Gino came right down the football field.
So how would you assess his season this year?
It hasn't been great.
Okay.
It hasn't been great.
Which has been my original opinion.
I've said that all the time, but you claim that I'm scared to criticize him. What? That is asinine. I'm not going to scream and yell about the quarterback. I'm not doing that. Because I understand he's not the biggest issue on this football team.
Yeah, I would argue that quarterback is the number one position in sports.
It's the number one position in sports. And the teams that are leading
pretty much every division, you can look at their quarterback play and you could say, yeah, that's why they are.
But also the other teams, too, have great defenses, great running games, great special teams,
but
great
there's a reason why it gets $60 million a year and why this guy wants $60 million a year. It's
the owner came out and said he's going to reset the market. Not Brock Purdy. The owner said that. Get on Jed York about that. The owner said that. He said it.
Well, again, the quarterback position will always get a higher level of scrutiny than all of the others.
That's fine.
Because of the money, the allocation. We're going to see teams go in the draft right now.
How would you like me to criticize Brock?
I'm not doing it. Because I'm saying that when I look at quarterback play, like we talk about the New York Giants, the first thing you bring up is quarterback play. We talk about the Raiders. The first thing, man, they went with Gardner Minshew to start the year. Quarterback play.
Those are terrible quarterbacks.
Like, when I look at the Jacksonville Jaguars situation, how can you not discuss in the first sentence Trevor Lawrence?
That's
right.
Fine.
So all those teams, we start at quarterback. And it's the same thing with the 49ers. They had a lost year. Yes, there's a lot of things that are going on. the quarterback play hasn't been as good. And where this gets, I get PTSD, I start thinking about Jimmy and how he kind of fell off. And I start thinking about Kaepernick and how he fell off. And yeah, in both those situations, their bodies gave out, the team around them disintegrated. But their play also disintegrated. And so, like, I'm saying that I have a quarterback problem. Like, I don't think it's just as clear cut as
you think we have a quarterback. So you think the Niners have a quarterback problem?
What?
You think we have a quarterback problem?
I think it's up in the air. Yeah, I do.
All right.
I do. I feel like it's up in the air.
That's fine. That's fair.
At one point, I thought that this guy was a top 10 guy, locked and loaded, wasn't a question, and now I'm walking that back.
And then you'll walk it back when he balls out next season, right?
If he does, yeah. Like, I mean, why not?
David Frisno, what's happening? You thought
Brady was washed, and then Brady wasn't washed, right?
But you know what I understood, though?
What?
He didn't have the weapons around him, right? His last team in New England, he was throwing to Kimbrough. Like, no, it's not a cop-out. Those are the truth. He had Kimbrough Tompkins, and then he goes to Tampa Bay, and he's got Gronk, Antonio Brown, Mike Evans, and Chris Godwin. Oh, all of a sudden, his core around him got a lot better. And the offense around them in New England that last year.
But opinions aren't stagnant. I don't understand why they have to be frozen in carbonite.
I didn't say that at all.
Like his play
I'm not saying that at all. You're talking
as we assess his play. His play
are you having a conversation with the internet or me? I don't know what's going on here.
I'm just listening to what you're saying.
No, David Frisno, man. What's going on? This is insane. Dave, I apologize for hanging up on you, man. That was my bad. Go ahead.
It's good, bro. Tempers is, I mean, it's an emotional time, bro. It's been an emotional season. I get it. I was just speaking to in general, and I will say this real quick about Brock. I think if you subscribe to, Brock being the quarterback of the 49ers, I think it's just a new standard. I think that's kind of taking place with the Santa Clara 49ers, where it like good enough is the standard, and I don't subscribe to that. I subscribe to Joe Montana, Steve Young, and it's been a long time since that. But my original point I called was about yesterday in particular, and with Kyle Shanahan. I didn't understand why Dre Greenlaw was in the game. We found out before kickoff that we didn't have a shot in the playoffs, and this is twice this year that the coach, as great as he's been, these questionable decisions. Why give McCaffrey heavy workload after his injuries and Greenlaw? Like, why play him when there's nothing to play for it? Like, if you heard after the game, Fred was mad about that. If you read between the lines, he did not appreciate the fact. He was like, hey, we got to protect him from himself because Dre wants to play. As a head coach and with your cachet, bro, you got to make these decisions. And I think that's the frustration some fans have is that, yes, he's had some great success, but I feel like he's contradicted himself with some really, really, really bad decisions during his tenure.
Well, can I ask you a question? The guy is going to be a free agent. I really like Dre Greenlaw. Isn't there an element of like, let's see if he can stay on the field for a couple of weeks before we pay him in the offseason? Because paying a guy who was hurt in the offseason hasn't really worked out for them in Christian McCaffrey. Like, because I do see that element as well. Like, I hear you on shutting him down, but I have questions on if he can stay healthy. Like, and it's fair or not. Like, the poor guy got hurt again, and it's only been 2 weeks.
If it was like an ankle sprain or something, but he's coming off an Achilles. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a major injury, and that's him. What happened with McCaffrey, and it's like heavy workload. Like, nothing ever happened. There's no easing him in. You know what I'm saying? That's the point I was trying to make.
No, Dave, I agree with you on that. I thought last week after the Rams game, I saw enough in the first half to shut him down. I said, okay, I know Dre's back. Let's just protect him from himself. He left the Rams game with knee tightness, for crying out loud. Knee tightness. So I'm thinking to myself, is that related to the Achilles tendon? Is it not? And then he comes back and 4 plays in. You hear Tony Romo and Jim Nantz, Dre Greenlaw's out. I'm like, calf? Really? Oh, all right. Fine. Like, 57 doesn't need to play. I've seen enough from him.
Yeah, but do you trust him to be healthy next year?
Well, after an offseason, if he doesn't rush himself back, sure. Hey, look, football's a violent sport.
I know.
Football's a violent sport. You can get played. I mean, any position. You can get hurt on any single play. Hell, Dre Greenlaw didn't even get hurt on the field. He got hurt running onto the field, getting ready for a defensive huddle. You know what I mean? So
it's just I do worry about him. Like, for all of next year, he couldn't even play a full half.
No, he couldn't.
You know, like that. I have major concerns on him, and he is a great player when he's out there. I mean, it's a noticeable difference. The defense looks totally different when he's out there.
Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave in San Jose. Dave in San Jose, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Cool.
Listen to the show every morning. I just wanted to touch on the Brock Purdy. You guys got to remember he's 24 years old and he's a 7th-round draft pick. He played his butt off last year. He played a really good year. I'm not willing to, just say, oh yeah, he's done. Let's move on from him. He's had a lot of banged up players, a lot of important players that played a key into having a successful role last year. So I think, just keep letting them develop. Give him some more key players to surround him, and I think he'll be just fine. Y'all guys have a good one.
Absolutely. Good call. Let's go to Miguelito real quick in the city. Miguelito,
what's up?
Hey, hello, fellas. First of all, that Dubie Award sounded fun. I'll try to make it next year. My thing is, you know how I feel about Brock, and I don't know if you guys remember the movie Braveheart, and there was a scene where the king came back from like 2 years out at war, and his effeminate son had his boyfriend, and the boyfriend tried to talk strategy to the king. And I don't know if you remember, the king put his arm around the guy, walked him to the window, and fly, eagle, fly. And that's, it's time for a change, man. He had a good season. He had a good 3 years, man, better than a lot of people. But it's, time for a change.
So you want to change the quarterback. Time for a change.
Yeah, he never gave Josh Dobbs one snap this year. What's the even point of it? And I heard that they got the dude Tanner Mordecai. I was watching him on tape. Man, he looks way better than Brock, man. So I mean, they can get off that dude, man. He's not all that, man. Take the makeup off, man. It's all come off, man. It's he's done in my book.
So you and I disagree on that. Like, it's so hard to find competent quarterback play that you don't just get rid of someone who's still an asset, right? I would add something to the mix. Like, that's where I'm adding to this. I'm drafting somebody. I don't know where. I'm drafting somebody. I'm bringing somebody in. Like, unless you can definitively upgrade, you're not just getting rid of Brock Purdy. It's just so hard. And you've talked about this. Like, the drop-off from Tua to whoever the Thompson kid is that's backing up is like Grand Canyon-esque. And all of us think Tua is very mediocre. I think
he's
most
solid.
people.
I think he's solid. He's solid.
Okay,
solid.
so whatever. But the drop-off is pretty big, right? From a solid player to a guy who's clearly a backup. Now, I don't know what the drop-off is between Brock and Dobbs, but I bet it's similar in terms of what it is from Tua to his backup.
We saw it with Brennan Allen. Although he did make a couple throws. Let's go to, Uncle Gene's been on hold for way too long. Way too long, Uncle Gene. My apologies. What's up, Uncle Gene?
Great to see you.
Great to see you Friday.
Yeah, absolutely. That was great. That was the most fun I've had in a long time, man. Hanging around the roasters, those are the kind of people I grew up with. So it's kind of like comfort food for me.
That's awesome.
Anyways, I really enjoyed the time. And, I love meeting your families, your beautiful wives and kids. And thank you so much, Joe, you and your the other Shafties for that beautiful shirt you gave me. I'm wearing it. Yeah, I'm wearing it for every game at work for the last Dubs game, and
nice.
I think it helped.
Nice.
Anyways, all right, so I wanted to say something about Ricky, whose career I followed the entire time, but I see that the conversation's about Purdy, so I just want to quickly sort of sum up where I stand on this, and what I've been trying to say is, listen, he's not an elite quarterback. I think we can say that, confidently. I think we can all agree. He needs a lot of help, all right? The kind of help that he had last year, except that now you're going to take $50 or $60 million away from the money to put that team together. That's what bothers me. So, I mean, if he was willing to settle for 30, 35, that's going to help us, once again, build a team around him again. The O-line, the D-line, and, fill in all these weaknesses that we have to. If he's going to demand 50 or 60 million, I think there's a problem. And I understand there are opt-outs and other financial machinations we can go through to make this work. But bottom line, I just don't think we should be giving him much more than that if we want to build a team around him. Now, this whole thing about Darnold, by the way, I don't know. Anybody that's still down on Darnold should watch the end of the Vikings game yesterday. and watch that beautiful play to Justin Jefferson to score the winning touchdown. Go, granted, he's throwing it to the best receiver in football, but the way he evaded those tacklers and on the run threw a dart, a perfect throw to Jefferson. I'm not sure Brock Purdy on his best days can make that play. I'll be honest with you. So I wouldn't dismiss Mr. Darnold too soon. I don't know if I have any more time. I'd like to say a few things about Ricky.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so I remember him when he came up, and to me, there's kind of a comparison between when Curry came to the Warriors and when Ricky came to the A's. He came in '79. Curry, I believe, in 2009. They came to horrible teams. I mean, the A's had been decimated by Charlie Finley. I think the inspiration for John Fisher, who was all bottom line and destroyed the dynasty as a result. And, he came to the team in '79, played about half the season. They still lost 108 games. But you could see the vibe changing. You could see this guy, three sports star out of Berkeley, really as a piece to build around, and that's what they did. And eventually, of course, they won that championship in '89. Sorry, Giants fans. Same with Curry, okay? And the two memories that I have of Henderson along the way, two best memories are, first of all, I was at the game with my 12-year-old son, Derek. I hope you kept the stub when he broke Lou Brock's record. Lou Brock, he lifted the bag and said he was the greatest. That was quite a moment. And then some years later, after he retired, I was walking up to my seat, and he was coming down in the Coliseum, and he was right in front of me, and I was like a 12-year-old kid, and I said, "Ricky," and he just smiled at ear-to-ear Graham and chuckled and walked past. But I don't know if we won or lost, but it didn't matter. It just didn't mean a moment for me.
I love that.
And finally, listen, he died too young. I mean, he was the man of steel, S-T-E-A-L, but we all thought he was the man of steel, S-T-E-E-L. And so this was a shock to our system. I thought he was going to live well into his 80s or 90s. But in a sense, it's kind of timely and appropriate because Oakland sports has now died with the A's leaving, and so maybe it was time for Ricky after all. So rest in peace, Ricky.
Great call, Gene.
Good call, Gene.
Wow.
Good call. Rest in peace, Ricky Henderson. No doubt about it. A great one here. We can end the show about Ricky in just a second, but I do want to get back to Brock Purdy and the loss yesterday to the Dolphins. Niners lose 29-17. Brock Purdy throws an interception to seal the deal, basically. Try to make a layer, throw in an intermediate 10 to 15-yard range. Guy in his face gets hit, throws it, boom, picked. Could say maybe it's not a great throw, maybe not great anticipation, but I want to know from people out there, 888-957-9570, what is your big takeaway from the loss yesterday? Is it the quarterback? Is that your big takeaway? The quarterback not playing up to standards. What about Kyle Shanahan? Is it Nick Bosa in the defense? Is it Nick Bosa in the run defense? Is it the offensive line play? Because to me, when I turned off that game and I thought to myself, I said, okay, Brock threw the pick, and that sucks. But I'm watching that game, I said, boy, they have to reinvest in this offensive line. You're not going anywhere if you can't protect the quarterback. It's an old adage. You don't protect the quarterback, you're not winning anything in this league. You have to protect your quarterback, whether it's Brock, Jimmy, Trey, I don't care who it is back there. You have to invest in the offensive line. And to me, that was the biggest takeaway because even in the run game, the offensive line stunk yesterday. I mean, there was no lanes open in the run game. So I think the Niners have to invest in the trenches defensively as well. And they've done a lot of that, and they failed in the trenches on the defense side of football. But the offensive line, my biggest takeaway, sure, Brock Purdy has his shortcomings. But I need offensive line play in the worst way. The offensive line must get better for next season.
Big takeaways from yesterday. Where has this Debo been all year? Like, I don't even know what to make of it. Where has it been? Is it just simply he looks fresher? Is he, X amount of weeks removed from the pneumonia? Is he just playing better? Is it now that everything's meaningless? I no idea. But where was this Debo all year? Bosa playing? What is going on with Nick Bosa? I mean, didn't hear his name once outside of the time they referenced his father. Obviously need a new kicker. It's just like, Duh. Running backs, you referenced there's no run game, and that probably goes hand in hand with the offensive line. But they need whatever happens with Jordan Mason and Garendo, I like those guys. Neither of them could be your bell cow all year long. They just can't stay healthy all year. I cannot. Maybe they can down the line. I can't trust them to. I think I need to draft another running back. Who knows about CMC? And then I go back to the Brock. He's had opportunities to kind of, seize the moment and overcome all of the adversity of a game, and he's just failed to rise to the occasion.
The minus 53-point differential in the fourth quarter for the 49ers is the worst in the league. So the fourth quarter is
minus 53 in the fourth quarter?
Minus 53-point differential in the fourth quarter.
Worst in the league. Wow.
And I know the easy way out is saying the quarterback has to play better in the fourth quarter, which he does. The defense has to be better. The special teams have to be better. This has been a complete team collapse. To me, it's been a complete team collapse, not just on the quarterback, not just on the defense. It's everything. Everything. But a minus 53-point differential in the fourth quarter for the 49ers. And it lies on Shanahan and his record and coming back. And, can they seal the deal? Can they finish? Well, we saw the Super Bowl. They didn't finish. Both Super Bowls. Super Bowl 54 and the one last year in Vegas.
They referenced the one in Miami over and over and over on the broadcast. Kyle Juszczyk caught the touchdown pass from Jimmy Garoppolo. And it's like, oh, my God, they just kept bringing it up. That stadium does look cool, though.
Yeah, it does. It does look
got really loud, actually.
Hard Rock. Let's go. A lot of Niner fans down there. Let's go to Word in Oakland. Word, what's
up, Word?
Fellas, what's happening? Hope you guys are well. Well, you sound well. Your voices are working. This conversation about Brock is frustrating only because, I appreciate the nuance that Bonte is providing. I do respect your passion, Shafty, but it seems like you want the conversation started. Brock is a problem. And if you're not saying that only, then you're caping or you're not quite, you know what I mean? Like, when you guys have Baldy on, you guys sit and listen to the nuance. If you ask him why Brock isn't playing well, he'll give you the same reasons Bonte gave you. Offensive line, running game, receivers aren't helping, guys are dropping balls, all those things. Why the team isn't winning, they can't stop the run. They're not getting a pass rush. All these things, yes, of course, it all trickles up to the quarterback because he's the head of the squad. But unfortunately, when the game is built, you got to pay attention to those other factors. Why was Brady not any good his last year in New England and everybody thought he was washed? Because the team was trashola. He went to Tampa, got a really good squad around him. They brought in a bunch of dudes from everywhere else. They brought in Gronk. They brought in a bunch of talent, brought a bunch of defense. They built that squad up around Brady because they wanted to play with Brady. They won. They beat Mahomes in the Super Bowl. Was Mahomes washed in the Super Bowl? No. His offensive line, they announced right before the kickoff and ruined my parlay that they were all gone, so the Chiefs looked like trash. Nobody came out of that game saying Mahomes was no good. He just looked terrible in that offensive line. This year, he's not having his best year. Everybody knows he's not having a good year. His defense is why they're in position to win games at the end where he can make those plays at the end. He hasn't had a good running game. He's got Kelsey and a couple of receivers that were out most of the year. It's nuance. So I appreciate Bonte for not just saying, yeah, get Brock out of here. He's struggling. Yes, he's struggling, but there's reasons why he's struggling. Also, Bonte has spoken on the bad throws. He's not just saying everybody else and everything else. He's given that. I wish folks would listen to Bonte. Pay attention to what Baldy says. When he's not on the line, stop forgetting that he told us why Brock's having a tough year. And if I can give you a quick little Ricky Henderson story, because I really do appreciate the opportunity if I can. I was about 7 in the early 80s when Ricky was, with the A's. And guys like that remind me why I like sports in the first place. When I was a kid, just sitting on the couch watching guys play and didn't grow up having to argue about this stuff every day. It sucks that all we do is argue about sports. When we were kids, we just wanted to watch these dudes ball. I used to mimic and over-exaggerate Ricky's batting stance where he'd squat real low and stick that leg way out. I would exaggerate, take stupid leadoffs from the first base with my legs spread open and my fingers wiggling between my legs like Ricky would do, and get tagged out because I was slow. But sports was just so dope when all we cared about was the game. We didn't have to get older and get mad at everybody and want to fire people for not, making plays for us. We're going to pay Brock an upgrade and then try to bring in a quarterback to replace him. That just sounds so backwards. Y'all have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Word. Thanks for the call as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMT FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. always live on the free Odyssey app. So, Niner fans, 888-957-9570. Not only what is your big takeaway from yesterday, but what is your big takeaway for the season? And if you want to focus on the quarterback position, that's fine. What is your assessment of Brock Purdy? Are we done with him? Are we ready to move on? Are you ready to pay him? How are you feeling about Brock?
Heading into this year, what were some of your big storylines? Just what the whole team.
I don't even remember, man. Oh, Nick Sorensen was a storyline to me.
Okay.
Even though nobody wanted to touch it, because I've said, all right, now you got rid of Steve Wilkes, and you got a first-time defensive coordinator. How's that going to play out? Nick Bosa had a full training camp. What is he going to look like? Will Hufanga be back? How long will Dre Greenlaw be out?
There wasn't an element of
Oh, well, I'm getting there. There. And then Brock obviously had the ball out, and we wanted to see Brock take another level and be able to do some things that we see from the Golden Four, Burrow, Allen. And we haven't seen that. We have not seen that. And he's not one of those Golden Four guys. We've seen him on the field next to Lamar Jackson. We've seen him on the field next to Josh Allen. We've seen him on the field next to Mahomes twice. We've seen him on the field next to Burrow. And each time he got thoroughly outplayed by those Golden Four. So that conversation, Brock Purdy's not in that conversation. Cool, I know that. But can he function at a high level at times and move the offense? Yards hasn't been a problem. They've gotten to the red zone. They haven't scored touchdowns. That's a problem on Brock, no doubt. But it's also a byproduct of not having your red zone ace in Christian McCaffrey. It's also having Debo Samuel not effectively able to get open. It's also not having Brandon Ayuk, who tore up his knee and wasn't in shape anyway. So those are all the storylines there. And then, obviously, the Ayuk and Trent Williams situation hijacked everything.
Yeah.
Hijacked everything.
Yeah, because I think like the CMC, like can CMC replicate what he did the year prior? Can Brock replicate what he did the year prior? Like both of those are like unequivocal no's, you know? And yeah, there's reasons and stuff on why, but like I think this was a big year of like, it's one thing to do it for a full season. It's another to do it for multiple seasons in a row. And I think that's what separates the in any sports, what separates the truly great players. And, you know, whether it's CJ Stroud, whether it's Brock Purdy, whomever, you know, RG3 had this conversation at one point, like you can have a singular year and we'll have this same conversation about Sam Darnold heading into next year, no matter where he goes. Can he do it again? Right. And so, like, he's fallen short.
No, he has fallen short, but also all the greatest of the great. And when I compare Brock to the greatest of the greats, I'm not. I'm really not. I'm not trying to do that at all. But all of the greats have had down years. They have down years. It happens.
Yeah, but usually they stack, happens. You know, like because it's such a small sample size. Right. Usually you get 5 or 6 seasons under their belt, and
but he had
get a feel for him.
He had a season and a half. He led them to 2 back-to-back NFC championship games and a Super Bowl. Came in as a third-string quarterback. Trey gets hurt. Jimmy gets hurt. He takes over, and we're thinking, I was like, damn, this season's over.
Yeah, of course.
And he helped keep it alive. And he missed Debo for a good stretch of those games in the second of that first. So when we say just one season, I look at a season and a half. Last year was his first full season, and I was coming off of Tommy John, where we didn't even know if he was going to play in week 1 in Pittsburgh, and he did. So I like Brock's moxie. I like his composure. I don't think he's lost a lot of confidence. I think he's tried too hard, and that's affected his decision-making, and at times in-game confidence in terms of where to throw the ball to. But as a player himself, I still believe Brock Purdy believes that he can play at a high level. I do. I think the guy's fine. I think he's built for this. And Steve Wilkes, we're Steve Wilkes. I'm sort of built for this. I think Brock is built for this.
The 2 things that I don't have the answer to, like how much do teams like really know what he likes to do now because they've got, you know, all the footage on him, and then like what is going on with the arm elbow? What is going on? Like I thought Tua had a little more zip than him with the arm yesterday, and I know it's never going to be something he hangs his hat on. Purdy, like arm strength, it's just not there. Not driving the ball. He could drive it a little better before. It feels like there's something up with it. And I want to know what's going on there.
Philip in San Jose, what's happening?
How you guys doing? Good morning.
What's up, Philip?
So I can tell you exactly what's wrong with the Niners. Like the way, if you look at other teams like Philly, for example, they have, Hurts, Saquon, and they have AJ out there. You know, they have a wide receiver. They have 3 people they can depend on. If one of them's out, they fall apart, you know? The way our system is built, we have like 5 or 6 guys on defense that are really important, 5 or 6 guys on offense. On offense, we have Trent, CMC, Ayuk, Debo, Kittle, Kyle. 1, maybe 2 go out. We can still survive with our defense intact. Same thing with defense. We have Bosa, Hargrave, Greenlaw, Warner, Ward, Hufanga. 1 or 2 go out. We can kind of still survive. But when you have 1 or 2 on offense and 1 or 2 on defense, we're not made to survive like that. We depend on these 5 or 6 guys on offense, these 5 or 6 guys on defense, and that's the way the system is built. And it's built good. You see last year, we entered the playoffs. Most of them were healthy. We had a good run. We were even able to come back. But right now, I think just the wear and tear of every year making the playoffs and just them being out. There's too many people out right now. I think they just started the season not even being able to do a scrimmage because they were too injured. I just think the way the system's built, there's too many people hurt. We depend on these guys.
As in financially top heavy?
Yeah, but that's the thing. They need to redo that. They need to fix. If they could talk to Brock and just, hey, how about you get $40 million, and just restructure it. They're really good at restructuring guys' contracts. Yeah. They can figure this out. I think if they can keep everyone, let them rest. Okay, I am so thankful. I love my Niners. I'm a real Niner fan, the highs and lows, but they not making the playoffs is a blessing. Everyone can rest. You can come back, run it back with everyone. They need to re-sign Greenlaw and Hufanga. They need to keep them. You've seen when Hufanga and Greenlaw were on the field the first half of last week. They were incredible.
No, you're right, Phillip. You're right, but I do think they need to tinker with some things here. They need to tinker with a couple things. Real quick, let's get to RJ and Fairfield, and then we'll break. RJ, what's happening?
I'm with Shasky. Shasky, you are my spirit animal today. Bonte, every play is not going to be perfect. I feel like you're saying that, he needs
you guys act like every play should be perfect. Not me.
But you make it seem like it's every play got to be perfect for Brock Purdy, and every play is not. You want a quarterback that could, despite the losses on the offense and despite injuries and stuff, he still makes plays. His decision making is still a factor, and I'm with Shasky, man. I think we do have to find a backup quarterback to Brock Purdy, at least have some competition back there.
So hold on, RJ. I want to get this straight. Because I'm not opposed to having – I don't like the quarterback room with Josh Dobbs and Brandon Allen. I never said I did like that. And so I don't know where that's coming from, number one. And number two, sounds like you want to replace Brock Purdy.
I want a backup plan to Brock Purdy. I hope he gets a Baker Mayfield contract. I think $33 million for, but I do want to – I'll pick up Kirk Cousins right now to go to the offseason, but I also want to – I would rather draft first in the second round. That's what I want. But I'm with Shasky, man.
All right.
They have just so many holes. It's so hard to take one of their valuable draft picks and in the first 2 rounds and use it on a quarterback. That I don't see happening.
RJ, just miserable, man. Sacramento 0-4 in their 5-game homestand.
And De'Aaron Fox might want out.
Yeah, and they're getting booed off the floor.
Could the Warriors? No, I'm just teasing.
I would take Keegan Murray, though. They're not using Keegan Murray. They want to trade Keegan Murray down here. I wouldn't mind that. All right. More of your phone calls coming up. Or if your calls. They're all jacked up. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get to everybody. Everybody. You're going to get on the airways. We've got 60 seconds to Celebrini. Quick thoughts on the Dubs. Quick thoughts on what's going on with the Giants. All that stuff. NCAA playoffs. A lot going on here. Last segment, man. What a show. What a show. That's brought to you by Valvoline. It's oil change.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Our rookie roaster of the year, Oreo Cookie, man. It was a blast to see him out there. He was so happy, man. His Jose Canseco jersey.
Sick jersey.
He was one of my favorites, man. Oreo Cookie, good to meet you at the Dubie Awards this past Friday. And speaking of Dubie, Shasky, oh, wait, before I get to him, because I know what he's going to do, so just sit back and let him brag about a game that nobody care about. But tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Street sports from the best seat in the house with the Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Warriors and Pacers tonight. Warriors with a big win on Saturday. 8 of their next 9 at Chase Center.
Thank God.
Get out of the box, stack some wins, and let's go, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
I was waiting for the standings to update after the game. I was like, get me the 15. I thought they were at 14. They should be at 15. Why are they not at 15? And then you guys finally showed the graphic, and I was like, thank God.
The box. The juice box is for everybody right now. The Warriors 7th in the West. But it could be worse. You could be the Sacramento Kings.
They needed that win for their soul so bad. Curry was missing shots in the first half, and I'm like, this isn't looking good.
Well,
and then he finally took over in the end.
Wolves Warriors was out. Minnesota went 7 minutes and 38 seconds without a basket. And you hear it in Fitz's voice, and you heard it in Fitz's voice. And I was like, oh, boy, they're going to blow this game. They were up 21. They should have been at 31.
How about when the drink or something spilled?
The drink spilled on courtside.
And then Pods is like yelling at the referee to stop the game, and they give a technical to Pods only to rescind it.
No, it was awful.
And then I don't know if you saw the Anthony Edwards quote after the game.
Oh, I heard him. He blasted the referees, except the women ref.
Yeah.
But he blasted the referees where he should be blasting Julius Randle for taking – Julius Randle's never met a shot he didn't like.
He goes to the free throw line so much.
Yeah, he's strong and burly, but from the field, he's 8 of 27 in his last 2 games against the Warriors, Julius Randle. 8 of 27 in the last 2 games.
You know what I call him?
What's that?
I call him bootleg Anthony Mason.
Ooh.
That's who he thinks he is. In his mind, that's who he thinks he is. Yeah. I loved Anthony Mason. But he's bigger than Anthony Mason, but in terms of he really thinks he's a factor.
He's not a factor on that team right now. They are struggling, but the Warriors going to bust it away. They'll take on Indiana, who blew out the Kings last night to go to one center. Again, the Kings are on a 5-game. They got a 5-game homestand. 5-game homestand. They lost the first 4 games on the homestand. They'll try to salvage it the day after Christmas against the Pistons. Well, you can't sleep on. Don't sleep on those Pistons. All right, let's go to Aaron in San Jose. Aaron, I love you, brother. Go ahead, brag. Go ahead, brag.
Oh, what?
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Good. What's up, Aaron?
What's up, guys? Just want to start off with Friday was fantastic. Food was great. Company was great. And the hosts were amazing.
Oh, is this Big Aaron that was at the show?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what's up, buddy?
Nothing much. Just calling in to give you guys listen to the doom and gloom and say I told you so on Friday.
Well, this is your chance.
FYI, in my pick'em pool, I picked the Dolphins to win.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I didn't win that game.
Faithful.
No, it's just about picking games. Being objective helps.
Right. See, I'm not that kind of guy who's going to kick you with your down because it's bad enough that you're about to pay Brock Purdy $60 million a year. So there's nothing I can say that would just be any worse than that. So I just wanted to call and say how great Friday was.
Well, explain why was it great, Aaron?
Oh, no, I mean, again, the food was fantastic. Shout out to the Laughing Monk. The hosts were amazing. Shout out to my guys, the hardest working man in Bay Area showbiz, Ponte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm not kicking people when they're down, again, because it can't get any worse than seeing that quarterback play and deciding to reset the quarterback market for that man.
If we remove the sarcasm from a non-49er fan, if they did, give him some sort of a $55, $60 million per year contract, what would the outside opinion of the Niners doing that be?
Call him dumb. But what if it's just 55 for 1 year?
See, I would love that.
Yeah, I see. That's what people are missing in this conversation, I believe, when we talk about the money. Everybody just assumes that you're paying them $60 a year for the next 5 years. Nobody said it had to be a long-term deal. Again, know who your personnel is. And part of the personnel is Parag Marathe. And Parag Marathe has done a great job in constructing contracts over the years, whether it's a quarterback, running back, DN, whatever it is, on having opt-out clauses, incentive-based clauses, front-loaded money or whatnot. So it doesn't have to be a 5-year deal. It doesn't have to be a 3-year deal. What if you're just paying them for 1 year while you get all the assets back and you get healthy? Like, that's where the conversation is kind of losing me here, which is why I refuse to talk money because, 1, we don't know how much money he's going to get. 2, we don't know the years. And 3, we don't know the structure of the contract. That's a lot to not know right now, and we're just assuming that he's going to get $60 million. No, I'm going to put my name on this since I haven't said it before, apparently. I don't believe Brock Purdy's worth $60 million a year. However, if you structure the contract in a way that can make it team-friendly and still pay the guy, you can still get away with doing that. This is the NFL, where contracts and salary caps are manipulated year in and year out.
They did lose 2 consecutive contract, or 3 actually, if you throw in Trent Williams, contract disputes in a row. Like, Ayuk got some guaranteed money in that 4th year that the Niners did not want to give up. That was a big sticking point, it sounded like. And Nick Bosa squeezed them for an extra, 10, 15, 20 million?
$20 million.
And then Trent got extra money as well. Like, so they have lost a bunch in a row. I don't know, man. Who knows?
Let's go to let's go to our roaster of the year, who stole the show on Friday at Laughing Monk Brewing in Sunnyvale. She stole the show. It's Tony in
Oakland.
BPA does a sniff, Tony. On the hierarchy of callers and roasters, BPA's not in the same stratosphere. What's up, Tony?
Merry Christmas. First of all, Merry Christmas. And I must say that party was like the field of dreams. It's hard to be in the mix of something and get it. But when we left and we were roaming around, right? Oh, my God, the field of dreams feel was so big. That was the true church of sports. Did you feel that, Bonte?
Oh, I felt it all the way through as soon as you walked through the door. I felt it.
Well, not me. It was everyone
No, it was
together.
everybody. Tony, 5:40 in the morning, I walked in and was like, oh, my gosh, this is a party. And everybody was feeling it. Outside, inside, it was a vibe, Tony. Hey, you know what? Everybody was in the zone. That's why. They were all locked into the zone.
that was like, I mean, that was the Field of Dreams. It was unbelievable. The whole feel of that place, it was like Jason and the Argonauts getting, everyone had the golden fleece. You know, the golden fleece is when you feel it within. I just couldn't believe I was just roaming around with that feel all day and partying. You know, it's what Martin Luther King said, right? I have a dream. And his dream was that everyone could feel the golden fleece inside of them and then mirror it with everyone, and we'd all behave so nicely with each other because, you know, that's the whole thing. Then we're neighbors and brethren of each other because we can feel each other.
And you know what? A lot of people love Tony. My fiance couldn't wait to meet you. She thought you were the best thing about the show. She was so happy you won the Roaster of the Year. Honestly, it was unbelievable. And all my friends are saying, that's really Tony. It's really her. You're a legend, Tony. You know that?
Well, I don't know about that, but what I have to say is, living here, you know, I'm just up the street or two from Sam, but you know, you don't get that feel. There were so many cool brethren in the room that like had the stuff that were cool, that were street smart. It was so nice for a change.
Hey, Tony. What was your favorite part of the day, not including you actually winning? Just what was your favorite part? Was it meeting someone? Was it an interaction? Was it seeing something? What was it?
Oh, yeah, there was a bunch of interactions. Unfortunately, I'm so bad with names. There was this one guy, he was so crushed by the 49ers not doing well, and then he was a poet, and he had such a pure soul, and then there was this Italian guy in the front of me, and he was so cool. He should be up there with you guys. I don't know his name, but he was saying, look, he says, you have it. You're nominated in these different categories, and then they haven't called your name, but this guy had the swag, right? He should have been on that show. And then there was this other...
How about when Jacob did a love ballad rap?
And then they had this other guy whose name was Romano, right? And that's my grandmother's name.
Ray
I was
Romano?
like surrounded by the paisans.
Was your boyfriend, was he surprised at how popular you were?
Yeah, he was. I mean...
You couldn't believe it, huh?
But you know
He's
what?
a good sport.
He is a great sport. I love Steve. His name was Steve, right?
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, he was awesome.
Yeah, but you know what? Steve is used to this because we went to the same high school, and I was on the boys' team, right? And he was always sort of in love with me, and he always had to wait in line because there was sort of a line. You know?
So he finally got his shot. He finally got his shot after high school, huh?
Yeah. So,
how many years did you hold out on him?
Through a marriage and whatever. But
whatever. That's like your yada yada yada, huh?
No, but I must say, the whole feel of that place was so divine, and to walk around with it, and everyone was such a true. And yeah, and there were other guys that came up to me that were so cool, you know. And one asked me if I was still playing tennis, and I felt like saying, you know, bro, let's go out to the basketball court right now, and we'll play, and I'll take you down with my threes, right? So, but there were so many great moments.
Were you surprised at the amount of love you received Friday?
I was in a way because you never know what, but I knew I was sort of connecting, and right. Otherwise you wouldn't have. You got a feel of the play of who's thinking what. You wouldn't have made me the Roaster of the Year if you thought I was going to be a dud.
Exactly. No doubt, Tony. Tony, it was good to meet you. Congratulations on your Roaster of the Year award. Put it in a safe place.
But wait a minute. Vontae, I wanted to say about Shanahan. You guys have been talking trash all morning about Purdy and whatever. The weakest link. Remember that show, The Weakest Link?
Yes.
The weakest link is Shanahan. All these guys aren't at their best. Imagine Goff with Shanahan. He'd be like a total zero. He's with Campbell. What they got to do is they got to steal Campbell or one of the OCs that have the stuff. If they need help, I'll do it for free. I'll give them whatever I'll look at them and they can pick from it. But Shanahan is the weakest link. Look at him. He's in the snow. He's not wearing a hat. he has to face the press conference, and he's wearing a hat. The dude doesn't have it, and everyone can feel it. People are fighting. It's falling apart. All the people. I mean, it's not individual people. It's the people who bring the stuff. That's the glue. Shanahan is the weakest link.
All right, Tony. You have a good day. We have a good day.
We haven't even talked about it. Jacob is it Castro Valley?
Jacob in Castro
Our
Valley.
Freestyle of the Year winner?
He
Freestyle of the
busted out a love ballad rap, and I thought he proposed to someone.
Well, no, he said, I talked to him after the show, he said that was the freestyle he used to propose to his now wife.
Gotcha.
Because he said, I got something I worked up here really quick, and he starts, doing that ballad there, and I'm sitting there thinking, we're talking about Lie of the Year. That's our first Lie of the Year right there. You did not just write that up. And I talked to him after. He's like, he wrote it a while ago. And
so not only that, it's okay to lie. That's what radio is. I mean, we lie all the time about things, and we over-exaggerate.
No, I just thought it was funny how he said, I just cooked this up right now, where it's like, come on, man. We can all tell by how good this is. You do not just cook it up right now.
But
he was pouring his soul, though.
No, he was great. No, I don't mean to crush him. He was awesome.
What I want to know is, his wife really said yes to him busting out a freestyle as a proposal?
Did I ever tell you?
How long was he on the knee freestyling for that proposal?
Well, I'm sure there was some choreography. I can't imagine he was on his knee the entire time. There had to be some choreography, some music.
And get on the knee, or
I never told you about my boy who got married and busted out a rap to his wife on the night of their wedding in front of all the family.
Oh boy!
This is a guy that you and I both know because I think you went to school with his wife, Johnny Maverick, aka Velas.
Oh yeah, Bree Force.
Yeah, he busted out a rap on the wedding night. It was hilarious and cringe simultaneously, and he knows I love him dearly, but it was.
So he rapped to her?
Yes, and he said some things in the rap that I probably wouldn't have said to her family.
Oh boy!
But that was at the wedding reception.
He literally busted out a rap, and everyone circled up around them, and he was flowing and rapping, and she was the recipient of the rap. And Michelle, you got to ask Michelle one day; she'll give you the play-by-play. It was hilarious.
Sounds pretty cool.
That is funny. Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Doug, what's happening?
Hey guys, good morning. Good morning. I want to say I listened to you guys last week, the Dubie Awards. I wish I could have been there. It sounded awesome, absolutely amazing. So congratulations on that. Just I want to be real quick. Everybody seems to be hanging on what Jed York said a while ago about, Brock's going to reset the market. This season has been a blessing in disguise because, practically speaking, he's not going to reset the market. He knows it. His agent knows it. We know it. You don't have a great season every year. The team has had a down season. We will be able to pay everybody appropriately because we're not going to pay him $60 million. We'll come back stronger next year. So, Christmas spirit. Thanks for taking my call, and you guys have a great time.
You too. Happy holidays. Let's get to Verdici. Verdici in the EDH, El Dorado Hills, and then we got 60 seconds of celebrating and everything. What up, Verdici?
What's up, fellas? Sorry I couldn't make it Friday, man. I was still recovering from my sickness. But, man, I tell you, Tony has me running through walls, baby. I mean, I feel like she's like the Dan Campbell of this show. So, Tony, congratulations on being the roaster of the year. As far as the 49ers are concerned, she is totally right. This all falls on Shanahan. It's going to be about him being able to do whatever he has to do in the offseason to be able to look himself in the mirror and figure out what he needs to improve upon. And also get that energy to really inspire, to get these guys to run through the wall for you. It just seems stale. It seems stagnant. It seems like a lot of these coaches have passed him up on his creativity. It feels like the defensive coordinators are one step ahead of him. So I think that is the first part of this offseason. The second part is what you said, Bonte. They got to go ahead and rebuild in the trenches. It's that offensive line. I told you, how many times have I called and talked about McKivitz and Brendel? Those two got to go, and you got to approve them either through the draft or sign someone through free agency. Also, you got to get someone on the other end to support Bosa there. I love Floyd, but you know what? He's going to be one of those guys that are going to fill in as a rotation, but you got to get a stud on the end there. And then behind the linebackers, I mean, that's been that layer of the defense that's been the weak link there. So So go ahead, start drafting some linebackers, some depth there, so that if a Greenlaw goes down, if a Warner goes down, you still have someone there that's competent and not where to the point where the defense is falling apart. So those are the areas where I would address. But you know what, Niner fans, we're going to be stronger. I don't care if we even lose the last couple of games to get a better draft pick. I mean, that's where we're at right now, is go ahead, refresh, rebuild, get healthy, and Shanahan, baby, it's up to you. You got to step up and start inspiring these gentlemen, and let's get back to the Super Bowl next year. Have a good Monday, everybody.
You too, buddy. Merry Christmas. You know, Gross Matos, this is going to sound absurd. They could have used him at the beginning part of the year, just as a rotational piece. Like I know it sounds it's a ridiculous sentence.
Chris Kosera can coach these guys up. There's no doubt.
He would have been needed if they could have used, 5-6 weeks?
Yeah, he was out for a minute.
Yeah, they could have used him. The linebacker thing is interesting. Like, Baldy said, like, when your linebackers play fast, it feels like your whole team speed is elevated. Mm-hmm. I would argue running back and linebacker, because, like, A-Chain, yesterday, you're like, whoa.
Right. A-Chain has speed.
Whoa.
Mostert looked explosive yesterday in a couple carries.
Mostert, yes. They used this, like, they did these inside, like, fullback draws to him a couple of times. Him and Warner were going at it. It was very odd.
Former teammates having fun out there. But
they have to improve team speed at linebacker.
They need team speed overall.
Yeah.
I think the team speed overall on this football team has regressed as well. When I look at Detroit and you see Jameson Williams and you see Jahmyr Gibbs, then you look at Philadelphia, even Tampa Bay with Bucky Irving. Look how explosive he looks.
McMillan's quick, too.
I mean, McMillan is a player. Jalen McMillan, Tampa Bay, out of Washington. All these teams have explosive. Like, we're going to watch Green Bay tonight. I'm eager to see how explosive they look offensively and defensively. The Niners need better team speed. They have to fix their trenches. But overall, and that's another issue. You can add it to the list of mine. The explosiveness on the outside, the inside, whatever it is, they haven't had that all season, man.
When I see Jacob Cowing, you can't find a way to get him on the field.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Like, you can't give him like a jet sweep just to give it to him and see what he could do.
I'm with you.
Like, I watched the kid Reed. I think Reed's obviously a much better player than what Cowing is currently. Right. But like, I see how Green Bay utilizes him in a similar to the Debo role, where we're just going to try to get him the ball in different spots on the field, and you're going to have to deal with it. I don't understand why they can't get Cowing involved.
I mean, I look at this offensive line, and maybe it's because of that. Maybe they do have plays for Cowing, and they don't believe. Like, a bad offensive line will dictate how you call plays. Like, I've been watching we all see the New York Giants. We watch football.
So bad.
And the New York Giants offensive line has been terrible year in and year out. It's just like, all right, so, for example, Jalen Hurts gets hurt yesterday, and the Eagles offensive line had a struggle. They were struggling a bit there. When you have an offensive line that's getting pushed back and collapsing over and over and over again, it does change the way you have to call plays. You can't run long developing plays, pass plays where a guy's going to go deep down the field, because you're thinking to yourself, well, my offensive line can't even hold up. And over yesterday, give Miami credit. Their defense has played better as of late. They got constant pressure. Now, quarterback's got to make plays in pressure. There's no doubt about that. Not excusing Brock Purdy for some of the missed throws he had yesterday. But this offensive line, I saw it Thursday Night Football. Verse, Young, Fisk, that defensive line of the LA Rams consistently push the pocket back and reset the line of scrimmage. And you're not going to have a lot of success. I don't care who's playing quarterback when your offensive line is allowing the line of scrimmage to get reset over and over and over again.
Center position is like, to me, I know we make a big deal about tackle at center, man. Like, they put Burford at tackle. He actually didn't look that bad. I know he played tackle in college. He didn't look that bad there. Jake Brendel has gotten, I feel like, progressively worse.
Yeah, he's.
There were 3 occasions where there's a highlight play, and Purdy is either running for his life, and Brendel is just looking back, guarding no one, or Brendel picks the wrong guy to double team. It's just over and over and over. The free release stuff is just killing them at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, they can't defend a stunt. Whenever a team stunts on them up front, damn. You look around, you're like, whoa, what's going on here? Well, they can't, a simple stunt. They can't even block that up. So right now they're struggling, and, I think there's no doubt they missed Trent Williams. I know Trent Williams wasn't having the strongest season, but also when Trent Williams was playing, it felt like they were a lot more functional offensively. I don't know. It's just, at the end of the day, it's a lost year. It is a lost year. And as I said at the top of the show, if you had to go out there 5 years from now and explain to somebody what the 2024 49ers were like, you pop in the tape from yesterday and just say, watch this game. That will tell you the entire story of the entire season. Well, you got some good from Brock. You got some bad from Brock. You got some good from Debo. You didn't get enough from Debo. You got some good from George Kittle. Wish you got more from George Kittle. Defensively, couldn't stop the run. Oh, wow, you can't get off the field on third down. Well, Jake Moody, 9-19 on kicks from over 40 yards. I mean, it's special teams penalties. That was one of the sloppier games. We didn't even talk about the 15-yard penalties they incurred yesterday. I mean, the Niners were a mess. They were lucky to be in that game, 22-17. Lucky.
I don't know if this is like a Super Bowl hangover, because like a hangover would mean that you bounce right back the next year. I think it was going to take a couple years to like figure it out. I just worry, like, some teams never get over losing in the Super Bowl, and they never get back to where they were. But either because of age, psyche, combination of factors, whatever. Like, if it's a hangover and they bounce back, great, and it is an outlier. I don't know. I think they have an uphill road, though. It's just so difficult. The league is so hit and miss year to year. You just never know. Like, I had no idea the Vikings were going to do what they're doing right now. Moving off Kirk and drafting a quarterback and Darnold hitting the way he did and that defense being as elite as they've been. Whew, they're impressive. But I don't know. Are they a one-year wonder? Are they a team that's going to be a force to be reckoned with? No clue.
I look at it like this.
No clue.
That gives me hope for the 49ers to know that the team can turn it around and have a down year, not make the Super Bowl. Like Philadelphia was in a fog last year. They started 10-1. They were winning games, and then they fell off the cliff. They get bounced in the first round of the playoffs and take a long off season, get some things done, and now look at them. Battling for home field advantage. Same thing with Detroit. Detroit could have had a hangover about the way they lost, on how they lost that Super Bowl or NFC Championship game. They were up 24-7. It's one of the biggest collapses in championship game history. They bounced back in a major way and let that fuel them. So I think as a professional, especially with these pros that the Niners have, this will fuel them to get back to where they were a season ago. Whether that gets them to the Super Bowl or a deep playoff run, I do believe the Niners are built to turn this thing around right away, especially with some of the leaders they have in that locker room. So I'm not as concerned about next season in terms of like what is it going to look like. That's all going to play itself out. Now, they can go out there and whiff on the draft and sign nobody, then we have a bigger problem.
Yeah.
But I got faith in this organization and this regime that they will do whatever they have to do to try to win football games next year.
It's just the hard part is like they have money invested and spots invested into two guys that had career years in CMC and Brandon Ayuk, and I just got no clue if they'll ever come close to that production because their bodies. Like you just and you've got it baked into the salary cap, but like, can you rely on them? I don't know.
We'll see. 888-957-9570 is a number. Quick thoughts on the NCAA playoff.
I thought it was fun. I tuned into the Notre Dame game, and they went up early and kind of never looked back, and I thought the atmosphere was awesome. I thought it was really cool. They did this whole montage walking into the stadium.
That was pretty cool.
I love Freeman as a coach. You know, he got the boys going back to church on Fridays before games, and I don't know. I'm all about it. And look, for Indiana, I know everyone's like, Indiana didn't belong, and sure, okay, but I've watched a lot of blowouts in these playoff games. A lot of them. I'm talking about the 14 playoffs.
Yeah, no doubt.
I watched TCU get to the championship and get blown out.
Georgia blew out Michigan in the Orange Bowl one year.
These happen. Good for Indiana to get that far. I don't think that they should have been the team representing them, but that's their high water mark as a football program the last 40 years, and I think it was a fun event.
Yeah, SMU and the quarterback looked overwhelmed. Jennings just picked six, was indecisive on the 4th and 1. Pitt State advances. I love the format. I think it'll get better. I think we'll see more upsets. Huh?
Should they reseed maybe? Because the NFL reseeds, meaning if you're the top seed, you play whoever the lowest is out there. They have a more bracket style.
Yeah.
Where it's locked in.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind that getting tweaked.
I mean, it's going to be Oregon, Ohio State in the second round, right?
Yeah, I don't know if I like
does that one feels like it should be later in the tournament? Or?
But I hated the all-red jerseys from Ohio State.
Kind of liked it.
Did you like it?
I kind of liked it.
Okay.
They needed something to do. They needed something. By the way, Tennessee, the biggest front-running program.
I was pulling for Tennessee.
Those guys, the linemen walked out with no shirts on to try to prove that they could play in the cold. And next thing you know, they're down 21-0.
Yeah.
So
I just don't like Ryan Day.
I think Ohio State's going to beat Oregon.
I don't think a lot of people at Ohio State like Ryan Day.
Hey, I think Ohio State's going to beat Oregon, though. I see them winning that World
I like
Bowl.
Gabriel. I know no one does.
I like Gabriel too, and I don't think it's an indictment on Oregon. Ohio State has really good talent, man.
Bro, they're loaded.
They're loaded.
Who's that 33?
The linebacker? Oh, he's... Dude,
he looks like he should be drug tested immediately.
I think Ohio State's coming to Pasadena. I think they're going to beat Oregon. I don't know. That's my feeling. When you get Penn State, Boise State, you get Georgia, Notre Dame. Notre Dame right now is only, or Georgia's only a 1.5 favorite.
Well, who's their quarterback?
Might be the guy Gunnar Stockton, the backup, played against Texas.
I was so out on. Was it Carson Beck?
Yeah, he's not. He lost a lot of money this year. He lost a lot of money. And then you get
watch him hit the transfer portal.
I think Texas is going to
Everyone's in the transfer portal.
I think Texas is going to steamroll Arizona State.
I like the transfer portal.
I do like the transfer portal. 60 seconds to Celebrini. Are we ready? Are we ready for that?
Yeah, so over the weekend, the Sharks went up north to Edmonton to take on the defending Western Conference champs in the Edmonton Oilers. And after trading a pair of first-period goals, Macklin Celebrini helped set up Jan Ruda for this goal to give the Sharks a 2-1 lead in the first period.
Here's Wallman back in. Delayed penalty coming. Wallman for Ruda. Fires and scores! Jan Ruda! And the Sharks are back in front 2-1.
Randy Hahn with the call there for NBC Sports California. And guys, the Sharks were so close to eking this win out against the Oilers up there, but with just 18 seconds left, they showed why they won the West last year. They got a goal from Matthias Ekholm with a little bit of help from Connor McDavid to tie it up with 18 seconds left, and then it took 18 seconds into overtime for the Oilers to win it. And that was Leon Draisaitl who called game on that one. Sharks fall to the Oilers 3-2. Celebrini does get the assist. Also saw the debut of Yaroslav Askarov, the young 22-year-old Russian goalie, stopped 41 of 44 shots in his season debut with the Sharks. Pretty impressive there for the kid, but unfortunately, all for naught. Well, the Sharks do get a point, but, get the loss instead. And that's your 6 seconds to Celebrini.
There it is. Sharkies playing better. Oh, that game was on in the newsroom Saturday. They're up 2-1, and they're getting ready for the post game. It's like, we got to win. Tie. And then before you even settled in overtime, game over.
You could feel when they went empty net there, they had Draisaitl and McDavid on the ice. You're on pins and needles that whole time. You got a young goalie, and that's why they're the best in the Sharks. They're still trying to figure out how to close games. But they got a point out of it. So
they're competitive. They're rebuilding. They'll get a high draft pick next season. Sharks will be back.
And again, your young goalie stopped 41 shots against one of the best teams in the NHL.
Exactly.
I'll take that.
A lot to build on with the San Jose Sharkies. A lot to build on. What about the Warriors? We got Pacers tonight at home. They're coming off the back. They're going to be playing on the back end of a back-to-back. Warriors have the cross-country flight.
You know what's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
Miles Turner will do something.
And then Warrior fans will say, we want Miles Turner.
You know that's coming.
7-9 last night, 15.6 rebounds against, no, it's the other guy too, Pascal Siakam. Pascal Siakam talk.
Draymond didn't play the other night.
He did not play the other night. Ankle soreness.
Yeah.
Ankle soreness. That's his third game he's missed.
He's played way more than I thought.
How's the prime rib in the balance?
Well,
let's go, Day-Day, take care of those ankles.
Did you watch his podcast this week?
I did not.
The most recent edition.
No.
He was talking about how the offense, he keeps finding himself, because they're doing different wrinkles to the offense, in the corner, and he doesn't like being in the corner because he's not used to it.
Right.
And he was talking about how, getting comfortable for the corner threes and stuff. It was very fascinating. It was kind of like all this rhetoric about how the offense doesn't evolve, and yet Draymond's telling you there are some wrinkles, and people just, it's not what people want.
No, people don't listen. No, it's not. They know more than the guys who are actually in the room, diagramming the offense and running the plays. But it's a society we're in right now. But the Warriors are going to win. I thought Podziemski had one of his better games of the season. I thought Kuminga was solid. Andrew Wiggins offensively didn't have it, but defensively, I thought he guarded his ass off against Anthony Edwards. Andrew Wiggins is having a good year, really good year. Steph in the fourth quarter. There's no doubt. But what a bizarre game. You had to delay right off the top for like 28 minutes. You had to delay. They had to take the net down twice. It was so strange. Then you had to, of course, our fans spill something on the floor. You had the T-Wolves. They made Nikhil Walker-Alexander made a three with 1:16 left in the first quarter. They didn't score again until there was 5:38 left in the first half. And yet they still won the second quarter. So who's this? They go on a scoreless drought for 7 minutes and 38 seconds. The Warriors can't do anything offensively in the third quarter. And then crunch time comes out. You're like, oh, no, it's 92-92. They're going to lose this game. And they find a way to win by 10. So it was just a strange game on the way to a win.
Final five. Or fast five. I got a question. What did you make of Kyle Anderson and TJD? Obviously, TJD started playing before Kuminga, or it had nothing to do with nothing.
Kyle Anderson got his first start with the Warriors, and TJD started for the first time since, I believe, November 30th. Could have been November 30th. Maybe 14th? No, 30th, I think. Anyway, I didn't make a big deal about it. I want to see Kuminga get 30 minutes a game. Obviously, Steve Kerr's going to go with the right combinations and the right, he's going to. I like Kuminga with Buddy Hield coming off that bench next to Schroeder as a second unit point guard, but Steve Kerr mentioning some things about young players shooting the ball early in the shot clock, not passing it around, and then the internet detectives went out there and put a video out of Kuminga. So I think Kuminga has a social media post today where everybody's like questioning whether or not he's saying deuces, I'm out. I don't know what's going to happen here, but the Warriors are going to be active, and we'll see what happens. I didn't make a big deal about that, though. I was just the first five stuff, me about that.
I'm just curious.
To me, I look at the end of the day and say, how many minutes does he play?
I think if they want to go somewhere, they do have to find a role for Kyle Anderson because I do think he's useful. I just don't know what that role is and how much of a role that is.
My final thought is, you guys see the Red Sox got Walker Buehler, 1 year, $21 million? I guess that was that came through this morning. I like that deal for him. I would have liked the Giants to have been on Walker Buehler, just like a, hey, let's see what you got, 1 year prove it deal. But I like that move for the Red Sox. Would like to see the Giants make it. As we still sit here and twiddle our thumbs waiting for that inevitable Corbin Burns signing that is definitely going to happen and definitely not going to end a disappointment for us whatsoever.
Speak it into existence.
Corbin Burns will be a Giant. It's going to happen. I'm going to keep saying it until it happens.
Risotto, what you got?
I got something. I don't know how this got overlooked, but last week, a federal judge in Tennessee granted an injunction to Vanderbilt quarterback Diego Pavia, allowing him to pursue another year of NCAA eligibility. So that means that a college athlete's time in junior college no longer counts towards his overall years of NCAA eligibility.
I like that.
Oh, yeah, so you could be 25 years old playing college football.
Yeah, so that changes the entire player development for a lot of professional sports leagues. So, I mean,
that's actually good for the JC programs.
Yeah, and also shout out Ricky Henderson, one of the best offensive forces in the game. The name of the game in offense in baseball is scoring runs, and nobody scored more runs than Ricky. So just a legend, Bay Area legend, and I thought what you guys said about him was really great.
Yeah, Ricky, rest in peace, Ricky Henderson. My final thought. What is my final thought? I had my final thought, and I just thought, football. Football's amazing.
You lost the final thought like I lost my iPod.
This next week, you lost your iPod?
My earbuds. I don't know where they're at.
Oh, boy.
I'm kind of losing my mind right now.
Oh, boy. Well, you could be like me. I didn't explain this one. My final thought is I still have an Apple Watch. It's just at the Orange County Airport in the lost and found.
What?
They're just holding on. They're holding on to it for you.
The next morning after the De La Salle State Championship game, I had an early flight to get back up to the Bay Area.
You were charging it?
No, I was disheveled because I woke up and I looked at the clock and I said, "Oh bleep, my plane is boarding right now." No. So I packed everything, rushed everything. I got to the airport on time, got through the metal detector, went through TSA pre-check. Nobody was in line, and this airport is so small. But I left it in a little bowl thingy. that they give you to put all your stuff in there. So then I get off the plane, and the guy, I forget his name, but he goes, Bonte Hill, what's up, man? I heard your name over the loudspeaker. I was like, what are you talking about? Was I late or something? Because no, something about an Apple Watch.
Oh, my God.
And I started checking my pockets, and I saw that it was at the Santa Ana airport. So that's
Can they
my
fly it up?
No, I think I have to get a TaskRabbit to maybe mail it to me or
airlift the King's watch.
Yeah, or maybe I'll just fly to LA, fly right back.
For the watch.
For the watch. All right. Anyway, that was Fast Five. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you get the fastest internet to all of your devices. Have a great day, everybody.
tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We're not a championship level team right now.
They're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
1st and 10. Another big run. There he goes. He's got wide open space. A-Chan with an A-plus effort and a touchdown by Miami. 50 yards to all but put the game away.
All right, that was Jim Nantz, CBS. 49ers lose, Goo. 29-17 to the Dolphins.
Yeah, and
they're 6-9.
And officially eliminated.
They were officially eliminated before the game.
Yes, they were. And I work with a guy, and I thought of you. You were on my couch with me yesterday. Like, you know what? I'm a bit too hard on the Niners. Forget the playoffs. Let me just see what they got. And, Stoney, my takeaways were I'm still concerned about everything I was concerned about going in. How did you watch yesterday? What's the Debo Samuel? What did you have for breakfast? Because that looked like the Debo experience we're used to. But I'm like, is that a good or a bad thing? Like, where the hell had that been? And, you know, again, Steiny, 11 penalties. That's not going to get it done. They lose the game, but they lose the game in a fashion. And I'm not pointing the finger. I'm putting it on everybody, right, including coaches. They got the ball with a chance to go down and win the game, and they didn't do it. Purdy threw a pick. I know the people out there saying he got hit. It happened, but the bottom line is you had 3 more downs, Steiny. You could have did something else with the ball to stay alive, but they lose. Like, that was a microcosm of their season.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would look at that game yesterday, see the overall season for this team, and not kind of worry about what's going to happen moving forward. They didn't play well again yesterday. They were sloppy. They had 11 turnovers. The numbers looked fine.
Yeah.
What did I say? Turnovers? Yeah, penalties.
Numbers,
they accumulated some yardage, but they scored 17 points. That's it. The defense, with a chance to hold again, gives up a long run, and they're just a lot of the same things week after week after week. Brock Purdy was, I don't know how he was fine, I guess, but was he good enough? I don't know. They're now 6-9. I mean, this has been a nightmare season, and it does feel like at times, Goo, that they're not just an off season of getting healthy away from getting back to where they were.
No doubt. And you just talk about the injuries. Jalen Moore was in for Trent Williams. He goes out. Banks comes in. He goes out, and they're down to Burford. But I saw our guy Dibbs. He sent out a text that hit me yesterday, late night, Don. He wasn't late night. After the game, he felt like Shanahan coach scared. And it was interesting because I jotted down on their first series, it was 4th and 1. They're back. They're in their own territory. They're not past midfield. But I thought to myself, what the hell? You know, let them hang. Take advantage of every situation. What do you got to lose? A game that means, you know, much of nothing. And just from a coaching standpoint, I thought right there on the 4th and 1, go for it. Because we've kind of seen that when it mattered. And for him to punt, that's not why they lost. I just thought to myself, that was a missed opportunity. But you are right. If I had $1 for every time a writer or some talking pundit on the radio was talking about basically insinuating the Niners are going to have a brand new offensive line come next year, Steiny, I'm here to tell you, no, they're not. So I don't know. The D-line, you know, needs some infusion and health. But Nick Bosa, what are we? Steiny, I don't know what to do. If you're out there, do I judge you accordingly or do I say you're dealing with something? I don't know what's going on with Nick Bosa, but Steiny, he is not what I was in high school. He is not disruptive. And I don't know what's going on, but it starts with he's just one of a few that just they're out there. And I don't have the answers, but I am concerned, is one off season enough to get this ship headed back in the right direction? And then you got to pay the quarterback who, again, did he lose the game? No, but he didn't win it. Is he a weapon? Well, if everything's good around me, he is. I'm nervous about what Brock Purdy is, Steiny. I'm being real, man.
I mean, I think we kind of know what he is. He's fine. He's a good quarterback. When he's got time, makes the right decisions. When he's got personnel around him, he's pretty good. But when things break down around him, he's like every other quarterback. They look nothing like they look when they're getting protection. So I think it's a combination of a lot of things. And yeah, I mean, there's just no getting around it. This offseason with what they're going to do with Brock Purdy is going to go a long way toward dictating how successful they are in the future. And, I keep hearing from a segment of writers and fans that, he's still going to, he's going to get re-signed and get a long-term contract, and he's going to be the quarterback of the future. But I don't know how much of a sure thing that is anymore. And I'm not talking about a sure thing of signing him or keeping him here. I think he's probably going to be kept here. But do we really know how good Brock Purdy is? I think we've got an idea of how good he is, but when you're going to pay him as much as they may end up paying him, do you need a quarterback who's better than him? That's what this is going to come down to, I think, in the offseason for the San Francisco 49ers.
And, Steiny, I'm not mad at you, but also another thing that's bothering me, bugging me, well, shout out Atco, that's Friday. What's bugging you is all of a sudden now, Steiny, with his stature, not being the tallest quarterback, I'm starting to see a lot of tip balls, and they were right there. Kittle was wide open. He made the read, and now I just feel like D. Lyman, no, if I can't get home, I'm going to go Mutombo and play volleyball and tip the ball. And that's what happened. Now, I know I'm not Jaworski. I'm not a quarterback aficionado, but I do know, Steiny, when you're not that tall back there, that those things can happen, and there's almost like there's nothing you can do about it. So if it's a 3-4 step drop and and you're releasing the ball, well, now if I'm going up against Purdy, I'm going to play those passing lanes. And I, just for me, Steiny, have seen that too much. Now, is that a byproduct of the offensive line? But I don't know how it is you could put that on them when the D linemen are backing up to just, okay, he's short, like that scares me if I'm going to go all in and pay the top-tier quarterback price and know that there's some limitations.
I mean,
physically.
There are. I mean, it's not
I was
not
waiting
hard
for
to
you
see.
to fight. But
he doesn't have the strongest arm.
Okay.
He's questionable when it comes to bad weather. He is limited because he's 6'1". That's just the way it is. So, we know he's not a 6'5" quarterback that can stand back in there, pick you apart, and if the rush comes, scramble for 10 yards. I mean, that's not really who he is. And it was good enough a year ago or a couple years ago, but this year it wasn't good enough. And the question now becomes, if you pay him a lot of money, will you have enough money to put a legitimate team around him? And everybody knows that's the question. Nobody's hiding from that question. It's a fact. I mean, what do you pay this guy, and how much of the cap is he going to occupy in terms of the percentage? And then what can you put around him? And will it be good enough?
Yeah. Steiny, I hear you, but how do you decipher, to me, paying a quarterback, let's just say an absorbent amount of money, and you know that you got warts in other places, but if you're going to give a guy the big money, a quarterback, I want to feel like, yeah, we know we got warts, but we got him. We got him. So that goes against everybody telling me what's around him is eroding or it hasn't been up to par. That's why you're getting subpar play from the quarterback. But I can't justify giving Purdy the bag when I don't think he's a weapon because we're porous in other areas. Life's not perfect, and I don't know if this O-line, unless they do a whole Joan Rivers facelift, Steiny, and I don't know if they have the resources to do that, free agency or whatnot, plus the draft, but what are the chances that this offensive line is going to put Brock Purdy in a situation that's better than this year? Like, I want my quarterback getting top money to feel like a weapon, and for the last 8 to 10 games, Steiny, I feel like Brock Purdy, watching him, I'm getting Jimmy G vibes. And that's no shade.
Of course
that
it
means
is.
You can't win games.
Stop.
It just means
that is shade.
No.
Anybody who's everybody believed that Purdy was better than Garoppolo. So if you're saying you're seeing Jimmy Garoppolo, that is shade. And it means that Purdy's regressed because he's been better than Garoppolo the last couple of years.
And I'm the guy that told, help me, and I'm the guy that said he should get a blank check. I coming into this season, I was holding Brock Purdy to his standard. But, Steiny, we talked about it, some limitations, and I don't know what you do, but I just wonder what Kyle is thinking about Brock Purdy. Is this a nothing burger, and when we get healthy, he'll be better? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I still think that the 49ers are going to obviously try to keep Purdy as their starting quarterback, as their franchise quarterback. You know, can they get him for 35? I don't know, 40, I don't know, 50, 60. I don't know what the number's going to be, but I know that no matter what the number is, and this is what I'm starting to think more and more about, is I don't know how much it matters whether the number's 40 or 60 because they're going to feel it, the 49ers, because right now he's making $1 million, and next year he's going to make $1 million, and then the year after that is when it's going to jump up in a big way, and that's when we're going to find out what they can put around him. But
what about? And I get that. I guess I don't like that, Steiny.
What can they do?
In the last 2 games, right on the table, brought to you by Atco Early, two Purdy interceptions essentially ended the game. And I know we can break it to, he got hit. He could have threw the ball away. But the game against the Rams, he threw an interception, and people are like, you're being greedy. Did you have to throw that? There were 4 dudes in the area. That's just a factoid, okay? And that blew the game against the Rams. And then again, just like you've been beating that drum, the Niners offensive this season has had the ball with a chance to go win the game or put themselves in a better position to win said game. And for whatever reason, the car breaks down.
Yeah, I think, I think if you made an honest assessment, the defense has probably been a little bit better than the offense this year. But again, the way I look at yesterday's game is the 49ers are down 22-17, and they need a game-winning drive, and Purdy throws an interception. So now they're in trouble, and they need a stop. But they can't get a stop. And instead they give up the game on the ground. They couldn't stop the running game when a team was trying to run out the clock. And I don't know. I don't know. I mean, you just got beat by 12 points to the Miami Dolphins. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, what'd you think of Purdy yesterday? The numbers were not bad, but a big interception ended that thing for the most part. 888-957-9570. Did you think in a million years that this year could have come down the way it's come down? 888-957-9570. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Make the most of holiday savings at Whole Foods Market.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Another miss from Moody yesterday. Kyle was hot. He was hot.
Get it in the end zone. You wouldn't need
tablet.
I mean, people just think it's a foregone conclusion. He's done. I'm like, dude, you invested a lot in him. Made a 50-something yarder in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
I get it.
Boy, man, you just go down this roster, and it is hard to find guys who are having good years.
Kittle's one. He's number one to me, Steiny.
There it is. That might be the only guy on offense. Jennings has been Jennings, but 17 points against that Dolphins defense. It's just not enough.
Yeah. And, I couldn't believe it, man. I just expect more.
Well, and the other thing too is what we're seeing a lot now, and I mean the offensive and defensive lines have been a weakness of this team.
That's the essence of your team, though, Steiny. That's it.
Right, it's their weakness.
And they got to fix in both lines.
Yeah, they
and
do.
Bosa played yesterday.
Did he?
That's what I'm saying. You look at the box scores, like, what's going on?
Yeah, I asked them. Did Bosa play yesterday? I guess he did.
What did he say?
7 sacks. I take it he didn't have a sack.
No, he didn't.
Because the Dolphins quarterback didn't get sacked.
Yeah.
So Bosa's got working on a 7-sack season. 7 sacks for Bosa.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's the one thing that, one of the things I think that's come up is this year is that the guys who are having a bad year, it feels like there are built-in excuses. Well, Bosa doesn't have enough help.
You preaching
and
now.
Purdy doesn't have enough help. And because McCaffrey was out, how can you expect Purdy to be better than he's been? And you use that theory enough, and you realize, well, you got an excuse for everybody then if that's the route you want to go down.
And what happened to you are the help. That's where I'm at on my bingo card, Steiny. If this, we talked about eras coming to an end, and the Niners have been dealt bad hands in regard to injuries. But these injuries are now following them just like they did with Greenlaw into the next year. And I bring up Ayuk. We don't know what's going on with Banks or whatnot. Steiny, the bottom line is, do you have enough in your covered to cover what you need going forward? And what's funny is if you don't, and this is going to take a little longer, it's crazy that you're going to invest in your quarterback buku money, but yet things around him may never be as good as they have been.
Exactly. It's hard to imagine how they can be as good as they have
Whatever
been.
that number is, can they really feel good about the status of their team moving forward? They're not physical. It used to be Olivia Newton-John. Steiny, now it's Pee Wee Herman when it comes to being physical.
The other thing with Purdy, I mean, I'm sure the 49ers, they expect him to get better over the next couple of years. Okay. And he's going to have to get better. He's not having a great season. He's not been terrible, but he's been right in that middle ground that to me makes a decision. It doesn't. I don't know if it makes the decision difficult. I'm reading.
Do you feel good about it?
I'm reading the SF Standard, and the headline is 49ers have zero doubt about Brock Purdy. And my first thought is, really? No, they have no doubts about Brock Purdy.
Well, that means 2 years supersede this year.
And it also means that then you're going to pay him. If you truly have no doubts about Brock Purdy, then you have to pay him. But I don't believe that the 49ers don't have some kind of doubt about Brock Purdy. The question is, does the doubt supersede keeping him in a 49er uniform for the next 3, 4, 5 years?
Wow, man. I don't know.
Let's go to Caleb in Livermore. What's going on, Caleb? How you doing?
Doing good, Steiny and Guru.
Happy holiday.
What's going on, man? Happy holidays and happy Monday.
Same to you.
All right. Well, before I jump into my Brock Purdy question, can I make a quick shout out real quick?
Yes, sir.
All right, cool. So I have a sports podcast out right now. It's called Point After Pod. I am one of the two hosts on the show. The other host is named Jacob. We simply just talk about basketball and football on a weekly basis. We've been around for a few months. We have right now just 35 subscribers, so obviously still building it up. But if you want to subscribe to us on YouTube at Point After Podcast, check us out. Also, TikTok, Twitter, Point After Pod. All right, cool. Done with the plug. Now, moving on to the dinner. We're into to the big Purdy.
Talk to us.
Look, this guy's probably going to get 50 or 60 million, guys. I mean, let's stop trying to beat around the bush here. So my question is for you guys: do you believe he is worth that money? And number two, if he is he good enough to lead to a Super Bowl and win it as well? That's all I got.
I mean, I don't think he's worth 50.
I'm with you.
But neither's Tua, and neither's Trevor Lawrence.
Or Dak.
But they got it. And so that's the decision the 49ers have to make. Do you pay Brock Purdy because it's his turn, or do you pay Brock Purdy because you believe that if you sign him to an extension, that he's your guy? And he can be your guy even maybe with some limitations around him. It's a tough decision. It's a tough decision. I felt like early in the season everybody was taking the path of least resistance, which was, look, he's going to get paid. Why? Well, because guys get paid. This is when guys get paid. And I'm not paying a guy just because it's time for him to get paid. But I do think the 49ers are in a situation where it's the lesser of two evils.
Yeah.
And look, they made Garoppolo the highest paid quarterback at that time. Maybe they'll make Purdy the highest paid quarterback, in this era, and they'll let themselves some outs in the contract so that if it doesn't work out, they can get off him. But I think the funny thing is, not funny, but the part I think is interesting is any rational sports fan can look at the Niners this year and say, boy, now we are, this Purdy doesn't look like quite as sure a thing.
Okay.
And those are just facts. He hasn't. He has not looked like a sure thing this year. So what do you do? I don't know the answer to that, but I know the direction the 49ers are leaning. And I also know that if Brock Purdy gets paid and he has a year like this next year, it's going to be a lot different. And Purdy's going to lose some of his supporters once he gets that contract.
Yeah, no doubt. And another rat on the table, Stoney, another one early brought to you by Atco Pest Control, is you got to assume when you write that check, that everything around him is going to improve, because we can all look each other in the face and say, okay, regardless of injury or just a bad season, a lot of it's out of their control in regard to Trent Williams battling what's ailing him right now. Brandon Ayuk, his availabilities, Christian McCaffrey for that matter. So Steiny, I just don't know how they pop bubbly when they do decide if they come to a number for Brock Purdy. And if you go above and beyond and give them all that chicken and now you can't spend in other areas, my goodness, I don't know how good you're going to be and how good you're going to feel about writing that check.
From the 707 on the Comcast business text line, I can see how the Niners may be getting lucky with this down season coming at the right time for Brock Purdy. I think whatever he gets, it'll surely be less than it would have been coming off a season like last year. I think you're probably right. I think 60 is absolutely positively ludicrous. The issue is that he's still going to go from $1 million to $35 million, or $1 million to $40 million, or $1 million to $50 million. And that's going to be the big jump that's going to affect the rest of the personnel on this team.
Let me throw this to you. Our boss, Nahegan, put out a tweet last night. Forget the money. Forget the years. Close your eyes, Donnie. I love this. And just think to yourself, do you want Brock Purdy as your quarterback? Forget the number. That's what's scaring me.
Well, what would you say?
I would say no. I just think the physical limitations now and the not looking in the flat. And, I love a gunslinger, but Steiny, too many times, and it happened yesterday, and he got away with it a couple times. There were guys, Joe Montana took what was in the flat and kept going. And Brock's just been, since the start of the season, right? I'm throwing it downfield, Goo. I'm going for it. But sometimes you got to take what the defense gives you, and guys were in the flat a couple times and didn't even look over there. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, had you done that, maybe the drive's still going, you got 6-7 yards, but just close your eyes, forget the money. And I'm a hypocrite here because I said give them a blank check. Stoney, I just think the physical limitations are starting to show, and defenses have figured something out about where Brock likes to throw, where he's not going to throw, and I just can't hitch my wagon to that for top tier, top echelon brand.
Well, how much could you hitch your wagon to him for? Like, that's the issue. That's the issue. Can you find a middle ground where you feel good about the number you give him?
But am I getting the 2 years ago, the last 2 seasons, Brock Purdy, or this season for 35 or 30 or 40? See, that's what's, it's not just the dollar amount, it's what am I getting in regard to talent? That's what I'm asking.
You get the quarterback you've seen now for about 40 to 45 games. And every up, every down, every middle. That's who you got. You got a quarterback that when everything's clicking around him looks pretty good. And you got a quarterback that when things aren't clicking around him, he doesn't look good. So he's like a lot of quarterbacks in that regard. So I think
Jimmy looked good when it was good around him. Let's be honest.
But I never thought he looked as good as Purdy looked when Purdy was going good.
Well, what if I told you they got to the same juncture?
Well, you can tell me that, but
got the ball in a Super Bowl with 2 minutes left.
Are you disagreeing that Purdy looked better at his best than Garoppolo? I think both. I think when we assess both players at their best, I think most people would say Purdy's better.
Well, Jimmy never played with McCaffrey.
I'm just saying. So if you disagree with that, that's fine. Yeah, I don't.
I think I do. I think it's equal because they got to the same plateau. A Super Bowl and a lost NFC Championship game, and to defend Brock in that instance, Donnie, he didn't get to play much in that game against the Eagles. But the bottom line is Purdy had a better Niner offense in regard to weaponry than Jimmy ever had.
Yeah, I think Purdy's better than Garoppolo. But I don't know. Is that how far this guy's fallen? That now people are saying he's no better than Jimmy Garoppolo? I mean, to me, that's where he's quarterbacked 2+ seasons, and when he's been pretty good, I do think the Niners' offense has looked better than it looked under Jimmy Garoppolo. But again, you want to ask, is that the players around Purdy, or is it Purdy? I don't know the answer to that. I just know that I do think that Purdy, when he's going well, I'd rather have Purdy as my quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo, all things being equal.
I hear that. And if we're going to do that, let me ask you, is it fair to say what quarterback wouldn't look good if he had riches around him? Like that's kind of grading on a curve just for a quarterback in general. When everything's golden around you, you look good. Don't we find a lot about it when things aren't going around you and you ask coming into this season how is Brock going to play without his weaponry? I think we're getting that answer and it's flooring me.
Okay, the question,
because I'm shook a little bit.
Okay, well, how would Burrow have done with this 49er offense?
I think they would have. I think they would have 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 wins.
All right, well then,
I really believe
Purdy's
that.
not in his class. What about Tua? Are they any better or any worse with Tua? I don't know.
Same, yeah. Purdy's is equal to Tua.
So I don't know what the answers are to this these questions. I just know that when I stop telling me that next year you're 6-9. You're more than a couple. When you're 6-9, you're more than a couple plays away.
But you're
more than a couple players away. You're 6-9, and look at the division you're in.
Yeah, and
I don't know, the idea that next year we'll just be better because why? Because guys are getting healthier, but they're still older. The players who are getting healthier are still old. I don't know. I think there's I see the conundrum. I think they do have bigger problems than Brock Purdy, but they got to figure out what to do with Brock Purdy.
That's right, because that's in regard to finances is your biggest question.
Let's go to Gary in Daly City. What's up, Gary? How you doing, man?
Good. Merry Christmas to you guys.
Yeah,
I wouldn't pay Purdy. There was a play yesterday. It was an out and up to Juwan Jennings. He threw a softball to him. I just remember I saw the play and I go, man, no arm strength at all. But what's going to change next year? Your offensive line, you're going to use all your money in your top 5, 6 guys, so you're not going to have money to rebuild the offensive line. They're going to be a year older. Trent Williams is going to be a year more injuries. Your whole team's going to be a year older. Will Shanahan have somebody come in, maybe a Greg Cosell, somebody to give him a reality check of his coaching, of his team, of every player on that team that's a star, of Purdy himself, how he's regressed, and being honest and look in the mirror? Or are they just going to sugarcoat everything and say, here, Brock, here's $50 million. Go ahead and go win us a Super Bowl? That's not going to happen. We all know that. I mean, in his own division, he's not one of the – there's probably 2 or 3 quarterbacks better than him in his own division. Would you take the Rams quarterback? Yeah. Would you take Kyler Murray? Yeah. And you probably – Geno Smith and him are a toss-up. Geno Smith probably's got a better arm. That's in his own division, not the rest of the league.
Yeah, I mean,
last 2 years, though, Stoney, here we go. I'm going to get Brock on those guys, though. And Kyler Murray just laid it.
But he's not getting paid last year. He's getting paid this year. And
so who's the real Brock Purdy?
It's the Brock Purdy who's good when he's got players around him. But we know that when things aren't super talented around him, he's not going to, he can't carry you. It's not that much of a, it's not an he can't. I mean, every quarterback who's ever played, who's been asked about Purdy, every pundit who's been asked about Purdy, they all say the same thing. He doesn't elevate the players around him like great quarterbacks do.
He's not the guy then, Stoney, when you talk about, and let's be honest.
But there's a lot of guys that aren't the guy who are getting paid.
Yeah, but all we're worried about is the guy here in our backyard, right? Because this looked like Brock Purdy was about to take the mantle from Steve Young and Joe Montana. It was getting to that point. And I guess if you want to bring Jimmy back up, it looked like they were going to win a Super Bowl or 2. But the bottom line is I'm so stunned at the fall off. I just don't know if I'm putting the disappointment in the right spot. But physically, I know how I feel, and I have questions about Brock. And I told you Friday, I would hope a report comes out that something was going on with the shoulder or arm, so I could be like, maybe that's it. But he looked in the camera the other day and said, I'm fine.
By the way, you just made me mad.
How? We came in mad. You shot a 92 yesterday. But what? I'm being honest. I'm like, I hope
because
that would explain
this is what you do.
Okay.
What was the game? Curry has no points. None.
Yeah.
0. And now his knee, he's hurt. He was hurt. He comes back the next day and scores 30 in 30 minutes, and now we don't even talk about an injury.
No, we're talking football, but you happen to ask me about Curry's performance Saturday.
Why do we give our guys the benefit of the doubt when they're not even when they're playing? We give them the excuse of, well, maybe they're injured. He's not injured. Brock Purdy's not injured. He played.
Yeah.
He played. He's played every game but one this year. Let's go to Lou from Alameda. And you know what? If he's hurt, then we got durability issues. Because if you're telling me that the reason he hasn't been good or doesn't have zip is because he's hurt, well, then we got the same issues as Jimmy Garoppolo. He just went out and played, but wasn't effective. Do you want that? I mean, if a guy's hurt, he's hurt. And if he's playing hurt and he's not very good, well, then he's not durable. Lou, Alameda, what's up, man?
What's going on? Steiny, Goo.
Yeah.
Long time, first time.
Cool.
I think what's being missed in this whole thing is, the injuries, they're big, right? Every star we have is injured. But also, too, it's what's showing up. It's not that Purdy isn't worth the $50 million. It's that our line isn't worth nothing. Every snap, he's running for his life. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that he's not, he's 6'1". He's not 5'10". Every snap, he's running around for his life, trying to do as much as he can. But what we need to do, Goo, is we need to take a page out of your boys' playbook, the Cowboys, and go ahead and spend our whole draft and then some this year on an O-line. And then we'll see what Purdy looks like when he's not, about to get, gang tackled every snap. What's your guys' thoughts?
I mean, we've seen him with a better offensive line, and he's looked better.
Yeah.
Just like any quarterback would.
That is fair. But are you going to be able to pull that off? And it starts with Trent Williams, right? Who, again, I got to keep it real, Stoney.
Hit the pike with Trent Williams.
Well, he's going to be your starting left tackle come next year.
We'll see.
Okay. I'll bet you that. Bottom line is you got to hope that health is wealth, and he looks like the old Trent Williams of old.
Well, that's a wish. And that's, like, that to me is a foolish
But how
wish.
much is, if we start doing that, how much are we taping up for Brock Purdy?
Well, that's
if you're
the point.
out there, you're out there, and you got somebody at the LT spot, make it happen, Captain.
Well, he's not playing.
No, I'm just talking about for Brock Purdy. So I can't judge said quarterback because Trent Williams is out? Yeah, that means something, but in the grand scheme of things, we shouldn't suspend judging the quarterback.
Nobody's saying that.
No, the caller is basically because he said he's running for his life. Well, yesterday, the game came down to Brock Purdy under center with a chance to go down there and win the game. They didn't. He threw a pick. And everywhere I look, I got a duck on why he threw the pick. What happened against the Rams? That was just a bad, dumb decision. You went deep. You didn't have to, and 4 men there. So they have to assess what they're watching and why the fall off is happening.
You see why, like, what he was worth last year at this point didn't matter? Like, it only matters when you're due to get paid. It just does. And he got exposed some this year, and now you got to figure out what to do. I mean, but what I'm saying is, I think this team's got a lot of issues. They got to figure out how much they're paying Purdy.
Man.
But they got all their skill players are now question marks. Every single one of them.
What did you see from Debo yesterday? We got to put some respect on his name.
Why? This is what you do. We had one game, one game. That's it. And they lost.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not a car salesman.
Right, and I'm not saying.
We react to what we saw lately. The Janet Jackson.
That's
what have you done for me lately? But it was one game to where I said maybe Willard's onto something. Dude's not done.
Okay.
But I can understand Niner fan being mad. Like, how dare you? The audacity. Where is this?
So you're taking both sides. What is it with Debo?
I'm taking. What did you make of his good game?
He had one good game. He's had 2 all year.
I don't care how many he had.
I don't care. He's having a bad year.
Like that was old Debo.
That's great. And physically, Steph Curry had a great game. He's getting older, and those great games are going to come fewer and farther between. And, like, I don't expect Debo Samuel they're not going to be the players they were 3 or 4 years ago. I don't understand how that can happen when they're all getting up there. And, like, what are we going to expect from McCaffrey next year? What about Ayuk next year?
Gotcha.
George Kittle's coming off one of his best years. Is he going to have another almost the best year? And, like,
those are real valid questions.
And
nobody has the answer to. Well, I'm just telling you, if I watch that game from a downtrodden season from Debo Samuel, I do wonder, Steiny, how much does that resonate
with the team? It resonates nothing to me.
Okay, gotcha. To you.
I mean, to me, he's played 10 bad games.
I understand.
Okay.
But yesterday, he showed you physically.
What?
He might not.
How many times did he get in the end zone? Oh, I'm just saying. Yeah. Like, they still only scored 17 points.
And he got one of them. Listen, I'm not telling you Debo's Jerry Rice.
Well, you're telling me one game makes a difference.
It's better than a bad game, right?
Is it? What? Maybe it's worse because now he's going to sell everybody on this bill of goods. I don't know.
He was playing his ass off hard.
Well, it's too late.
Yeah.
It's too late.
You're right.
It's too late. He chose to play his ass off in the game that meant less than any other game this year.
Got the goal, my brother.
I get it.
Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal.
Campbell forced the bad throw, and Cater Coho has the takeaway.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Jim Nantz, CBS.
Yep.
Well, that certainly wasn't on Purdy. I mean, Calais Campbell was right into his body.
Oh, my God.
So don't put that one in his stats.
Oh, no, it goes on the ledger.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, Steiny, we lost a legend Saturday, Ricky Henderson. So before we get out of here, I want to put some respect on his name.
Sure.
Tell you what he meant to me. But I got to say something. Some smart ass on Twitter just hit me up. Guess who leads the league in tip passes in the NFL this season?
Purdy.
No, Justin Herbert, 6'6". So I understand that, okay? I get that. That's a fluke. I don't know what's going on there. But the bottom line is they're headed to the playoffs. I just feel like this season, when Brock Purdy, the leader of the offense, not all his fault, I felt like when the Niners needed something and they had the ball partner, they were going to get it. Now I feel like something bad is going to happen, like a fumble, an interception, or just a turnover on downs. And offensively, that has been the 2024 Niners. I am not putting it all on Brock, but I'm putting Kyle in that bucket. But I need to know how they plan on bouncing back, or is this your reality moving forward?
It's their reality.
Wow.
And to me, they're in a real bad position with Brock Purdy, because if they want to keep him, they're going to have to pay him. And again, to me, it almost doesn't matter if it's 40, 50, or 60. Once they renegotiate or once they extend Brock Purdy, he will be one of those quarterbacks who's up there with the big boys, with the guys making 50 plus. And then we're going to wonder whether you can put a team around him that's good enough for them to compete for a Super Bowl. And that's, to me, the next step we're headed to, if for no other reason than the alternative is scarier and more uncertain.
Wow.
So I feel like the 49ers are going to do the most certain thing, which is the safest thing, which would be to make sure Purdy's back here at whatever number, and we try to go forward. And I don't know. The part I wonder is, are you really going to go into next season with part of your strategy being fingers crossed with Debo Samuel?
I think you have
with
to.
Ayuk.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
Ayuk's not going to be there week one, so we'll just put that. I think that's safe, right? So it's like the Greenlaw thing. You can't control what you're asking, Stanley. So I think their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, and they put themselves in a tough spot. And all three of the guys that they paid this past offseason are now going into next season with more uncertainty than when you paid them. When you paid McCaffrey, he was good. Now he's hurt, and we don't know what's going to happen to him. Same with Ayuk, and Trent Williams is obviously on the downside.
And the
of his
McCaffrey
career.
one is just, if we just hone in on that, he was the Steph Curry of your offense. Let's just say he never gets back to what he was. My good, just from a health standpoint, I mean, then what are you talking about? Because yesterday,
are you talking about a decline?
They're fourth
for a
running
team.
back, and yeah, he didn't do anything to. He tried his hardest, but that wasn't it yesterday. But okay, let's just say you had a bad running game yesterday. Then I was putting it on the onus on Brock in the passing game. And outside of a couple throws to Kittle, I didn't see what I thought I would.
Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. Hey, Bob, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, I love the show, guys.
Oh,
you guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so about two or three things, right? First off, they're just spent. They probably reached their bottom in the last month or so. I mean, just for example, look at Dallas last night. They had nothing to play for, yet they came out firing, hitting. So I think the Niners have just hit their bottom. So we got nothing to do. We got nothing but till next year to see what can happen. But I mean, it's an organizational thing too, in my opinion, because everything from the signings and all the, not doing their diligence during the off season and waiting for a training camp, and then that messes everything up. And then the drafting, come on, they have 20 losses to 8 wins on the draft, if you look at the way they've been drafting. So they miss a lot in the first round. So why not change the philosophy? Why not trade up some of them number ones? I don't think they don't have any number ones anymore, but why not trade up and get some of them other guys in the later rounds like they've been doing and getting all these really good guys in the later rounds? So there's a philosophy thing right there. I just feel that people need to be patient. And as far as Brock Purdy, I think he's the real deal. You just got to put a good veteran behind him. That's all you got to do, because I don't trust the 2 other guys. Well, Dobbs we never even seen. But, that's just pretty much it. So it's an organizational thing. They got to do better drafting. They got to work on their lines, because we just, that's where we're losing.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah, the game is won in the trenches. And I do wonder, Stoney, if Joe Montana or Steve Young, how foul am I being, or anybody watching Brock Purdy play, running for his life, because that's been a constant from week 1. How fair is that to ignore or include that in the assessment of any quarterback? But the reality is the game doesn't wait for anybody. It is what it is. And this dude set the bar so damn high that I'm just scratching my head and I'm confused, nervous for Niner fans about what Brock is. Like, which Brock Purdy is it? And I don't know how much that equates to on a calculator when you talk about per year.
Why wouldn't you just take him at face value, that when he's got a really good team around him, he's pretty good, and when he doesn't, he's not? And then you got to figure it out from there.
Well, I'll tell you why.
Because that's what it looks like to me, and what it's looked like for the last 2 seasons.
Gotcha.
They were good, and he was good, and now they're not good, and he's not good.
Well, I'll tell you what. We hadn't seen the bad, so I would have told you, and I mean this, I think you're being unfair, or anybody's being unfair when you look at it from that vantage point, because there was no bad Brock Purdy. Everything was so good, and that's why I told you, and I won't forget it, blank check city. But now that you see the bad, the bad and the physical limitations, what I deem physical limitations, I'm nervous. I don't think this getting your ball batted at dude, if it happens twice a game on the most important downs, that's a thing. And if you can't throw the ball outside the numbers, that's a thing.
Well, then why did the owner say they were going to reset? He was going to reset the market.
He was drunk with the euphoria. Shout out Kendrick of Drake of what Brock was.
Yeah.
Kendrick.
Thank you, Evan. I'm gonna tell you this. Listen, this is just me. You could disagree. Stoney, just ask your partner. It's Christmas coming up. What do the Niners need? I'm not baldy, but I wrote it down. I wrote it down.
What do the Niners need?
2 defensive tackles, 1 edge rusher, another corner, left side of the line, offensive line, and right side of the offensive line. Like, that's a whole lot. And then you need the Red Cross symbol. The guys that are already in sick bay, you need them to come back and be healthy. This could be a while before you get it back. That's why when you had the chance, you should have cashed in on one of them balls.
Well, that doesn't matter.
Okay?
Doesn't matter anymore.
Their best chance may have gone by. Kyle's best chance.
All right, let's say it has. Where does that leave you today? Same place.
With a hard-ass assessment of who you are, why you're where you're at, and what you got going forward, and what it's worth. That's why I told Stoney, if I know people don't like it, I'm here. If I could bring him back if his play should equate to, you know what? I'm doing our guy from Cincinnati. We'll see. Come back and play on that Millie. That's how, if it's really cutthroat, that's what this
Why didn't they do that with Ayuk? You're going to do that with Brock Purdy and not with Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah. Which tells you they're not going to do it with Brock.
Probably not. Let's go to Kirk in Los Altos. Hey, Kirk, how you doing, man? Kirk. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Thanks a lot for taking the call. And we've been listening all morning long, driving around here, and everybody's obviously very emotionally worked up about this sort of thing. And I will put out my first disclosure is that I have watched this team for 60-some-odd years, but I myself have never played a down of football, so I am by no means an expert in what they should do. But I agree very much with Guru in that I think Purdy looked very well when he had all the stuff around him because it hid some of his physical shortcomings. And I think one play yesterday really crystallized that in my mind was the ups and downs of Brock Purdy in that he managed to somehow magically escape like these 3 or 4 tacklers in the backfield. I don't know how he managed to do it, but he got free, and then he went way over to the left, got himself nice, firmly planted, and threw this ball about 12 feet over the receiver's head. And so I think, he's just, I don't know whether it takes, a better quarterback coach or something like that to work with things. And I wouldn't, I don't speak to getting rid of the guy, but on the other hand, if I were like you've all been saying today, they have so many holes to plug. I wouldn't, if it came down to a battle between 30 and 35 or whatever, and nobody was going to budge or who knows what, I wouldn't be afraid to let him go. But if they reach an agreement, I think you can keep him and work with him. But he needs, I've never seen so many balls batted down in my life, but I didn't see that the year before, so maybe it was better line protection back then.
Yeah.
And there's no right answer. Anyway, I really appreciate you taking the call.
Thanks, Kirk. Appreciate the call.
I remember what play, Steiny. He could have threw it away, and Tony Romo said this after the play because he got popped when he threw it. It was like you could have just aborted mission and threw the ball away and lived for another down. You tried to make a play that wasn't there. Hey, I'm not telling you not to do that, but as far as punishment, you put yourself in jeopardy, Steiny, and a quarterback is most vulnerable after just following through and releasing the ball that just gets smashed. He got back up, but it was almost like you could avoid even that contact that could have been way worse than what happened on the said play.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niners get beat yesterday by the Dolphins 29-17. Another day where nobody was good enough to push him into the win column. Some guys had numbers. Defense gives up 29. Offense doesn't score more than 17. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
So Bosa's the highest paid defender in the NFL. Do you think the lack of production from him is bigger than what you're going to pay Brock Purdy? Because I'm starting to wonder, this is your anchor. And for whatever reason, Steiny, everybody's got something going health-wise. You're out there and you're not disruptive. Like, are we missing the boat just focused on Brock? And I know the money part of Brock is everything. But if I had to put on my list, I think Nick Bosa is my biggest concern of, like, why when you're out there, nothing's happening when it comes to disrupting the quarterback.
Well, he's under contract, so
right, and he's not living up to it.
Yeah,
living up to it.
Right, and he's on a long list. But, hey, it feels like there's a lot of 49er fans out there that think once the calendar changes and once we get to next year, Bosa will be Bosa from 3 years ago, and Debo will be Debo from 2 or 3 years ago. And McCaffrey will be able to turn back the clock. And Brandon Ayuk will join the team in midseason and not skip a beat. And Trent Williams will once again anchor the offensive line on that side. And I feel like I know more about Brock Purdy and who he is than any of those other 5 guys right now and what to expect next year. I feel like I know who Brock Purdy is. He's pretty good. Is he great? No, he's not great. Is he terrible? No, he's not terrible. He's pretty good. He's pretty good. But without anybody around him, they're not going anywhere, I don't think. And the question is, do you think he's got enough around him and that they can recapture what they had a year or two ago?
Well, do you think $40 million would suffice? Do you think he would take that? Because I'm like, what number? I'm hearing you, Steiny, and I think that number to me, like if you could get him at 40, run it back. But if you can't, and he's trying to, and I get his side, I've already done enough, this was a fluke or whatnot, pay me. I just don't see how you justify that. And the situation they're in, from paying guys and how it's kind of backfired, with the other three this year, McCaffrey included, Trent and Ayuk. I just wonder what that has done to Lynch, Kyle, and Marag's psyche in regard to, maybe a year ago we would have broke them off, but now we got to talk.
I don't know. It's a big decision. Big decision. Let's go to Delta Lifestyle. What's up, Delta Lifestyle? How you doing, man?
Happy holidays, guys. Really enjoy your show.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to pour a little Bailey's in your hot cocoa, and I want you to close your eyes for a minute.
All right.
And I want you to imagine next year, like a listener said earlier, you get a Greg Cosell type in there, and you reimagine the way the Niners are approaching this. Has it been a decade that they've been ignoring the offensive line other than Trent Williams?
It's been a while, according to a lot of fans, yeah.
Okay. I love what the listener said earlier. He said, look, trade up, but he meant trade down. Trade those first-round picks, trade the second-round picks, and get deep. Because here's the deal. There's holes everywhere. And it starts and ends in the trenches. You got problems in the offensive line. You got problems on the defensive line. You got problems in the secondary. And you don't have healthy linebackers. So, these guys aren't getting younger. And Trent Williams has been on borrowed time. Love him. He's the best player in the NFL. But you got to be training his backfill. And you've got to be strengthening our trenches. Because without that, even Joe Montana had a tough time at times. Steve DeBerg had a tough time at times. Steve Young had a tough time. Purdy's not the second coming, but he is a very good quarterback. And I think sometimes Shanahan and the team rely on Shanahan's scheming to cover up our deficiencies. They've completely ignored our deficiencies in the draft.
Appreciate the call, Delta.
Well, I mean, do you look at Dominic Pooney, Stoney? He's held up his own for a rookie, and they drafted Pearsall a different position than the O-line because they felt like there wasn't an O-lineman worthy of that pick. But, man, this is a monster situation in regard to both sides of the ball. Need enhancements, or you need prayer over the guys that are hurt to come back and be what they were.
I understand that Bosa's just one guy and that Trent Williams is one guy. But I do think it's interesting that Bosa's supposed to be the best defensive end in football, and Trent Williams is supposed to be the best left tackle in football or one of the best in history. And the reality of the situation is, whether they were playing or not this year, the offensive line as a whole and the defensive line as a whole were substandard. And, if you're going to say, well, we got Bosa, but we got to have a big boy on the other side, well, that tells me about Bosa and Trent Williams. Like, how can they be as great as we believe, but they're not making an impact like they have in the past? Let's go to Al in San Francisco. What's up, Al? How you doing?
Hey, good morning, guys, and Merry Christmas.
Back at you.
I just want to, say the Niners, they look awful this year. Purdy's too short. The linemen are like, I think, 6'8", 6'7", 6'6", and they're knocking these balls down because he's a short quarterback, and he doesn't have an arm to get him out of the depth of those bad plays. Shanahan, he needs to step down. He needs to either, get off of the offensive plays, get a good offensive coordinator, or either that, just step away from the offensive plays. Other thing, why did Purdy turn around and buy all this offensive linemen in these trucks? He should have got them all coupons to go to a offensive lineman camp for the summer to learn how to be offensive line instead of buying these Toyotas, which if he doesn't get the money, they might repo all those trucks back. Have a blessed Christmas. Thank you.
Appreciate it, Al.
I'll give you one, Al.
Thank you. This is Kyle Shanahan.
Kyle.
After the game, if he knew they'd been eliminated beforehand.
No, I wasn't aware of that, but that wouldn't have did nothing with the game. I mean, we kind of had that vibe last week. I know it wasn't official, but we understand numbers, so we kind of knew that last week.
Sonny, who do you put penalties on? Another game with 11. 2 of them by your rookie wide receiver that negated first and goal. You were right there, and that's on the coach, right? 11 for 90 yards.
I don't know,
cost him points.
3 late hits. I mean, I guess you could say, well, they're undisciplined.
And
that's Kyle. Yeah. But, they haven't been a disciplined team. That's certainly on the coaching staff. But they haven't done anything well this year. I mean, if you really stop and think about how bad the Niners were this year, it's staggering. It's staggering. They didn't beat one good team, essentially.
And they were in the Super Bowl. Now you're not to make the playoffs.
And not only aren't you going to make the playoffs, you're not even close. You're not even close. You're 6-9. I mean, you're 2 losses. You play the Lions next week?
Monday night.
6-11? Ain't no injuries were that bad that this team should be 6-11. That's my feeling. I mean, you had a lot of your guys, a lot of your big boys for a big chunk of the season. And 6-11, I mean, they're 6-9, obviously, but I mean, they're nobody had a good year.
Yeah, this offseason will tell us a lot about what the higher-ups feel about where this team is at and where it's not.
Yeah, but what can they do other than go to the draft and try to help, their positions of weaknesses?
Yeah, see if something's available via that route, because you're going to have to.
And then who do you keep and who do you try to bring in here? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Trevor in Rohnert Park. And maybe we'll get into a little Ricky Henderson on the other side.
No doubt.
What's going on, Trevor? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, man? I talked to you guys last week a little bit. I have a podcast, Sideline Bayer Sports. Okay, so I am going to say a couple things that I feel like maybe aren't popular, but I think things that the Niners should do. One thing is I heard a lot of talk about Bosa. I haven't seen Bosa play meaningful minutes in a couple years. If you look at his sack totals, even when they were up a little bit, they were padded. A lot of those sacks he was getting were in garbage time. So I would suggest if the Niners are going to trade anybody, that Bosa would be the guy, because I think a lot of teams probably see value in Bosa still, where I don't see him playing up to his potential. And it hasn't just been this year. It's been for the last couple of years. So I would be okay with trading Bosa and starting to look at what you do about stacking up the offensive line, because it's true. They do need an offensive line. Williams is on borrowed time and Poone's still young. So they need an offensive line. And you're going to pay Purdy no matter what, because who are you going to replace him with? When you look at whether Purdy should get – yeah. I mean, when you look at who you're going to go out and replace him with, if you did something very unpopular, like said, we're not going to pay him, we're going to look somewhere else, you don't have that guy in the draft or around the league. So you got to go to him. So,
doesn't seem like it.
Yeah.
Hey, Trevor, thanks a lot. We got to jump out. I appreciate your call. Good luck with the podcast. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. On January 1st, tolls on the Benicia Martinez Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org. Let's talk a little Ricky Henderson on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
Do you know the most important?
Deep to left center field. That ball is on its way and gone. Another home run for 44-year-old Ricky Henderson.
Well, this is the new Ricky Henderson. He used to do it by getting on base, stealing bases. Since he's been with the Dodgers, now he's hitting home runs, and that's the 81st time he's done it in his career, second here with the Dodgers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, that was John Miller and Joe Morgan talking about Ricky Henderson. He passed over the weekend, 65 years old, most likely the greatest leadoff hitter of all time, and one of the game's greatest players, plain and simple. Oakland's own passes at 65, Goo.
Yeah, I got the news from a good friend Saturday night, and I was hoping it wasn't true. And it was, Steiny, and the Bays lost an ambassador. And my first game, I told you, Norm took me to the Coliseum, was to see the great Ricky Henderson, the man of steel, S-T-E-A-L, right? And, Steiny, I got to tell you, man, he was before his time. And when I say that, you know, the flair that he played with, you know, growing up in the Bay Area, being born in Oakland, California, Steiny, they had this thing, pop your collar and swag. Ricky Henderson he birthed that. You know, you got the rappers Too Short and all the guys with that moxie and street cred. Ricky had it all in one before we even knew what it was. I don't know if you remember, Steiny used to hit the home runs and pop his collar at the plate as he went on his stroll around the bases. And it was just incredible. As sad as I was when we got the news, again, social media, we're in a different area. It wasn't just me on the impact that he had. And Steiny, you talked about it. He went to Oakland Tech. Oakland was his home. I mean, how many guys get to live out a dream and bring home a championship to the city that they were born in, where they played high school, baseball. And, I mean, you talk about his thighs and just his build, Steiny, and why he was that naturally strong. You know, he was a running back in high school, too, 2,000-yard seasons, I believe. But it just hurts, man. And Bonte and I had, not just too long ago at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame, we got to take a picture with him. I introduced myself, and he was just so nice and just had the same presence and feel to him. We got to talk Warriors, and he told me I was panicking. But, Steiny, he was my favorite athlete of all time because, you know, back in the day, we could go to the Coliseum, and they would have a guy taking the old Polaroid camera. You know, the instant picture would come out, and it was a Ricky, you know, getting ready to steal a base or head first sliding. And I just remember playing baseball in Union City trying to mimic the head first slide along with all the whole team trying to be Ricky Henderson. So, you know, the A's showed all the love in the world to him because when you went to the last game, you saw Ricky Henderson plastered all around the stadium, and rightfully so, and he left and came back. But, Steiny, there's only one Ricky Henderson, man, and this one hurts, and you never see it coming, and we definitely didn't with this one. But his presence will always be felt here in the town, everywhere in the Bay Area, and places beyond. But he was definitely a guy that had pizzazz and flair, and we're going to miss him.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And he made Oakland home. He was around Oakland a lot. If you live in Oakland or the East Bay, you saw him at events and around the city. You know, I really was following him when he was a Yankee in the mid 80s.
Yeah, he wore 24.
You know, he had some unbelievable years for them, but he obviously had some unbelievable years for the A's. No doubt about it. Let's go to Alex in Oakland. Wants to talk about Ricky Henderson. What's going on, Alex? How you doing, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Goo. What's happening?
Hey.
Hey, you said it all there, Goo. Ricky was one of a kind. I'm from Massachusetts, and I'm like, you know, baseball player, high school baseball player, and I just grew up watching Ricky on those A's teams of the Earthquake Series '89. I think he's part of the reason why I wanted to move out here. It just looks so cool. And I met him at a gas station in San Mateo. I think it was like a couple weeks before he was about to get in the Hall of Fame. So I had an excuse to like say something to him. And he was just so cool. He was like just so cool, man. And I said, what was it like playing for the Yankees? And he said, yeah, man, I played with Don Mattingly. So I guess he had a lot of respect for Don Mattingly. And then I said, what about all this Barry Bonds steroid stuff? And he was like, man, he goes, I would have done them. I didn't need them.
Yeah, that sounds like Ricky. Appreciate it, Alex. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I just remember the conversation you and Evan had when I was out when Reggie Jackson joined when Mays passed, and I just would, guys like that have their stories about Ricky Henderson, Stoney. But I'm just telling you, man, this was my guy. I know you had Larry Bird and the Bay Area, even young Evan, an A's fan, knew what Ricky Henderson meant. And, I don't want to go too street on. You're a pop culture, Stoney, but there was just a thing in like the late 2000s with the rappers all out through the Bay and pop your collar and oh boy, and be cool. And Ricky was doing that in the late 70s and early 80s right there on 66 Ave. And to do what he did and be known for, the stolen base record and the runs scored, it's just – and always just had a smile on his face and would be at the Warriors games, just as you talk about, and never didn't have time, and took the picture with me and Bonte that I posted on my socials, man. So I'm hurt, but I don't believe they'll ever, and I know it's easy for me to say now, Stoney, be a leadoff hitter with what he possessed, the speed, the power, the flair, and I'll never forget him, man.
Yeah, 5 times Ricky Henderson led the league in runs. Stolen bases, he led the league. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11 times. Led the league in stolen bases. Led the league in walks 3 times. On base percentage once. Just an unbelievable Hall of Fame career. And now it's just a matter of essentially where you put him in the pantheon of the greatest players of all time.
Can I tell you what, in this obviously bad news, can I tell you as a sports fan what makes me feel good? Stoney, how many times do we see guys and gals, the great ones, pass and not get their flowers? Ricky did get elected in the Hall of Fame in 2009, so he got to experience first ballot. You know what I mean, Stoney? So that's just, he got his flowers from the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still only 65, though.
Yeah, young,
65.
Man.
Let's go to Tom. Tom's in Sonoma. Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. How you doing, man?
Hey.
Happy
Doing well.
holidays.
Yeah, same to you.
Very, very, very sad day in the Bay, man. I was honored and pleasure to meet Ricky Henderson about 7 years ago. He loved our wines, man. Big, bold reds. He just enjoyed them so much. But every time he came, man, he wanted to talk about wine. I wanted to talk baseball, but the time flew. He is the gentle giant, man. Shaking this man's hand was like shaking a vice grip, man. I swear to God, the strongest man I've ever felt ever in my hands. I had an opportunity to ask him a question. What was your top 2 awards that he's ever got? Was his stolen bases was number 1. He really cherished that. He told me, I don't think anybody will be able to beat it. I believe that is true, especially since they've changed the rules. His singles were also his number 2. But class act, man, great guy. Love the game. We have a Mr. October. I want to give this man Mr. Baseball. Thank you guys for letting me talk. And I want to may God bless Ricky Henderson, and I send my love and my prayers and thoughts to Pam and his 3 beautiful children. You have a great day, guys.
Thanks, Tom. Appreciate the call.
Well said, man.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing about Ricky was watching him play, he just loved to play. Loved to play, and it was obvious watching him that he loved to play baseball. And, we question a lot about how much our pro athletes love the game these days, but you never had to ask that with Ricky Henderson.
And in his prime, Stoney, I can remember them going up against the Blue Jays, the A's, when they were dominant in the late 80s. And the old adage was if you walked him, it was like a triple, Stoney, because he was going to steal second and damn sure probably steal third. But Stoney, he was a bad dude that had it all physically. And the other part we're hearing, and which is obvious, he also had the personality, and it was infectious, and people loved him, and people are hurt.
Yeah, this is Harold Reynolds, formerly of ESPN, telling a little Ricky Henderson story. Take a listen.
It came down the last day of the year, and Willie Wilson and I were tied with 59. And we're playing in the same time zone at this time because I'm in Texas playing against the Rangers, and Willie's at home in Kansas City. And I steal a base like early in the game, and the ticker tape, no, it wasn't ticker tape, but anyway, I find out Willie goes 0 for 5. He does not steal the bag. I end up being the stolen base champ. So Ricky probably had, I think, 30 stolen bases that year by May, and he got injured. And he's on his way to another 100 stolen base year. And he used to get on base at second. I would hold him on like a pitcher, like a first baseman. And he'd turn around and go, Rick getting ready to go now. Rick getting ready to run. What you going to do, Reynolds? Rick getting ready to run. And I'd be like holding him, going to the pitcher. He's running. And he'd just take off, do his thing. So I get home. I win the stolen base title. I have 60. Phone rings. Hello? No caller ID in those days. So hello? Henderson here. I said, hey, what up, Rick? I'm thinking Ricky's calling me, congratulate me. This is unbelievable. What's going on, Rick? How you doing? I'm like, what you got? 60 stolen bases? You ought to be ashamed. Ricky has 60 at the All-Star break. Click. Hung up the phone. I just hear it on the other end. That was it. So in my office at MLB Network, he signed a poster for me years later, and it says, stolen base champ, Ricky Henderson.
That was Harold Reynolds.
He's competitive. Ricky he would go third person to 90. Ricky had 60 at the All-Star break, man.
That was 87 that Harold Reynolds stole 60 bases to lead the league. Ricky had 41 steals, but he only played 95 games that particular year. So that's what Harold Reynolds was referencing. Let's go to City Boy. What's up, City Boy? How you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, what up, fellas? What up? Hey, Merry Christmas to both of you.
Back at
hope you really enjoy it. I wanted to talk a little bit about Ricky because a lot like Goo, Ricky was my favorite player of all time. He still is when it comes to baseball. I just love Rick, everything he brought to the game. He was the first player to really bring, flair and excitement in a game that had this sort of stale, no fun allowed kind of thing where you couldn't show anybody up, you couldn't show emotion. And, Ricky would bat flip and he would pop his collar and he would do the snap catch in the outfield. And boy, he was just fun to watch. And he got a lot of guff for that at the time. And now I think it's one of the things we appreciate most about him. I wanted to say, just shout him out as a 4-time Oakland Athletic, which I thought was cool because, when he first left and went to the Yankees, it broke my heart, man. And it just really showed his heart was here, so he played for the A's 4 times. Let's not forget his birthday's on Christmas. So keep him in your thoughts on Christmas as well. And I just wanted to say one thing, I know the stolen bases is what we'll remember him for. And it was kind of an outlier. It's kind of like Steph with the 3-point record, right? It's like you don't really think about how amazing what he did was because it wasn't one of those stats that was the most important stat. But once he started doing it on a level that we had never seen before, I think it really shined a light on how cool it was. But, in 140 years of baseball, no player to put on a pair of cleats has ever touched home plate more times than Ricky Henderson. And to me, that's the most impressive. I mean, you got guys like Babe Ruth and Stan Musial and Willie Mays and Hank Aaron. I mean, these are the greatest of the great. And all those dudes played 22, 23, 24 seasons, and none of them hit home plate more than Ricky. So, I just wanted to shout out Ricky, man. I love that guy. Greatest player I ever watched, hands down. And he'll always be appreciated by me and lots of others. So I just wanted to say that, fellas. Hey, and Merry Christmas. Appreciate you guys.
Good stuff, thanks, City. Appreciate it. Yeah, 2,295 runs scored. That's the all-time leader.
Man,
1,406 stolen bases, all-time leader.
Analytics has killed that. That's going to be forever, I believe, Stoney.
335 caught stealing, the all-time record for caught stealing, which you'd expect.
Yeah.
If you ever look at the great NBA players, I bet you if you look at the top 5 in turnovers, they're all in the Hall of Fame.
But, yeah, go ahead.
Let's go to Antonio. Antonio's in Oakland. What's up, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good, man. Ricky Henderson, most walks, stolen bases, runs scored. He's definitely, the GOAT leadoff hitter of all time, man. So blessed. He's Mr. Pop His Collar, man. We all of us out here in the Bay, you know what I'm saying? That's what we do is pop our collar. He's like the king of that, and then E40's like the prince, so on and so forth, man. But honestly, man, when he stole a base, it was like Steph Curry's three-point shot. And the way he used to just snatch a fly ball in the outfield, that was kind of the equivalent of Jordan palming the ball, to be honest with you, man. Like, it's on that level. But anyway, man, Ricky Henderson, so blessed that he's from our area, man. Class act. I met him a couple of times. Super humble and, excellent player, excellent person. So, shout out to him.
And Antonio, a couple things I got to ask you. How are we feeling about the Niners, though?
I'll say it again?
How are we feeling about the Niners?
Oh, man, we may make a lot of changes, man. We got to draft, pass rusher in the first round. We got to get another tight end to help Kittle out. Everything, man. We got some issues, but we're gonna be okay, man. Then Kyle Shanahan just reinvent himself.
And then, real quick, what about the Warriors? They got a nice win on Saturday against the Timberwolves.
Oh man, they got to make a trade, man. Trade the young core, and that's how I'm feeling right now, man.
Oh,
we need a vet. Don't get Jimmy Butler though.
Oh, okay. Appreciate Antonio weighing in. He's still optimistic.
Yeah, it's not. He got me thinking about where the game's at right now, right? I feel like the phones and social media have killed baseball because it's trying to reinvent itself with fans or whatnot. But back in Ricky's era, Stoney, what if I told you the stolen base was damn near as exciting as the home run? And nobody mastered it like the Man of Steel. So the game was in a beautiful place as he went on to break records and just be a stress bomb to pitchers, man. Just everything he did he was before his time. And I keep saying that, Stoney. What do we say now when a guy's cool or a gal's cool? Oh, they got swag. Ricky had it before we even knew what it was. And it is funny because I tried to make that point. I do wonder how much E40 of the Bay Area rappers got the pop your collar. Did they pay homage? Did they get it from Ricky? Because he was doing it, Stoney, coming out of the batter's box when he would display that power that he had, man. But the Bay came together, unfortunately, due to this heartbreaking news. But, man, all the friends, the guys and gals that have come before me, Stoney, all their pages just plastered, and rightfully so, with love to one Ricky Henderson.
This is when he set the all-time steals record.
The A's having come from behind a 1-0 deficit. Ricky goes, a pitch taken, he's going to have it. He does! Ricky Henderson, no contest, steals third base, jerks the bag from its moorings, and holds it aloft.
Bill King, the great Bill King, on the call there.
Two greats.
And you want to hear Ricky's speech after he broke that record?
Took a long time, huh? First of all, I would like to thank God for giving me that opportunity. I want to thank the Haas family, the Oakland organization, the city of Oakland, and all y'all beautiful fans for supporting me. Most of all, I would like to thank my mom, my family, friend, and loved one for their support. I want to give my appreciation to the late Tom Trevorhorn and the late Billy Martin. Billy Martin was a great manager. He was a great friend to me. I love you, Billy. I wish he was here. Luke Brock was the symbol of great base stealing. But today, I am the greatest of all time. Thank you.
Wow. All right, that was from Ricky Henderson breaking the all-time steals record.
Man, it showed his love for Billy Martin, Stoney.
He sure did, and the city of Oakland, which was always a big part of who Ricky Henderson was. Let's go to Rich. Rich is in San Jose.
Rich,
how you doing, man?
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
Talk to us.
Hey, so there's one stat that I haven't heard you guys mention that is huge. Talking about power, all this and that. How many times did Ricky Henderson lead off the game? First inning, boom, home run. I can't even count them. It's a record that will not be broken. That's all I got to say.
Appreciate it. Evan, you have that number off the top of your head? I'd like to guess.
I don't. You know what? I could pull it up if I pull it.
All right. No, I'm asking Evan. Rich.
You just said you wanted to guess.
I do, but I was wondering, do you know the answer?
What do you think?
I think you probably do.
Let me guess, too. I cheated. I looked it up.
77.
A little higher.
92.
A little lower.
That's what you shot yesterday.
In between,
That's a 4.
in between those two.
81.
That's a lot.
Damn.
That's a half a season.
Springer's pretty close, though.
How many's he have?
George Springer has 60.
I think Ricky's safe.
Let's go to Word. Word is in Oakland. Hey, Word, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good, fellas. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, the Ricky Henderson thing is a tough one to process. So I was like 1982. I was an 8-year-old, and like my first sports heroes or memories were favorite players were World B. Free with the Warriors, Joe Montana, and Ricky Henderson. Sorry, excuse me, y'all. When I was a kid in San Francisco, this lady, Miss Hunt, used to take all the kids in the neighborhood to A's and Giants games in the church van in the summer. So, I couldn't ever go to a baseball game, but she would take us in the summer. And, I'd come home and watch Ricky, and I'd try to, like Goo was saying, I'd try to mimic his, exaggerate his batting stance. Goo, you remember his batting stance? He would stand with one leg way out and squatted real low. And I was like, dude, I can't do this. My legs hurt. Like, I'm not that strong. I can't. I'd exaggerate his lead off, take huge lead off, legs spread, fingers wiggling between my legs like Ricky, slide head first. My coach would tell me that's not smart. And it just reminds me, man, as a 50-year-old, I just turned 50 this year, what kind of fan I was as a kid, man. Sports was so much more fun as a kid. I just sat there and watched. I love commentary like you, Goo. I was raised on commentary on TV. I know Steiny hates it, but those were those who kept me company watching games. Wow. So, I'd sit by myself and listen to games, and it felt like they, mad in the summer, were talking to me. I was talking to them. I was talking to Ricky. I was talking to Joe. They were my friends in the street. So hearing about Ricky just reminds me, man, at 50, like, wow, I'm not a kid anymore. I'm an adult, and all we do as adult sports fans is get pissed at everybody who doesn't make us happy, want to fire people, cut players. We hate this dude. We hate that player. He's overrated. Man, I didn't know anything about the A's when I was a kid. I don't know if they were winners or losers. I don't know what Ricky's stats were like, man. That dude he was just, special to a kid, man. It's crazy at 50 when I really step back out of my current mindset and think about, what it was like to just be a little kid watching this stuff, man. It just makes me appreciate sports because it's really made it, it's just kind of shaped the way I get down. Like, I hardly even trust a dude who's not a sports fan. Like, he's a weirdo. But thank y'all for letting me vent.
Man, we're here
about
for
Ricky, because it really just reminds me about what I was like when I was a kid. And, like Willard talks about watching games with his kids, and they probably don't process the Niners' failures anywhere near the way we do. Right. Like, they're just watching their team. And it sucks that that's where we are. Obviously, that's your job. But I hate frustration of the calls and the anger. Like, I just love our Niners, and I know they're like, I told my friends when the Warriors won their first title and lost to the Cavs next year, I was like, look, dude, when your team is as good as it is, you appreciate coming out of these runs with at least one. They got 4. And so fast forward, I had to say the same thing to myself when the Niners were balling from 2019 till now. At the end of this, I got to at least be able to appreciate getting one. I don't care if we don't get, we don't get any. I'm still going to be a Niner, but it would be great to get one, and we didn't, and that sucks. And I firmly believe that, like, that was our run. That was our window. And I'm not a pessimist. I'm more of a realist. That's how me and Steiny met. When the Niners were 2-14 one year, I remember Steiny walking up on me on his tippy toes and pushing me, and he's like, hey, Word, so what's up with your Niners? What your Niners going to do next year? And I was like, man, they won 2. Just double it. Give me 4. Like, I've never been that fan. I don't know if you remember that conversation. We were right in front of the Bear. But I'm not the fan that's like, yeah, next year we're going to the bowl somehow. Like, I don't do the hope. I do what I think. Fans hate to ask themselves, what do you think's going to happen? Never mind what you hope's going to happen. And I spend my time saying what I think's going to happen, and all year long, since August, I posted it online. I had a feeling this was going to be our season with the Niners. And I'm rambling now, so I'm gonna wrap it up.
All right.
Thank y'all for giving me this stuff,
man. Thank you, Word.
Man.
Really appreciate it. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, we can open it up to Ricky. We can talk Niners. Hell, if you want to talk Warriors, we can get into that on the other side. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
The perfect holiday meal starts.
Henderson hits a high drive to deep left field. Way back, tell it goodbye.
Henderson at first base. Jones does not have an outstanding pickoff. Henderson goes, the pitch is low. Watson's throw is a scaler that's backed up by White, and Henderson has a stolen base.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, there's some Ricky Henderson highlights from early in his career.
Man.
He passed over the weekend at 65, just shy of his 66th birthday, which is Wednesday.
On Christmas.
Yep. And obviously he was somebody that meant a ton to a lot of people, but particularly here in the East Bay and in Oakland.
Word nailed it, man. That was a heartfelt call.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's go to Tim in Walnut Creek real quick. Tim wants to talk about Ricky Henderson. Hey, Tim.
Hi. It's really a shame. Obviously, we've talked about it, that the Oakland A's are leaving. And one of the big shames is that we don't get to see those memories as a child with our parents and our brothers and sisters and friends. One of the greatest memories I've ever had at the Oakland Coliseum was I was fortunate enough to be there when Ricky Henderson had his first major league hit. It was a little flare down the right field line. I remember it like it was yesterday. And to my surprise, Ricky was on second base before anybody knew what happened. The next batter hit a fly ball, and Ricky tagged up and went to third. The next batter hit a short fly ball, and he tagged up and scored. And I looked at my father, and it was so exciting to watch. I looked at my father, and I said, that guy's going to be a great player. And the first time my father was ever wrong, said, no, he's just another flash in the pan. Well, Ricky Henderson, in my opinion, is the second greatest baseball player to ever play the game. And the reason I say that is because Babe Ruth was number one, because if you had him on your team in that era, you had a huge advantage because he could hit a home run when most people couldn't. Ricky Henderson did the exact same thing for the teams that he played for. He could score a run without getting a hit. He could walk, steal two bases. We've all talked about his prowess. But he scored more runs than anybody ever to live, and therefore I think he is the second greatest baseball player ever to live, and I miss him, and God bless his family. So many great memories of Ricky Henderson. Love the guy, and certainly will miss him.
Well said, Tim.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And Steiny,
appreciate the call.
I can't forget the I'm thinking he invented everything, and it's just what my eyes saw, right? But I just talk about flair and swag and pizzazz. Steiny, what about the snatching the ball on a routine? He's under it. That's the first guy I saw kind of, just do like, hey, he didn't have to do that, but it was so cool, man. He was truly my Arthur Fonzarelli when it comes to playing sports and being what Dion, made a living out of with that flair in prime time. Ricky had it first, Donnie.
Will Clark, former San Francisco Giant great, had this to say about Ricky Henderson on the Parney Time podcast.
The best ever, made me laugh all times because he talked in the third person, was Ricky Henderson. Ricky would come down there and Ricky would be like, Ricky here? Ricky, this is in spring training where we're playing the A's a bunch, right? And Ricky's down there. And La Russa puts the hold sign on because he wanted McGuire and Canseco to get some swings in. And you can just see Ricky wants to steal a bat. Ricky's getting pissed, And I'm egging him on. I'm just egging him on. I'm like, Ricky, you don't need to take that. Run, Ricky. And he about 2 or 3 pitches later, he goes, oh, hell, thrill. He goes, Ricky gone. And so I look at the dugout, right? And I go like this. I go, he's running, right? So sure enough, we pitch out, throw down to second base. Ricky slides in safe. He jumps up, and he goes, I told you, thrill. Ricky gone. Ricky gone.
All right, that was Will Clark on Ricky Henderson.
Ricky was trying to run, Stoney.
Ricky ran, that's for sure. Let's go to Suzette. Suzette is in Oakland.
Hey.
What's going on, Suzette? How you doing?
Happy holidays, gentlemen.
Yeah, same to you.
Nice to talk to you. So, ironically, after all these years, I live in the neighborhood of Bushrod that Ricky Henderson grew up in. I'm off of 56 and Telegraph Avenue, and he still has property here. And he was just the coolest dude. And not only that, I graduated in 1982. I got to see him in real time. I was an usher at the Oakland Coliseum.
Uh-oh.
My dad was a security guard. We got to go down in the tunnel. I got so many different autographs of everybody. I got autographs of Billy Martin. Oh, it was the highlight of one of my times in my life. And Ricky, he was on Hagenberger all the time. He would go have dinner over at Francesco's that's no longer there.
Yeah.
Used to see a lot of Raider players there or at the Hilton. But he was cool because he would go to the movies by himself at the Century off of the Hagenberger. And I'm just saying, I was really brokenhearted because I heard it when I was listening to the Warriors show Saturday morning, and I found out he had passed away. So I just want to say R.I.P. to Ricky, and that he was a Swiss Army knife of all time. Rest in peace.
Thanks,
Great
Suzette.
stuff, Suzette.
Appreciate the call. So he had something in common with you.
Yeah, the movies, Solo Dolo.
Solo.
And speaking of Bushrod, I told this story, Snotty, about a month ago. Tell me if you remember. Living in Union City, I played for Union City American. I had a friend, his brother, they ran the Henderson A's. So Ricky wasn't the manager, but just knowing that Ricky had a team, I was like, man, and he hooked it up where I came from Union City, practiced and played a few games at Bushrod Snotty. I never got to meet Ricky on the field, but knowing I wasn't from the town, but I'm able to play for the Henderson A's, you couldn't tell me anything else. And the other part of the beautiful part about the Coliseum and what it was, and we talked about this, after the games, you could go wait for the players to come out and go to their car. And every game, Stoney, Ricky, can you sign this? Can you do this? And just watching what was your Superman or my Superman, there was nothing greater, man.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson passed over the weekend at 65 and very young. And, I mean, when you talk about, we always, every once in a while, we'll do, the Mount Rushmore of Bay Area athletes, and Ricky's on that list.
Yeah. We did that as a station, too. Remember that? Ricky was my number one.
On a lot of lists, Ricky Henderson in the top 1, 2, 3, something like that. Let's go to Chucky. Chucky's in Oakland.
Chuck.
Hey, Chuck. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How you guys doing, man? Happy holidays.
Yeah, same to you.
Heavy heart, Chuck.
Yeah, Rick, man, when I heard that news, man, that kind of hit me kind of hard, man, because, we both grew up in North Oakland. He grew up in North Oakland, man. He went to Czech, and he played all sports, man, all 3 sports, and I used to play ball against him at Bushrod, man. That's where I learned. That's where I picked up my skills, man, playing basketball at Bushrod Park, man. And Rick, he was like a man against boys, man. He had that body, man. The body he had playing, when he went to the highest level, man, he was that same size in high school, man. And I can only recall one other player like that, Jack Del Rio out of Hayward High, man, because I played ball against Jack. Jack had that same type of physique, man, in high school, and he was a triple sporter himself. But, yeah, Rick, man, he inspired a lot of young cats, man, a lot of young brothers, man, playing that baseball, because back then that's when they had the porterhouse, and you had a lot of sponsors sponsoring the little leagues, man, where kids used to play on the weekend, man, and I remember that, and he inspired a lot of cats to play that baseball, but he was a hell of a dude, a nice guy, man, and he's the icon of Oakland for sure, man.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the call, Chucky. Appreciate it.
And, Stoney, I should have realized that, but, it's not a bad thing, but just – hearing word talk and how powerful that was, and Suzette, and Evan Saturday, listening to him talk about what Ricky meant to him. Steiner, he is the Derek Jeter of Oakland. He is the, Steph Curry. I know he's from Charlotte, but I mean, Ricky was from home base and the impact he had. And again, I know I'm being redundant, just going back to the last year with Bonte, being able to actually meet him and talk hoops. Steiner, he was just a down-to-earth dude, man.
Yeah, who was the last caller, Chuck?
Yeah.
Got me a little confused about Ricky Henderson and Jack Del Rio.
Well, he was saying Jack Del Rio had his man body in high school, the physique.
Yeah, because Jack was 6'4". Ricky was 5'10". But maybe he said they grew up early. And they were, I guess Jack Del Rio was a pretty good basketball
Hayward
player,
High,
too.
I believe.
Yeah, I've heard that. Let's go to Front Lines in San Lorenzo.
Niners could use them.
Hey, Front Line.
Yeah.
Hey, how you guys doing? Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Just tapping in about Ricky Henderson. That was my guy, man. We went back to junior high school and high school, matter of fact. A great athlete. He will be missed. You know, he was the epitome of the town, Oakland A's baseball, the greatest leadoff hitter ever.
Wow.
To myself. You know, that's all I want to say. You guys have a great show. I'm just going to listen to the callers that call in and take care. Happy holidays, fellas.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, Frontline.
Yeah, he definitely gets that for me, Steiny. The best leadoff hitter to ever do it. Speed, power, whatever you wanted, man. He could do it for you, and he did it for the A's, other cities too, and went to New York. That did hurt, but I was rooting for the Yankees because of Ricky was on there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We'll keep taking some calls here. People want to get in and talk about it. We can talk about Ricky Henderson. We can talk about whatever you guys want. It's the holiday season, and there is a lot of action going on. Let's go to Ike. Ike's in Springville. Hey, Ike, how are you, man?
I am fine. Happy holidays to both.
Same to you.
And thank you, sir. I do not want to be a drip, but I've been listening to the Detroit stations.
Oh.
And the major consensus is we want revenge so bad. We can taste it. After last year, you guys knocked us out with that deflection off our receiver's helmet, and you guys got an interception, and blah, blah, blah. Listen, we want revenge, and we can taste it bad. But I got another thing to bring up to you.
All right.
Okay. All due respects to my man Guru and you, Steiny, but when I was a kid, baseball was very tough. When Mr. Henderson came into the league, and God bless him and God rest his soul, but listen, when he came into the league with that head first slide, in the old days, he wouldn't have had a face to talk about. I'm telling you, they would have kicked his face in. It was that tough. And, you know, I'm not knocking him. I'm just saying baseball had changed by the time he came around.
Thanks, Ike. Appreciate the call.
Yeah.
I mean, Pete Rose did a head first slide before Ricky Henderson.
Yeah.
So Ricky wasn't doing anything altogether new at that point.
Never had any problems on the field that I can recall, Stoney, from doing the head first slide. But
yeah, I
don't know. Yeah.
Let's go to Alamo. Alamo's in Richmond. What's up, Alamo? How you doing?
Hey, fellas, happy holidays to all of you.
Yeah, same to you.
Hey, listen, man. I spoke with Ricky's relatives early Saturday morning. The news hadn't broken to the media as of yet. And I was disalarmed when they told me the sad news. But here's the thing, man. I got a chance to sit in the suite, in Ricky's suite. This was in September, the last home game, the evening game that the A's played before they dearly departed up out of here. But he came in. He came around the fourth inning. Now, get this. I was with Mike Norris, and Dennis Eckersley. Imagine that. These three individuals in the same room talking story, right? It was a delight to be there. So Ricky and I got a chance to talk maybe from the fourth inning to the end of the game. And then he told me this. He said, man, I never, ever stay to the entirety of the game. I'm always out of here by at least the sixth or seventh inning, right? He said, but I enjoyed talking to you. Ricky told me about his little league days, his minor league days, his major league days. He talked about Charlie Finley. He talked about everything under the sun. Such a personable person, right? And just to sit there and marvel about each story he told. And you can see his eyes light up every time he talked about something totally different. And as Will Clark said, he mentioned himself as a third person, right? And I thought that was really unique. But the irony to what I'm saying is, man, we're losing a plethora of greats. We lost Pete recently, which was a devastating blow. And then to lose Ricky in this fashion, man, it's just really heartbreaking. And for all of those who grew up with the A's and and all that it entails. But I'm kind of tearing up as I speak. But just to sit there, man, and have that opportunity of a lifetime to sit with three greats, it's almost like I hit the lottery twice in the same week. Wow. I just wanted to share that story with y'all, man. And may God continue to bless y'all. Love the show, gentlemen.
Hey, thanks, Alamo. Man. Appreciate the call.
No doubt.
I mean, clearly one of the things that made Ricky one of a kind out here was I think there were a lot of people that knew Ricky Henderson, that got to know Ricky Henderson, that Ricky Henderson included in his life because he was always around Oakland.
Man.
And he had a lot of friends that were just regular people. And he lived and worked in Oakland.
But that's what he was, though, even with all his accolades and glory, Steiny. He was down to earth. And again, not to tell you my whole life, Friday, Evan and I and Sal Castaneda, we had some drinks after the show, and the subject matter of phonies came up, Steiny, and how people can recognize and sniff out a phony. And it was an interesting conversation. Ricky was not that. The real is real. Real recognize real. And that's why I'm just, if I could cry, I would, Steiny, about Ricky Henderson. It's so easy to be a jerk, right? And I would know fame, it's turned people and changed them, and they turn on their friends and family. But Ricky, he was the exact opposite. But he was infectious. And hearing Will Clark talk about Ricky in that fashion, he was smiling when he did it, Steiny, and we lost a great one. We really did. And again, I'll just say this, I'm no pastor, but if you got friends or family members that you haven't spoke to because you're taking life for granted, or 24 hours you're assuming you're going to get, pick up the phone, go see them, because you never know, when your number is going to be called.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Ricky Henderson over the weekend passes at 65 years old. One of the greats, obviously, in Oakland A's history, but more than that, one of the greatest players in all of baseball, history, quite frankly. And gone at 65, which
that's young, Stoney.
Yeah, that's not very old.
And
trust me.
Yeah, I'm a nerd, uniform number nerd guy. Kevin Durant, you made 35 what it was, but Ricky Henderson wore that when he made himself famous to the base, Donnie, and that's what he wore. So 35 will always be Ricky Henderson to me.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. This is from the Xfinity Mobile text line from the 669 from CJ in San Jose. Ricky was the Willie Mays after Willie Mays. Little tidbit. Ricky got his batting stance from East Palo Alto's Rudy Law, who went on to play for the Dodgers. Rudy won the Pacific Coast League batting title, then got called up to the show and played for Tommy Lasorda, then Tony La Russa in Chicago, and then to KC afterwards.
Rudy Law.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
And his thighs were second to none, Stouty. He could have, like when they say, he was a running back, I get it. But you had to be strong to do that batting stance.
Yeah, he was built.
He was
a solid block of granite is what he was at 5'10", and still had a lot of power. Packed a lot of punch into that body, no doubt about it. Let's go to Drew in Martinez. Hey, Drew, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, how are you? Great to be on with you. I got a Ricky story from childhood. My dad was the chaplain for the A's, so when they would have a game on a Sunday, my dad would come in and give a chapel service.
Not your dad's name's not Earl, is it?
No. Okay. This might have been before. This is like early 80s.
Okay.
And so I was a little kid. I was probably like 6 or 7 years old, and I'd walk in, behind my dad, and all the players were around there. I met Dave Henderson and a bunch of those guys from back then. But there was, in the middle of the room was an empty rocking chair, and all the players walked right around it. And I went and sat in it, and one of the players was like, no, don't sit there. That's Ricky's chair. And right before the service started, of course, I got out of there. Everybody kind of settled in for the sermon, and in walked Ricky. And everything got real quiet, and he would just sit there and rock and listen to my dad give the sermon, and it was something I'll never forget. Cool.
Thanks for sharing that, Drew. Appreciate the call. I bet a lot of people, listeners aren't familiar with Chapel in pro sports. What do you think, Goo? You familiar with Chapel?
I'm not.
So every team has a chaplain.
So the Warriors right now have one.
Yeah, I don't know if it's still him, but it's his name was Earl.
Yeah.
He was a fixture at every game, and baseball, I'm sure, is the same, but before every single game, at a certain time, they would hold a chapel service for any player that wanted to celebrate before the game. So, if there was a tip-off was at 7:30, chapel would be, let's say, at 6:30, where the players would go out and warm up, and then at 6:30 they'd go in for a little 10 or 15-minute chapel session, and then they would, then they'd go out for warm-ups.
In baseball, it's usually just on Sundays.
Oh, really? Yeah, they have it. Thank you, Evan. They have, they had it before every game in the NBA, home and the road, and every team had their own guy who would come in and talk about about the Lord and Jesus, and the players who wanted to serve and celebrate did.
I like that.
And I guess Ricky Henderson did frequently. So 888-957-9570 is the number. Obviously, condolences to Ricky Henderson's family. He passes at 65, and it feels like it was pretty sudden because he was around and a big part of all the A's, the A's celebration, or maybe not celebration, but when they played their last game at the Coliseum, he was obviously a big part of it with a lot of former A's players, and he became synonymous with Oakland and the Oakland A's. And the Bay Area is going to miss him. There's just no doubt about it. He's one of the most loved athletes in our area.
Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. On the other side, we can get into a little Warriors. We talked a little Niners. They got beat yesterday 29-17 to the Miami Dolphins. They play the Detroit Lions now next weekend. I don't know what's at stake for the 49ers, but it'll mean something to
not to get embarrassed
Detroit
on
Lions.
Monday Night Football, if you're into that, because it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, if
you're telling me, it's not a big deal, Detroit, I mean, they remember what happened. Their season ended, Stoney. They're trying to come hang 50.
They got to win the game. They just it's a game that the Detroit Lions have to win, and the San Francisco 49ers are just playing for pride. That's it. The Warriors, though, on the other hand, Goo, they can't. I remember leaving here on Friday after that Thursday loss to the Memphis Grizzlies, and everybody was in a panic about the Warriors. They'd lost 9 of 11. They had to go into Minnesota. Steph Curry was coming off a scoreless game. And what do you know? Curry has 30 points in 30 minutes, and he scores 11 straight points late in that game. And the Warriors get a much-needed win
with no
against
Draymond.
the Minnesota Timberwolves. Yeah, and that's not the first time they've won without Draymond.
I wonder if he's playing tonight.
Yeah,
they got the Pacers.
I don't know.
But hopefully they can start. That meant something, Stoney, and they can get hot. But Trace Jackson-Davis, 7 of 8 from the field. He got the start along with Carl Anderson, who I was clamoring for. Again, no Draymond. But watching Steph get 31 was, man, Stoney, give me more. Inject it in my vein.
Well, the question is, now what happens tonight with the Golden State Warriors? Indiana won yesterday against the Sacramento Kings. They're in town. They're playing a lot better. So we'll see if the Warriors can continue to build on Saturday's win. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll get into some Warriors talk on the other side. They had a much-needed win after probably their most embarrassing loss of the season, and they got it, and they got it in fashion with Steph Curry having a big, big fourth quarter. And then Steve Kerr telling the young guys, yes, Steph Curry's pretty good. You might want to throw him the ball every once in a while. Hey, on January 1st, tolls on the Benicia Martinez Bridge will go up $1. Don't wait for the invoice. Pay tolls automatically with Fast Track. It's the most convenient way to pay tolls. Get started at BayAreaFastTrack.org.
Television sales on Black Friday set new records as millions of Americans snapped up the hot deal.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Great bounce-back game for Steph Curry. After going without a field goal against Memphis, he comes back and seals a nice Warrior win on Saturday. Curry finishes with 31 points in 34 minutes, 10 for 21, 7 for 16. He had 10 assists. And Warriors go into Minnesota and win. And the season's essentially a third of the way over.
Mm-hmm.
They're 15-12, which projects out to a 45 or 46 win team right now. And isn't that about who they've been for the last 3 years? A 45-ish win team.
Yeah, but I'll say this to that, Stoney. When you look at the standings, like where does that get you? Still, 7th in the West, but still part of that play-in. And there's a bunch of time left to kind of get out of that and go upward. So we'll hope that, that's a part of it. But I didn't hear the comments and quotes of Steve Kerr about you might want to pass him the ball. But that I saw Pods on his IG yesterday morning write this letter about passing him. I'm like, where is this coming from? But now that I hear that, I think I know where.
So what happened after the Timberwolves game was Steve Kerr in the post game was talking about Steph, who had an incredible bounce back game. And Steve Kerr was talking about how, Steph's still our best player. We got to look for him. Our young guys can, still need to understand how to play off him. We need to look for him later in the shot clock. And he talked a lot about moving the ball better for Steph Curry rather than taking mid-range jump shots with the shot clock at 12. And I guess, obviously, people associated that with Pods. And Evan, what happened was somebody went to Pods and said, Steve Kerr is talking about how Steph's an important part of this team and maybe he needs to get involved a little bit more and maybe the young guys need to get him the ball a little bit more. And then Pods answered this way.
I don't really think I just play. When I'm out there, if I'm open, I shoot it. If not, I make play. I don't really look too much into, I know we have Steph Curry on the court, and if he's open, I'm going to throw the ball to him. But, yeah, I don't really look too deep into those messages.
Ooh. So that was Pods after the game, and then a day later he went to Instagram and said, essentially, that's not what I meant. And no shade at Steph Curry. But that was the storyline coming out of Saturday's game. And quite frankly, Pods has put together two pretty good games. And I would contend, Goo, that I think a big reason why he had a great game against Minnesota was because he scored that bucket late against Memphis that you didn't like.
Yeah.
But it got him rolling. It got him rolling, baby.
And it didn't mean I didn't like him. I'm just like, you can't put lipstick on a pig. But, hey, I get it. But I will say this, that it was the weekend, Stoney, so I didn't hear he needed to fix or rectify that comment because I'm not saying he meant it, and he just told us he didn't. But that explains why he had to go, write that long-winded message about his, basically his infinity for Steph. But I'll say this. Listening to the telecast, Fitz has been telling us just from a shooting standpoint, the last 7 games for Pods, just shooting it from deep had been better than how we got off. But he's part of the team. He'll find his role, Steiny, but when he's out there, I'm like, damn, this is something I wouldn't want, to be associated with if the coach thinks that I'm not getting the guy that, has 4 championships and then second to none here and to pay the ball.
888-957-9570 is the number. Look, if you were listening to the show on Friday after that loss to Memphis by 50-plus points, I mean, everybody was saying this team is in trouble. This team is in
disarray,
big trouble. If Steph Curry is more like the player he was Friday, or rather Thursday than Saturday, but Curry, of course, bounces back. He had 11 straight points in the fourth quarter of that game. Minnesota's struggling, but the Warriors, they defended Minnesota, I thought, extremely well. Minnesota started going a little one-on-one. Anthony Edwards couldn't make a shot. And where are you at right now? I mean, Friday was a nightmare day on this show for the Warriors. Steph took a hit. Everybody took a hit. Kerr's been taking hits, but they back it up with a nice win on Saturday. They're now 15-12, and if you just times that times 3, they're looking at 45-35, 45-36, 47-35. That's the pace they're on right now. And, I'm thinking for everybody that had them under 40, you're probably looking a little bit too pessimistic. And for those who had them above 50, maybe you're looking a little bit optimistic. But they seem to be settling into maybe a 45, 46 win team. And if they can win a few more than that, maybe they can stay out of the play-in game.
Yeah, however you do it, Stoney, I would love for them to make the natural playoffs and avoid the play-in. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at. And I don't know if it ends up on that number 45. Hopefully it's 55 or way higher. But the bottom line is you try to want to just get in to one of the natural positions that are higher than 7th so you don't have to be a part of that.
I mean, the one thing that kind of stuck out to me on Saturday, and it's one of the big themes with this team, so Draymond Green doesn't play, and then Jonathan Kuminga only plays 23 minutes.
Yeah.
And he was the player that 3 weeks ago we were told needed to step up, and they were going to give him every opportunity to step up. He didn't start when Draymond Green was out. Steve Kerr went with Kyle Anderson and resulted in a win. But I don't know. And you sent me something over the weekend about Kuminga. I didn't quite get it.
And I'm not.
Can you please explain?
No doubt. And I'm not ashamed that I spend too much time on social media. But the bottom line is I follow who I find intriguing and all the athletes. And Jonathan Kuminga yesterday posted a photo of him in his Warrior jersey with his back turned. You can see the back of Kuminga. And the caption was 3 deuce signs, like
peace signs.
Peace signs. Like, I took it as peace out. I don't know what he meant, but I asked Evan, and Evan doesn't live with Kuminga. He doesn't know. But at the end of the day, Stoney, a lot of scuttlebutt was out there like, is he sending us something like something could be imminent? I don't know, but I thought it was odd. If it was Happy Holiday, could have said Happy Holiday, but I found that really weird, and hopefully nothing's on the horizon, and we'll worry about the Pacers tonight. But when you put up the peace sign, peace usually means you're leaving. So that could have been about him leaving the supermarket. I don't know, but in this day and age, I thought to myself, Stoney, that was kind of cryptic. So all my Warrior fans outside of you, Spadoni and Evan, I'm just saying, what do you think this means? Hopefully it's nothing, but a lot of time in this world right now, athletes and people communicate on their IG. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you I know what it meant, Stoney, but I got to tell you, if Evan plays a breaking sound or noise or what have you, that's where I'm at. I'm going to be in the shopping center after the show, and I'm looking on Twitter like, is something going on that maybe we don't know about in Warrior World? Dude, that's it. Thank you, Evan.
Well, in fairness, and I'll bring Evan into this conversation because
all right, talk to me,
as it relates to emojis, I'm an older guy, so I don't really know what's going on.
And I'm right behind you.
And you're an older guy, and you don't really know what's going on.
I'm still a little hipper than you.
I got the text on the thread, Evan, and it was what I saw was 3 peace signs, and I know we're in the holiday season, and I thought it was a reference to, something such as peace on earth at this time of the year. I'm not an expert on this, Evan.
He's younger, yeah.
You're a little bit younger. When Guru sent that to you, how did you interpret it, if at all?
Well, first, before we start deciphering hieroglyphics, I think we need the audience to know that you're on IG more than I am.
That's
wow.
But
keep it real. 100 now.
First of all, that's not true.
You talk about the TikToks that come across your timeline, also known as Reels.
Okay.
That you have to have me explain to you. That means you're on IG, Stein.
Right, but I still don't know what anything means.
So you're saying you're IG literate?
I'm
illiterate.
Yeah,
I'm emoji illiterate. I don't. So what did it mean?
Evan's computer.
Somebody just tell me what it meant.
I have no clue. I thought it might be talking about the fact that he's saying goodbye to 2024 or something. He's saying goodbye to
not New Year's Eve.
His number 0. He might be changing the 00 because it was his back. Maybe he's changing his name. He's saying goodbye to Kuminga.
Yeah. I'm telling you, Steiny, I'm tingling in a bad way.
It was cryptic.
Yeah, okay, there we go. After that, the Guru computer, that's all. So we'll see, but wow.
I mean, he's had 2 pretty bad games now in a row.
Yeah, Saturday was not good for him as far as +5 on the night, Steiny, but 4 rebounds in 23 minutes, 3 of 11. But they got it done, and it was a much-needed win. And I'll tell you this, so is tonight, because the Pacers just beat the crap out of, embarrassed the Kings last night. So hopefully the Warriors can get hot and let's go.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, on Friday, a lot of doom and gloom about the Golden State Warriors. They had lost their 9th game in their past 11. And luckily, I think they got a hold of a team on Saturday that's in a little more trouble than them, at least right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the Golden State Warriors, they ended up beating the Timberwolves, and their young guys played pretty well. Trace Jackson-Davis, 15-9. He made 7 of his 8 field goal attempts. Podziemski had 12 in 19 minutes, made a couple threes, got 7 rebounds like he always does. And then lastly, who's the other guy? Oh, Kuminga.
And Wiggins was playing some damn good defense.
Yeah, but the thing about that game to me that was most impressive was they didn't play a great game.
All right, I got you.
Curry played a hell of a game, but he kind of carried him.
Yeah.
He kind of carried him in that game on Saturday. So Warriors back at it tonight against the Indiana Pacers, who are getting a little bit hot, by the way.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jonathan in Foster City. What's up, Jonathan? How you doing, man?
I'm great, guys. How are y'all doing?
Hanging in.
Happy
Doing well.
holidays.
Yeah, same to you.
I'm not going to go into the Warriors, so I'm going to go back to Ricky real quick.
All right.
I'm a kid from Nebraska, and in the 80s and 90s, seeing Ricky Henderson play, even though I'm a Mets fan, which is a separate topic, seeing that guy play baseball made me get green Mizuno gloves, made me get an A's jacket walking around Nebraska. It was like nothing you've ever seen watching him play. And that poster, I think the guys that made all the posters in the 80s and the 90s, the Kostakos brothers, they had that Man of Steel poster where he's sitting in the back of a truck with all the bases behind him. They had an amazing Bash Brothers one too. I mean, that guy just changed how baseball is. Imagine him playing today. Baseball needs someone like Ricky where there's flair, there's personality. You tell me one thing about Mike Trout. He might be better, but there's no personality. But my question is, the kids hang posters on their wall anymore? My whole wall was filled with Bo Nose and Kostakos brothers, everything.
So, wait a minute. I got to ask you, the Kostako brothers, how do you spell that?
C-O-A Stakos.
Oh, so it starts with a
C-O-S.
Okay.
C-O-S Tacos.
All right. Because that's a good question. Does anybody put up posters anymore?
I don't even think they make them.
I remember. Are you talking about, hey, Jonathan, are you talking about those posters? Like, I think, well, I had one.
Yeah.
No. I had one with Larry Bird sitting on a basket that looked like a nest, and it said the Bird's Nest.
That's dope.
Is that the kind? Or when George Gervin was sitting on the ice block
that
chair?
was the best one ever.
Okay.
In the gray sweatsuit.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right.
I had a Randall Cunningham that said the eagle has landed. He's standing on the moon.
Yeah, I think that's
there was a Jerry Rice one that was like gold fingers or something like that.
I'm looking at it right now.
Remember Will Clark and
Appreciate
Kevin
it.
Mitchell, the Pacific Stock Exchange.
Appreciate that. Yeah, the gold. There's one with Joe Montana, the Golden Great.
Now, was his question, do people still post posters, or do they still make the kind of sports posters?
I thought he said make them, and I think they don't.
And I think he was talking about, do you still put them on your wall?
Yeah, like people still put posters on their wall, but the kinds of sports posters that they made in the 80s and 90s, probably hard to find.
No doubt. I can't even remember a Steph poster, Steiny. Just think about it. They're great.
I used to send away for posters and get them in the mail.
I believe you.
Swear to God.
Yeah. Now you get sweaters.
Let's go to that guy. That guy in Oakland. What's going on, that guy?
Hey, Goo, my guy, Steiny. Just a sad day, guys. Just a sad day. I'm going to start with the Niners, and you can talk about that real fast, but mostly my call is about Ricky Henderson.
All right.
With the Niners, I'm not really a Niners fan, but I was telling somebody who is that the Niners should like literally sell the house, get a bunch of one-year contracts, do anything possible, get the Deion Sanders in here to somehow get to that Super Bowl next year in Santa Clara, because it's not going to be here again with Kittle and all the boys. So whatever it needs to take to get to that Super Bowl next year, you need to get there somehow. But more on Ricky. So
all right.
I'll keep it short. So Ricky Henderson, to me, and I grew up in the East Bay and, playing Little League, and our coach would take us down to the Coliseum. I got to see him on 3 different levels in my life. We'd go and we'd watch him, and when we needed to get on base or something, our coach would say, get down in the Ricky, because there's no strike zone. They're going to walk us. We'll get a couple guys on. We can win this thing. So, he was known for that stance, getting down in the Ricky. So, and then later on in life, I worked at a sports nutrition company, and we sponsored the A's, and we would take them sports nutrition supplements, and we'd get to go in the locker room, and we had season tickets right by the bullpen. So we'd see Ricky all the time, and he'd throw his balls and stuff, but we would go in there, and, he's just the coolest dude ever, man. We'd walk in there, he'd say, hey, boys, what do you got today? And we'd give him these, these protein bars and things like that, and he was just very cool. And then later on in life, I'm actually here now in East Oakland at a place called Restore, Habitat for Humanity. And Ricky would come in here probably once a month, if not more, just buying, helping out, the community, buying the reuse stuff for his house. And I got to talking to him briefly when we were in line one time. And, I said, hey, Ricky, is there any way we can keep the A's here? He's like, well, when I was playing, the owners, they never would have let the A's leave. And you could tell that he was bummed out about that. He's like, this wouldn't happen when I was playing. And I said, yeah, Ricky, I grew up watching you, and I was excited every time you came back to us. And he said, I appreciate you and everybody else in Oakland. And you could tell he was bummed out that the Ricky Henderson field was going away along with the A's. So he was one of those things, like, ooh, in your head when you see, like, Jordan or you see somebody like that come up, and you just lock them in your head, and there was no one ever going to be better than that guy. So every time someone comes up, you're like, oh, look at this ball player. He's trying to be like Ricky. He's on that Mount Rushmore already in your head, your own personal head. And you just know there's never going to be another Ricky Henderson, not just as a ball player, but as a dude, as a cat that grew up here in the town. And I just want to say my condolences to the family. I'm literally heartbroken today. And, just happy holidays, and everyone stay safe.
We got you, baby.
Man.
We got you, man. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Appreciate the call.
Man, feelings, Steiny.
Yeah, I'm also looking at the some of these posters.
Mm-hmm.
The Costacco brothers.
Who are they? Okay.
Remember, there was one of Emmitt Smith. Remember what it said?
No.
Texas Twister.
What's he doing on there?
He's carrying a football.
Is he in his uniform?
Of course. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I remember the one of Gastineau and Klecko in New York, the New York Sack Exchange.
I'm looking at a couple of them now. They're really cool. Ronnie Lott.
What's Ronnie got?
The designated hitter. He's in a black jacket and black shades. There's the Man of Steel, Ricky Henderson's Man of Steel poster. So I didn't realize that these were done by same.
Do you see the Bash Brothers where they were in the black outfits, in the yellow shirts on the hood of a police car?
Something like that. Yeah. I see Prime Time, Deion Sanders one. That's when he was with Atlanta.
The real prime time.
What else do I got here?
Farrah Fawcett.
That's not to say. No, these are different.
Okay.
These are the playmaker, Michael Irvin.
What's his say?
The playmaker. The Golden Great. It's Joe Montana standing by the Golden Gate Bridge. All that kind of
George Gervin's the one for me. That was on the ice cubes with 2 balls and his legs crossed, Steiny. Oh, my goodness.
Let's go to Nick in Berkeley. Hey, Nick, how you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, Goo, I had that poster. It said the Iceman.
Yeah.
George Gervin, he's sitting on blocks of ice.
Yes.
Dude, I had Sugar Ray Leonard from the 7-Up, and I forget what it was. He was like had a glove, I think he was sitting with his son. And then I had the Sports Illustrated one, when Howard Hagler knocked out John the Beast Mugabe to get on Sports Illustrated. Man, I had a bunch of posters, man, and one day in a fit of rage after I lost the game, I ripped them all down in my room, but I shouldn't have. But anyways, I was going to say, man, I was at the game when Ricky Henderson stole 5 bases, running wild on the Angels and Mike Scioscia, man. It was insane. And I was just like, dude, he's running full speed after one step. Like, how is this even possible? I mean, I played baseball. It's just ridiculous because he was in a low crouch with a really wide stance, and it's kind of hard to steal bases, unless your legs are like, man, the man was just an incredible athlete. To lead off so many games with a home run like that, it's just, there will never be another leadoff batter, another baseball player like Ricky, man.
Yeah, I love it.
It's heartbreaking. You know, him and Walter Payton were my idols when I was growing up, man. I kid you not.
Appreciate the call. Speaking of Walter Payton, they had a poster of him, and it said, Payton's Place. Mm-hmm. That's a novel. Also, it's a double entendre. That's what they call it.
I knew that.
I'm just explaining it to some of our listeners.
Now, I do have to say this about Ricky in the game today. It's not what he did, his specialty, and he did a lot. The stolen base is almost like dead. You know what I mean? And we're wondering why the game is hemorrhaging in regard to viewership.
This from the 415 Goo. You old guys are going to have to explain going to the poster store to half your demographic.
I used to go to New Park Mall and Southland Mall and Hayward and Fremont collectively, and they would have poster spots.
Yeah, I used to order them in the mail. I must have seen them in magazines and then.
Did you have a Rocky Colavito poster?
Some personal devices of his. I didn't need a generic poster. Scott in Hayward. Hey, Scott, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Good to hear all the love pouring out for Ricky. I grew up a Giants fan, but I love Ricky Henderson. He was just the man. I keep reading articles, and they keep hedging, saying arguably the greatest leadoff. Come on now. He was the greatest leadoff hitter ever. There will never be another Ricky Henderson. All the stats people are throwing out are fun, but another one, for one, he's the all-time leader in leadoff home runs, which people don't usually attribute that much power. Man could hit. Guy had some power. He is the all-time leader in unintentional walks. Bonds walked a ton, but Ricky walked unintentionally more than anybody. And here's the most mind-blowing number ever. You could have a player come up today and steal 70 bases a year for a 20-year career and still not pass Ricky Henderson. That record will stand for all time. Much love to both of you. Happy holidays. I hope your Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or whatever you celebrate is a festive and fun dinner. Much love to you guys.
Hey, back at you, man.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, Ricky was a bad dude, Steiny. So Bonds had his walks included unintentional Ricky had. So he made the pitcher work, man.
Yeah. Hey, you were asking me something about, you've asked me this about 4 times in the last couple of days.
Oh.
Something about my Christmas wish list.
Yeah, I came in Thursday and you were going to say what you, Bay Area related, obviously, what you were thankful for Bay Area sport-wise.
Well, is it what I'm thankful for or a wish list?
I thought you said thankful for.
And I just couldn't get it up. Well,
why would I laugh? I know why.
I don't know. So like a Christmas wish list would be, well, I want this guy for my team.
Okay. You could do both. Thankful.
But what I'm thankful for would be, I don't know, Macklin Celebrini.
Okay.
For example.
How many times you seen him play?
I've seen him a lot on TV.
I'm talking about in person.
Doesn't count.
Not
we
yet.
got to get out there.
Not yet.
The tank. All right. Well, yeah, we could maybe on the other side.
Have you told me what yours are?
I got 5 of them right here.
You got 5.
Well, we only got 11 minutes, but yeah, I got 5.
All right, 888-957-9570. What's on your Christmas wish list? We can do that. I know there's a lot on the 49ers wish list. We'll see. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Be nicer to Guru, man.
After you use Bounce Dryer Sheets and
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'll bet you like Steph scoring 31, though, on Saturday, Priest.
We all do.
Not quite rotting.
Please. So far from that.
Oh, please. You forget Friday's show?
Actually, I do. But
well, I don't.
It's been a long weekend.
I don't forget Friday's show.
I was drunk. I wasn't, but I was just worried, man. But, man, he was dancing in Minneapolis like Prince.
Well, you were the one killing him, Steiny. What are you talking about?
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
I was worried. You were like, "Good, this is why." I'm like, nah.
Well, you think
don't get mad.
You think he's back now?
Oh no, see,
no, that's the way you look at sports.
No, but the way you look at me is I'm your toy. You want me to do that, and I'm not doing it. And I think you're flustered on the under.
You did it again with Purdy again today. You change your mind every performance, and I'm trying to tell you to look at everything as a whole. Like Steph Curry was terrific on Saturday. You got to look at his year.
Yeah, but if I listen to you on loop, you're saying, "Goo, don't expect what you hope for." Because it's over. You and Priest.
No, what I said is expect Steph Curry to still have some great games. They're just going to be they're not going to be as frequent.
Well, that's why I hope tonight he's dancing in the Bay.
He's got to go up against Halliburton. Well, he won't guard him.
But I'll tell you what they got to worry about is team speed. Indiana plays fast. They got athletes, and that bothers me.
Most NBA teams have athletes. Hey, you watch any of the college football playoffs?
I watched them all.
Oh.
Neighbor bet on them all.
Yeah, they were great. Oh, great games.
If you bet on the favorites, he got some chicken.
Yeah, great games.
So just throw it out next year because this round wasn't.
Every game was decided by at least 2 scores.
It's called sports, people.
It's called 4 teams don't even belong to be in the playoffs. SMU, Indiana, hit the pike. Seriously.
Oh, Stoddy, stop.
No, I'm not going to stop.
Indiana had a good year. They were outclassed.
They were outclassed in their 2 games against really good
Touchdown
teams.
Jesus.
So, anyway.
Next week's will be phenomenal. This is our last show together before Christmas.
I know.
What you get me?
Nothing.
I had a bottle for you and Evan, and I forgot.
Okay.
I'll bring it next time.
Yeah, I don't believe you.
I'll take a picture when I get home.
Well, you can take a picture, but we'll never get it.
People calling us old fogies, saying we're sports dum-dums for not knowing what Kuminga meant on that post.
Well, what did he mean?
He could score 40 tonight, and I want somebody to say, what did you mean by – get with it. Ask him. Hey, Jonathan, I follow you on IG. What did the peace sign mean? Oh, it didn't mean anything. I was just saying Merry Christmas.
I'm pretty sure the
what time's it open tonight?
Warriors are at home today. You can go over there and ask him.
I got to get gifts. Other than that, I'll be there.
We're off at 2:10. Get gifts for a couple hours.
So you haven't been on 880 or 580. Traffic.
There's no traffic anymore.
Boy.
No, it's holiday season.
Which makes it more. I tell you what. I didn't like it.
What didn't you like?
The emoji he put is bye-bye. All right, I'll tell you this. And I'll ask you because I asked Evan. From your experience in this business, Steiny, honestly, if you had to put
I don't have any idea either. I've tried to set it up 3 times. And
I'm going to ask you a question.
Well, Lucas is mad because we didn't set it up. Like didn't you see him jump in and say, nobody knows what you guys are talking
Lucas
about?
Lucas is in the championship of the fantasy league. I'm mad at him. Yeah.
Why don't you set it up?
Okay.
Because I didn't know what
Lucas didn't hear us because he don't listen to all the show. We did this last segment, Theater of the Mind. So Jonathan Kuminga, the young phenom for the Warriors, on Instagram yesterday afternoon, put up a post with him in his Warrior jersey with his back turned and 3 emojis of the peace sign. Now that could mean, that's usually what I do when I say peace out, I'm gone. So everybody was scuttlebutting about what does this mean? And hopefully, Steiny, it means nothing, but I wish somebody today would just ask him a follow-up. Hey, I follow you on IG. That's how you get them soft. And then you ask him, hey, what did you mean? Because I'm sitting here nervous like is something about to pop off. And my question to you was, when a player does get it traded, Steiny, in the NBA, Do they know a day, two? No. So they wouldn't trust him with a player with that information because they could just go public.
He doesn't know what he's talking about, I'm sure.
Okay, all right.
I mean, I
guarantee
you that's just a response to everything he's seen online about him being available. And he's just probably saying, you know what? I'm probably out of here.
Yeah. People coming at me for Phenom. I was putting it on thick. It's Christmas.
There's only one Phenom in the Bay.
Macklin.
Yep.
And Steph.
Not anymore.
Purdy.
No.
Debo.
You got to be young to be a Phenom.
Wow.
That's part of what a Phenom is. Knowing Goo, that bottle is probably already cracked open. Like that last one.
Now that bothered me. I got everyone at the station a bottle. Lucas.
No, you didn't.
I gave Willard and Dibs one last year. Now.
Right.
That's what I do on Christmas. I forgot.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
This is the day to give gifts, and you've brought in none.
Lucas said you put it on layaway.
Well, if Lucas wins this championship for our fantasy league, he can buy it for us all.
Oh, here's one for you.
Yeah. Good job, Luke.
Biggest win of the weekend. Lucas Alexander taking down Mark Willard.
But Willard lost his quarterback. Hurts got hurt.
Oh.
And I got a text from Willard.
So you're an apologist to Willard just like you are for the Niners.
That's a 3.
Yeah,
but you got it. He's hurting.
That's
he was in it.
Well, that's too bad.
Concussion.
What do you think this means, Goof?
Will Smith.
From the 510 on the Comcast Business Text line. Worrying about Kuminga's post? Goo, you're weak.
Shut up. It's called following the team.
That's not following the team.
I follow on IG.
Yeah, it's nothing real. And that's what you do to substitute actually watching the games.
Please.
I wouldn't do that.
I watched the game actually. I need a life. I'm getting older. I stay in the house. I watched it again.
Okay.
Shut up. But listen.
Okay.
The world's talking about this.
About what?
NBA Central. They've picked up on the post. What does it mean? It could mean nothing. But I would ask them. If somebody doesn't ask them tonight, what did the post on IG mean? I'm going to be disappointed.
Well, again, you are a media member.
Well, groom me for 2025. I'll start going out there knowing I'm not going to get fired and knowing I'm not trying to start anything. Hey, Jonathan, big fan. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Steiny and Guru, 10-2, 95.7 The Game. Download the Odyssey app. Hey, your post on IG with the peace sign, what's that mean? People think you want out.
Can we make a bet?
That's great, but you're afraid to.
That's 10 minutes.
You're just afraid to do that.
No, we can make a bet on this.
Okay.
I bet both of you.
All right.
There is no chance Jonathan Kuminga goes to the podium after the game tonight.
See, okay. But, Evan, couldn't you, like a guy, you've done it well, Bonte used to do it, couldn't you go to his locker?
But you could, too.
No, only certain people have access.
Just wait for him outside the locker room.
No.
No. That's how you get stories. Yeah.
All right, Eskin.
Yeah, but what they want to talk knowing you can't get in. I'll be like, you're a nobody.
If you tell Raymond Ritter, can I talk to Kuminga, he'll set you up. But that, like, the bottom line is, you know what? Dude, you're a lot of talk in this studio.
Well, Kuminga can say no. Like, Ritter can ask him. He doesn't have to talk, though.
Right.
This is real.
Oh, I know it's real.
I got suits.
What's real is you won't do it.
So, Steiner, we got New Year's resolutions. I used to be in sales. I can still fit my suits, but they're just sitting there because I don't wear them in here. Maybe I need to start putting them on. And when I got a real, I feel like bona fide question I wanted to ask, I'll go tonight and, hey, Jonathan, if I get.
Right, but we know you.
What's that mean?
It means you're just saying you're going to do something you're not. Have you ever done it?
I asked one question and Kermit was in my throat.
How long have we worked together?
Evan, it was
7 years.
Ritter gave me the mic and I started.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
What was the question you asked and to whom?
Who was it to? Oh, Coach Kerr.
Oh, and what did you say?
I don't know what. I was trembling. Ritter looked at me like, hey, you never said anything about it, but I Raymond. It was about 2014. You remember that? I crashed and burned.
Yeah,
but now I feel like I got to get the big boy voice.
Well, one thing I've tried to help you with is, they're just people.
It wasn't about
you don't need
people.
to be. Steve Kerr puts his pants on one leg at a time, just like you.
But they're nicer pants.
Yeah. But I did do this, though, guys, and I know the boss is like, what are we doing? I went to the Warrior Kings game last year and asked Mike Brown a question. and it came. Anthony Slater was there. It came. It was raw, and he got it. You know, it was the real me. I didn't.
Oh, you put Mike Brown on the spot.
No, I just asked him a question.
Like what? How good is Domantas Sabonis? He really is getting a lot of rebounds these days, Mike. Can you elaborate on his toughness?
Who is that person?
What makes Domantas Sabonis so good, Mike?
He's in trouble. Mike
Everybody's
Brown's
in trouble.
No, the Kings are, Stoney, it's about to explode, man. There's an article the great Anthony Slater and Sam Amick did on The Athletic about De'Aaron Fox may be a Spur.
Really?
Dude, imagine him and Wemby.
He's sick of the beam.
Oh, my God. They ain't been lighting it lately. Dude, they got embarrassed at home yesterday. Got booed.
That's been the story of their season.
They're not very good. Why did you think they were going to be good? I'm sorry?
They brought in DeMar.
Huh. It's funny. A 36-year-old's not helping him.
I got nothing for you two right now.
Seriously. No 35-year-old's having any success these days.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Jimmy Butler?
You see what Jimmy did over the weekend?
Wow.
What did he do, Goo?
I'm going to let you answer because I'm tired of you doing that to me. Why would I say wow and not know?
Well, because you're trying to exact the theater of the mind.
Dude,
Go ahead, Evan. Give him the numbers. He clearly doesn't know. I guess he must have missed the Miami game this weekend.
I just bet on it. Go ahead, Evan.
No, Jimmy Butler had like a 30-point triple-double.
I know, Evan.
Why do you do that?
You're trying to taint him against me.
I'm trying to taint you.
Dude, next year, when we come back from vacation, I'm going to ask a question like Evan.
Want to bet?
Yeah.
Well, it was last week, but his last game he played 44 minutes. 35, 19, 10.
I want him. I already said I want him.
Yeah, I know you do.
Yep.
I know you do.
They lost the game.
That's all right. It's all about stats.
Hey, you said a 35-year-old did nothing, okay?
It didn't. Hey, so what if the Niners lost? Brock passed for over 300 yards. So what if the Niners lost?
300's the new 200 in the NFL.
So what if the Niners lost? George Kittle had a big game. So what if the Niners
You owe
lost?
him an apology.
I owe him nothing.
He's playing his ass off.
Yeah, they're 6-9.
Jalen Hurts going to lose his job, Steiny?
No, why would he?
Kenny Pickett.
Okay. What about him? They lost.
Still plays with that glove on his throwing hand.
Yeah,
Edward Scissorhand.
I think what what was proven this year.
Yeah.
And this is the way
it's what we wanted. Guys like myself wanted more George Kittle featured in the passing game.
And you got him.
Okay.
And you're 6-9. So if George Kittle is your number one target, your number one option, your number one receiver, you're not very good. That's what I see.
Well, it sounds like what you're also saying is the fact that Wiggins just went 3 for 11 on Saturday just doesn't matter because they won the game.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he hurt them.
Did he?
Yeah.
How come?
Because he didn't play very well.
Guru said he was D'ing up, like he was hella D'ing up. So that's still a big part of the game.
It's not just
defense.
stats, guys.
Exactly.
No, exactly my butt.
You don't know where you're coming from today, do you?
No, I thought it was my wish list, but don't worry about it.
You know what?
You got a mirror?
I got to be honest. Hold on. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Evan asked you, do you have a mirror? That was an 8.
I didn't. I was doing a read. Let me guess. Somebody was trying to interrupt me again while I was doing a read.
We'll see.
And I've learned to dismiss it. Okay. Guru's got 5 things on his sports Christmas wish list.
And also the things I'm thankful for.
Okay, so there's 2 different lists.
Yeah, 2 different lists. I don't want to give them all at once. We got till dude, it's 1:02.
I know, and it's day's going slow.
You got your shopping done?
You know what?
Seriously?
Yes, I do.
When?
I did. Shopped on Saturday. Got a few things.
Were you with Sal?
No.
He tweeted that Ceremony Mall is popping. He said the demise of malls are dead. Ceremony is popping. I go with Steiny with him. I didn't know.
Why would I be with him?
He's your friend. Maybe you go shopping together. You don't go take the people that you're buying the gifts for.
No, Sal's pissed at him.
Yeah, I didn't want to tell you.
That's too bad.
We took a photo. I sent it to Dibs Friday. Me, Sal, and Dave.
Left me out.
You weren't there yet, buddy. You were walking in the rain. God, this is...
You're bothering me right now.
I'm here to tell you, we had a good run, but I'm leaving. Yep. You can be the best you can be, but I just realized talking to my father, I'm going to find happiness. And right now it's without you. I've gave you all. Sonny, I can act. I'm pretty good.
707, are they paying you two for this show?
That's my... Are they paying you?
Did you know what that song was, by the way?
Yeah, it's a Christmas song. That's all I know.
Yeah, it's Last Christmas.
Okay.
Goo was saying goodbye to you.
You leaving?
No, that just puts me in when I hear that.
You don't have the guts.
I don't. I hope I'm a lifer until they walk me out, Steiner.
Okay, you know what? Yeah.
Are they paying you?
Hey, Kyle Shanahan, the penalties.
That no matter what's going on, when you have those penalties like that, you don't deserve to win.
Okay.
You know, the offense, the biggest thing was the lack of concentration. And we should have first and goal at the 2, no problem. And 3 plays before that, we have 2 guys line up on the ball. And then we overcame it with Debo's play there on 3rd and 8. But we didn't because we had 2 guys off the ball. That was a big one. And then to miss the field goal after that, the defense, 3 drives where you have a personal.
All right, give me your wish list.
Okay, number 1.
I mean, God, Kyle. Oh, my God.
My wish list for the San Francisco 49ers, and I mean this, is health. I don't think it is as bad as it. You cannot.
I don't think it isn't as bad as people think.
You don't get old this fast.
No, you're right. It isn't as bad as you think.
The glass is half empty for you. I love this music. I'm telling you, I want to give the Niners health for 2020 going into the next season. And Steiny, I believe if they have it, they're going to mirror or at least come close to the team that went to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship before. Right. You can't ignore the rats on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Okay. I'm giving the Niners health. What are you giving them?
I'm not giving them anything. Why should I give them anything? What do they need?
Well, a little bit of everything, but health is wealth, and that's where it starts for me.
Yeah, I mean, may as well give them health next year so you can find out they're not the players you think they are, even when they're healthy. So I'm kind of with you there.
Ask me things I'm thankful for.
Goo, what are you sports thankful for?
The stadium on 3rd and King. It is, I believe, the best venue to watch a baseball game. And it has been. Let me finish.
No, because the Giants play there. It's not incredible. The best venue.
Buster's building a bully. Steiny, get on board. Seriously, we take it for granted. The infrastructure to your left when you can see part of the Bay Bridge and then the Treasure Island Mountains, and then you can see what I deem the Mexico water, the ocean. It's not a lake. It's not a river. It's the bay and ocean. We take it for granted, man.
Another homer take.
Steiny, I'm saying, if I had to get married again, I would ask the Giants, can I get married in this cathedral?
Yeah.
Seriously, man. Tap into it.
No.
It's nothing to it but to do it.
PNC Park is nicer.
It is beautiful.
Thank you.
The Allegheny River, though.
What else?
Steph Curry. Seriously.
You know what?
No,
I'm not listening to this. I'm not listening to this.
It's written down. It's not.
You treated him like dirt on Friday.
And Evan told you did it, but you're thinking, I did it. I will never do it. I'm worried about the knees and the tendonitis. But Steiny, I'm telling you, it's someday in the next 3 to 4 years, he will not be in a Warrior uniform. And I don't know, do I pull him to the side when we hook up with him again? To just say thank you. I swear to you all listening, last night before I went to bed, I didn't like the Niner game. I threw the tape out. I put on Steph Curry scoring 54 in 2014 at the Garden. I went to see that. And it was incredible. No facial hair. Just watching them fire. And I'm savoring it all. Because one day it'll be over. So, Steph, I'm thankful for you and what you've done. You single-handedly have made them finance-free a new arena. 4 chips. It's Steph. I'm telling you why I wore the jacket. We can call my kids, and they'll tell you what I was watching. Steiny, it's incredible what he's meant. I'm just telling you, you can't taint them. No, whatever happens, we are spoiled, man, with this chef. And I just went down the rabbit hole. There are too many holes. I'm just telling you, it's on my list. I'm thankful for Steph Curry. And he sent your hating ass a jersey with his autograph on it. I'm being real. It's Christmas. I had to get it out. You asked.
One of the things
you asked.
One of the things I feel like
Curry nothing. 54 at the Garden.
Guys like Steph Curry who are down to earth. They, after a while, they get sick of the overpraise and the fawning because they know it's not sincere anymore.
Oh my God!
You're just trying to curry favor, no pun intended, with Steph Curry.
But listen. They had Iman Shumpert on there who said he could have stopped Curry for going for 54, but he let Raymond Felton, big butt, pride get in the way because Steph was giving him the business. But I was just watching the shot off the dribbles, the movement, the stuff we take for granted.
We don't anymore.
He won one 2 years ago, in 2022.
It's 2.5 years ago.
He's incredible. Yeah. He's our Ricky Henderson of the Basket Warriors. Well, with other greats, but I'm just telling you, man, I appreciate you, man. You were on number 5.
What's number?
I'm thankful for you. On a good day, you're a good dude, man.
What was number 4?
Number 4 was...
Yeah. Let's go to Jeff. Jeff's in Rhode Island.
Why is Evan laughing? I had number 4 is on the other page. Yeah.
You know what? Well,
you killed me when you said that he gave Steiny's hating ass a jersey.
And it's just
he likes honesty.
Right? But that makes what I'm doing like if it was shtick.
Steph can sniff out what's the word? Steph can. Steph doesn't like to be fawned over. He just doesn't.
It was incredible. I watched it, man, and I'm gonna continue.
What'd you watch?
The Knicks Warriors at Madison Square when he hit the 54, and just all the things we take for granted, partner.
You know the always left out nugget of that game.
Hold on, Evan. Give me a second.
The fight?
No, they lost.
That doesn't matter.
By 4, Evan. What was all said to 109, 105? I'm like, they lost.
All of Curry's highest scoring games, they've lost.
Yeah. They did lose that one.
Yeah,
were you there?
No.
Okay.
No. I know text line. I know what he's trying to do. We all know what he's trying to do. But that's okay.
What do you think?
You're kissing up to Steph Curry. That's fine. He's worth kissing up to. You're not the only media guy who does it.
That's when it hurts.
Fine.
That when I think you know me and we're clicking. No. Like it was my list because of Christmas, not Thanksgiving. And I told you what he means to us. That's all. And you got a problem with the ballpark.
Oh, thank you, 925.
Stop.
Yeah, he can smell insincerity. Insincerity. By the way, your favorite ballpark, it's like 25 years old now.
That's what makes it great. It does not age.
Yes, it does.
Oh, good God.
It's a little dirtier on the inside.
Oh, stop.
It's not as nice as it's not as nice inside as Dodger Stadium. Mm-hmm. What's coming up on the game is presented. It's presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
And I just went down the rabbit hole. There are too many holes.
New year, new adventures. Choose SFO for all your travel plans with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area.
Hank NASA jersey with his autograph on it.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
And a personal message. Wasn't just an autograph. There was a personal message.
That was
on
your
it.
finest
By the
hour.
way, so I got my sources and my scouts have told me that Willard is coming in hot today.
What happened?
But
he
I'm
lost
looking
his
at him.
quarterback yesterday.
I'm looking at him.
Where's the?
And he's got a Santa hat on. You can't come in hot with a Santa hat.
One of the good guys in the business.
He knows better. He knows better than to come in hot today.
Or did we come in hot on Brock? Maybe that's what he was listening to.
Well, you
Charlie.
did.
But you came hot too. Hey, real quick.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers
Relax,
are numbers.
Donnie. The wife texts
Put your hand down.
Mia texts me. It was sports thankful. You should be thankful for your family and kids. Sit this one out. It was about sports. Like that's what I'm dealing with.
Yeah, family goes without saying.
No, Evan, family, we know that.
Well, with Goo, it always goes without saying.
FOE. You and Evan know what this means.
FOE? Fo? I don't know what that means.
F out of here.
Family over everything.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's FOH.
FOE.
All right. I spent a lot of time. I spent the break thinking about it because you really are trying to press me.
Okay.
On
I'm excited.
What I'm thankful for.
Let's go.
All right, here's what I'm thankful for.
And I'm not going to judge you.
Dobbsy. I'm thankful for the past success that's clearly over and done with our 3 Bay Area professional teams. I'm thankful for what they've done in the past. The 49ers, the Giants, and the Warriors. And I think more people should have that point of view. Be thankful for what they've done in the past, and it'll help you to understand what they're going through right now, which is tough times.
Transition.
Yeah.
The Niners are not even a year yet, removed from a Super Bowl appearance. And I'm going to be real with you, Stoney. There are concerns, but let's just for a second be real here and do some actual work,
Sure.
Stoney.
Okay.
Injuries are 91% of what ails this team. Did you see Greenlaw? It was the first possession. That defense looked like the first half of the Rams game. Like, just him back. We got you. But that was later. Like, just think about if he can get healthy. Well, I'm just telling you.
They might not even re-sign him.
Oh, Stoney, they're re-signing him. Take that to the bank.
They can't re-sign everybody.
Well, they better re-sign him.
Might not. What if he's not the same player?
But did you see him out
because
there?
he's a Niner.
No, did you see him?
He's got heart.
Did you see him the first half against the Rams?
Right. So
yesterday, they were like...
How much did he play yesterday?
Oh, not a lot.
So you're not worried about his health going forward?
I'm the guy that said should be shut down, and you scoffed at me, and then Bosa is at the podium saying we need to save him from himself. No, duh. But Goose says it, and everybody laughs. I've seen enough for Greenlaw to get excited about, hey, you don't need to play...
He played one game and re-injured himself, Goo.
Well, I hope not, but I know the right calf was barking. But just call the dogs off, let him heal, and if he is what he was when we saw him against the Rams and that one possession yesterday, that's a start. Stoney, they're dogs when he's out there. That's why they've been to the Super Bowl and the NFC Championship games. You better sign him, Stoney.
What are you talking about? Why
he won?
And this is what you do.
It's green.
He may what if the 49ers have assessed him already and he'll never be the same player?
Then they would be dumb. You could see this half in yesterday's first series. Right. That's all, Stoney.
Okay.
He's overcompensating. His body is for the other injury. So I'm being proactive like I always am.
Yeah.
And just shut him down and then come back healthy. But his impact was there. It wasn't like McCaffrey.
For a half. You know what? I've noticed a lot of their great players have had significant impact for about a half. Like Bosa's had impact for a half of a game already.
I'll give you that.
Okay. Yeah, it's all injuries.
And what else are you thinking?
You're just a wonderful fan. I would love to be the GM of a terrible team with you as a fan. We'll be fine next year. Let's just run it back. But our players stink. Let's just run it back.
Do they stink or are they hurt?
They're old.
That still is not the answer to my question.
Okay.
You act like old people don't get busy.
Old people don't win titles. Old old players don't last
What
the
if
whole
I said
season.
Steph and Dre did it in 2022?
Right, and that's 3 years ago, and they're 500. They're 15-12. Like,
I hear Bonte. I felt like he was talking to you today.
Oh, this ought to be good.
About the Niners.
Be very careful here.
Okay. No, it was
because
I'm he didn't say your name.
I am
but
on the
felt
brink.
Like
I'm
I
on the
wish
brink
you were his
because I'm
partner.
getting sick of a lot of it.
He goes, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not into the Niners record basically after the Ravens game, Christmas last year. And I had my hand in the car like I'm with them.
Of course you're not.
But you
guys
it like the alphabet.
Because you guys are wearing rose-colored glasses.
Stop.
Hey, if you don't care that they're 9-12 since last Christmas, you don't have to care that they're 9-12 since last Christmas. You don't have to care.
Right. My whole point is there's no season from last Christmas. It is what it is, and they're bad 6-9 now. But you're cooking the books when you say
no, I'm
from
not.
This loss. It is what it is, but he brought that.
But when Steve Young says, well, we've never been the same team since Christmas of last year, you go, wow, Steiny, wow. And I said, yeah, they're 9-12. Well, that doesn't matter. You're cooking the books. Steve Young's not cooking the books.
Stop, man.
He's not cooking the books.
Stop it.
You're cooking the books.
Oh.
Let's go to, Jeff's in Rhode Island.
Wow.
What's up, Jeff? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Happy holidays.
Back at you.
Yeah, everything's fine with the Niners. No, seriously. What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
No. Good. This team, I kind of cashed in the season after Geno Smith put us to sleep on that last play. But my problem is we got so old so fast this year. And I don't know if this team is just gassed. I mean, we've got the injuries, but now it's like, I keep hearing, we're going to bring this guy back, and but I mean, like you said, what's the cost? Because we need so many upgrades, on the starting lineup and depth. And what bothered me yesterday, if anything, was seeing Debo all of a sudden with like a bolt of life through him, and it almost looked like he was auditioning for other teams, thinking that hey, they're going to let me go. Take a look at me. I'm still the old Debo. And I was wondering, what is the game plan for this team in the offseason to get ready for next year? Because there's so many needs. Like, where do you go? I mean, it's got to be both lines. And then where do you go from there? And what's the number for Purdy to actually be able to fill some of these other spots?
Wow.
That's $1 million question.
Yeah, it is. And he had one that was almost $1 million, starting with Debo. What do you do? What if I told you I feel like because Ayuk is not going to be on the Niners with them the first half of the season, that's my guess. Can you really afford to say bye to Debo? And the production you're getting,
not after that game yesterday.
No, I'm not saying it. He didn't lay down, and I'm not saying he laid down when he was ineffective. But that looked like old Debo, and to his point, I don't know why.
Well, why?
I don't know why.
How much importance do you put on one game for him this year?
That does not. I hope you don't think your partner's saying that supersedes how bad he's been. Oh my God! And the last year's playoffs, I'm still that is vivid in my mind. I just can't ignore. What did you take to make you were trying to fight everybody like the bull in the china shop you'd been?
See, I'm like the boss. I'm like the boss with Looney, and you're like Looney. Oh, boy, Looney looks great. He looks great. He's lost 20 pounds. Well, what happened to him last year? Oh, God, Debo, yesterday. Boy, that's the guy. If we can get that guy 17 weeks. Okay.
But, Matt, okay, listen. I know what you're trying to do. I'm being so real with you. When you see the effort level he played with, we're just talking about Debo right now.
Why?
I just would like an honest thought that what went through your mind. I hope you act like I'm trying to give him the Nobel Peace Prize.
It's a numbers game.
I just was like, this dude is balling.
That's great. It's too late.
I get that. You're right.
Okay.
But there has to be another layer to where was this all season?
He can't do it every game. Just like older guys can't do it consistently as much as they have in the past. And I just couldn't get it up. Miami, Great. Like, again.
Was it the hot, it was humid in Miami? I'm like, Debo he's feeling it.
Who gives a damn about the numbers when you get 17 points?
Mine was the energy. It wasn't the numbers.
And how many points did it translate to?
That's bigger than him.
Exactly. Yeah. Man, I tell you what.
Stop, man.
So, what are they? 49ers are 6-9. That's 15 games. Tell you what, next 3 weeks, we're going to have 15 shows. I'm going to try to have 2 good ones. I'm going to try to have 2 really good shows. And then, well,
But if you were trying your best and we knew it, we'd have to deal with it. What did we hear coming into this season? Oh, Debo's in the best shape of his life.
Right. So go ahead and trust him again next year.
Oh, no, I get it.
No, you don't. You don't get it. You're going to bring them all back.
Pearsall's, again, he can catch. He can be effective. I know 2 bad penalties.
Yeah, how about the penalties?
I got you.
Like, that's the other thing. Ricky Pearsall. Oh, Pearsall.
He's a rook.
Exactly, he's a rook. Well, how come he doesn't have 49 catches?
Debo even said it. It's to be expected. And come on, we know what he had to deal with.
Right. Pay him.
Debo Samuel's a hell of a football player. And we just continue to, give him the ball, and you're going to see it from him. I think last week was tough on him. I would say there's anything different about Debo this week. He still showed up, same guy every single day, good energy every single day, and I was just happy for him. I didn't even see his touchdown. I was talking crap to somebody because I saw he was about to score. So, but I think that was a really cool play. And then, the third downs that he broke tackles on and stuff like that. That's what I expect from Debo all the time. He's a hell of a football player.
So you didn't see him like McCaffrey's fumble in the Super Bowl when you were running stand-up material with the linebacker from the Chiefs. But anyway, Steiny.
415 from the Comcast Business Text Line. I'd rather run with an older team that may have some unknowns than a younger team of all unknowns. Yeah, well, we don't know what the knowns are anymore.
Well, you got so many of the OGs locked up. They're yours.
Exactly.
Debo included.
Exactly. I just think it's foolish to look at this team, to acknowledge that 87% of the players didn't have good years, but next year they're going to be better.
I know this is going to sound ludicrous. Shout out to the rapper in Atlanta. Steiny, I mean this, and the caller alluded to it. If the Niners are really going to look themselves in the mirror and you're going to tell me your best defensive end is a byproduct of needing help and you're hitting the Run DMC hard times here, if you're telling me that this is what Bosa's going to record, 7 to 8 to 9 sacks, and the impact on opposing quarterbacks on Sunday is minimal, why wouldn't the hell wouldn't you look in the mirror and say to yourself, what could we get to really rebuild this defensive line? Because when somebody says that, trade Bosa, they want to check you into a mental establishment. But if you think about where he's at, if this has to be an anomaly, my God, Steiny, that's not good enough. Like, you're paying a guy, and I'm judging Bosa on his paycheck. He's not living up to it. And if you're telling me that will change next year, nothing to see here. Goo, you sound like a fool. Not the first time. But if this is what you're going to get, 10 or under, in regard to sacks, Steiny, I would shock the world and look and dangle 97 to see what I could get.
He's had 17 and a half sacks in his last 29 games.
And I
don't even think that includes the playoffs. I'm not sure if he had a sack in the playoffs last year.
No, he did not.
All right.
Yeah.
So he's had 17 sacks now in the last 32 games. So he's getting one every other game.
And what did we hear? What did we hear? Oh, Guru, it's not the sacks, because we did hear this early on before, all the injuries. It was pressures. I don't even see him getting the pressures.
Let's go to Austin in San Mateo. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
I'm doing all right. I just want to say this, man. This is on Shanahan, man. We over here letting people play while they injured. McCaffrey coming off of 2 Achilles injuries on both. Man, that's crazy. He shouldn't even been playing this season. And then let Greenlaw come right back this season? For what? And then re-injure his calf. Not only that, I got one more thing to pick at Shanahan. He really messed up in the drafting this man, Trey Lance. We should have kept, y'all gonna hate me for saying this, but we should have kept Jimmy G.
I don't hate you.
And we should have drafted Jamar Chase. We would have no problem talking about, Jimmy G can't throw. Now we got somebody to beat you downfield. But now we rewind it now. Now we go draft Pearsall. Like, he's backwards right now. We had a fresh offensive line when we had Jimmy G. Now our offensive line is all jacked up. It's like we all over the place now. What y'all think about that Jamar Chase? That he passed up a Jamar Chase to help out. It would have been a super team.
Wow. Oh, come on now, Stoney. Wow, go ahead.
I mean, the Greenlaw thing, what's he supposed to do? The guy's going to be a free agent at the end of the year. He said he's healthy in week 13. What are you going to do, say, no, you can't play? He has to prove he can play. He needs a contract next year. I mean, what are you supposed to do there? Then he plays and he gets hurt. I don't know.
But his impact, again, you're like, Guru, you're giving away free money. I've seen enough from him.
One half of football.
Against the Rams was enough.
So you've seen enough to know he can hold up?
No, nobody, I'm not God.
Well,
nobody
that's part
knows
of football.
That. I expect him to hold up. And I would rather go down that route of knowing it's not just about being held up. If the health is there, then the play is there. But the impact of that defense against the Rams early on was enough. That was a traumatic injury he had to deal with. He came back, but Stoney, I'm just saying to you moving forward.
Okay, then they don't have any issues. I mean, if they're that defensive team with Dre Greenlaw, but how do you know? You think Greenlaw is going to be as good as he was last year? I don't know.
I guess
and quietly, there's about 9 things where we're like,
but
they're not all going to go right.
But that's one I'd be, even if it went wrong, I'd be like, we bet the house on he would be able to stay healthy. That's all. This wasn't the same leg that he
would
tore
you bet the house on Trent Williams?
Now, when you say bet the house, is he going to play week 17? He can miss 3 or 4 games, and I'll take that. Are you going to be available for the playoffs?
They're not going to bet. Quit talking about the playoffs.
Wow.
I mean, they didn't even make the playoffs.
Where you're at.
They're 6-9.
No, I get that this year.
And they, you know what? And they're a 6-9 team when everybody's playing, and they're a 6-9 team when nobody's playing. At least they were this year.
And yesterday I tried to grade on a curve and say, okay, the Dolphins, okay, go win the game. And they couldn't. It still was the same script.
Let's go to Frazier in Antioch. Hey, Frazier, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. Man, that last caller, disagree. Man, we were sitting here listening, and you can't base it on a line that does nothing. We don't have Trent Williams. The other guys are suspect. The only good person we have on that line at this moment is Puny. Our offense has been shattered way before the season started. Brandon Ayuk's contract, Trent Williams with his holdout. Them 2 holdouts cost us dearly with practice, with momentum, everything. And I just feel as if Kyle has been dealt a hell of a hand this season with trying to even get guys to even stay healthy. We got guys coming back from injury that are under contract. And I believe if you're able to play at some point during a 17-game season, I believe you will be out there pending something terrible, you know. And if you want to go back and look at our season this year, our special teams cost us. 4 games cost us when we were up by 10. The guy that dropped the one ball, he's not even no longer on the team. We got a kicker that can't kick that we should have never drafted. I don't know what they saw. They should have went back and got Robbie Gold. I mean, this guy cost us a few games. Even if he didn't cost us yesterday, it's evident he's rattled. He cannot even kick a 40-yarder. Meanwhile, we're watching everybody else kicking 6 field goals in 1 game. I'll take you guys' comments off the air, but yeah, I don't believe the last caller. No, you only can play the games you got with the players that you have, and if we have no offensive line to even stop a lineman from getting in and even give Purdy 2 seconds to throw a ball, I mean, I feel sorry for any quarterback.
Real quick, how much you giving Purdy? You're just paying whatever it takes, right?
No, Purdy. Just going off of this year alone, if I have to give Purdy right now, he's only looking like 45. I'm not going to go higher than 60, 50. I don't see him being a top paid player.
Just think about that. The guys getting a milli right now, Steiny, are supposed to next year to get 45, and we'd be like, whoa, the Niners, that's a steal. Wow.
45 is not a steal.
I'm just from where he's come from, though. Oh, you're For the Niners.
For anybody. How many quarterbacks are making 50 where you say it's a steal?
Oh, well. Yeah, I got
Josh
you.
Allen?
Yeah. Hey.
And you know what?
Yeah.
When you give him all that money, we're going to look at him so differently. So much differently. And I get it's not coming for 2 years, but...
Well, it came this year in a sense.
What do you mean?
You got to see him without his weapons.
Right, but that doesn't... What do you say? A guru always says, well, it doesn't supersede. It doesn't supersede.
No,
let him have a bad year, and it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything because they were all hurt.
No, Stoney, I'm watching just him throw the ball in his reads and guys in the flat open, and he's not looking. I'm not saying it's every play, and he does some good. I'm just really I don't want my quarterback, this is me, Stoney, with physical limitations.
Well, then.
And how many games against
he had the
those
same
guys
physical
in the
limitations
Wild Wild
last
West,
year.
Jordan Love, Jared Goff, how many times is Brock going to be, we got an advantage here? And for 2 years, I thought maybe they found lightning in the bottle. Now I'm just being real. I'm nervous as hell. His mannerisms are starting to look like, especially when there's pressure, more of Jimmy than Joe Namath, who he was looking like.
Let me ask you a question.
That's all, man.
In the grand scheme of things, for Darryl the Guru Johnson, will you look at the Brock Purdy situation like for yourself as a teachable moment?
No, because there's nothing for me to learn.
Well, you thought you had it all learned after 2 years. See what I'm saying? He played 29 games, and
but you're talking to an author, Stoney. You're talking to an author of a phrase called react to new information.
Right.
And that's what I'm doing.
Right.
And I'm shook. But I'm not against that, though. I allow it in and admit my shortcomings in regard to takes. A lot of more people should tap into it. Nobody knows.
What I'd like for you to do is just take a little extra time when a guy comes out.
2 years.
That's not a lot, Goo. And I'm serious about that.
You got blue eyes today. Admit, Stoney.
I'm not going to admit anything.
This dude was batting 400 as far as quarterbacks.
And it didn't matter because he wasn't getting paid. What? So you're basically saying this year is not as important as the other 2 years?
No. I told you that there were extra scoreboard coming into this season. I'm just telling you to keep it real.
You need to keep it real.
They're going to look at there's more good on tape than bad for them. There's more good seasons than bad. But, Stoney, I'm seeing things that, forget the record, that I don't know if I want to hitch my wagon to.
An adept eye saw the same things even when they were winning. An adept eye. I mean, somebody who watches the game with a critical lens.
Give me a name.
Like all the people who everyone made asses out of, who they're saying, he might be a system quarterback. Well, he might be. He might be a system quarterback. But no, we had to make jackasses out of anybody who might have said he might not be Joe Montana. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Call it like you see it.
and Willard.
Hi, boys.
Hey, what's up?
That's really not a high.
What are you talking about? Happy holidays.
More of a low, right?
Nobody's in a bad mood, are they?
No, I love this guy, but all I did today in regard to the Niner game is say, and I just can't wait for your thoughts, I can't ignore that Debo looked like the Incredible Hulk. Everything he did, I was just like, oh, I didn't say that erases the stench of his season that's not gone on well, but I can't ignore, and I asked my partner, what did you say? It doesn't matter. But Debo looked different.
Insignificant.
But he looked different.
I got this text from, this is one of the ways that I sort of dip my toe in the water with what we do for a living. It's like, what's everybody texting me during the game? I got this text at least 4 times. And from all walks of life, right? From my 15-year-old daughter to my 40 and 50 and 60-year-old friends who all wanted to sort of say, oh, now you're playing. Oh, now you're playing. And so I don't know what the significance of it is.
Either do I.
I tell you what I took from it, and this isn't a compliment, but how did the he's lost a step crowd feel? Because he didn't look like he lost a step to me. So I don't know. Well, I don't know if there was something mental, emotional.
Because it was pep in that
what
step.
have you. But yeah, he looked like Debo Samuel yesterday.
It could be physical, and somebody actually tweeted at me in my mentions about
that was a great tweet you had last night.
Pneumonia. And remember, he did have pneumonia, and when you have pneumonia, it's not like when you have a cold. Like, I was down with a cold a couple weeks ago, and it's like 1 week, worst cold ever, 1 week, I'm back. Pneumonia is something that takes a long time to get back from. He'll never admit, how he's feeling in his lungs, but it did feel yesterday like he was feeling a lot better. And maybe, I don't believe that it's because the season's already over, and so now he can go out and ball out. I don't know what your friends are intimating when they text you that.
That's
it's a little late for him to be playing that great. I get that, but
it's not a face value comment. It's the way fans, we talk about this all the time.
Right.
It's not a rational thing. And I'm not going to hold that against fans. If we did, we would be yelling at fans all the time. We go week to week with our opinions and all of that. But no, it's not a rational thought. It's just the way, it's kind of like that silly thing my mom always says whenever you're up by, if the Warriors are up by 30 tonight and somebody comes in off the bench and pours in a couple more threes, she'll do that thing that people, save some for the next game.
Right.
No, you can't save it.
That's a four for your Ellen right there.
You can't actually
really
good. But that's what we do. And so I think that's the sarcastic reaction is, why do you suddenly look like this now? Your backs have been against the wall for a month. And now you look like this?
But that's a hell of a take, though, if it was the pneumonia.
A week and a half removed from, in the eyes of many, dropping the game.
No doubt.
You dropped the game a week and a half
And let me
ago.
reference a text from Dan Dibbley of last Friday.
Okay.
And it had to do with Steph Curry. Steph can still do it, just not every night anymore. And actually only once every 3 or 4 games. But that's not enough. You could just sub Debo in there.
You could.
Maybe Debo can't do it as consistently as he has in the past for a variety of reasons. I don't know what they were. That's not the one that I wanted to alert these guys about, though.
Oh, okay.
Get the moonwalk ready.
For who?
Michael
For
Jackson.
Goo.
For what? Oh, boy.
Billie Jean is
It's my
not
going
my
away
lover.
present. Yeah, that's a great song.
Thank you.
Guru basically said that Brock Purdy isn't better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
I heard it.
You did hear it, Mark.
I heard
Your
it.
Honor, when I can speak,
I
let me
just
know.
didn't.
This hat is on because I've been running the Christmas.
And I said,
with the
all
Christmas
morning.
hat.
I've been driving around listening to you guys all.
And I said in as rational a voice as I could that, I think most people would say that Brock's better than Garoppolo, but, Goo didn't think so.
It's not a.
Well, I don't know, Mark. I don't know what Mark heard. Maybe Mark heard something different. I don't know.
That's about what I heard.
Dibs, did you hear?
Missed it. Yeah, missed it. I was dealing with a sick 2-year-old, so kind of in the weeds today. Yeah, and you have no idea. You guys all forget like your kids and shout out your son,
2-year-olds.
your son's birthday, and
I remember
you got a 10-year-old and
turkey baster up their nose and squeeze the snot out of it. I remember all of it. It's terrible. Wow, it's the worst thing possible.
And the last night was the you take the temperature with the now you shoot the gun at the forehead, and her temp is 103. Ooh. 103.
Oh, dude.
And so now it's not the real 103.
No, it's not like they're
help me out.
Cardiac
and
arrest.
she's not like, whatever. I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but, my wife is first-time mom, and so I'm looking at this baby at 11 o'clock waking up in the crib with a 103, and I'm thinking, well, go ahead and let this ride until the morning. Let's see what the night brings us. And, the missus is more of the mind of, we're going to call 911. We're going to call 1811. We're going to call 911 twice.
I mean, you want to talk about the difference between the Niners from last year to this year? There's nothing more different than a first-time parent to a second-time parent. Dude, it is hysterical.
It's not so funny when you're into it.
Oh, my God. No, it's fun to watch, though.
Sure.
It's hilarious when you're watching other people do it. I'll never forget. First baby, Abe, when Abe was a little baby, and I'm like,
he's probably not that little. He's probably already 6'2".
No, he's crawling. Okay. And we're at an airport. And you sit down, you wait for the flight, and you just want some peace and quiet for a second. So you just put the kid down, and kid starts crawling around the dirty airport. Underneath chairs and everything. He finds an M&M. Under the gate 72 chair.
Ooh boy!
And both of us dive at
for
this
sure.
child. I mean, you want effort that the Niner receivers haven't shown? We dove at this child to get that M&M out. And we wrangle that M&M out of his hands, and he's crying, and there's a woman about 4 seats away, and she's just looking at us, laughing so hard.
She's like, you are the Sacramento Kings.
And we looked
adorable.
up at her, and she goes,
they got problems.
First-time parents.
Exactly.
Man.
Dude.
How could you tell? So, now just let him eat the M&M. There's protein in there.
Kid number 3, you're actually showing him where the gum is attached underneath chairs.
Bathroom's about a half mile down the hallway there, buddy. We'll see you in an hour.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what?
Anyway. That's funny.
You didn't get what you wanted, huh, partner?
No, I'm just.
No,
I really didn't. No, Brock Purdy is better than Jimmy Garoppolo.
Now come on, it's nuance. No,
I know. I heard the conversation.
But it was poison conversation because he tries to steer it one way. The bottom line, Willard, is Jimmy Garoppolo, nobody can take his win-loss record away from him. And for the people in the back that hate that he was a phenom or once for 2 days was the highest-paid quarterback, the Niners thought they had identified a guy that could take him to the promised land. He took him there. They didn't win. My point is, when it was all said and done, and I gave him an A-, Jimmy, and you still are mad at me for that grade, I just feel like that hurt me so to where it surprised me that Brock set the bar so high that the skids have been greased to the point to where if he's reverting back or taking a step back, it could be that Jimmy step back to where, whoa, if his injuries play, subpar play or whatnot, it's different than when people were in love with him. And I'm not blaming Brock at all, but these tip balls, the lack of height in the pocket, that's all that I'm a little nervous about. That's
fair.
all.
That's fair. But can I switch one sentence?
All day.
When you talked about they paid Jimmy because they thought he could take them to the promised land. We got to stop acting like these quarterbacks are superheroes. This is not Aquaman, Batman, Superman. They're not taking teams to the promised land. They are quarterbacking teams that go to the Super Bowl. Are there those who actually look like superheroes out there? Yes, and Brock's not one of them. And by the way, Joe Burrow has a losing record.
And Josh Allen's never been to a Super Bowl.
And neither is Lamar. Lamar can't even seemingly win a playoff game. So
what's changed with them, Will?
The team has changed. They've all changed. Brock has not had a great year. Steiny, you've said it a bunch of times today, but he's not been awful. And we can watch a game like yesterday where he largely, for the most part, plays a solid game. Then he throws the pick at the end, and we could talk about it, but now we're immediately going to just denigrate all the way down to he doesn't deserve this, that, or the other. The Niners believe they can win with him.
And they have 2 years.
Of proven already to be correct. And when we pay a quarterback, it's not because he's a superhero. It's because a team believes that they can win with him. And that's why the Goffs and the Tuas, like, to me, the best example is when we talk about Brock and his limitations, are Sam and Jared Goff not limited?
No, they have limitations.
They're limited, and they're 13-2.
Yeah.
They're 13-2. And Jared has been paid, and Sam's going to get a big raise. I don't think Brock is any different than those guys.
Well, Dibs, real quick here. What if this is his reality in regard to this is his offensive line? Like one off season is not like, let's just say this is the same old line. I just feel like Willard, okay, you don't have this or that, but the weapon is the quarterback. Long as he shows up, he'll be able to deal with our deficiencies. That's taking a hit for me, too, watching this season.
Right. Just watch yesterday, and you have no left tackle, and your backup gets hurt. So now you're on to left tackle number 3. Your center's not very good. And, shout out Jake Brendel. He's not an elite center. Your right tackle, everybody wants out of town. Right. Your right guard's a rookie. He's been great. Your left guard, he also got hurt. So by the time you got down to nut crunching time and you needed Brock Purdy to be able to step up and make a throw, well, it was a terrible throw, and he could have checked it down, and he didn't, but the O-line completely got caved in, and Patrick Taylor Jr. is RB5, and he could not do anything on the ground. Debo was good on the ground in spots, but you couldn't run it, and you couldn't pass protect, and then Brock makes a huge mistake where, he probably should have held it or checked it down, whatever he should have done. I see Brock yesterday, and I watched it again this morning. He had no time, and he still made some pretty big-time throws.
And Pearsall killed him because he made a throw that would have had him. Like, I get
he
that
made
part
two
of
mistakes
it.
on that drive. 2.
This is my big thing with the Niners. I know we all want to talk about Brock.
11 penalties.
I can't stand the way this team plays.
They're sloppy.
I cannot.
Who's that on,
That's
Will?
on Kyle. It's on Kyle Shanahan, even though I don't feel like, Kyle Shanahan's not on the field, but
it has, right.
Like,
somebody.
I don't know. And he looks exasperated as well. I don't know why his messaging hasn't turned into execution. That to me is the question, because he's had teams execute for him before. So I don't think he just got dumb all of a sudden or anything like that. I can't stand the way this team plays. They are so mistake prone. They are mistake makers constantly. Some of them are physical, some of them are mental, but they are mistake makers. It has become literally a characteristic of the group. From Jake Moody and his leg to whoever on the offensive line is constantly making them 1st and 20 and 2nd and 25. And Ricky Pearsall's a rookie, but my God, it's week 16. It is just shoot in foot over and over and over
Well, you
again.
should know by now how to line up. And it happened twice on that drive. Once where
one was a killer.
Once he was covering up the tight end, illegal, and the other one he was just not on the line of scrimmage. And that's the one where Debo got inside the lower red zone, and that one got called back, and that's when Moody missed the kick. And all you need to know about Jake Moody is Kyle's reaction. He threw that tablet down to the ground, and he said, MF, basically.
But he hit a 50-yarder in the field goal.
He's gone.
Great.
Is he gone?
He's gone.
So that pick is going to look bad.
In that spot where you had 2 other penalties, you had mental mistakes. Okay, fine. It sucks. You at least can salvage 3. And if you get that field goal, it's a makeable field goal. At least you can take Ricky aside and go, look, Ricky, you need to learn how to line up. And Moody saved your bacon. But Moody, and that kick wasn't even that close. That thing was a complete yank job.
But what if Jake, and I don't want to defend him, but what if he said, hey, offense, get your act together. You're the worst in the league in the red zone, and you guys want to come down my road because I'm going through some things, but the dude's leg is strong, man.
That's it. No, it's his job to make that kick. He should actually want the team to not be very good in the red zone. They don't need him. Like, you know what I mean? The Lions have a kicker. The Bears
Dallas has one that's turned into a weapon.
Right. Look at kicking in the NFL. That's why I'm bothered by Jake Moody. The way Moody is now, 15 years ago, you're like, okay, he's not the best kicker in the league. He's not the worst. I don't know what has happened. 50-yarders are they're like candy now. Just boom, just put popcorn, pop in your mouth, no problem. There's too many kickers that make almost every kick. To have kickers like Jake Moody have jobs.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Hi, Steiny.
Willard, what about this stat? Since Christmas, the Niners are 9-12.
I hate it, Willard. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's more about like they just suck this year. I don't, you know what I mean? Like I get.
I'm just referencing it because of Steve Young referenced that particular game.
Yeah, they were bad on Christmas last year. Outside of that, I'm bothered by nothing except for the Super Bowl. And then this year they stunk.
Let me ask you this, Goo. When you talk about Brock Purdy, and you say, well, he's gotten to the Super Bowl, and Josh Allen has not been. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow. He's only been. Purdy's done more. Okay, so Purdy's been there. Are you saying he's better than those guys?
No, he gets a natural certification for not having lemon booty, for being able to get his team not just to championship day, which is a mini Super Bowl, but to win that game, then get to the Super Bowl and not trick it off. They could have really easily won that game. Then, real quick,
but you should stop comparing him to those three guys.
No, it's about
because they're better. Because they're better than him.
I can look at Lamar and Dak Prescott and say you guys have had 900 chances, and either one you've not gotten to the bowl. I cannot omit that from Brock Purdy on the fly taking the team to the NFC Championship game, then following that after elbow surgery, Willard, to a Super Bowl, and then not blowing the Super Bowl. He wasn't the best, but I don't forget that. So when we hear these names of guys getting the chicken, those are mistakes to me. But when you have a Burrow, been to a Super Bowl, almost won it, I'm in on him.
Do you know what I've been wanting to ask you?
So where are you with Lamar Jackson?
No, do you know what I've been wanting?
I believe it when I see it. But last year, losing at home to Kansas City and that impotent offense, Steve Young would have said, boy, you guys really blew your chance. And he was awful at the height of his powers.
What quarterback's asked to do more?
See, that's not – it's all equal. What do you mean? All you are supposed to do is what your team asks. Run your show. And Brock Purdy for 2 years has been Magic Johnson to this offense. And this year, I have no idea.
And Magic Johnson. Come on, Goo.
What are you? He was in the MVP candidate vote for up until Christmas.
Right, Magic's a Hall of Famer.
But you know what I mean.
No, I don't know what you mean.
Quick, and I'm not going to get loud.
Magic Johnson played 15 years and was great.
You admitted it. He was he set the bar. Cheech and Chong. It was so high.
You know,
according to you.
According to everybody.
Well, no, I don't think so. Because there was a big segment of fans who despised those who, while he was having success, Purdy, maybe suggested, you know what? Let's be careful about how much credit we give Purdy and how much we give everybody else.
So you're going to strip them of that now?
But those people got lambasted, and now
But how much of his regression is injury? I'm willing to say 90%.
Well, that's too high as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. Well, to
and
me,
if you really
I feel
think
like
it's 90,
right.
then give him 60.
Okay, and they may.
They might. But you want to bet?
I'll
bet.
What are your options, Tony?
You got to give him 60.
No, but it's
that's the bet I made.
It's north of 50.
It might be
for sure north of 50. And by the way, again, it doesn't matter what the average annual is. It matters the way you structure it. That's what actually matters. I wanted to ask both of you all day, what is their other option? And if you truly believe that a QB needs a cape and a 6'5" frame. In order to get an extension,
Herbert leads the league
if you have to be Lamar, Joe, Josh, or Pat to deserve an extension, then nobody else gets extensions. And why is Jared Goff north of 50 and 13-2? Why? You brought up Tua. Why is he north of 50? And
Jared's been to 2 Super Bowls, mind you, and he's won.
He's been to one. Jared's been to one
with the Rams. You should. You're right.
One.
Okay.
One. Oh, by the way, he lost to Brock Purdy.
Okay, he did.
If we're going to play the quarterback who won or lost a game, then he lost to Brock Purdy just last year. Like if that's the way we're going to do it, you mentioned Tua earlier, Steiny, and I think you referred to it as maybe a little bit of a mistake.
Oh my!
Did you see the Dolphins without him this year?
Well,
they could not complete a pass without him. So I just don't think in order to get an extension, you need to be this godlike NFL quarterback figure. You have to be someone they can win with. And they think they can win with Brock, and they have. The same way the Lions think they can win with Jared.
Gotcha. Real quick,
and they have.
I got you. What about the implications of if they overpay for what you deem him? Do you still got to live with it? That's what it's about. If you give them 60, then you're hamstrung.
What does overpay mean? What does that mean? What
I think Tua and Dak and those guys are overpaid.
Dak is an interesting one, and I don't know why Dallas decided that Dak and CD mean that they can't have any other players. It seems to be their philosophy. The Niners have never done it that way. It's on the Niners and Brock.
So Kirk Cousins, no, his stock is so low. Kyle's not looking at him.
Look at the Lions. Like, you can get other players. You have to structure the deal in a way that still allows for flexibility. Those two sides can figure that out.
You have to draft, and you have to draft the replacements. And if you want to look at what they've done under Shanahan, top 3 rounds,
right here.
There are more than 15, closer to 20 misses in the top 3 rounds. And included in that is the 2 picks that you traded to get Trey Lance, and that one's also a miss. And so you want to run through all of the misses from Ty Davis-Price and Trey Sermon and Jalen Hurd, all these guys. And I know they've been great late in rounds, but you're supposed to hit on top, high-end round players, and if you do that, you have a deeper team. And you look at the problems with this team. For me, it's not Brock Purdy. It's a D-line, and it's an O-line, and football's won in the trenches. And if Brock Purdy has a good year last year, it's because the D-line is great, they were, and the O-line is much better, and they were. And this year, Brock has been bad. He's been subpar, whatever he's been. The O-line has been porous, and the D-line's been non-existent. And included in that is Nick Bosa, who's had, and maybe he's doubled every play, and that's fine, but Nick Bosa has not been a game wrecker, and no one else has stepped up. And you watched yesterday, and it was Achane all day, 6 and 5 and 8, and I won't say that he gashed him.
Bosa? Where's
Greg
97?
Cosell might correct me, but Bosa's out in the wide 9.
You don't have to talk to him this week, so you're all right.
It's fine. He's ducking me.
I love the 2 of your callers. Did you hear this, Dibs? 2 of their callers today suggested that that's who the Niners need to hire to fix them. Is that Kyle needs to sit down and have a heart-to-heart with Greg Cosell so that he can explain to him how to play football.
Well, Kyle Shanahan needs to go on a weekend retreat with Dan Campbell and start to at least have a shred of courage, because you're eliminated before kickoff and you have a 4th and 1 in the opening drive and you trot out the punter, and then you get to the end of the first half and you've got 2 timeouts. Well, the red flag wouldn't have worked, but I'm with you.
I think it would have.
I don't think they would have overturned it.
Romo literally said it. Like, the guy he crossed the 40-yard line.
The bigger point is you go out there and you can act like you've got some courage in a game that doesn't matter.
That's fair.
Go ahead and go for it. And then at the end of the half, you end up going to the locker room with 2 timeouts. And if you watch the sequence, they get Debo, you're inside the 5, and on that second down play, Brock Purdy's waving everyone around, and the play clock gets to 3 and 2 and 1, and the team's not ready, and you end up running some wild pass play that doesn't work. Use a timeout. Set up a run play. Do something to allow yourself to get in the end zone. Kyle Shanahan, his game management is a mess to me. It's a mess.
Boy, maybe we should let it there.
What are you doing for the holidays, Steiny?
I'll have everybody in town for the next 2 days. I'll be back here on Thursday.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll be back Thursday.
Okay.
What about you guys?
Yeah. They didn't ask you when you were coming back. That's a shot at me.
I've been listening to all these stories today about Ricky gone. I've been listening to all your stories. Mark and Dan gone.
Yeah. And what about Word? He had a great call, Word.
That was one of the best sports radio calls I've ever heard.
Ricky Henderson did my favorite, man.
Like shout out to everyone who called. I didn't hear this morning, but like your show today had so many callers who had a hard time even getting through the call because of the emotion that they're feeling about someone like Ricky Henderson. There is no better acknowledgement of Ricky's impact than that. It's not your words, it's the way you said them. And the fact that, by the way, Ricky didn't pass yesterday. Like, everybody held that all the way through the weekend to get to Monday to call in and express that emotion. My gosh, what a great, great tribute to Ricky Henderson.
Well said, Mark. All right, gents.
And Merry Christmas, guys.
Have a great holiday if we don't see each other. And
we won't.
Happy holidays to everybody out there from 95.7 The Game.
And go enjoy the third place game. I'll see you there.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys.
Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my goodness. Let's go. Special shout immediately to anybody out there right now listening to us that's doing the do. Because, man, if you're out there and the rain is, of course, not helping, if you're on the roads trying to get it done in time for Wednesday, I feel you. I live this too with you, and just try to relax. Everybody's trying to get all of the same stuff done as you, so give a little time, little space. The employees who are overwhelmed, little time, little space, enjoy it. We're going to get there, and we'll try to help out and do our piece by chatting it up for the next 4 hours.
Yeah, and you're going to be in traffic most likely because, unfortunately, this time of year combined with this weather, you're going to have people who are driving crazy. And I already saw multiple accidents throughout the morning, and people are not slowing down like they should. So if you're out there and you're in it, go ahead and be patient and slow down, and all the best to you.
Yeah. And then with that said, 888-957-9570, I can't stand the way this team plays. I just cannot stand the way they play. And I've said this, and I don't know if I really was able to put this into words until today, now that they are mathematically eliminated. And
they were before kick, but
yes, they were before kick. But even still, like we talked this out last week, and I'm sure we will again. I'm not done with football this year. I'm not done with this 49er team. I think there's things they can achieve over the next 2 weeks to help ready themselves and be better coming back next year. So we can get into that. But I cannot put my finger on what it is. I understand it where you're talent deficient. They feel talent deficient on the offensive line, okay, for example. But there are too many things this team does repeatedly that seem to at least be partially in their control. And they're mistake makers. They are constant mistake makers. And for me, that has been, now looking back on this season, that's been the hardest part for me. There's disappointing players, there's disappointing finishes, disappointing performances, but they just keep getting in their own way. And it feels constant and not getting better.
It's self-inflicted wounds, and it's more than just the, situational stuff where it's false starts and they had them, and it's illegal formation, and Ricky Pearsall hopefully is in the film room right now learning about why the 2 times that they needed him to be lined up correctly, he wasn't, and, the things that he needs to do to be better. But I even go beyond that, and it's attention to detail and it's coaching, because you think about how the second half started, and it started with the Niners on defense. Achane goes for 1 yard, and here comes Hufanga out of nowhere, unnecessarily lighting the guy up, and that's 15 yards.
Yeah.
So you go from a 1 yard gain to a 15-yard penalty, and now Miami all of a sudden is at midfield. And you had a couple of unnecessary roughness penalties. You had a number of just, positional and standard variety penalties, and that's the kind of slop, to me, that is attention to detail, and that goes to me on the coaching.
So that's what bothered me most about this year. How would you answer it? And we can put that out to all of you, right? We got a couple weeks left, but they don't matter, quote unquote. 888-957-9570.
Well, they're in a must-lose situation.
I know,
where they are.
I know you feel that way, and,
Yeah.
we can talk that out. I don't really see it that way. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand the stay in fourth place and get a better pick. I understand all that.
Yeah.
There's validity to it. I get it. But, looking at this particular football team, what bothered you the most this year?
The slop.
Yeah.
The fact that they're so sloppy. And the coach was sloppy in his game management, and the players were sloppy, and all of the parking tickets, I call them, so many false starts and illegal formations and all the rest of it. That is attention to detail. And you've got, a veteran team, George Kittle yesterday, false start. That can't happen when you're a tight end. And you had your wide receiver line up wrong twice, and then you had your kicker come in to make a 41-yard field goal that, would have brought you within 3 and kind of keeps you in it, and he misses it. And so that whole drive was, and I'm looking at it here, you had a lineman get hurt. You had Kittle go for 28. Now you're in the red zone.
Yep.
And immediately, the very next play, illegal formation, Pearsall. So now you're going to back it up. And then you throw to Debo late. Purdy scrambles. Now it's 3rd and 8 at the 18. Okay, red zone. Let's get something going here. And Debo has a great play. Gets down to like the 6 or 7 yard line. Oh, illegal formation again on Pearsall. That backs you up. Now you got to settle for 3. You don't get the 3. And you can see Kyle Shanahan, the frustration.
It's absurd.
That to me was a microcosm of the whole year. Good plays, stupid mistakes. And then when it comes down to where you need to make a play to get points, you don't.
It just feels like every time the Niners are trying to do something, they have to be perfect. Everything has to be perfect because of what you just said. They make it so much harder on themselves because they cannot seem to string together cleanliness. That's all I want. I'm not asking for every play to be effective. I'm not asking for every ball to be caught. I'm not asking for no penalties in the game. There is a normal amount of stuff, but the 49ers, it is just constant, and it has been now. What's their record? 6-9?
Yep.
15 games. I've almost never not felt this way. Like, sure, I guess you could toss a couple out in the water with, they play the Patriots, they play the Bears, whatever.
Yeah, the
Those
Jets in the opener.
Yeah, that too, although even that one had the red zone issues in it. It's just like, dude, can you guys just be clean? If you get beat, it's okay. Like, that's going to happen sometimes. And if you're going to make a mistake here or there, okay. Good Lord, do you ever not kick yourself in the shin?
Right.
It feels constant.
Yeah.
Constant.
You were mentioning, like, it feels like there's a lot of 1st and 15, 2nd and 15, 3rd and 17. It feels like you're behind the sticks almost the entire year. And I'm all here for the Super Bowl hangover conversation because I've been listening to a lot of NFL experts, and there is a certain amount of that where you've been deep into January in 4 of the last 5 years, and the amount of football they've played is almost akin to a whole another season of football. That to me is real. But then you look at the things that are going wrong, these mental mistakes, that to me cannot be put under the umbrella of Super Bowl hangover.
I agree.
That to me is sloppy. It's a lack of attention to detail. And that is the stuff to me where I scratch my head because you're a veteran team and you've got a coaching staff that's been in place. These are not mistakes that you should be making in week 16 in the NFL.
Your division leader is minus 18 in their point differential.
Yeah.
Okay? So to the point you just made, I want to say this out loud and get it off my chest. Your division sucks and you're in last place in it. That's the problem. Super Bowl hangover, lower the expectations. Are we just dumb fans with the whole, like, we're going to win it next year? Probably. Like, yes, there are some baked in. If you want to use the word excuses, use it. If you want to use the word reasons, use it. I think there's fair points on both sides of the aisle there. So that's all baked in. But you couldn't stay in this division? It stinks. It stinks. Stop pointing at the NFC South and being like, well, that's a weak division. You're the same thing. You're the exact same division.
Oh, the South is way better.
Well, if you want. I don't agree with that, but whatever. Like, you know what I mean? The Panthers are now kind of a plucky little team this time of year, but they're 4-11. The Saints are pointless, and the Bucks and Falcons, one of them is going to hand the other one the division, and so someone will have to take it. I think it's the same exact division. There are 4.5 contenders in the NFC, and none of them are in the bottom half of your standings bracket. It's the 3 teams in the North. It's the Eagles, and we'll see if the Commanders start looking like the Commanders again. They've now got 10 wins. Those are your contenders. These 2 divisions are sleepwalking, and the 49ers are at the bottom of it.
Yeah. They should stay at the bottom of it.
Well, and we can talk about that in a second.
We can get into it.
Yeah, I'm interested to have that conversation. But what bothered you most now about this team, the way this played out over the first 15 games? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Gloria. Hi, Gloria. Thank you for the call. What's going on? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Thank you, guys. I love hearing you guys. I'm battling with a little cold here, so I'm going to try to get through it. What bothers me the most is The fact that they're predictable, the fact that their offensive line just couldn't find continuity. And I know it's been a lot to do with injury, but I wish that they would have had an answer for that, and they didn't. So that offensive line has to get addressed. They have to start in the trenches to make this team better. I do believe it is playing late into the season. They do have a hangover. And I know Dib said, you will, Willard, say that you can't attribute their lack of focus to detail on that, but I think I would attribute it to it. I think even veterans lose their focus when they are playing so far into the season. They're tired. I know they're professionals, but they're tired. And I think they may be tired of some of what Shanahan has to put out there. I think Shanahan needs an offensive coordinator. But this team have to find some answers. And I hope by having an off season and a better draft pick that they can address some of these things. Thank you, guys.
Gloria, thank you. Yeah. It's a good call. I like what she said right off the top about offensive line. Richard Sherman on his own podcast, this is what he said after the loss yesterday.
That offensive line needs to be the number 1, number 2, and number 3 priority this offseason. If you're going to pay this quarterback all the money you're going to have to pay him, you want to keep him upright so that he can be the playmaker that he has been. This year, he's been under a lot more duress. He's been using his legs more. He's had to leave the pocket more often than not. It hasn't been great. And without Trent, it's looked even worse. You need a right tackle. No ifs, ands, or buts. No discussion. No nothing. A right tackle. You need to figure out a center maybe in the second round. There's plenty of them in the Big Ten somewhere to find them, maybe one in the SEC, and then maybe find a guard in free agency. It looks like you have one in Pooney. Put a competition out there at left guard, and I know you can't just draft them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, but that's what I would do. We're going to hit on one of them.
Richard Sherman podcast. 1, 2, 3, 4. How many offensive linemen do you need? That's where he's putting his focus. I could not agree with him more. Right. And I know that people, you don't want to put the blame on the guys that, we normally talk about, and Purdy and Ayuk and Debo and whatever. Look, you and I have said it our entire time together. The heartbeat of any football team is the offensive line. If you got a good one, you have a good team. If you have a bad one, you have a bad team. And they have a bad one.
Yeah, they have a bad one, and they have a bad one in multiple spots. Yep. And one of your best offensive linemen who hasn't played for obvious reasons, an ankle issue and major family drama, he's going to be 37. So if you think that he comes back and he is instantly the savior of your O-line, well, he might be for a year, but you've got bigger issues. Your left guard, your center, and your right tackle. And that's why I advocate for getting the best possible draft position in every round that you can. And right now you're picking 11th based on your record. And a couple of wins can ruin your draft.
Let's talk this out, okay? Because I can tell you obviously want to get to it, and I know you're going to have a lot of people on your side. You want the Niners to lose the last 2 weeks? I would love to hear you kind of like, how do you execute what you're suggesting? Let's get into it. We're sponsored by the Bayview Restaurant and Lounge at the Inn at the Tides in Bodega Bay. Picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape now, innatthetides.com. This is Willard and Dibs.
quick screen outside to Debo. Get your hands on Kittle.
Purdy throws downfield, and he's intercepted. Picked off. Coho has it. All set up because of the pressure by Calais Campbell. Campbell forced the bad throw, and Cater Coho has the takeaway.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, that's from CBS, and I have no issue if you want to get mad and point at Brock on that play. I do like the way that was announced. Campbell forced a bad throw. He got hit as he was throwing, so doesn't mean that it's not his responsibility. It also doesn't mean that it's like any other garden variety interception. It wasn't just some sort of a bad read and horrific delivery. He got popped right as he was throwing the football.
Yeah, to a guy who wasn't really open, and you had two guys underneath who were open, and this, to me, is a bigger issue about what Brock Purdy is doing under duress. And I know it all happens very fast, and your pass protection has not been great, so I see a quarterback who's trying too hard to make big plays when big plays don't need to be made. It just was under the 2-minute warning, and you're at midfield, and you have all 3 timeouts. So this is not a desperation time where you have to make a throw, you have to make a play. It's 1st and 10 at the 47 with 3 timeouts. So it's okay to live to fight another day, and I've seen a quarterback over the last 6 weeks or so trying to do too much.
Okay, and I think that's a fair assessment, and definitely want to get to what you're pitching with regard to the remainder of the season for the Niners. I also think a lot of people want to have this conversation, and we're here for it. Let's have it. Let's be real with each other and have it. And the question is, and Marty, you're going to be first up because I know you already want to talk about this, but if you guys all want to talk about Brock Purdy and what to do, let's do it. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? 888-957-9570. And I'm going to hold what I want to say about that until after you get out what you'd like to say about the 49ers scoring no points for the remainder of the season or whatever it is you're pitching.
Well, they tie into exactly what you're saying because what do you want to do with Brock Purdy? You want to sign him, and you want to sign him, and you want to keep him. And if you want to sign him and you want to keep him, then you want to surround him with the best possible team that you can. And that, for me, means draft capital in many ways. And so the more you lose, the better your draft position will be. Right now, you have the 11th worst record in the NFL, which is not good. You don't want to be in that spot, but that's where you are. And if you look at all the other teams around you, there are 5 teams with 7 wins and 3 teams with 8 wins. You don't need to, and in my opinion, you don't want to win any more games and possibly jump these teams. Right now, you're picking 11th in the NFL draft, and you're also picking 43rd, and you would be picking 75th, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For me, right now, where you are, it's a lost season. So continue to lose games. Winning games does you no good. I don't think it does Brock Purdy necessarily any good. Brock's already shown you that he can win games that actually matter. And so for me, losing is actually winning. So go out there, and I'm not saying you don't play Brock Purdy at all.
Okay, so what are you saying? Like, you execute
honestly,
that how?
I would say for this week, you're going to play Brock Purdy.
Okay.
And then after that, you're not going to play Brock Purdy.
You might be right.
Finale.
You might be right.
And
the last week is different than the second to last week when it comes to stuff like that. You see teams do that sometimes, depending on what's going on in the last week. I'd say you almost never see it with 2 weeks to go. And to your point, the Lions, if they're the Lions, if they look like the Lions, they're going to kick the Niners' butt no matter who the hell's playing.
3.5.
What's that? Yeah.
Spread's 3.5.
They're a much better football team than the 49ers.
Of course they are. I mean, almost every team is a much better football team than the 49ers.
I don't know if I'd say that, but anyway, go ahead.
I mean, they haven't been able to beat some of these teams that aren't very good, and so that's where you are. And for me, stop playing Dre Greenlaw. Please, can we stop playing Dre Greenlaw?
Well, and
Kyle Shanahan will speak today about the severity of the injury and all the rest of it. And so part of this idea is not really tanking because you're already basically tanking. You're playing a running back who is not very good. Patrick Taylor Jr., probably a nice guy, but he's not very effectual. For me, at this point, you find a way to play Jacob Cowing. And I know we had this discussion last week, and I don't know if he played any snaps, but
I think he did play some snaps.
I would take the guys who you know are going to be back and play them a little bit, or rather play them not at all and go ahead and see what you have in some other guys.
And you mean that this week? You mean Monday night? Yeah.
I don't care about the Lions. I don't care about what we owe to the NFL.
I'm less on that and more, again, the point that I made last week. I get where you're coming from. I get the whole draft position argument. I do think that it's a little hard to concoct that or get your hands on it and manipulate it. You go out there and you play the football game. You're the worst team next Monday night anyway. But if you're asking me if there's value in the idea of the players who you know are going to be core players on this team next year, going out and starting to build more, whether it's muscle memory, whether it's chemistry, just play better football. Yes, I think there's value in that. No matter who wins or loses the game. You could do that next week and probably still lose.
I get that.
Because you're the worst team. But let's say they played a clean game and they went out there and they lost 27-24. Fine. I'm with you from the standpoint of I'm not married to wins. I am married, as usual, to process over result. I would like to see the 49ers take every opportunity to work on their process because the current process isn't working.
Well, for me, it comes down to risk versus reward, and you're right. And the process of going out there and having Brock throw to Ricky Pearsall, and that might have been their best game together in terms of their connection. I know Ricky had a couple of bad penalties that eventually cost you some points, but as far as Ricky running routes and Brock finding him, looked like there's some progress, and so that's great. There is a reward in going out there and doing that, but for me, the risk is far greater. And if you really love Brock Purdy and you're going to sign him, and I think that they are, and I'm with you, they should sign him. We went through the exercise last week of teams that have a coach and a quarterback, and the Niners are one of 10, maybe 11 that have that. And so, yeah, you're going to sign him. And so if you're going to sign him and you want to keep him, then don't risk putting him out there in a game where you know your offensive line is going to get him absolutely demolished a lot of the time. You're not playing your left tackle, and now your left guard is hurt. Your center's not very good, and your right tackle's a turnstile. So you're going to put out your future $50 million quarterback behind that? No, thank you.
Well, I mean, they've been doing it all year long.
Well, they've been playing for a playoff spot.
Yeah, but no, they weren't yesterday. I mean, by that logic,
by that point,
you could have said at kickoff,
for the last minute switcheroo.
Let's yank them. Again, I think it's a worthwhile risk. I think especially heading into the offseason, it's very, very unlikely. I don't want to, again, knock on wood here, but what you're essentially saying is protect him from major, major catastrophic injury. And
it's happened.
Of course it's happened. Yep. It's football.
Right.
It's football. Hell, it can happen walking down the street, but I think that's a worthwhile risk to take. Just my opinion. Marty is right where the Niners were yesterday in South Florida. Hey, Marty, thanks for the call. What's up?
Hey, how you doing, man? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, ma'am.
Hey, listen, man, The first thing I want to say, Brock Purdy, a man of God, a man of faith, is amazing. Over the last 2 years, Brock Purdy has saved the 49ers organization from embarrassment with the Trey Lance situation. However, this year here, he has regressed. Brock Purdy cannot come from behind. He cannot come from behind. I believe the 49ers should give Brock Purdy $30 million for 2 years, $15 million a year.
I'm sorry we're laughing, Marty. Marty, if you said that to Brock and his agent right now, they would be gone from the room by the time you ended the sentence.
Same thing my brother said. But what I'm trying to tell you is this, brother. You're talking about a 7-round pick.
Yep.
Who has regressed. Let's see next year in the offseason how many teams lining up to pay Brock Purdy.
They can't. He's under contract, Marty.
My point exactly. So if he want to hold out for $1 million, he hold out. And Kyle Shanahan is a better coach than Brock Purdy. If the 49ers will win the Super Bowl in the next 3 or 4 years, Kyle Shanahan is gone.
Marty, let us go ahead and acknowledge your point, because I think that there are plenty of you who feel this way. But here's the question I've been wanting to ask all of you all day. What is it you would like to do at quarter? I hear everyone do this all day long. All day long. You can't pay him. Then what do you want to do? Because the scenario that you're building, this hardline stance, hey, Brock, we're gonna insult you by offering you $15 million a year for 2 years. This idea,
30,
whatever,
30
Marty,
million,
whatever.
30 million.
It's insulting to him. That's just the reality of it. You don't have to think that,
Yes, it is.
but he will. So the bottom line is, if you want to do that, he absolutely will hold out, and you get to play next year with no quarterback. So what do you want to do at quarterback if you don't want to sign Brock?
We played this year without a quarterback.
No, you didn't. You played with a quarterback who'd been
Brock Purdy and the 49ers. Brock Purdy and the 49ers scored 0 points at home in the second half against the Arizona Cardinals.
Marty, you can be mad about this year all you want, but you played with a QB, had been to 2 NFC title games in a row. And again, respectfully, I want you to answer the question. If you want to play hardball with Brock, who do you want to be your quarterback week 1 in September when it's not Brock?
Joshua Dobbs.
There's your answer.
After Nick Bosa salary increase, after Debo salary increase, all these guys took a step back. Nick Bosa, you see Nick Bosa more with a mega hat than what he's doing on the field. He missed 3 games, obviously, but 3 sacks? This is the highest paid defensive player in the league.
Marty, I get your. Marty, thank you. A lot of people want to weigh in. I get the frustration. We can all acknowledge the frustration.
And we can talk about the regression if you want,
and we can.
He has regressed, but how far has he regressed?
And Josh Dobbs,
to me,
see,
that's
like
not
this
the
is.
answer.
I want that's all. Those of you who want to play hard ball with Brock. Okay, I'll meet you halfway. What do you want to do? A quarterback.
Well, and even
week 1 next year.
Forget week 1. What do you want to do in March or in April when you have voluntary workouts? If you're going to play hardball, and hardball this year ultimately meant you just roll over in late August and September, and the player you played hardball with came in and he wasn't ready, and then he got hurt. So hardball didn't necessarily work for you. So you can play hardball all you want, or you can overpay in the minds of some and get your quarterback in and start to rebuild this thing and get it back to where he was last year.
Agreed. And I also, I am divorcing myself from this damn number. I this whole idea, 50 is too much, 60 is way too much. I like 40. Based on what? Why is that okay? I don't know what this number even means. Average annual value doesn't mean anything in the NFL. It's all funny money. You're watching it with Kirk Cousins right now. Oh, he got $180 million? No, he didn't. And the Falcons played it a weird way. And by the way, Penix looked awesome yesterday. So I'm actually sitting here telling you, my ears are open for the creativity. What's your answer at quarterback if you think Brock if it's offensive for him to get 50 or more, or whatever structure of the deal you want to make up, fine. What do you want to do at quarterback? Because I'm not down for sacrificing another season or 2 and just starting from scratch because we're angry with the way this year went.
Yeah, and you can talk about his regression, and he has regressed. Last year, he was top 5 in the league in MVP, and he had one of the 20 best seasons quarterback rating-wise in the history of the game. So, yes, he regressed. And how far has he regressed? Has he regressed to the point where you can't play him, you can't win with him? I don't think that that's the case. And then the other part of it, and I don't want to get too deep in the weeds of the money and the contracts because people don't really want to hear it, but the Niners right now are number 1 in the league in salary cap space. They have saved money so that they can, quote, overpay for a quarterback that they like. And so whenever that number comes out and whatever the contract is, people are going to freak out over the average annual value. Yep. And you mentioned it, and we've talked a lot about it. It ultimately comes down to the structure, the signing bonus, the guaranteed number, and all the rest of it. They like the quarterback. They're going to pay the quarterback. So for me, all of this conversation around the team, it centers too much on that because they're sold on the guy and they're not going to play hardball. They're going to sign the guy probably in February or March, and it's going to be done.
Yeah, and there is a way to structure it so that they can still maneuver and handle some of the other things they need to do. The 49ers make mistakes, but they're not dumb at their core. They're not just like, well, we're hosed, so let's pay him all of our money, and too bad we don't have any money for any other players. This didn't jump on them. They've quite frankly known for a year and a half that they were going to need to get ready for this. They have. They're not dumb. They know they need new offensive linemen. They're aware, I think. I think they know. Look at Kyle's face and his gray beard. He knows that they need some new players in new spots. How about Michael and Lemoore? Michael, thank you for the call. Happy holidays. What's up?
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys. I'm in no rush if I'm the 49ers to pay Brock Purdy. I am in the camp of letting him play out his final year of his rookie deal because of the history of the contracts that we signed in the past couple of seasons that have not given us a great return on the signings. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Ayuk are examples, and we paid them big money. And if we go into next season rushing to pay Brock Purdy and he gets injured week 1, then what happens?
So, Michael, what happens if he says, which I think he will, no, I'm not playing?
Then you have a contingency plan in place and you sign a veteran quarterback, or you go to the draft and draft a quarterback.
Well, the competition
brings out the best.
Yeah,
competition brings out the best in quarterbacks. I know you know the draft is a crapshoot, but that's the route you have to go. That is the emergency plan you have to go. Brock Purdy is not worth $50 million, not worth $60 million, not worth $40 million, not worth $20 million. Brock Purdy is not the reason why we went to 2 NFCC games. He is not the reason why we went to the Super Bowl. The team around him was. Why can't you guys see that?
Because he's a huge part of that team, Michael. Why can't you see that? Like, I don't like you can say, like, to say that Brock Purdy is simply a concoction of what's around him. Large portions of what was around him have been around the 49ers for some time. I know that there was the addition of Christian. There was the addition of Christian McCaffrey, but you're not arguing that Brock is no better than the quarterbacks who were there before him, are you?
No, I'm not arguing that at all. But
Okay,
I'm saying that he is not the sole reason why we went to the NFC game. It was the players around him.
I believe him to be a very big one, and I've heard many a 49er player say that. Fred Warner can't stop saying that he's the reason we have a chance. He said it after every game last year.
I strongly disagree with that statement. That's kind of just a player being in the same building as the other player. That's of course they're going to say that. What else are they going to say?
Michael, you know what? I think smart people can have varying opinions. Thank you for the call. I don't know how the hell you can go to 2 NFC title games in a row and say that the guy that has the ball in his hands on every single play is not one of the major reasons why. I don't know how you can feel that way.
For me,
but I guess you
think
can.
The best way to dissolve this discussion down is forget the money. Do you want Brock Purdy to still be quarterback or not? Because the money ultimately doesn't matter. They saved money under the cap so that they could pay him what they need to pay him. The structure will be different than a fully guaranteed Deshaun Watson contract. So for me, it's not even about is he worth 60 or 50. And Michael actually said that. He said he's not even worth 20. So if you don't think that he's worth 20,
which he really
then what
is.
you're really saying is that you don't want Brock Purdy to be the quarterback.
Yeah,
and if that's the case, you're allowed to feel that. I don't think that the Niners agree with that sentiment. And so for me, it's not about is he worth 60? Because if you don't think he's worth 60, fine. If you don't think he's worth 50, whatever. If you don't think he's worth anything, that's different for me because it doesn't matter what we all think that he is, quote, worth. The market for starting quarterback is at a certain level.
Of course.
And the team has saved so much money under the cap that if they value him and they want to keep him, they're not going to lowball him and pay him 2 years for $30 million and $15 million apiece.
He wouldn't even have the conversation. No, it's very well said what you just said because if you don't want him to be your quarterback, okay, like we're gonna, even though we disagree with you, ears are open.
Yeah, Joshua Dobbs.
But I can't. What I have not been able to access is somebody having a reasonable next move. Like even what Michael just said was, well, if he won't, show up or if he won't acquiesce to these demands, then you address it in the draft. Draft will already be over. The draft's already over by then. And what? You're really suggesting you want a rookie, an unknown rookie to quarterback this team next year? And if you're suggesting that, as we've also talked about, I know some of you might say, hey, go try to get Sam Darnold in the offseason. All right. I think that's an interesting conversation based on the fact that he was literally here and worse than Brock last year, but fine. if we want to have that conversation, understand that financially, those things that you want addressed, that offensive line, that defensive line, become markedly harder next year because Brock's number next year will be way less than what it would be for Sam or Kirk or any of these other ideas who are out there.
Because Brock's number won't be greater than 10, even if they sign him, because that's what the signing bonus would be. That would be prorated in there. And, Sam's probably going to get 3 and 100 from somebody, or he'll get franchised. So if you want Sam, do you think, is Sam worth $30 million? And if you think so, somehow Brock is not worth $30 million, a guy who's been in this system, a guy who's won in this system, that to me becomes a non-starter. And miss me with the whole idea of going into the draft and finding a quarterback, because it's very rare when you find a quarterback outside the first round who comes in and does well, let alone a 7th rounder. And we've all talked about all the needs that they have. You can't draft a quarterback in the first round and think you're going to get a tackle in the 2nd round, because the good tackles go early.
Is it Jaime or Jamie in San Pablo?
It's Jaime.
It's Jaime.
Jaime.
Welcome.
Yeah.
He doubted me, Jaime, and I can't even see the board.
I didn't. I just had a blank stare because I didn't know. Hi, Jaime. Thanks for calling.
I'll
What's
write
up?
your name.
Hey, so I want to say this. I think Purdy deserves a 50-plus mil. What he's done in the past 3 years, what he did for the team, to get the team out of that big problem of Trey Lance. And if that wasn't going to work, they were talking about Kirk Cousins coming in for Lance. How's that working out? How is Cousins working out in Atlanta? So, I mean, all these people saying that Purdy isn't the guy, he literally won the game against the Packers in Detroit with his legs. Yeah, he threw that ball overthrew a uke, but his legs got us the win against Green Bay and Detroit. And if I'm not mistaken, our quarterback before him, threw 6 times against Green Bay in a divisional? Do people not remember that?
8 times. Yeah, 8 times, Jaime.
I mean, it is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Niner fans sometimes can be the worst fans. I'm a Niner fan. I'm a diehard fan. But it's embarrassing how sometimes our fans overreact to one bad season. The kid, he's done great things. He has. He's done bad things. But it's like, come on. Give the kid a break. He put us in a situation where we didn't think we were going to be. With Jimmy, with Trey, oh, my God, what's going to happen? And then here he comes. It's like, give the kid a break. Who else are you going to go after? Who, like you said, they say it's like the Shanahan thing. Fire Shanahan. Okay, who are you going to bring in?
Jaime,
I mean, people just speak just to speak.
Yeah, Jaime, I'm with you, man. I'm with you. I don't quite understand it when you look around the league at who makes $50 million and who makes $55 million. All I hear is people go, he's not Joe, he's not Lamar, he's not Josh, he's not Pat. Is he Jared Goff? Is he Tua? Is he those guys or no?
Well, to me, it doesn't even matter. It just matters who is he to you. And if he is a guy to you that you feel like can run your system and you can win with him, then it doesn't matter ultimately what the amount is. It's a yes or no proposition. Either you like him or you don't like him. And if you do like him, then you pay him. And you're not going to be able to, well, we like you. You were a 7th rounder. You had a bad year. We're going to give you 4 years and $100 million, $25 million a year, because that's what we feel like coming off a bad year. The market is the market, which is why you paid Brandon Ayuk $30 million, because the market for top wide receivers, and you thought that he was one, and maybe if he didn't get hurt, he might have been one. That's what the market bore out, and so that's what you ended up having to pay him.
888-957-9570. We'll keep talking this out. I'm stunned at how many people just flat out almost seem like offended by the guy's presence after the experience we've had the last 3 years. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking, no compromises. Sponsored by Barry at Fast Track. We're taking your calls, and damn it, we're going to have a happy holiday on Willard and Dibbs.
First and 10. Another big run. There he goes. He's got wide open space. A-Chan with an A-plus effort and a touchdown by Miami. 50 yards to all but put the game away.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Lucas, go play in traffic. Seriously. No.
Big play in this game.
From me to you, go play in very high-speed traffic.
Not over yet.
No, and Lucas, I just want to say, nice job. Nice job putting aside any fanboy thing, because your job, when you bring us back with rejoins, is to tell the story of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, and he didn't do it, but Achan probably should have hit him with the night at about the 20-yard line, because you've told the story of the game. The Brock Purdy interception, the Devin Achan night.
His name's
You're
Devon.
doing a good job in there.
His name's Devon. And
you can correct me as a way to divert from what I'm saying.
You're
but
completely missing what we're talking about.
You're doing a great job.
Thank you, Dib.
Look me in the eye. You're completely missing what we're talking about. And that's fine.
What are we talking about?
That's the play that ruined our fantasy game.
Oh,
he did not play that to tell the story of the 49er game. He played
Why'd you play that, Lucas?
to rub my nose in it, and I accept that.
Play what?
Yes, exactly.
First and 10. Another big run. There he goes. He's got wide open space.
Wide open spaces.
With an A-plus effort and a touchdown.
Yes. Hey, Devon, learn the game and get down. But anyway, quick story, if I may.
Yeah,
it's actually pretty funny.
That's a time where you don't get down because it puts you up 12.
I understand. But up 12 with time on the clock, or how about up 5 with no time on the clock? Anyway, soon as Brock threw the interception.
Real quick, you and I playing in the fantasy semifinal.
Fantasy semifinals, and it's literally dead heat. It's deadlocked. He's got CeeDee Lamb at night. I've got the Tampa kicker and the Packer D tonight. We are locked in what was, Lucas, that was a journey yesterday.
Yeah, there was a lot going on.
That was a up and down ride, brother. It was one of those. And especially since, we work so closely together every single day. It was fun. It was a ride. But it's dead heated, and Brock throws the pick. And lovely Christy is at the house, and I go, all right, game over. I got to take you home because I got to get back to my house to do the Fox show at night. So we get in the car, and it's a very short drive over to her house, and I do what every single red-blooded American is supposed to do at a stoplight, which is look at your phone. And 2 minutes later, I get to the stoplight, and I look at my phone where the notifications come up about the fantasy games, and I'm like, oh, hun, something awful has happened. Those were literally my words. Something awful has happened, and I didn't even know what. I had no idea that it wasn't just that. It was also my favorite team getting their noses rubbed in it. Lucas, congrats. It'll be a moment I remember forever.
Not over yet. You still have the Packers defense down 30.
Yeah. They're gonna,
Jair Alexander will not be a part of that Packers defense tonight.
That's too bad.
Just got that news.
What I need is like some sleep. I need some Green Bay stuff to happen tonight. You know what I'm saying? I need some December snow. I need a Christmas song to show up at Lambeau Field tonight.
Well, let me just praise you for another reason then, Lucas, and thank you for playing that to tell the story of what actually brought me joy yesterday, which was Mark Willard getting knocked out. The champ is dead.
You're so welcome, Dibs.
Thank you.
He's not dead. He on life support. And even if he's dead, I'll still get to play for some money next week.
Yeah,
so
and that's
anyway.
21 degrees in Green Bay, 15% chance of snow.
Perfect. And somebody who's not a football player starting at quarterback for the Saints. Is that what I hear?
You tell me.
I don't even know who the hell's playing quarterback.
Kendra Miller, though, good running back.
Spencer Rattler, right?
Okay.
The Rat Man.
The Rat.
Who knows?
And the pick is in for Fade the Dibber. And darn it.
What's the number?
I picked the Niners again, and it's 14.5.
Oh, God. Is it really?
That's what I saw. Yeah.
That's a big number in the NFL.
Big old number. And I'm coming off a
14.5.
Disastrous week for your boy against the spread.
That was a tough one.
I had a rough week. I mean, I missed almost all of them. I missed the Niner game for sure.
Yeah, well, if you missed them all, then that's good.
I think 4-10-1 is where I sit for the week. Oof. Not good.
Oof.
That ain't good.
Yeah. I've been begging you to stop picking the 49ers, but you kept doing it.
Yeah, and you could blame me for this one, but
I do.
Again, this one's not on me.
They all
It's
are.
on your guy.
Who my
Number
guy?
13.
Oh, God.
With another
you don't even think
reckless
that.
throw.
Yeah. Nick and Clayton. Hi, Nick. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, guys. Sorry about your rough losing weekends. I feel you as well. That's no fun. That's a big ball humbug.
It happens, man. It happens.
But anyway, kind of getting to what Jaime was saying in the last segment, I fully agree with him. And I could make a reasonable argument that, with a relatively decent first-round pick, and if there was a quarterback in there that you really, really like, that you think is Mahomesian or whatever, that you try and just press the reset button with something like that, and you get rid of Brock. But I have to say, if they do decide to do something like that, though it could make sense and it could work out, that is such a huge gamble. Everyone would be fired if that doesn't actually happen, and if it doesn't actually work out. And I just don't understand why anyone would even want to see them go down that road. I know the lottery is really high right now, like at over $900 million.
Yep, bought my tickets today.
Down for that.
Yep.
But unless you feel them like that and you're feeling really good that way, it just makes no sense at all.
You know what's funny, Nick, is what you just laid out, they already did it. They already did that once. And they ended up with Trey Lance. And it is only because of the presence of Brock Purdy that people aren't already calling for the group to get fired because of what they did the last time they tried that.
You got it.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
Yeah, here's the thing. If you want to just play this game, let's go down the rabbit hole real quick, and you want to just say goodbye to Brock, you don't have to because he's under contract, so you draft a rookie and you let him slug it out, and then the rookie beats him out. So Brock's your backup for $1 million. What kind of a rookie quarterback goes out and makes the playoffs and wins in the playoffs? Well, last year, C.J. Stroud, top 3 pick. Jaden Daniels this year looks like he's going to be a rookie quarterback to make the playoffs.
Yep.
Top 3 pick. You're not going to have a top 3 quarterback, so you're going to be getting the 3rd or 4th best quarterback in a weak quarterback draft class, and that means you're going to say no thank you to an offensive tackle or a defensive tackle or an edge rusher or all of the above, and you're going to roll your dice on a quarterback in a weak quarterback class. I'm
out. Yeah, exactly. Like you're not just using your first round pick on that. In order to get up to where you need to get up to, you're giving up your second, your third, next year's first.
Don't.
That's what
Let's
we're
not do
doing.
This again.
So all I'm saying is
we're not doing this again, Mark.
I'm not going to be mad at you if you don't like Brock, but good Lord, I think it's fair if we ask you to come up with your solution. What is your solution? Okay, no 50 a year for Brock. You got it. You win. And?
Right.
Would you like to play next year? Who's your guy?
Yeah.
Who is it? And I'm not saying this sarcastically. I mean it.
Yeah, literally,
what's your
who
plan?
Is your guy? Exactly.
What's your plan? Barry in Burlingame. Hey, Barry, thanks for calling.
Hey, happy holidays.
Yeah, man, you
guys.
too.
So there was a play. I didn't see it live, but there was a play that I saw on, I think it was on X. In the 4th quarter up in Seattle, Darnold was about to get absolutely blasted by a pass rusher, and his feet were not set. Threw a ball. It looked like it was about 50 yards in the air for a touchdown. They win the game. And until I heard you guys talking about how unfeasible or it would be or infeasible to make a play for Darnold, it dawned on me that the very same kind of play that ruined Brock's game yesterday, and he played well, he really did play well, was Calais Campbell unloading on him, threw the ball without having his feet set, blah, blah, blah. We know what happened. So you asked for a solution, Mark.
Yeah.
What is keeping the 49ers from tagging Brock, then pursuing Darnold to come in and compete for the job? You earlier said he was going to get like 3 years and $100 million. I've heard some, anonymous, whoever they are, saying that they don't think that his market will be that crazy for two reasons. One, he's played in ideal conditions this year.
Yep.
Healthy, great offensive line, at least one all-pro offensive tackle, if not two. All his skill guys, a great coach. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
Totally.
Kind of the same conditions under which Brock had operated before. But again, financially, what would keep them from saying to Brock, we love you? Whatever the tag would pay him next year would still be.
You don't have to tag him because he's under contract for $1 million.
Yeah, you can't even tag him next year. He's still under contract for 1.1.
He's chilling for $1 million.
So if you did want to make Brock your backup, all you have to do is have a conversation. That's it. But
you don't even have to have that.
I mean, you would think.
Yeah,
right, so Barry, here would be my and Barry, thanks. We got to run. I don't want to cut you off. It's a good call, but let's try to answer that. And my two immediate hesitations would be, again, A, that's going to cost a lot, probably 3 times the amount on your cap next year that Brock would. That certainly hamstrings the effort for other players, number one. And number two, I do believe that around the league, as free agents look at the team, and even the players who are already on your team, I think that you run the risk of them thinking that you're a clown show, which is that you've had a quarterback perform at an incredibly high level for you for 3 years, take you to a Super Bowl and 2 NFC title games, and then you would respond after a year of so much bad stuff.
Yeah, turmoil all around.
You would respond by kicking him to the bench, spending a bunch of money on the guy who was literally here last year, and I would argue, Kyle, even coming off of a torn UCL, Kyle Shanahan thought Brock Purdy off a torn UCL is still better than Sam Darnold because they're both here in my room, and I'm going to go with Brock.
And you're forgetting that Minnesota has a loud say in Sam's future. They can give him the franchise tag and pay him $56 million or whatever the number will be, and Sam gets to be a Vikings again next year.
I think the playoffs will determine how aggressive the Vikings are with Sam, for sure. But you're right. So those are the hesitations. We're sponsored by the all-new Honda of Vallejo, and let's keep talking this out. 888-957-9570 is the number. What is your hesitation on Brock? Or it can be the opposite as well. This is Willard and Dibs.
What a big play that was. But right back, they get the first. Debo fights for it. What an effort. Debo into the end zone for the San Francisco touchdown. That's his best play of the year. Been following the Niners. No one would dispute that. The second and goal up top. Touchdown. Touchdown it is. Saubert with the catch. His first touchdown of the season.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're going to go back to the phones. I do want your answer on this, though.
Yeah.
Like, how did you process the way Debo played yesterday? And do you still feel like he's lost a step?
Well, lost a step it's a curious way to describe it because yesterday it sure didn't look like it. Right. He was running with force and violence, and even in the backfield, he had some really impactful runs, but Steiny kind of took the text I sent him out of context, but I'm glad he did because Debo can do it. He can still get out there and do it, but I don't know if he can do it week in and week out. And I sent Steiny that text about Steph Curry because Steph Curry can still be Steph Curry, the chef, the MVP, every now and again.
He was on Saturday.
He sure was on Saturday. And even though that one was quietly slipping away again.
It's a weird game.
That was a super weird game.
They went up by 21, and I'm like, they're going to blow that.
And we can talk about Ant-Man's comments, for which he has been fined, and
a lot.
The other one where, like, did Pods get that tea or Kuminga because they were complaining about a fan who had spilled a beer on the court?
It was Pods.
It was Pods gets a tea,
and he's like, why are we what? Like,
I don't want to get too far off the subject, but I do think that there's a great disconnect right now between players and referees in the NBA.
For sure.
We need to figure out a way to fix it because I don't want to spend the rest of my career defending the refs, especially in a case like that where, I mean, guys, can we figure out a way to make these things not happen? And, Anthony talking about, it wasn't the woman, it was those other two guys. That was like, whoa, Ant.
Yeah,
okay.
we'll let you hear that in a little bit because it's super interesting. No. It's all, hey, whatever. Go wherever you want to go. 888-957-9570. Look, I guess we don't really know any other way to boil this conversation down other than do you want Brock Purdy to be your quarterback or not? And if the answer's no, like, I hope you understand, I'm not going to sit here, Dibs, you're not going to sit here and be like, you're not allowed to have that opinion. We can tell you it doesn't look like the Niners are interested in that opinion, but that's fine. You can have that opinion. Where I'm trying to challenge people today is, okay, ... then what?
Right.
And I don't mean that means you should pay $50 or $60 million a year just because you're forced to. You know what I mean? It's like those couples who've been dating for 9 years, and it's like, well, I guess I'm supposed to propose.
Supposed to get married.
Crap. Everyone's telling me I should. So, okay, here, want a ring? Like, that's not fun. I know you want it to be romantic. But by the same token, I do think you got to try to take the emotion out of this number. This number that is making so many people not 50 or 60. Well, but most of the quarterbacks are, if they're good. If they're good quarterbacks, they are. And you're still allowed to think that he's not worth that. But then what? Because everything that I've heard people sort of bring up sort of sounds to me like you're just giving a middle finger to next year.
Right. If you want to go to a rookie, or if you want to sign a free agent, if you want to bring in Cousins or Darnold or, Flacco or Jameis Winston, I mean, what are we doing? For me, it boils down to two things. One, the team wants Brock Purdy to still be quarterback. So the conversation for me isn't an if, it's a done deal. They're going to do this. And the other piece is, if you don't want him to be the quarterback of the Niners, then to your point, what do you want to do? Because if Brock Purdy is the 16th best quarterback in the NFL, he might be higher, he might be lower. Who knows what that number actually is? One of the top 15 is probably not available. So then you can roll the dice and find the next Jaden Daniels or CJ Stroud. And that's really, really risky when you have a team that is, maybe this year wasn't Super Bowl or bust, but going into next year, I don't even know if you can use that expression, but whatever expression you want to use, you've got an aging roster of guys who likely won't be around in 2026.
Oh, you have work to do. Absolutely. And then in less than 60 seconds, I really want to make this point. I said it on the crossover. I want to rebirth it. This is important to me. Please, can we stop treating the quarterbacks like superheroes? I don't want to hear again about you need a quarterback who will carry you to the Super Bowl. Nobody does that. Mahomes is not doing that. I don't know if you watch the way they play. Patrick is not carrying. He has maybe in the past, if you want to say it that way, but the Chiefs have always been an incredibly well-rounded team. And now they're actually buoyed more by their defense than they are by their offense. And then the other three guys that everybody's so excited about, Lamar, Josh, and Joe, all collectively have the same number of Super Bowl appearances as Brock Purdy. So if you're going to talk about a quarterback throwing everybody on his back, elevating everyone around him, and taking them to the promised land, they haven't done it either. That's not the way football works. You have to have a good team, and then you go. And the quarterback is a large, I would argue, the biggest piece of that.
Right.
So you have to have a good one, and I think he's shown that he is. And this year they did not have a good team, the same way Joe Burrow doesn't. And therefore, you get a losing record.
That's right. And something that you said a week or two ago, and I want to make sure I have it right, but Jared Goff had a game where he threw 5 picks and won.
And they won.
He had a game where he threw 5 touchdowns and they lost. So if we want to just look at that odd anomaly, that's bananas.
Carrying his team to what?
He threw 5 picks and they won.
Right.
And then he threw 5 touchdowns and they lost. So yes, the quarterback is the most important player in all of pro sports, but you look at Brock this year, and Brock has not been as good individually, and the team around him has been worse. So if you look at the gap between Brock last year and Brock this year, the team last year to the team this year, the gap for the team is a lot bigger.
Agreed.
The team is far worse than Brock is worse than last year.
I don't think
Does that make sense?
Yes, and I don't think he's been Kittle or Juwan, but I think that if you want to go person by person and go who have been the better 49ers this year, he's been one of the better 49ers this year.
Even if we ranked the offensive 11, I would put Pooney ahead of him, and I would put Kittle and Juwan ahead of him, and that
maybe Mason when we saw him.
I was thinking Mason, but he's missed 5 games now.
Brock has not been bad. Not been good. He's been worse.
And you can always say use check because he's going to the Pro Bowl again.
Yeah, because there's 2 of them.
Right.
And he's the best one.
He's going to go to his 9th Pro Bowl this year.
GPD and Hayward. Hi, GPD. We love talking to you. Happy holidays, brother.
Hey, happy holidays to you, brothers, with a plural. And just right before my phone call, this little 2-minute piece that you guys just said summed it all up. I almost don't even need to say anything because you're totally correct. These fans, the fanatics out there, have any of them done a scouting report? Has any of them ever drafted a free agent? Have any of them ever coached a football team? Everybody has their opinion, and you know what they say about opinions, right?
Everybody has them, and they all stink, Grandpa Daddy.
You know what I'm saying, brother?
Yep.
So Brock Purdy showed you what he had. For 3 years, he brought it. And why is it that you're criticizing the heck out of him when he has a bad year, when everybody's injured, he doesn't have the playmakers around him? Okay, I don't hear that about all the other quarterbacks when they're throwing 5 picks, right? And what about Jaden Daniels? Okay, yeah, he brought him back, but he still, look at him. Who are you going to get if you don't give it to Brock Purdy? And I'm tired of regurgitating Sam Donald and Kirk Cousins. Stop it. Man, look, I'm going to say this. You know what? I used to charge $65 a man hour 5 years ago. I'm a construction company. I own a construction company. That was our rate. The rate's $95 now. It's $95 an hour now because it's the market. We are professionals. We're licensed, just like the 49ers are professionals. Those guys know what they're doing. You guys people call in here, these morons call in, talking all this verbiage for fodder, and they don't even know what they're talking about, bro. Leave it to the professionals. They will pay Brock. I've already said this. He will be back. He brought his offensive line all Toyotas.
Wow.
And they really didn't protect him that well, but he still did it, right? Because this is what they do with the team. It's not I. Everybody's in this together, and they all love him. When you can get behind one quarterback, look, the team will run well. They need an offensive line. They need to do something about the defensive line. Next year, watch, we're going to the Super Bowl.
Well, GPD, thank you so much, man, and happy holidays. Yeah. You said this a few weeks ago. I didn't know if it would come to fruition. We still don't. The number one reason you should be optimistic about the 49ers next year, they're going to have a fourth-place schedule.
Hopefully, if they do it right the last couple of weeks.
At worst, they'll have a third-place schedule.
Yep.
And that is going to change everything. There will be no Super Bowl hangover. You hope for better luck with health, and they will have a third or fourth place schedule. And I would put a lot of money that the 49ers go into the playoffs next year.
Well, and also you would hope that the schedule maker doesn't screw them over like they did this year with rest differential. They had a negative 22 rest differential. They had 22 fewer days of rest than their opponents throughout the course of the year, which is the most in 20 years in the National Football League. You had 5 primetime games, you had a terrible rest differential, and you went up against a rugged slate of teams. And I'm just looking at their games next year. As I mentioned before, you have the AFC South and the NFC South, which neither of those divisions historically is very good.
There's nobody terrifying in those divisions.
So you're getting Tennessee, no quarterback, Jacksonville,
come on.
Carolina, you got to be kidding me. And New Orleans, who has no real quarterback as of now. Those are 4 of your opponents and your crossovers next year. The 4th place team in the NFC North, bear down Chicago Bears.
Yep.
The 4th place team in the NFC East, the Fighting Gables.
The New York Giants.
And then the 4th place team in the AFC North, which is probably the Cleveland Browns.
Okay. And oh, by the way, you play in the putrid NFC West.
Correct.
So 6 of your games, you just said like that's practically the entire schedule.
Right.
There's nobody good on it.
I mean,
there's not one really hard team. I mean, maybe
you go to Houston.
They'll play Houston.
But
Houston. That's not like, I don't consider that. That's not like going to Baltimore. That's not like going to Buffalo.
Right.
It's not like going to Detroit. They're good. I'm not saying the Niners go 17-0, but if that's their schedule next year, good Lord.
You go to New York Giants as it sits now. You go to the Cleveland Browns. You go to Tampa. Those are so you do have a little bit more travel.
Okay.
You go to New Orleans and you go to Indy and to Houston, and then your usual slate of NFC West.
Oh, join us at 4:45, by the way.
I can't wait. Just looking at the teams, and teams are allowed to get better. And Atlanta, boy, they sure looked better yesterday with the left-hander, Michael Penix Jr.
He looked good. Now, he is playing half of an NFL team known as the Giants, but he looked very, very good. I am like this year's draft class, maybe. I don't know how everybody feels about Caleb right now. It's a little touch and go back and forth.
I know how I feel.
Jaden reestablished himself big time yesterday. That's kind of, to me, that was the last brick on the wall that I needed to see, which was because he played through injury earlier this year. Things are getting a little wobbly. to start doing the come from behind against a high quality opponent. I know Jalen Hurts
was fun.
It was so much fun. Unless you had Jalen Hurts on your fantasy team.
Did he get concussed? Is that what happened?
He sure did. He sure did, and he tried to come back. He put his helmet back on, and then they're like, no, go to the locker room.
Because I'm following your matchup in fantasy against Lucas because I'm out of it. And, throughout the day, whatever, you pull your phone out, and I'm looking, and I saw Jalen Hurts had 4.7 or whatever, and I couldn't see if it was a Q or an O next to him.
It was a Q.
And by the time I saw it was an O.
Yeah.
And I thought, this poor sap, he's got no chance. And I checked back in, and you kept hanging around.
I had all the other guys kind of do the darn thing, but it's probably still not going to be enough. But that's okay. But anyway,
Jaden Daniels.
The Eagles' defense is still the Eagles' defense, and Jaden went up and down the field and looked fantastic and had 5 touchdown throws. That's a dude. Now, Penix, we've watched play one game.
Yep.
But
Bo Nix looks good.
Bo Nix, yes. It looks really encouraging as opposed to, some of the other years like the 49ers and the Trey Lance year where I thought that quarterback group got more buzz, and they are way worse.
Yeah.
There might have been none. I don't know if Trevor Lawrence is a guy.
Yeah.
Jury is very out, and he's the only one who has a shot to be a guy. The rest of them, we've made up our mind.
And that, though, becomes the cautionary tale for many fans about the Niners because he was number 1 overall. He looked great. Brock Purdy was not number 1 overall, and he looked great. And Jacksonville we're going to pay this guy, and they did. And since they paid him, he hasn't been very good.
No.
And so that is where Niner fans, I'm sure, are holding their collective breath of giving a guy $55 million and having him not get back to where he was,
I'm sitting here. If you look around the league, I understand where a lot of you are coming from, where there's guys getting paid and you're like, I don't know if that guy's worth it. Yeah, you might be right, but it can also still be the right thing to do. Very much so. That's the market. And if you do want to say, I am only paying the Josh Allens, the Patrick Mahomes, the Burrows, the Lamars. If you want to put in Herbert, I'm only paying those guys. Well, fine. Then no one's getting extended. That's it. No one's getting extended. The Lions were looking for a QB this year, even though they were the favorites, right? He's not getting extended. The Arizona Cardinals stink. Kyler got extended. This is all over the league. You mentioned Trevor Lawrence. It's everywhere. Tua. Larry in Roseville next up on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Larry. Thank you for calling.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. You guys are killing it today, man. I thank you so much. Hey, look, my question is, so we paid Ayuk this $30 million deal, and he didn't look that good beforehand, but now we're going to pay Brock Purdy $60, and I love Brock Purdy. Don't get me wrong. I think he's a really good quarterback. I think it's been a real unfortunate year for a lot of us. I'm 53 years old, man. I've been doing this a long time. I don't want to go through another 4 or 5 years of the Tom Sula type era. So my question to you guys, I'll take off air, is if we pay this man $60 million, are we going to have any money to keep Hawk or Greenlaw?
Larry, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Larry. And you're going to get the answer on the air, whether you like it or not.
Go ahead. Give it to him.
You can still pay them.
Of course.
And they have the most cap room in the National Football League, and if you pay him $60, let's just pretend you're going to give him $60 a year. It's not really $60. It's not fully guaranteed, and you're going to make it so he gets a big old signing bonus. The Niners have a lot of cash, and so you shovel him cash, and that number gets prorated throughout the life of the deal, and you structure it to where after 2 or 3 years, if it's not going great, you can get out from under it. So even if it's $5 and $300 million, he's not going to ever recoup $300 million over 5 years.
This can very easily, to me, call it a 4-year extension worth $220 million, but the guarantee is about 120. The guarantee is about 120. You can get out of it after 2 years if something's going really haywire, and then the structure of it and how much is going to him each year and what other space you have created. See, this stuff gets boring, convoluted, and none of us are experts on it. But if you do that, yes, you still have flexibility and maneuverability for other players. The 49ers are not going to sign a contract where they're like, well, that's the end of that. I guess we don't get any other players. They're not going to do that.
Bad teams do.
The Cowboys did.
Arizona did it. The Cowboys did it.
Or at least
Cleveland did it.
Cleveland guaranteed the life of it,
right?
Which is what you can't do. Dallas is claiming that they don't have any other money. I don't buy it. And if you structured it that way, that was dumb. But Dallas's run game is all you need to know. That's all you need to know about that team. They paid Dak, they paid CD. They cannot get 2 yards. They can't get 2 yards.
And now Dak's not playing, and what's that good for? The contract you just described is already out there, and it's actually a really good contract. It's Jordan Love, 4 years, $220 million. The signing bonus is $75 million, which they prorated over 5 years. And the guaranteed at signing is a clean $100 million.
There you go.
And if you look at the contract, after 3 years, there's an out. In year 4, the cap hit is $42 million. In year 5, the cap hit is $74 million. The Green Bay Packers in 2028 are not going to pay Jordan Love $74 million to be quarterback.
Might.
The base salary is $44 million.
I know, but if somebody is already making $60 this year, 5 years from now, you may love Jordan Love.
Yes, pun intended.
He looks good.
Right, but if you do love him at that point, when you get to that juncture of the contract, you tear up the last 2 years, and then you start it over doing what you have already done.
Maybe, probably. I'm just saying that $74 million 5 years from now might not sound that crazy.
No, you're right. If he's the MVP.
That's what Steph Curry is going to make at age 37 or something like that. He's going to make north of 60.
Plus, yeah.
So
the cap hit would be 74.2 for Love, but the point is, this is what you do. You give him $100 million that's guaranteed no matter what. It's 55 average annual fine, but this year, for example, the cap hit for Jordan Love, $20.7 million. Manageable.
Totally. Leroy in Oakland. Hi, Leroy. Thank you for calling.
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, lifelong 49er fan here.
Right on, man.
And, yeah, I'm 54 years old, so I've been watching for a while, and, I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think Kyle Shanahan's a good quarterback, a good coach or a great coach? I think he's a pretty good coach, borderline great coach. I think we have good to great coaches and players on our team. To me, the problem has been, I've always said, you never know how good a Kyle Shanahan player is going to be because he's never going to give them too much. And what I mean is, I think Purdy will always be around 28 attempts. I think Kittle will always be around 4 or 5 targets. I think Ayuk will always be around maybe 5 or 6 targets. Like, he'll never milk anything when it gets hot because he likes to spread stuff around and spread it out. And I always just chalk it up as we'll never know how good guys can fully be. And it just frustrates me because I'm like, I don't know what I want to do because of that, if that makes sense, guys.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, Leroy, thanks so much. I just think that's an offensive philosophy, not so much like I want to spread it around. It's just a byproduct of the way that the 49ers play offense. They do run the ball a lot. So I don't think that's so much about the individuals, and I don't think it means just because their stats may not pop off your fantasy page that means we can't find out how good they can be. We have absolutely found out how good George Kittle can be.
Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer.
I thought he was the best tight end in the league for the last 7 years.
Yeah.
So
it's not about numbers. It's about efficiency. And when this offense is at its absolute best, look at last year. The targets were spread evenly. McCaffrey had, 20 touchdowns last year?
Yeah, he was
McCaffrey, Debo, and Kittle last year were unbelievable contributors to the offense. And this year, it's only been Kittle.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 888-957-9570. Forget the numbers. Do you want to sign up for Brock? And if not, then what? We'll keep chatting about this. Also, think it's important coming up next for you to hear what George Kittle said after the game because it's relevant for what the Niners do next. So that's all coming up on Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, that's my mindset. Is it doesn't matter who's out there. We have what it takes to win and move the chains and put up points and give our team a chance to win. That's my mindset, and so that's where I'm hard on myself. Is we've had some guys that have been banged up and all that, and then we haven't been able to get it done. I'm just hard on myself when it comes to that, and it hurts. But that's the NFL, man, and I know that I'm capable of pulling through and winning these kind of games, regardless of who's out there. It's just in the moment, man, I gotta just be better and take what the defense gives me and continue to build guys up as we go. So learning a lot. It hurts going through it kind of thing, but I still have all the faith in the world and what we can do moving forward, and we still have 2 games left to go showcase ourselves and who we are.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
2 games left to showcase who they are, says Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
Sounds like he's planning on playing both of those football games.
I would imagine it's ultimately not up to him, but if he wants to go out there and play, I would imagine they're going to give him the opportunity.
And also, here's George Kittle after the game yesterday. Listen to this.
Football is really difficult. When the ball doesn't bounce your way, when you have turnovers and you're not forcing turnovers, you get to play at a very elite level, if that's what's going to happen during the game. And we have not been playing at that elite level. And we have to continue to strive to get better every single week. And while we are eliminated, we still have 2 weeks of football left. And, if I have football in front of me, I'm going to play as hard as I possibly can. And I'm going to try to get the guys around me to do that same thing.
George Kittle and Brock Purdy, and I know they're players, and I know that they're supposed to say and supposed to feel a certain way and the way players are wired and all that. Call me campy, Dibs. I buy it. I really think that for those guys, for all of these guys, if we believe in the idea of team, there is value in that group, the highest levels of that group, going out there for these next 2 weeks and trying to find a better way to execute what it is they're trying to do. I just think there's value in that, and I totally get your point. And if instead of picking at 11, they pick at 14, I'm okay with it. I just am. I'm totally okay with it if this group, who is your core, gets something out of it going forward.
There is value in everything. And these 2 games don't only have to be about the value of Kittle and Purdy and Fred Warner and the rest of them. There's value in having other players who haven't played as much, or maybe a quarterback. You have Tanner Mordecai, who you may want to see what he can do. Forget Dobbs and Allen. You kind of know who they are as pros, but across the board, there are other players I do think that can get value by going out there and playing football. Now, Kittle and Fred Warner are interesting cases where Fred Warner doesn't miss games. I believe he's missed 1 game his whole career.
Right.
He's played the entire year on a fractured ankle, so he's going to play. I would dare any of the coaches to try to keep him off the field. He's like the reverse Devondre Campbell, where even if they told him that he's not allowed to play, he still would sneak his way out there. And I think that George Kittle is similar in that he's playing for, not that he's playing for individual records, but every time he goes out there and plays, he is climbing the list and climbing charts in a certain way. So yeah, he wants to go out there and play because he's a football player and the rest of it. And the other piece of it is, through attrition and injury, you're already playing a lot of the younger guys, and I get that.
Exactly.
Your offensive line, you ended up with Zakel, and you had Moore playing for Trent, and he got hurt. Banks is going to be a free agent. He got hurt. So there's a lot of guys that you're already playing because you don't have a choice. So I get that. I'm hesitant to throw Brock Purdy out there for both of these games just so I can have him go out there and see what he can do in live action.
888-957-9570. We can get into that. We're also still talking out just the idea of, it's funny, I think Matt Hagan was the one who tweeted out last night, just close your eyes. Forget the money. Forget the money, which is really a great exercise because, quite frankly, the 55 and 60, we get all hung up on it, and it's funny money, and it's fake, and it's not exactly what's going to determine anything for the roster going forward. Like it will if the Niners sign a bad contract. Don't think they will. But what he said was just close your eyes and ask yourself if you want Brock Purdy as your quarterback.
Right.
So do that. Do you? But I'm trying to push that conversation further, which is if your answer's no, then what? Like, is there a realistic backup plan B for the 49ers at quarterback for those of you who don't think that an extension for Brock is the right thing to do. I don't think there is. I don't think there's a realistic, sensible thing to do that still keeps you as a viable team next year at all.
It depends on what you look at.
I'm open to hearing what everyone has to say.
And you can think that it's Josh Dobbs or Brandon Allen, and you can think that that would be as good or a lateral move from Brock Purdy. I disagree. You can say Sam Darnold, but he may or may not actually be free at the end of this year. You can talk about trading for Kirk Cousins, and you could say that Kyle's always been covetous of Kirk Cousins. I don't think that that's the answer unless he suddenly gets younger and healthier in the offseason.
He looks awful.
And if you want to look at the other free agents that are out there, pull up the list in your free time and make sure you have a barf bag near you because none of them are any good. And you can also say, well, we'll just go in the draft and we're going to make it right this time. We're going to trade up. We're going to get Shedeur Sanders.
No, you're not.
Well,
you're not.
Trade up and get Shedeur.
No, you can't. The New York Giants aren't giving you that pick for anything. Well, they won't give you that pick for anything.
Even if you want to dream that dream, you send them Nick Bosa and 2 firsts. I don't think that that's the answer either. So you can come up with what you think is a solution. And personally, I don't think any of those options are as good as what you already have.
Let's go to Dre in Lemoore. Hey, Dre, thank you for the call, man. What's going on?
Oh, not much. Just still disappointed about yesterday's game. Hey, guys, first I wanted to wish you both a Merry Christmas and everybody there at the station.
Thank you so much, and to you as well.
Okay. Hey, I've always been a big Purdy supporter, and, I say we pay him whatever the market value is. Hopefully it's not a break-the-bank type thing. Like you guys are saying, it's funny money. But I really have lost some confidence in the guy over the last several weeks. That last interception, he really shat the bed. I mean, come on. Where are you throwing the ball, Brock? And I'm thinking
yeah, Dre, thanks very much for that. Can we just the last throw to you, that's fully on Brock or not?
Well, it's not ever fully on anyone.
I mean, he got hit as he's throwing the football.
Right. Don't throw it. Check it down. If you look at, and I understand Greg Cosell broke down what happens in a play, and the check down is the last option, but when you look at Brock and he drops back and he's got pressure from his right, and then Calais Campbell comes right up the middle. You've got Kittle open underneath. You got Patrick Taylor about 5 yards running across. You can check it down. You don't have to, knowing that the heat is on, take a risk that didn't need to be made at that point.
You can get hit on a check down too. Like another, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that prevents it. I don't know.
There's nobody around. I was looking at the play
flying
earlier.
Straight up in the air. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was looking at the play again, and it's not as easy as, here's pressure. Check it down. But I'm seeing Brock too often hold it and try to put the cape on. You're talking about putting the cape on. This is a throw where if there's 14 seconds left in the game, fine. You're at the 2-minute warning and you've got timeouts and you're at the 47-yard line. You didn't need to make that risk of a throw.
No, but if he saw it, like I do, I would like a quarterback, if you see it, like do it. Go for it. You know what I mean? I think that's akin to you saying, hey, Kyle Shanahan, it's 4th and inches on the opening drive and you're at your own 40. Why don't you grab one? Why don't you grab some guts?
Yep.
So same thing here, man. And again, this isn't to pass off anything that Brock ever does. Anyone with eyes knows he hasn't been as good this year. He's said it. He's admitted it. But if we're going to talk about the problems on offense, my God, it's very obvious to my eyes. It's the offensive line. It doesn't mean that everyone else is excused. Ayuk took everybody on a bad journey this year. Debo has been a wild disappointment. Brock has been a much lesser version of himself. Kyle Shanahan has had a bad year. I can admit all of those things and then say this part. The offensive line is the freaking biggest problem. And to me, it's not even close.
Well, and this from the Shanahan press conference today, and thank you, Lucas, for sharing this. Aaron.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
I'm not used to being the guy. I didn't jump it.
Do it.
Aaron Banks and Jalen Moore out for the next 2 games. Additionally, Trent Williams' season is done. He's out with the ankle.
Yep.
So your offensive line that couldn't protect Brock last night, yesterday afternoon, late in that game, is going to be that same patchwork group. And you would just want to throw Brock out there behind a bunch of 2s and 3s?
I understand your concern.
This cements my point for me even more.
Well, it's funny because to me it cements the point that you were trying to make in the preseason.
Completely different situation.
And you can argue that, but my concern was exactly what your concern is now, which is that putting Brock Purdy out there in front of bus drivers and grocery store clerks is a little scary in games that don't count. Now, we can both do turnabout as fair play because these games don't count, at least not for the Niners. They do for the people playing them. The last one doesn't. I'd be more open to listening on that one than I am on this one. But again, to me, live action football and also circumstantially because it's been a bad year, I'd love to see these guys continue to play together and see if they can figure some things out. I hear your point.
Yep.
I really do.
Playing in the preseason is much more of a preparatory situation for the regular year, and it's risky. Anytime you play football, it's risky, but I'd rather play Brock Purdy with 2s and 3s in the preseason so he can at least get his feet under him and get some comfort heading into the year, as opposed to week 17, you're playing for nothing, and you're going to have, it looks like, McKivitz and Pooney and Brendel and Zakel and maybe Austin Pleasance elevated from the practice squad?
Somebody who's a big person will be there.
With a number north of 50 and south of 79.
And I will share your, I think, warranted concern.
Yeah.
And I will take the chance. Yes.
Yes,
I will.
I mean, I don't have the choice, but if I did, I wouldn't take the chance because
I get it.
If you like Brock Purdy and you're going to sign him to a long-term deal, then this is what you do.
I mean, dude, if you're going to be a great quarterback in this league, you got to be able to handle stuff like this. There's going to, even if your offensive line is exactly who you want it to be, they're going to have bad days. People are going to break through the line. They're going to get you. You got to go play football and keep yourself safe. And he has largely, except for one time, which I would argue was pretty circumstantial, but
he missed a game this year too with the shoulder.
Yeah, but I mean that's just football. Like as far as the catastrophic injury thing, I think he knows how to take care of himself on the football field. And but I get your point. Let's also add that Kyle said today it is very likely that they will shut Dre Greenlaw down.
Yeah.
For the remainder of the year. And if he's saying that that's likely, I don't know why he phrases it that way. That means that's what they're doing. They're shutting Dre Greenlaw down for the rest of the year, and they should.
Well, then I would like to see them immediately come out and announce a contract extension for Dre Greenlaw because
I think they got to negotiate that first.
Well, it shouldn't be that difficult. I mean,
it should. Dre's probably got something to say about it.
Fine, but I don't know how much leverage he has where he's played. He played about not even 3/4 of football this year. He played a half, got hurt, played a couple of series and got hurt. And I guess there would be some sort of a market out there for a guy.
Yeah,
but
like the intrigue is that when he went out there against the Rams, Kyle's words, he was the best player on the field.
Oh, he was phenomenal.
He was fantastic.
I was in the press box eating, and you were getting soaked with the lovely Christy.
Yeah.
That host is wet.
Take it easy now.
No, it was rainy.
Yeah. I
don't normally work blue around the holidays.
Anyway.
That's untrue.
No, totally. Anyway, point is, someone would be interested. You're right that it's going to depress the money. I don't think there's a huge money deal for him because of the concerns over this, but the talent is there and it immediately flashed. So it's more, to me, it's not a question of ability. It's a question of what's the doctor project? What do the doctors say?
This news to me indicates that they are going to sign him and there's some sort of a handshake deal in place. Because if I'm Dre Greenlaw and I'm unsure about my future in the NFL, I would want to go out there and put some more good tape out there. And, the 49ers, they don't have to play him, but if he's at all questionable, if this was a playoff game, I think Trent Williams would be playing.
I think you're probably right.
I think Dre Greenlaw would be playing.
That one I don't know.
I don't know the severity of it.
It's pretty scary coming off Achilles that he's gone out there twice and played about a quarter, and both times the legs have not started feeling good.
Right, and the report is this is the other side. And
it is. It's the calf on the other side. You
last year he had the right Achilles flare up, and then he blew out the left one, and then the left one got repaired, and now he comes back, and it's the right one again. which is the same one that was kind of flaring up last year before the left one went. So, you're right.
Yeah. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. Anthony Slater is going to be on with us in less than 45 minutes, and there is a Warrior game tonight, and there's plenty to discuss there. Shoy Babbit is also going to come on the show later today, and if those of you are out there and you would like to, before we all head for the hills for the holidays, I know it's a very, very emotional day, especially in the East Bay this weekend with the all too soon passing of Ricky Henderson, and everyone has stories and perspective to share. We're here for you. There's going to be plenty of time for that. And so if you would like to express something, a memory or anything about Ricky Henderson, we're going to have some time for that here real soon, coming up in probably about 15 minutes or so. So we would like to invite all of you to do that. Steel Toe in San Mateo is next up on the line. What up, Steel Toe? What are you doing?
Oh, yeah, I'm just enjoying my afternoon. Thank you so much, Mark and Diz. I love the conversation, but it's gonna we're gonna kind of reveal a harsh reality. Even if you pay Brock or whatever, I think the secret's out. They're not going to make the playoffs next year if they bring back Brock Purdy.
Why do you think that?
The reason why Brock Purdy was doing well was because he was a new quarterback and they didn't know his tendencies. Now they know the tendencies. They don't throw the ball deep, and he has a bad offensive line. So the secret is kind of out. It's kind of like the comic book hero Superman. Superman is unbelievable, but once you know he has kryptonite can kill him, a little kid with a slingshot could kill Superman.
Steel Toe, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? You said that he's got a bad offensive line, so the secret is out. Well, what if they came back with a good offensive line? Wouldn't that then mean that the secret is not out?
He needs to have the deep ball throw to catch the defense. He doesn't throw the ball deep.
He actually has been throwing it.
Doesn't do that.
Well, but the data suggests that this year that's not accurate, Steel Toe. Like Dan was just saying a little bit ago that he thinks Brock's throwing it downfield too much this year. Dan? It's my last chance to do that this year. Sorry.
They're not doing it correctly, and he doesn't have chemistry with his deep ball. The deep ball guy is Brandon Ayuk, and so he's not doing it well. It's either Kyle Shanahan needs a stronger arm quarterback, or change his offense, or get a new. Get a whole new coach. And I like Dick Vanjo. I want the Super Bowl winner defensive coordinator. Whoever wins this Super Bowl, that's the defensive coordinator I want as our head coach. It's got to change. The whole secret is out. Everybody knows their kryptonite.
Okay. Yeah, Steel Toe. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's actually 8th in the league in intended air yards per pass attempt, which means how far the ball flies in the air when you intend to throw it past the line of scrimmage, which is a little down from last year, but in terms of completions in air yards, he's number 2 behind Sam Darnold.
Yeah, and I also think that the reason they're not throwing, if you're not liking the way things look downfield, it would be the lack of speed receivers, and you can certainly put that on the 49ers philosophically and in terms of who they have picked, and add in the Brandon Ayuk injury if you want. But I don't think that we can grab all of those factors that he just threw out there and say, switch the quarterback, switch the coach, and then you'll come back and things will be great. In fact, conceptually, what about this? He said, I want to hire whoever is the Super Bowl winning defensive coordinator. All right. I personally, in this day and age of the NFL, I would never hire a defensive-minded head coach. Wouldn't do it, period. I flat out look around the league, and I'm not saying you can't do it, but I'd argue that the majority of the good coaches and the majority of the teams that are playing really well are offensive-minded people. Go around the league. LaFleur, offense. O'Connell, offense. Dan Campbell, played tight end. Andy Reid, offensive play caller. Jim Harbaugh, played quarterback.
John Harbaugh. Special teams.
Yeah, a little bit of both there. Sean McDermott.
Mike Tomlin, defense.
Right, is defensive-minded, but I'd argue that Sean McDermott has been an underachiever. Like, Sean McVay looks like he's going to win the division again somehow. Give me an offensive-minded head coach, because that's what is working more often than not right now in the NFL.
For me, it just depends on how you want to construct it, and I think Dan Campbell's a great example. And yes, he played tight end, but he's neither the offensive nor the defensive coordinator.
Right, he's neither. That's true.
He is Dan Campbell. We're going to bite a kneecap, and whatever he's doing, it works. And I was telling you about a family friend who's on the staff, and I look forward to seeing him this weekend down at Levi's. And, you know, what he's telling me about what's going on in that building is, I mean, they are loving it. And yes, when you win, it's easy to love.
Sure.
So I don't think that every coaching staff has to be cut out the same way. And the thing about Kyle Shanahan, and I've said this now for weeks and weeks, I would like him to get some help. Doesn't mean he has to give up play calling. Doesn't mean he has to give up head coaching duties. But I think that he's taking on too much in terms of game management, offensive play design, play calling, and the rest of it. I see things that are slipping through the cracks this year that don't have to be that way.
A little bit over a half hour, Anthony Slater is going to join us. Slates. Also, I want to tell you it's time for Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. The Warriors on Saturday, that win in Minnesota, 16 3-pointers. That means it's another donation from Pettinelli to the Autism Society, San Francisco, and that is the 6th donation of the season for Triples for Autism. Steph Curry led the way. He hit 7. Buddy Hield had 3. Pods and Kuminga, 2 apiece. Throw in a couple from others, and bang, that's enough for another Pettinelli donation to the Autism Society, San Francisco. And another opportunity tonight with the Pacers in town here at Chase Center to make a donation to autism yourself or to get involved. Go to sfautismsociety.org. That was Triples for Autism, brought to you by Pettinelli Financial Partners and the Autism Society, San Francisco Bay Area. Pettinelli is here for you, offering financial guidance and support throughout life's milestones. Go to PettinelliFP.com. Also, Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. I bet you have a thing or two you'd love to say about Ricky Henderson.
Oh, so much.
Yeah.
So much to talk about with Ricky.
Yeah, let's do that, because this one is not just sad for all the reasons when we lose someone who means a lot to us. This one really caught us all off guard. He's 65 years old.
Yeah.
And seemingly was in great health, and it was only like a number of weeks ago that he's out there at the departure of the Oakland A's, still giving those fans one last laugh or one last smile.
Yep.
Such an original. One of those people that did some things that if it was someone else doing it, it might be a turnoff a little bit. Like, not everybody can talk in the third person and have it come off as something that's like really engaging, but this guy did that.
Right. And just the way he was as an athlete, just such an elite athlete, and to be able to play for your hometown team, not once, twice, 3 times, but 4 times he was an Oakland A. You played 24 years in Major League Baseball, and I was just looking at some of his numbers to try to put it into some perspective. And
numbers are numbers. What'd you find?
He stole 100 bases as a 39-year-old. He was 39, and he stole 100 bases.
Yeah.
And I think about the stolen base now, and they had to make the bases bigger, and they had to limit throws over just to kind of promote steals again in Major League Baseball. And this guy, would go out there, the man of steel, as they called him, and he just took it to a whole nother level. And then you add in the piece about being a leadoff power threat, which nowadays, you got to put your best hitter, your power guy, number 1. They were doing that with Ricky Henderson because you get on base and steal a base, but he was like the original leadoff power hitter in Major League Baseball.
I think the number was 81. 81 times he led off the game with a home run.
That sounds about right. Still holds the record,
season,
I believe.
Yeah. Oh, he does. He does. Would you like to share a story about Ricky Henderson? Would you like to share what he meant to you, what he might have done for you at a certain time. This is right up our alley in our age bracket too, because it was one of the first baseball cards I wanted when I started collecting at age 6 in 1981. I can still remember the baseball card. It was the Topps cards that had the little hat in the bottom right-hand corner, and on the hat was the name of the team and then the position, and then to the left there was just the name of the player. And Ricky that year just had an up-close picture of his face. That's it. It was not an action shot. You couldn't even see the A's uniform. It was just Ricky. And like I just had started collecting, and that one was a hard one to get, man. And I really, really wanted that card. And anything memorabilia-wise that came in Ricky Henderson was a big part, even as a Giants fan, of growing the game within me. He was a special, special guy. If you've got anything that you'd like to say about Ricky Henderson, we would love to share some things, and we would love to hear from you coming up next at 888-957-9570 on Willard and Dibs.
And
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
888-957-9570 if you'd like to share something about Ricky Henderson. Whether it's a story or just what he meant to you. I think one of the best things you can say about Ricky, there's two things that pop to mind today, and one of them is incredibly fresh. I'll start with just, again, my experience, which is Ricky was an original. It was very obvious right away when you watched him play baseball, we're looking at something that's a little bit different here. And my fear as a Little League player to try to go out there and do what we always do as Little League players, which is mimic the greats of the game. My fear of doing the snatch catch was that I was going to pull the glove back a little bit too early and get hit in the face by the ball. That was my concern. But we're all out there trying it, man. And Ricky made us do that. Ricky made us try a batting stance where it looked like we were doing a yoga pose. And we're going to get down there and see if we could actually make that thing work. And Ricky was bat flipping before there was bat flipping. And there was all those things. But the second thing, Dibs, is I was really struck by listening to people call Steiny and Goo today and hear not what they were saying, but how they were saying it. It was one caller after another that almost had a hard time getting through the call because their voice is starting to quiver and they're reliving their childhood right here on 95.7 The Game. And I thought to myself, man, I don't know what happens to you after you pass away. I really don't. But Ricky would be really touched by this. Listening to people not just talk about, he could turn a walk into a double, but people just talking about talking to him and realizing that thinking of him was taking them down memory lane to a simpler time and all of the things that we always think when we're 50 and we used to be 10.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's kind of what, and so that just, it really struck me today.
And it struck me in a number of different ways. And listening to the callers made me think a lot about just Oakland and the pride of Oakland and the fact that, he moved here when he was 2. And so he basically was from Oakland and, was Oakland high school kid, Oakland Tech, and became one of the great Oakland legends. And one thing about living in Oakland for more than 20 years is there's a certain amount of civic pride in Oakland about, our own people who are from there, who go on and do great things, especially when they go on and do great things back in Oakland. And so there was a tremendous amount of just Oakland pride around Ricky Henderson. And for me, living there for 25 or so years, there's a number of different haunts, venues where I and some of my good friends would go out for an afternoon or an evening cocktail. And occasionally you'd be out and about and you'd look over and you'd look again and you go, oh my God, that's the greatest of all time. And he would just be sitting among the people because he was a man of the people. And there were a couple times where a pool table turned into a crap table. And, Ricky would be in there holding court with a collection of 3 or 4 other people, some of the people who I became friends with over the years. And, to say that he didn't put on airs is understating just exactly what a man of the people he was in Oakland. Just going to any of these various spots, and not only is he fitting in, but he's just one of the fellas. It was never like, I'm Ricky Henderson and I'm this or I'm that. He was just a dude. And so you go up to him and you say hello to him, and you don't even have to worry about autographs or any of the rest of the nonsense. It's just Ricky, and he was just a friendly guy. And so I wouldn't say I got to know him, but I was able to hang out with him a few times, and it's like, this guy's an unbelievable treasure.
Yeah. I never had that honor, that lucky moment or whatever. I never met the man. But a lot of people share the exact same kind of vibe that you just shared. And so that's always, to me, I'm going to believe that. You know what I mean? Like when I hear people, person after person after person after person, say this is who he was, if you ever got the chance to run into him or talk to him, I'm going to hold that in real high regard, man, because that tells you who a person really was, not in the moments that we see in the public eye, in the moments that we don't see in the private eye.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it's it's hard to really make a compare and contrast. But for example, if you talk about Barry Bonds, and Barry doesn't have really the ability or I think the wherewithal to be like that.
Yeah.
I think that he's warmed to people.
It's better now.
It is better. And I've heard a lot of reports from people who are encountering Barry, and I know you've seen Barry out and about.
Yeah.
And I do think that he's made strides to be more approachable and more of a regular guy, but it just speaks to Ricky even more because he was unaware of any other way other than just being Ricky.
I thought of doing, you may already have it in front of you. You may be the expert that can do this. Lucas, do you have the game show music up? Can you name the 9 teams that Ricky played for?
Oh boy.
Just thought I wanted to throw that at you out of the clear blue. 9 baseball teams now, and that does not mean the A's are 4 of them because that's just one. Like 9 different uniforms that Ricky wore.
Yeah.
Dibs.
Well, the A's for sure.
Yep.
And the Yankees.
Yep.
Those are the easy ones, obviously.
Ding, ding.
He won a ring with Toronto. I know that.
Ding.
I recall him being a Padres.
Ding.
Twice with the Padres.
Yeah.
Now's when we get into a little bit of the deep water.
Now we're getting into the weeds.
I mean, it's almost easier to think about teams he didn't play for,
Still
such as the Marlins and the Rays. I don't think he played for.
So you've got 4. There's 5 more. There's 5 more that he played for.
Was he a Dodger?
Ding. Finished his career in 2003 with the Los Angeles Dodgers.
I remember him being a Mets. He was a Mets for sure.
1999 to 2000.
I know Reggie Jackson was an Angels, so I'm going to guess the Angels.
1997. Ding.
Oh, man.
2 more.
2 more?
No pressure. This is going great, dude.
This is going great. Dude, you're 7 for 7.
You know this never ends well. I actually heard a caller earlier today tell a story about him up in Seattle, and I'm going to assume he wasn't a visiting player during that story. I'm going to say the Mariners.
8 for 8, year 2000. One more to go. And because you grew up and still live in the East Bay, your East Bay ties are clear. I'm going to give you no strikes. You got to sweep this sucker. You're here. There's one team. Can you name it?
Well, I'm looking ahead into the new year on a high note, Mark.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to say it. Texas Rangers. Cuckoo. You can put it on. Oh, no!
I'm sorry.
1 was enough.
That
4 was unnecessary.
That's a great inside joke. Or for some of you who spend your life on Instagram, maybe you know that joke. Anyway, no, 2002, the Boston Red Sox. The Boston Red Sox, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
Now, there's a reason I brought this up. Thank you for the music, Lucas.
Other than to make me feel bad?
No, there's a reason I brought...
Close.
Do you all know it? And I'll do I admit, like a terrible job of telling this story, but I know enough about it to sort of at least paraphrase the story.
Okay.
I bring up all the different uniforms he wore because of the John Olerud story. Do you know the John Olerud story? Jim Rome used to tell this story all the time.
The dude who wore a helmet in the field.
Thank you. John Olerud used to play first base, and I actually am not smart enough to know all of the reasons why John Olerud used to wear a helmet in the field. So I may even get the teams wrong, but I think it was when he was with the Mets. John Olerud was the first baseman. And Ricky got into a conversation about John wearing a helmet in the field. And it was kind of like, yo, that's weird. What are you doing, dude? Why you wear a helmet in the field? And he explained himself or whatever. But the funny thing is he said, Ricky, I don't know if you noticed, like, yes, I wear a helmet in the field the same way I used to. Actually, no, this is what Ricky goes, hey, that's funny that you wear a helmet in the field. I used to play with a guy in Toronto who did that. And John was like, Ricky, that was me. And by the way, I played with you in San Diego also.
Oh, my God.
3 times teammate. 3 different cities where they were teammates together. And on the 3rd one, Ricky comes up and goes, dude, what's up with the helmet? I used to play with a guy who did that.
That's so funny. That's perfect.
Which is quintessentially,
no doubt,
Ricky Henderson.
No doubt. It's just such an unbelievable talent, a unique talent, and guy who played 24 seasons in Major League Baseball. And I mentioned earlier that he had a monster year at 39. He led the league in stolen bases as a 39-year-old. Didn't have 100, but he had 69 that year at 39 to lead Major League Baseball. Just an unbelievably gifted athlete and a guy who could have possibly gone on to play college, if not pro football. He was that good of an athlete and just an all-around phenomenal guy. And it just hits you. And I was thinking earlier today about Vita Blue, and we lost Vita. And that was, I thought it was this year. That was last March. So that's been now
it's coming up on 2
months,
years.
right.
Jeez.
And so, and then we're going to talk to Shoy Babbit later today. Shooty's a guy who I know a little bit, and he's a perfect guy to talk to give greater perspective of, you know, life in the 80s with the Oakland A's and certainly Ricky Henderson.
It's a different time, man. Oakland A's were coming out of the 70s, going into the 80s.
Right.
They were the jam.
Yeah.
They were the big dog.
And also just, you know, back at that time to have so many more African Americans playing baseball. And a team with Dave Smoke Stewart.
Sure.
And, you know, Shooty played a year with the A's, and of course Ricky Henderson as well. And
trying to think of who else was that. Like I might be moving more into the late 80s when Ricky wasn't there anymore, but I'm thinking of Tony Phillips. I'm thinking of Mike Davis.
Mike Norris.
Yep.
Is another one.
Dave Henderson obviously had his time with the A's and the Angels. Yeah, man. Just a completely different time. And for this to happen now, literally just months after the A's dropped the curtain on their time in Oakland, you look back at that and you're like, good Lord. Like there was no way to know what the next 30 years were going to hold for that organization. And if you are a newer fan to the Bay, and if you are a baseball fan, and if the A's thing kind of broke your heart, I wish you could have seen that. And that's coming from a Giants fan, man.
Yeah.
I wish you could have seen that, because the idea that that's where the Oakland A's franchise was headed was unthinkable at that time.
Right. And it even going, you know, after the 3 years where they went to the World Series, 3 straight years. And Ricky was on that 89 team. He actually came back mid-year from the Yankees. And Dave Parker, another name, Stan Javier on that team. I'm looking at the Baseball Reference now just to refresh myself, but 88, 89, and 90, they go to the World Series 3 straight years. Ricky wasn't on all 3, but if you looked at those teams at that time and where the Giants were in 92, where they're threatening to go to St. Pete, and it wasn't until, McGowan.
Peter McGowan.
I almost said Bruce McGowan because my radio brain, but thank you, Peter McGowan and the Safeway folks basically saved the Giants. But at that time, 30 years ago, the Giants were drawing what the A's have been drawing of late, almost like 5,000 a night, and the A's were drawing 3 million.
And that's coming off of they were 3 years removed from going to the World Series.
The Giants were,
The Giants were.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the stadium was, a tough visit unless you were really, really into it.
Yeah, Candlestick, you're talking.
Candlestick.
Yep.
Yeah. It was cold.
Yeah.
It was freaking cold, man. Used to give you a button if you made it to the end of a long game.
The quad Candlestick.
Yeah, they'd give you something. Like, good. Can't believe you stayed to the end. Here, have a present.
Yeah. And I wasn't old enough to remember the swinging A's of 72, 3, and 4 when they won 3 in a row. But in the 80s, that was kind of my peak years, and the A's they were the thing, and we would go all the time to A's games. We were a National League household, but my friends and I, you go out to the East Bay and you watch Ricky and you watch Stu and Steinbach and, McGuire and Canseco and Carney Lansford and all the other personalities that were, larger than life. And Ricky was the guy who was at the center of all of it.
Man. And as I said earlier too, I think that, I don't know if anybody either relates to this or even cares about this, but a bit like when I had free time as a kid, we all did the same thing. We got on our bikes and we rode down to, there was a complex that in Foster City that was a Safeway and a Long's. They were right next to each other. Long's ended up being my first job. I worked there, but we would ride to the Safeway on our bikes And that was like the outing that our parents would let us go do. That's about as far as we could go on our own. And we would ride down there and get baseball cards and then ride back. And we would sit down on the edge of the curb and open them up and find out what we got. And Ricky just comes to mind, man, because that was like 1981, 1982, age 6, age 7, age 8. And good Lord, you should see how many cards I have from those years. That's all we did every day, every weekend. It was, let's go get baseball cards. And Ricky was unequivocally one of the top players in the game at that time. And so he was one of about 5 or 6 names of who you really wanted. Who you really, like when you open that thing up, get the bubble gum out of the way, that's who you really, really wanted. And I was always looking for those Ricky cards. So that's just for me, again, that's my entry point as someone who didn't go to a lot of A's games, some A's games, but a Peninsula kid and a Giants fan still had the utmost entertainment from and respect for someone like Ricky Henderson.
I'm looking at that baseball card right now. It's the Topps 1981.
Yes.
Green hat. It says outfield A's and then the name in the lower right. And he looks to be wearing just a
like a practice, like a pullover or something,
it's
right?
Like a green shirt.
Yeah.
It's like just a collared shirt.
Yeah.
Like if he was working at a construction site, he's got a chain underneath and a T-shirt, and the card is basically his giant face and head.
Kind of a magenta or pinkish outline.
Yeah, it's like a blue.
Card. Yeah.
Maybe you're thinking the 82, but either way, like all these old baseball cards, it definitely brings you back, because I'm looking at the 82 Ricky Henderson, and it's him in uniform leading off of first base with his classic hands down in front of him, and the fingers would wiggle, and you knew he was going to go. And
Ricky
pitcher and the
goes.
catcher
That's
knew,
what he used to tell the first baseman. Ricky gone.
and there's no way you're going to get him.
Nope.
So it was pretty much automatic that he was going to steal that bag.
I love it. All right, man. Really, really just, our thoughts gone too soon. And to the family, to the fans, to baseball fans of that era, thoughts with everyone and everything today, especially his birthday was on Christmas.
Yeah.
His birthday was coming up here on Wednesday. He was to be 66 years old. All right, we're going to get ready for Anthony Slater and go through some of the Warriors stuff that really needs talking about, especially with them coming up with a home game tonight right here on 95.7 game against the Indiana Pacers. But before we do that, by the time we've got Warrior basketball, we are going to be knee-deep in Monday Night Football. And you are now officially not hot.
I know.
You picked the Niners over the weekend.
Stupid.
That's a big fat L. But today you bounce back?
Question mark?
Let's find out. Well, the spread is bigger than Texas tonight as the Green Bay Packers are hosting the New Orleans Saints. Somebody will play quarterback. We have no idea who. The weather looks cold, but certainly manageable tonight. The spread, like we said, is big. It's 2 touchdowns and a little bit more, 14.5. The Packers are favored. Dan?
Well, my picks this week have stunk. I'll be fair and honest with you.
Yeah,
4 wins, 10 losses, and 1 push in my pick'em pool. Hasn't gone well for me. And, this is one of those times when I should look at the pick I made and go against it, but I won't. And yet I looked at the pick that I've already made, and I thought, what the hell are you thinking? Because I look at these teams, and Green Bay is far, far better, and New Orleans is going to be quarterbacked by a guy named Rattler. And if your quarterback is going to be rattled, Spencer Rattler, he's a guy who gets rattled very easily, on the road, outdoor, I don't like your chances. Take the Saints and the points.
Wait.
The pick is in.
Wait.
You taking the Saints?
After that?
And 14.5.
The whole buildup was...
He's going to get rattled.
The Saints are terrible. Right. They're nowhere near as good. He's going to get rattled. Take the Saints?
I locked it up.
What are we doing?
Hey, 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 hey. All right.
A lot of points.
Yeah, it is. It's too many points for an NFL game, but this is the right spot to do it.
Yeah. I mean, New Orleans defense has been pretty good for the majority of the year.
Yeah.
And
all right.
You look at the EPA numbers in there. They're pretty good. Not BPA.
What does East Palo Alto got to do with this?
Expected points added.
Oh, who cares?
Spencer Rattler going to get rattled kakoosh.
Exactly.
Yeah, and they're going to lose 31-17. 31-17. It's a cover.
They're not scoring 17. They're scoring 0.
Yeah, you're dreaming.
I need them to score 0.
You need multiple pick sixes.
Or fumble rumbles.
Block punts.
Yeah.
Do block punts count?
Yeah, do we have special teams in our little ditty, Lucas?
Yeah.
Really?
Defense / special teams.
Okay. So what if they return a punt for a touchdown?
Sure.
Okay.
That's 6.
All right. All right. Cuckoosh.
Yep. There you go.
Whatever.
It's going to get rattled.
All right. We should probably get ready to discuss this with Anthony Slater, our good friend, our Warrior insider, The Athletic. The coverage is great. After the game on Saturday, and Steve Kerr had said, hey, young players, you play with Steph. Pass the ball. And then Brandon Pajemski said this.
When I'm out there, if I'm open, I shoot it. If not, I make play. I don't really look too much into, I know we have Steph Curry on the court, and if he's open, I'm going to throw the ball to him. But, yeah, I don't really look too deep into those messages.
Yeah, but then you did look too deep into it because this ended up, that comment right there called for a follow-up, lengthy Instagram post about all the, oh boy. And so right now, the idea of trading young players momentarily feels like the momentum is at an all-time high. But let's find out. Let's talk to Anthony and get some of the intel. Shoy Babbit is going to join us shortly after 5 o'clock as well. So plenty on Ricky Henderson. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. This is Willard and Dibs.
Curry comes across the timeline. Curry weaving behind Jackson Davis. Uses him as a moving shield. Pass to Jackson Davis. Left corner Wiggins up top. Schroeder. Pass to Curry. Top side triple. Yes! He got another one. 107-96. The Warrior bench explodes out of the floor. And Stephen Curry has words of Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays for the crowd here at the Target Center.
Okay, thank you, Steph. Yeah, it's Willard, but whatever. You can call me whatever you want. You're Steph. I get it. When Steph's on your team, you pass the ball, dude. You don't worry about what he's doing, okay? Before Anthony Slater joins us, can we let our audience hear, if you didn't hear what Steve Kerr had to say after, and this is after victory now.
Right.
After the victory in Minnesota, here's Steve Kerr.
You know, I love the possession where Steph got off the ball and we went swing. You know, I think he threw it to either Trace or Gary in the pocket. Swing to Wiggs. Wiggs swings it to Dennis. It comes back to Steph. That's the game right there. And that's what we're trying to impart on our young players. You know, we have Steph Curry on our team, you know, so pass the ball, move the ball. And if Steph gets off it early because he's gained an advantage, now the defense is scrambling. And this is how we've played for 10 years. And it's important for our young players to understand we don't need contested 17-footers with 12 on the shot clock. Right, that's a bad shot. And I talked to our guys about that during several timeouts. It's something we have to recognize and get better with it. When you have Steph Curry on the team, you pass the ball. Because pass it 2 or 3 times, the defense is scrambling, all hell breaks loose. So it's a choice. We can either do that and win games, or we can shoot, you know, a whole bunch of 15-foot contested shots in the middle of the shot clock and be a lousy NBA team. It's up to us, and we are hammering that point home with our team.
Woo, okay, so how do Pods and Kuminga take that? What does it all mean? Let's hang with our guy, our Warrior insider, the athletic Anthony Slater, joins us on the River Islands guest line. Hey, happy holidays, Slates. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up? How are you?
We are doing great, man. What's that all mean? And you know, let's be real here. With all of the trade chatter, to hear something like that, I think it makes people wonder what is the current frustration level, if you would use that word, with Steve Kerr with regard to his young players.
I got to talk to a cop real quick because I am driving and I'm right now outside the arena. Will you give me 1 second? Can I call you back?
You darn right we will. Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Okay. You tell that cop to listen to Willard and Dibbs.
Just all you have to do is let him know it's Anthony Slater and you get right through. It's, you know, you play the do you know who I am card and it's.
Can you please turn that into a rejoin?
Have you guys?
That was incredible.
I will. Has anyone ever been pulled over while calling a show you've worked?
Has anyone ever been pulled over?
No, because that's the first place my mind went. I thought he was getting pulled over.
Maybe he is. Or maybe he's pulling up to the arena and needs to speak to a security guard.
Definitely that.
So that he can get into the special Slate's parking lot that he has for him.
No doubt.
Yeah.
And, you know, that's just the way it's going to be. And I'm surprised he's even available at this late hour because, you know, tip time is, 7 o'clock here? And so you'd figure he'd already be at the arena or he'd be...
I mean, we're just coming up on 5 o'clock here. He's okay.
No, he's more than okay.
He's Slates.
Exactly.
He knows where he's going.
One of the best in the business. So you lock in on a Pacer game tonight. But your question's an interesting one about the frustration level because, you know, that's something that it's a hard one to teach, but at the same time, these younger players have to understand it. It's not that you can't shoot a 17-footer. It's that early in the shot clock, we don't want to shoot a contested 17-footer. We want to give Steph at least one more opportunity to run around. And Steve even gave the example of, you know, you get it in the pocket and then it's a couple ball reversals and it's moving around and then Steph gets another chance to maybe be the guy to get involved.
I don't know that it's frustration, or is it not? Draymond Green was out. Kuminga still didn't start. Brandon Podziemski has been the subject matter of some frustrated press conferences already this year. So I don't know if those are the words. But let's first go live back out to Anthony Slater to find out if he's been arrested, ticketed, or if he's just in the parking lot. What's the answer, Slates?
I'm right outside the arena. No, I was stopping to the side of the road to do the interview with you, but I guess I needed to get in a better parking spot.
So this was like an airport type thing where it was like, move along, young man.
Yeah, these game nights, it gets a little wild out here. So.
I got it. All right, so back to the question at hand. How is Steve feeling about Kuminga and Pods and others right now?
Look, to me, and I'm probably going to ask him this when he talks in about 25 minutes, whatever it is. I thought that was a Kuminga comment. I know that it was kind of painted. I think it was presented to Podziemski, so that's made it seem like it was more Pods. And sure, Pods at times this year has had questionable shot selection, but the 15-foot contested, shot is what Kuminga's been taking a lot of lately in an inefficient way. And that, to me, particularly seemed directed towards him, not Podziemski.
And even when you look at it in totality, is it a bigger issue with the team, or is it more focused on the younger guys? And I'm curious what you thought of Pods and his response on Instagram, because it sure seemed like Pods thought that comment was directed at him.
Yeah, well, I think he was asked about it in the press conference, and I think then he obviously had the answer, and I think that started its own little wildfire, and I think that had more people pointing the finger towards him, which, again, like you mentioned it, he's been roasted by name a couple times in press conferences this year, but I just didn't think that one was towards him. So I think it's, generally, like I said, I think that one was a Kuminga thing and how he's kind of played offensively lately. But this is what they, I think, kind of dragged themselves into with this 2-timeline thing that we've been talking about now for 3-4 years. But, you have young guys, particularly right now with Jonathan Kuminga, is trying to ascend in his career, figure out where he's going, get a big contract. We all know it's a contract year. We know what he wants to be as a player. And sometimes that doesn't, there's friction towards what the Warriors need him to be, right? They want him to be the Sean Marion, the just, sprint up and down the court and slash and never be featured offensively and just be a hustle wing. Well, he's not yet 29 years old. He's not yet, I always like the comparison to Aaron Gordon. Y'all remember Aaron Gordon on the Magic compared to Aaron Gordon on the Nuggets?
Yeah.
Aaron Gordon got to explore what he was and what he wasn't in Orlando. And then eventually came to the point of I'm kind of an inefficient feature scorer. Hey, maybe I can go be a hustle defensive wing in Denver around Jokic. I think that's probably where Kuminga will be at 28, 29 years old. But he hasn't gotten the Orlando Magic opportunity, right, to figure out who he is and who he isn't in the league. And there's a belief from him. He works on his skills all summer to score. He wants to be a big 22 point per game type scorer in the league. And at times, especially when he maybe feels minimized and he's maybe not as a part of the group, when he gets thrown on the court for 18 minutes, some nights he's like, I'm just going to chuck some 18 footers. I'm going to get my work in, and what happens the other night happened. And then Steve clearly voiced it.
Slates and Anthony Slater is with us. So it was probably it feels like it was about 10 days ago that you came on this station and said, we're going into information gathering season on Jonathan Kuminga. All right. What information have we gathered?
I thought that they pulled the rug out from under him much quicker than I thought. And I do think that the Schroeder trade kind of initiated the rotation domino that sent him back to the bench. But I mean, y'all heard the same press conference I heard, right? When they were like, he's up next and we're about to feature him. And what do you think a young guy like Kuminga thinks when he hears that? I'm about to get a runway. I'm finally going to get this opportunity. Wow. Draymond Green is saying he wants to step aside to see. And then how many games did he start? 4 or 5? Which, by the way, I thought he was pretty good in. I mean, I think defensively at times you can say it was a question mark. But what did we learn about him? I mean, I think we learned that the Warriors really aren't ready to feature him. And maybe you could view it as it was this, mini showcase that they were hoping would take hold better. But he went right back, away from him. I mean, they've gone away from him now, and that probably won't help his trade value necessarily. But it's clear that they think that helps them win games on a nightly basis.
It probably doesn't help his confidence either. And I wonder, Anthony, if you think just from a basketball style standpoint, if he's not the right fit, because, the cut we played coming in, Steve was talking about the ball, the movement and the players and the reversal and the rest of it. Doesn't seem like his game fits that style. Does that ultimately become the biggest sticking point in Kuminga fitting with this team?
Yeah, well, there are things he does that really fit what they do need, right? We know how much they need, athleticism, rim pressure, downhill stuff that at times in certain games in his career, for long stretches, he has provided, right? I mean, you can see it tonight. If he comes out tonight and, he's just like his fierce downhill self, typically in a smaller lineup where he's playing the floor, sometimes with Draymond at the 5, he can really open the game up. And sure, he's not your traditional, Steve Kerr loves the guy that he says has feel, and he's a connector, and, he cuts. And, sure, we all know, like, Jonathan Kuminga doesn't have that naturally within his game. He's not as natural a quick passer. But I don't think they should be giving up the type of talent that Jonathan Kuminga has, on the cheap, because I do think when he's right and he's at his best, like, they need that. They need big wings who do stuff that he does, because they don't have a lot of it.
All right. So, Anthony, based on what you're saying, like, there's one thing that's your opinion, but your read on the Warriors suggests what with regard to Jonathan Kuminga and the next 6 weeks of our lives?
It feels like it's just going to be a continuation of the last 4 years, which is like, there'll probably be nights where we feel like he's getting some momentum, and, Steve might play him, 28, 32 minutes, and he'll have some good games. We'll feel like, hey, maybe it's a breakthrough. And then, 2 games later, he's floating into the game for 18 minutes and grabbing 1 rebound, and you're like, another 2 steps back. And we'll probably do this dance. My guess would be up and towards closer to the deadline. And, it'll feel pretty urgent around that situation to figure out his future. And I think there's a decent chance, he's possibly moved at the deadline, but I think that would only be if a bigger deal presents itself. Which right now I think the only thing that's even remotely on the table at this point would be the Jimmy Butler talks. But I still think, like, the Schroeder trade did happen day one, but I think we're still at the point where most teams around the league with most of their assets are holding pretty firm to a pricey price tag, I guess you'd say. And I think as it gets closer to the deadline, maybe some more movement will happen. And I think that's where Kuminga's future with the Warriors or elsewhere will really be determined.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. We're talking with Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider, and his work is with The Athletic. So, Anthony, when you say there's a decent chance, I get it. There's a lot of twists and turns around the corner, but, I mean, do you think that this is better than 50-50, that Kuminga has moved?
No, I don't, because I have learned over the years, particularly covering the Warriors, that, like, they don't, like a lot of times midseason movement doesn't happen. You hear a lot of stuff and you see some names and you do know, they're talking to this person, that person, and like the seismic in-season trades do not happen that often. With the Warriors and really league wide, hasn't been too crazy at the deadline. So I would probably go less than 50-50. I mean, just because I don't think that they're just going to punt away the talent on the cheap. And we'll see. You see a lot of these, let's talk the Jimmy Butler one. I mean, that is a massive, contract that you'd have to be bringing in. Like, that's a risk. It's keeping Kuminga as a risk, staying with the youth is a risk. Walking Jimmy Butler in at the age he is with his handout saying, give me my monster extension, is also a risk. And, I don't know that they're going to come to a decision that that's the right move.
Knowing that, and, trades are hard, as they've told us time and time again, do you think it's more likely that they end up making a medium or a smaller deal, something much more incremental to get them better?
Yeah, and I mean, they tell you they already did, right? I mean, I think the Schroeder deal is exactly what you're talking about, a mid-tier deal. If you look at what Dallas did last year with, like, the P.J. Washington, the Daniel Gafford, sure, maybe it is. Maybe you get back in the Cam Johnson conversation, or, how does Kyle Kuzma sound to y'all? Maybe a stretch 5 like a Kelly Olynyk who they've sniffed around in the past. There are opportunities out there, and I'd probably say that is a little bit more likely. But the one thing that's been voiced to me is, like, they want to see what this team with Schroeder is. I think, what happens over the next 6 weeks, how they look, where they are in the standings, could dictate how hungry they are to make, certain types of moves and go all in or not.
Hey, what did you make of Anthony Edwards' post-game ref rant and what the league, are there other players feeling that way? Like, what's the current relationship between the officials and the players?
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's been at this point the last 5-6 years. I remember talking to Draymond about, he feels like a lot of the new, this was maybe 4 or 5 years ago. I think Durant was still there, actually. He feels like a lot of the new refs don't have that, I guess, feel. Steve Kerr was talking about it, in Houston. Just sometimes some of these young refs, they're a little bit more by the book, and they're not as conversational, or they don't kind of run the game like your Joey Crawfords or your, so some of those older guys, the Dick Pavettas. But, it's not like those guys didn't have their issues and their run-ins over the years. So I just think it's just the natural state of sports, right? You're always going to kind of complain about the umpire, complain about the referee, complain about the official.
But are we at a point now where, younger players and younger officials, they don't have the same level of understanding, I think, of the relationship and how to, quote, work a ref and how to, ultimately coax what you want out of the relationship. And now we just take to social media and everyone's mic'd up after games. And so it seems like the discord is a lot bigger and the gulf is a lot wider than it used to be.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's probably kind of a younger player problem. And like I said, the players would say that's a younger ref problem too. They're not as good at kind of talking and all that. And some of it might just be it probably used to be easier when you didn't have to worry about some guy in their house with a cell phone who sees you on camera and can immediately get it up on social media that, hey, this ref said this, this guy. It's just, we're in such a surveilled world, I think, that it's probably taken away some of that natural, kind of behind the scenes, I guess, feel away from some of these officials.
Hey, Slates, what's going on with De'Aaron Fox in Sacramento?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Yeah, I just spent a few days around them, and obviously we put up that story. But, he's trying to figure out if he feels like they can contend long term. And he legitimately wants, West Finals, NBA Finals level, realistic contention. And a couple seasons ago when they made the playoffs, you thought maybe they were on this, upward trajectory. Well, it's, that arrow's pointing down right now. They're 13-17. They're 0-4 on this current homestand. Things are kind of, crashing there a little bit. And, we reported it, but Rich Paul was at the game the other night. He met with the Kings front office prior to the game. And that's a name that a lot of people in the league are kind of highlighting right now as maybe the next guy, the next big name that might be on the move eventually. He has not, I will highlight that he has not requested a trade at this point, but it's just that he's thinking about his future.
Is there another name out there or maybe a player that we should keep an eye on as somebody who might be a surprise trade target over the next 6 weeks or so?
Oh, big name? Not really. I mean, it's going to be your, the Pelicans really got to figure out Brandon Ingram's, future. I think he can probably be had on the cheap. I'm not sure Levine will get moved. I think the Bulls are a little bit thirsty for it. I wonder about Michael Porter Jr. in Denver if they go kind of upgrade hunting. I don't know if those names do that much for y'all.
Anthony, would the Kings ever do business with the Warriors?
It would take a lot. And again, I think De'Aaron's probably, he's more intent on a younger core, and going to, again, we reported, the Spurs seem like an interesting possible target there. Houston, I'm not saying no completely on that one, but to me, it doesn't seem like necessarily a fit on the De'Aaron side. And you mentioned it, I'm not sure if Vivek wants to pick up that phone call.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about Zion? Not only possible availability, but what do you think about how he would fit in a theoretical move to Golden State?
It's an interesting swing. It's a big contract with not a lot of guarantees on availability. But man, there's a talent upside there where, it's almost an extreme version of what they got with Wiggins, right? When they brought Wiggins in, you thought it wasn't a good deal. And they resuscitated his value, and it looked great for a long time. It still, in a lot of ways, looks good. I think there's a lot of teams at least thinking about the Zion option, but it's a desperate move. But this might be a desperate time for a lot of teams around the league, including the one in Chase Center tonight.
Slates, we'll let you get to the Steve Kerr conference, but real quick, Draymond, everything good? Is he playing? What's going on?
Questionable. Should know in about 8 minutes from now for sure. My guess would be yes, but at this point, I'm sure Steve will probably go up and say he's going to warm up, and they'll decide, which, by the way, he was going to warm up and decide in Minnesota, and then they said no go. So
yeah.
We'll see.
Okay. We'll be looking for your Twitter, man.
All right, fellas.
Okay. Thanks man. Happy holidays. There he goes. Anthony Slater, the Athletic, joining us right here on Willard and Dibs. Shoy Babbit on the Ricky Henderson situation and his passing coming up in just about 10 minutes. What'd you grab from that? I mean, the whole trade chatter thing, I I'm not going to say he throws water on it. I think the Warriors are very active in all discussions, but he's not wrong. He's not wrong. This big thump of a trade that everyone's waiting for just doesn't usually happen midseason.
No, and trades are hard, and we always say that because that's what the Warriors have said, and yet they made a trade the instant that trades were able to be made, and February 6th is the date at the deadline, so by then you will have some sort of a shakeout between teams that are in it and teams that are out of it, but I look at the standings, Mark, and you've got 30 teams in the association, and you look forward to early February, and I think a lot of these teams are going to fancy themselves as still in it.
Yeah.
So the teams that are going to be clear-cut sellers, New Orleans is one, and that's why I asked about Zion, and he mentioned Brandon Ingram. They're going to have to figure out what to do with them, but the other name that came out, De'Aaron Fox, is one that becomes a little bit of a surprise one to watch. He's got one more year on his deal after this one, making about $34-35 million, and yeah, he's an exciting player, and I understand that he might want to go to a younger core of players, but if he pops free, that suddenly becomes, for me, an interesting name to keep an eye on.
Well, he's fun. I don't know if he's a fit. I mean, does Steph...
Talk about going small.
Yeah, does Steph and De'Aaron... You've already acquired Dennis Schroeder, by the way. Does that in any way fit on a basketball court with what the Warriors are trying to do? I know he's a fun name. I love the player. I like De'Aaron Fox is fun. He's effective. I think he is a really, really good player, and he's young. But if what the Warriors are trying to do, using Steve's words, surround Steph at all costs, I don't know how that one makes sense. And then add in it's the Kings and Warriors.
Yeah.
And I just don't I don't
Agreed.
see how they do a big deal together.
The other take that I got from the Slater interview was the idea of Jimmy Butler and him coming here with his hand out. And that scares me, where you acquire Jimmy Butler and he's 34, going to be 35, I believe, and he comes here wanting a new deal, and that's a huge deal that he's going to want. So that for me would scare me off if I'm the Warriors, knowing that even if you get him and he's got a player option and he wouldn't pick it up in Miami because he wants an extension. So you trade for him, you bring him in here, and he immediately has his hand out. That would be a no for me, dog.
Yeah, well, and we already heard Monty Poole last week express that the Warriors have their reservations with regard to his availability, which is completely fair as well. Even if you're willing to handle some things in the future in exchange for now, how much does the now exist? You certainly don't want to give up assets and have Jimmy come in here and be hurt. So that one feels very unlikely to me, and it also feels like the only one, as he said, that's really available now. I think that you're waiting for the trees to shake something free, and I don't know what it'll be. That's kind of what I was getting at last week when you're like, I don't think the trade's going to be there, and I'm like, I agree with what you're saying right now. Maybe it won't be there, and it's certainly not there right now, but I have no idea who is going to be free or what it's going to cost over the next 6 weeks. What I do know is that, dude, we got an issue here. There's a problem. There's a problem. If the Warriors feel right now, and this is what Anthony was essentially expressing to us, you tell me if I'm overstating it, but the situation that has been created around their young players, namely Jonathan Kuminga is after money and buckets, and that does not fit what the Warriors think they're trying to do. And so we can scream at one another all day long about whether Kuminga is a future star or not a future star, and if he has been given a lane or not been given a lane. And those are fair conversations, but maybe not the ones that matter the most. The bottom line is Jonathan and the Warriors might be trying to do different things right now.
Yeah.
And that's why there's not a fit sometimes. Oh, it doesn't look like he fits. Yeah. They don't have a common goal.
Well, it's difficult for him, and I can see it, to have that common goal where, you want to go out there and show it, and you're not in the same role night in and night out. Some days you start, some you're off the bench, and I think that the way he plays is always going to be a certain way, which is aggressive. He's going to always be aggressive to try to get there and get his buckets, and The beauty of NBA.com is you can go to a box score and you can click on the player and look at every shot they've taken in the course of a game. And I'm going through right now his performance against Minnesota, 3 of 11. And you can look at some of the shots he's taken in this game. There's a 12-footer right away with 17 on the shot clock. It's a contested 2. It's a mid-range. Steph's guarded in the corner, but Kuminga, it's a pull-up 12-footer, and he misses. And there's 3 or 4 other shots in his game log that are similar. Now, there's a few that are end of the shot clock, 1 second on the clock, fine. You got to go up there and shoot it.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's a few open threes. Yeah, a shot created must be taken, but it's these shots where it's mid-clock, it's mid-range, and it's contested. Those are the shots that, unless you're Kevin Durant, you're not going to be encouraged to take that.
I want y'all to listen to this again now, having listened to Anthony Slater, because Slate's basically said he thinks this was directed at Jonathan Kuminga. So if that's what Slater thinks, listen to it again. Steve Kerr after the win on Saturday.
You know, I love the possession where Steph got off the ball and we went swing. You know, I think he threw it to either Trace or Gary in the pocket, swing to Wiggs. Wiggs swings it to Dennis. It comes back to Steph. That's the game right there. And that's what we're trying to impart on our young players. You know, we have Steph Curry on our team, you know, so pass the ball, move the ball. And if Steph gets off it early because he's gained an advantage, now the defense is scrambling. And this is how we've played for 10 years. And it's important for our young players to understand we don't need contested 17-footers with 12 on the shot clock. Right, that's a bad shot. And I talked to our guys about that during several timeouts. It's something we have to recognize and get better with it. When you have Steph Curry on the team, you pass the ball. Because pass it 2 or 3 times, the defense is scrambling, all hell breaks loose. So it's a choice. We can either do that and win games, or we can shoot, you know, a whole bunch of 15-foot contested shots in the middle of the shot clock and be a lousy NBA team. It's up to us, and we are hammering that point home with our team.
Okay, I tell you what, and I feel like Anthony was getting to this as well. There's no question that if you're Jonathan Kuminga, you are receiving mixed messages. And the Warriors are guilty of that. Absolutely. We go from, we're going to start him, we're going to build a runway for him. Draymond is literally in press conferences saying he's him, he's next, this is going to be his basketball team. And then 2 games later, he's not even starting, and Steve Kerr is holding press conferences where all he'll do is refer to him as our young players. And the message of that whole thing is, I don't know who you think you are. You're not Steph.
Right.
This whole thing's about Steph. Stop making it about you. It's about Steph. And that's a very different message than what he had gotten a week before. So the Warriors are guilty of that. But what's Jonathan guilty of? I mean, Jonathan is probably guilty of having a different goal than the team, at least at times.
Right.
You're trying to get paid.
Yes, and I also think that part of it is him still learning how to play the, quote, right way. And I'm looking at maybe the play that Steve was referencing, 3:28 to go, third quarter. The Warriors up 1. Kuminga drives from the left side into the key, and I paused it where you have Steph Curry guarded at the three-point arc, Mark, and he is pointing at Pods. Pods has his hands up, ready for a catch and shoot. That was close. Ready for a catch and shoot. He's ready for a catch and shoot above the break. Steph is literally pointing to Pods. Kuminga drives in and shoots a contested 12-footer with 10 seconds on the shot clock. And, you know, that's a time where you penetrate. Pods is literally ready for the 3, and Steph is pointing. So
why don't you go ahead and let everyone know what happened with the shot?
I hit play. Actually, he's double teamed. Good closeout by Gobert and Naz Reid. They miss. Looney offensive rebound. Steph cuts for a layup.
Did he miss or did he miss?
Oh, he missed.
I mean, a couple of these highlight packages of the plays that they think Steve Kerr are talking about, Jonathan didn't just take these shots. Jonathan hucked bricks at a glass backboard.
Well, there was one earlier
These
that
were
I
not
looked
close.
at that was a catch and shoot 3 from the corner extended, and he airballed it.
Yep.
but it's the kind of shot you want him to take.
That's fine.
Open
I don't.
three.
Yeah, I don't
Right.
mind that.
Right.
But the contested 15-footer that hits mostly backboard, it's going to be a no from me, dog.
Right.
Like, and that's what Steve was saying, and he's not wrong either. So, like as usual, everybody's got a hand in this. The Warriors are definitely sending Jonathan mixed messages. The problem is Jonathan is only receiving one side of them. Anytime that a runway is being created for him, Jonathan's all in. But when it's time to be like, dude, defense, team basketball, passing the ball, I don't think that they feel like he's hearing that.
Yeah, and I do think that a lot of it is, and I can't go inside the mind of Jonathan Kuminga, but if I were in his spot and I see a lot of my draft classmates already getting paid and getting 8- and 9-figure deals, my teammate, Moses Moody, got a 3-year deal for $39 million, and I didn't get paid, so I'm going to spend my time this year trying to secure the bag and, not at the expense of the team winning, but you do want to show what you can do. And so I think what you're saying is fair, that the team has kind of built him up into a certain spot, and at the same time, they want him to also be aware of the right way to play. And I'm looking at another moment here. They're up 21 early, and Kuminga with a step back 25-foot three-pointer with 16 on the clock.
Oh, God.
And he missed it, and they're up by 21, so it's not that big a deal. But
it is a big deal because they can lose that lead really quick, and they did.
And this is not the right way to play. You've got, looks like Schroeder on the weak side with his hand up, unguarded, and a skip pass to Schroeder, and Schroeder's got probably a better shooter than Jonathan. So
most definitely.
That would be a spot, but Kuminga just 2 dribbles out to above the break, and he lets it fly on a step back. No good.
Let's hear from Big Smooth in Oakland. We're going to have Shoy Babbit in just moments. Hey, Big Smooth, thanks for calling.
Hey, man, first of all, rest in peace, Ricky Henderson.
Yes, sir.
True superstar, one of the great ones. But listen, man, I love Steve Kerr right now. Say it. Needs to be said. This is what we're doing. It's worked for 10 years. Forget all this, man. They're going to have to retool anyway when Steph is done. Go the Sam Presti way. Probably better off doing it that way. If these guys are not on board with this, who cares who's in their feelings and wants to know who we're talking to? We're talking to everybody. This works. Pass. Chef, give the chef a shot. This is it. No, Jonathan Kuminga is not bringing a title. Let's face it. And if they thought so highly of him, he would have already been paid. I think sometimes the teams take too long to decide a pathway. Pathway's been decided. It's clear. They said I read an article saying that they're ready to retool with veterans and let this talent go. Because really, what good is this young talent if it's sitting on the bench not developing?
Well,
we're wasting time.
Yeah, Big Smooth, I'm with you, and thank you very much for the call, which is to say not to take anything away from the individuals involved. I think you're starting over when Steph leaves anyway. It doesn't mean you trade Kuminga for a song. You don't do that because what does that do for you? I think that's the only reason, though. I think they would have traded Kuminga by now if they thought that they had a deal in place that would make them a lot better. That deal hasn't presented itself yet.
Yeah, and I also think that it becomes complicated based on what he makes. He's only making about $7 million, so his trade value from a contract standpoint is not that high. And if his play isn't so overwhelming that teams are going to want him, then he becomes a throw-in, and you don't want to do that.
888-957-9570. We'll have some time a little bit later to get back to your phone calls, but joining us right now on the River Islands guest line. We've been looking forward to this. We've been waiting for this. It's none other than Shoy Babbit with thoughts on the passing of the great Ricky Henderson. So, Shoy, happy holidays. Thank you so much for the time and for joining us today.
Hey, guys, I just want to say thank you for having me. Happy holidays to you. Many blessings and wishes to your family. Hope everybody's happy and healthy and having a great holiday season. It's a different season for everybody every year, and this one is no different than any other one, just unfortunately affecting all of us differently this year in the Bay. But I just want to thank KNBR. Excuse me. My head ain't right.
That's all right.
95.7 The Game.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Shoy.
For doing such a tremendous job all day long of giving Rick his props and sending him out of here like a true legend and Hall of Famer that he was and that he will always be, man. So once again, thanks a lot for having me.
Well, no, thank you for doing it, especially at this time. And we want to know just, what's the first and maybe the second and third thing that you want to say about Ricky Henderson at this time?
I just hope that you were as fortunate and blessed to have the opportunity to be around one of the greatest to ever put the cleats on. If you love baseball, like baseball fans do, and you were one of them, and you had the opportunity to meet Ricky and get a chance to see the person that he was, we can look at film and tape and everything all day long and still wouldn't have enough time to look at his greatness on the field. But there's only a select few, and the Bay Area fans, I just want to shout out to you. You treated Ricky like the true king that he was. You know, when the field got made and named after him, and the ovations and the receptions and the love that you showed, because you know the kind of person Ricky was. And what I remember most about him is just a Hall of Fame person and how he treated the people around him. He was never in a group of people that he felt that he was too big for. You wouldn't know by what he said, maybe by his walk, by his gait, that he was somebody special. But, you know, it's so deep, man. My truck has been stuck in the mud for the last couple of days, and I've been looking for a chain to pull me out. And it's so hard because everywhere you go, everybody you talk to, everything that you hear, they're talking about Ricky. And, you know, we all going to get up out of here one day, and we just don't know when it is. And I just wish that he was alive to get all of his flowers. I mean, he won't even be able to scratch the surface to get a chance to understand and to appreciate and celebrate all the accomplishments that he did for this game and this community. And I feel for the community, the people of Oakland. This is your dude, and we're proud to have him, and I'm thankful that we all got a chance to see him do everything he did right here.
Yeah, Chudy, that's great, and those are great words, and I really appreciate you bringing up the Oakland part of it, because I think about yourself and obviously Ricky Henderson and Bip coming out of Skyline High and just all of the other great athletes that have come through Oakland before you guys and after you guys as well. Speak to that a little bit, Chudy, about the Oakland connection with Ricky and how impactful it was for him to do what he did with the A's and then eventually stay in Oakland and become such an ambassador for the city.
Well, I'm from the Bay. I was born and raised in Berkeley. We're connected to Oakland. And in the Bay Area, the hotbed and the fertility of great athletes, good athletes, superior athletes was incredible. You got more competition during the off season at Golden Gate Park playing against guys that didn't get an opportunity to play that was probably better than some of us like myself who was fortunate and lucky and got a chance and things bounced my way and I got an opportunity and I made it to the big leagues. But it was like everywhere you looked in either city, from Skyline, Castlemont, Oakland Tech, Berkeley High School, McClimates, there were heroes at those schools athletically, guys that were from the neighborhood, guys that were from the community, that were doing things, that were exhibiting themselves on the stage, that did something that showed us that this was something that we could dream of and that we could do. And just to be able to compete in the parks on Saturday against some of these guys, it was incredible. So when you were a Gary Pettis or where you were a Biff Roberts or you were Steve, you can talk on and on and on about the guys who got an opportunity to play pro baseball. And the one commonality that we have in our era is that we had Ricky. And it was such a proud thing when I was in the minor leagues and I'd go somewhere, another city, meet up with another brother from another team, and I tell them where I'm from, and the first thing coming out, you were Ricky from? Yes, sir. Absolutely. For him to come out, and we had some greats that come out of the Bay Area, man. But when you're talking about the greatest to ever do what he did, and there would never, ever be someone to steal the amount of bases that Ricky did. And not only that, Ricky set out to be the greatest. The first time I laid eyes on him when he was 14 years old, we were going to an all-star game for a pony league, and Mr. Lou Cotton, who was a coach of Ricky's over in Oakland, brought Ricky over to join our team. And when he walked on the field for the first time, and I saw him as a 14-year-old, I knew I'd seen something I'd never seen before. And I'd never been in awe of any man in my life other than my dad. And it was just something different about this dude. His head was bigger than ours. His hamstrings were big. He had the small waist. He was a sandy color. He was strong. He was just different. And I knew I had not seen anybody like him in my life. I've been scouting for, this is going to be my 33rd year. I've seen some of the greatest. A-Rod, Jeter. I've seen Jimmy Rollins. I've seen all these great ones. And I saw them when they were amateurs. But I wasn't in awe like I was with Ricky. And to this day, I still haven't seen anything like him. So I feel honored, and I also feel I'm humble, but I also feel like I shouldn't even be talking this long because I feel like I'm taking away time for people who've had the same encounter and same relationship with Ricky and the same impact on their lives that would love to have the opportunity. So I'm just thankful for you guys giving me an opportunity to speak on it. You know, the Oakland A's have done a tremendous job the last few years of recognizing Ricky and what his accomplishments were, naming the field, getting the number up there, watching Ricky walk in from center field and pop that collar. Man, he was so proud and erect walking in. It was just, and I'll never forget that day because he earned every single part of it. And I just want to make sure that Pam, his wife, Bobby Henderson, his mother, his children, his brothers and his sisters, that they know that we're all praying for him and their family because, man, that's a tremendous loss. And I don't think people can understand the impact that it's going to take for that family to stay together and pull themselves through this, man. But, man, we lost a hero, bro. And I'm just so thankful and humble that I got an opportunity not only to play with him, but more importantly, is I could say that I was a friend of the great Ricky Henderson.
Shoy Babbit is joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Great to hear you talk on the man, but especially who we know Ricky was, the way he talked to people, the way he talked about himself. He's such an original. So, Shoy, we got to have it, man. What's your favorite Ricky story?
My favorite Ricky story. It's so many, man. My gosh. It would take me a minute. I guess I could tell you some that, I mean, you've heard them from everybody because the things that Ricky has said, I mean, you couldn't help but hear them. I mean, the times when strikes were called on him and he turned around and tell the umpire, Ricky don't swing at balls. That are called strikes. The Tony Gwynn, about when Ricky was sitting up in front of the bus. I guess the best one for me, and I might be messing it up a little bit here, but when Tony La Russa took over for the A's, Ricky had been running wild all through baseball and pretty much had the green light. And, Tony, the manager that he was, he wanted to be in control a little bit, so he kind of called Ricky over and let him know, hey, the green light is yours and everything still, but when I wipe across the chest, that means I'm taking things off. That means, I'm taking things off. There's nothing on. So Ricky, okay, next time he gets on base, first time he goes, steals first base. Gets on first base. Tony Russo swipes across his chest. Ricky steals second on the very first pitch. Ricky steals third on the next pitch. Ricky scores. Ricky comes into the dugout. Everything's good. Everybody congratulates him. Tony kind of calls him over and talks to him a little bit. Ricky, when I wipe, that means I'm taking it off. He said, I thought you meant take off. So I took off.
Oh, gosh.
So it was those type of things. You hear all the quirky things about Ricky and stuff, and about him talking about himself in the third person. It wasn't. We didn't look at it like that. This is a man that knew that God gifted him with something that nobody else had, and he had not seen it. And he just wasn't out to lead the Cal League in stolen bases or be the best stolen base leader in the minor leagues. When he raised that base over his head and he said, today I am the all stolen bases, the king of all time, he wasn't popping his collar or boasting or being bodacious or anything like that. That man was proud of that honor, because if you watch the way that he played the game, people talk about how he didn't play day games after night games and all this stuff. If you watched the physical abuse in which he applied to his body day in and day out, you see Ricky sliding into the bag, over the bag. Some of these guys nowadays, they got boxing gloves running the bases. They get hurt from getting on their belly. It was never the case like that with Ricky. He played every day. He loved to play. The days that he had to take off, it wasn't because he wanted to. It was because that he needed to. So, man, this dude was a physical specimen, and he took his gift all the way to the moon, man.
Shoy Babbit here on 95.7 The Game, remembering the all-time stolen base and the all-time run-scoring leader, Ricky Henderson, who passed away over the weekend. What was he like in the clubhouse, Shoy, just in terms of, not only being such an everyday player, a guy who hated to sit out, but just being one of the fellas with all the different teams he played on?
Ultimate competitor. I don't care if it was backgammon, cards, Pente, you come up with a game, Ricky would play you until the end of the day. He did not like to lose at anything, and he was pretty good at everything. He loved talking to young players. He loved talking the game. When we start reflecting and talk about in the day where guys got a chance to stay in the clubhouse and talking after the games and talk and have a beer and stuff like that when things were different. I mean, Ricky's one of the last guys to leave. I mean, he just loved talking baseball. And anybody that you talk to that played with him, that's what's been so great today, listening to all the different people call in, different people, different places, talking about him as far as players are concerned. And the first thing they say about Ricky is that he was a great teammate. So it's kind of synonymous with who he was. The greatest leadoff hitter in the history of the game. Who else to start a game off for you than Ricky Henderson, and to be a great teammate as well. So I think if you had a problem with Ricky Henderson, you probably had a problem with yourself. You never heard him criticizing other people, talking about other people. You may think he was talking about himself, but my God, had I had the skill and the career, and every now and then I might have mentioned something about myself. I don't know. What do you think, guys?
Pretty rare, but maybe. But you know what I think you're speaking to, Shoy, that I think is so incredible is to hear, and this is why I'm thankful for guys like you, to hear people speak about Ricky, if they were actually on the inside, shows me that Ricky did not necessarily match the presentation of the player. You could easily look at Ricky and be like, oh my gosh, he talks about himself in the third person and he snatch catches in left field. He's a hot dog. He's a me guy. And to listen to the people who knew him, you get a very, very different picture and a different reality.
Very unfair. I think Sandy Alderson's quote today was one of the best. And if you haven't gotten a chance to see it, just go up there and find it. And he talked about Ricky. But I think it's unfair, especially somebody like myself growing up. They called me a hot dog, too. I hit homers and strikeouts, and I ran around the bases. I blew bubbles when I ran around first base. I pep slide like Willie Mays. They called me a hot dog. I wasn't a hot dog. I was enjoying the game.
Right.
I'm in the show. When we were coming up in the minor leagues, our only goal was on our mind was getting to the show. Ain't no league bigger than the big leagues, bro. Not as far as I know. I haven't been to the moon. I have some people that's been stuck up there for about 8 months. I know they got a lot to talk about up there. But I'm just saying, brother. So, man, this man just loved to be in the spotlight. He never ran from it, and he always excelled in it. So, man, that was Ricky, man. That was, if you go, I don't care anywhere in the world you go, you're talking about sports. If you say Ricky, automatically they're going to think you're talking about Ricky Henderson. And there's 1,000 Rickies around.
It's great stuff.
Yeah.
Shooty, thank you so much. Thank you for sharing all of that, and happy holidays, man.
I can't thank you guys enough for thinking enough of me to have me on. I'm truly humbled by it, and I love the Bay Area. I love every fan that's ever said anything nice, even the ones that haven't. I love you, too.
Yeah. Thank you, Shooty.
But,
hopefully,
happy holidays
yeah.
to everybody, man. May God bless everybody.
Hopefully, talking about Ricky can help you get the truck out of the mud, because I know we're all feeling a little stuck in the mud after this weekend.
This was great, man. This was outstanding. Thank you so much. I definitely needed it for sure.
Shooty, have a great week, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Take care, guys.
All right, you too. There it is. Shooty Babbit on Willard and Tibbs on 95.7 The Game.
One of the all-time greats.
Yeah,
and, I got to know Shooty a little bit over from some time at used to be Comcast Sportsnet, and see Shooty out there on the golf course. And if you ever see Shooty on the golf course, you better bring your wallet, because there's action. There's action.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet. We're sponsored by Safeway. Coming up next, pre-game, Steve Kerr further addressed his comments Saturday, who they were directed at, what he actually means, what it means for the future, and specifically talked about Jonathan Kuminga's fluctuating role. And you know what that is, Dibbs?
It's a fluctuation sensation is what it is.
So we're going to let you, we're going to talk a little bit about what Steve said and work through that a little bit. And then before we get out of here for the holiday, first of all, I will be back for, thank you, Monday, December 30th. I'll be back for the Niners-Lions game. So this is not my last 2024 show, but it is yours.
Yeah.
And so we'll get some thoughts on that. And I have a plea to the San Francisco Giants based on information I just received. Okay? So we're going to do all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Well, he said it singular. Your pick stinks, and you're right. My pick did stink.
It might.
The Niner game.
It might.
That pick stunk.
Yep, and tonight's might as well.
Oh, we're off to an okay start.
The Packers off to a 7-0 lead. I don't think that's okay for you at all. But
it is when
anyway,
you're getting 14.5.
Yeah, but they've only had one possession. They're only allowed to score
Rattler
7.
looks pretty solid right now.
Yeah, led all the way down the field to a punt. So anyway, anyway, hey, how does this grab you? Dude, Steve is bringing the wood with regard to the young players. He's really ramping up the rhetoric, and this comes after again, mind you, a double-digit road victory